Chapter 883 Whose Cage? Who trespassed on the Temple of Heaven? It's so brave. Above the hall, an old man stared angrily, blew his beard and stared, and made a huge palm print with one hand, which made the whole hall tremble. 4 realms? Qin Yang frowned, and said with a smile, I never thought that there are still 4 realms powerhouses in your heavenly god temple. I really underestimated you. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang slapped him with his backhand. Destroy the Mahamudra. This palm print directly melted the palm prints of the old man of the 4 realms, and that's not all. The old man underestimated the enemy, he didn't react at all, and was directly caught by this palm. The divine power burst out, but he couldn't break free at all. On the contrary, his own power was constantly being annihilated and consumed. You are Qin Yang? Impossible. How can you have such a strong power? The old man looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. The entire Tianqian temple was also in an uproar. Huh. There is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no way to hell, you break in. I didn't expect that you would throw yourself into a trap. The old man spat out a magic weapon in the shape of a pill, and the magic weapon burst out with golden light. In Qin Yang's eyes, dark golden lines flowed, and he snorted, and said, You claim to be pure justice, so the so-called Temple of Heaven is also hell in your mouth? The golden pill magic weapon didn't have time to play a role. Qin Yang even grabbed it violently, and directly crushed the old man and the 4 realms to pieces. Looking at the golden pill, Qin Yang shook his head again and again, and said, I'm ashamed to show off this skill level. Until now, the owner of this golden elixir magic weapon was pinched to death by Qin Yang, only then did it show its real effect. The golden core turned into a golden statue, powerful and powerful. It even has the strength of the 4 realms. It's just that his master has already fallen, and when he first appeared, he looked dazed. The fist of Duo Tian. Qin Yang yelled softly, and the light of the golden idol suddenly dimmed, and then his head was blown off by a blow. When? A loud noise resounded through the entire Temple of Heaven, and the mountain of heaven where the Temple of Heaven was located was also shaken by it. In everyone's ears, there was a buzzing, and the cultivators under the God Emperor directly bled from their 7 orifices and died suddenly. In the main hall of the Temple of Heaven, all the cultivators vomited blood, but Qin Yang hit the magic weapon with a punch, and the shocking sound produced could injure them. There was a look of horror on everyone's face. Qin Yang. Are you going to declare war on my heavenly temple? A general in golden armor glared at him. Qin Yang looked at him suspiciously, and said, Declaration of war? No. It's not a declaration of war. How dare you provoke my heavenly temple like this? The golden-armored god general shouted angrily. Qin Yang dug his ears and said, I'm really not here to declare war, I'm here to kill you all. As soon as the pupils turned cold, before all the generals could react, the entire Temple of Heaven was shrouded in darkness. A pillar of light that can be seen within 1,000 miles, symbolizing the light of the Temple of Heaven, suddenly dimmed. In the order area, everyone looked at the peak of Tianqian Mountain in puzzlement. The Tianqian temple that radiates brilliance all the time, the light, disappeared. The sky-reaching light beam also disappeared for a brief moment, and then recovered again. What happened? What happened to the Temple of Heaven? Is the end coming? In the area of order, there was panic. Some people from Tianqian Temple rushed to Tianqian Mountain one after another, and all the god emperors in the order area became uneasy. On the Tianqian Mountain, where the Tianqian Temple was originally located, it is already empty. On the entire hill, there was only one figure and a throne next to this figure. And it is this throne that emits endless brilliance, and generates a beam of light that reaches straight into the sky. Staring at the throne, Qin Yang sneered, Do you really think that you are superior and treat the creatures in the sky as mortal ants? Lifting his foot was a kick, and the throne was directly shattered by Qin Yang's kick. The beam of light then dissipated. But before dissipating, a jet of black light shot straight into the sky. Annihilation, super rush. Above the thousands of miles of clouds, the heavenly god emperor suddenly opened his eyes, and a frightened look appeared on his calm but majestic face. He left the spot in a hurry, and then stepped aside. The ground under his feet collapsed, and a black light pierced the sky. Then, a figure gently floated down from the sky and landed on the ground. "You are the heavenly god emperor?" Qin Yang looked at the heavenly god emperor, quietly. The heavenly god emperor wears a strange divine armor, which is almost the same as that worn by Li Guidao, and this Yending immortal palace is actually a starry sky base. The emperor of heaven shrank his pupils. Is this the same kid that he could shoot to death? I haven't seen him for a few years. The person who thought he was exiled forever and would be smashed to pieces sooner or later stood in front of him, and his strength was so terrifying. I didn't look for you, I didn't expect you to come here. The heavenly god emperor said lightly. You failed to slap me to death back then, now I will pay you back. Qin Yang said softly. The heavenly god emperor showed sullen anger, and said, You are still far behind. This palm of mine has no immortal bones. The heavenly god emperor palm. Endless divine light bloomed on his face, and he was about to use his most powerful supernatural power, the Death Star palm, but he hadn't fully used it. But Qin Yang interrupted him, and it turned out to be the same move as the Death Star palm. Don't force it. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, but there was a strong annihilating force in his palm. The pitch-black palm print was taken directly by the Xiantian God Emperor. As soon as the heavenly God Emperor condensed the white light palm print, Qin Yang's palm was already in front of his face. Boom! With a loud noise, the palm of the Celestial Emperor's radiant light was shattered directly, and the powerful annihilating power instantly crushed his palm, and slapped him heavily. Pfft! The heavenly God Emperor vomited blood and flew backwards. His figure retreated and hit a wall, directly. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and laughed, the wall of heaven and earth? An unbelievable look appeared in the eyes of the heavenly God Emperor, and there was a violent annihilation force raging in his body, like a flood, destroying his powerful body. This is impossible. How could you do this move? The heavenly God Emperor lost his composure, and his hair became disheveled, looking extremely embarrassed. This is a supernatural power developed based on the taboo magic weapon Meteor Cannon. This supernatural power is also a forbidden technique. Even in the Eternal Star Field, few people have learned it. The heart of the heavenly God Emperor was pounding. Who is this kid? No wonder, I feel a little familiar. Qin Yang laughed and said, Meteor Cannon? Do you want to see it? The heavenly God Emperor touched the corner of his mouth and said, You don't really think you are strong enough to fight me, do you? Qin Yang showed a teasing look on his face, and said, Otherwise? Your strongest supernatural power is not worth mentioning to me. What else can you do? This Sky Island base? No, it should be called Starry Sky Base. The heavenly God Emperor straightened his back and said in a deep voice, I will teach you today. Don't step into other people's territory easily. Back then, your ancestor Emperor Qin refused to listen, and now you will end up like him. Moreover, in my base, no one can come to save you, and no one dare to save you. The heavenly God Emperor almost roared out the last 4 words. As his voice fell to the ground, the entire base suddenly vibrated. The heaven and earth boundary walls that spread around the entire base, countless rune formations shone with mysterious and unpredictable light, and the entire base was directly suppressed and banned. Qin Yang laughed and said, once again. The laughter stopped. Qin Yang looked indifferent, and said, similarly, you can't tell, whose cage is this? Chapter 884, Crushed. Yunding Fairy Palace has welcomed its second guest in the millennium. This holy land surrounded by fairy mist and ethereal spirit, but because of this second guest, it became ruined in an instant, like ruins. Except for the surrounding emperor-level heaven and earth boundary walls, the entire fairy palace has been destroyed. The two figures flickered all over the base, and every time they fought, the house collapsed. Only the various mysterious rune formations on the ground are exposed. In this base, I am invincible. I have a steady stream of power, roared the Temple of Heaven. Qin Yang's overwhelming strength made him anxious and angry. Boom! A punch hit the head, and the figure of the heavenly god emperor was shot towards the wall of the heaven and earth boundary like a cannonball. The corners of the eyes were cracked, blood was overflowing, and the appearance was tragic and abnormal. Qin Yang walked over quietly, his eyes were calm. He was holding the Annihilation Excalibur in his hand, and there was a silk thread spreading from the tip of the Excalibur. As Qin Yang walked step by step, the silk thread was dragged longer and longer, and at the same time, the annihilating power on the divine sword became stronger and stronger. The Emperor Tianqian's pupils constricted, and this Qin Yang, with all his gestures, was full of supernatural powers. How can someone master so many supernatural powers? Continuous power? Qin Yang said softly, so what, your upper limit is still the God Emperor of the Four Realms. And I am also the God Emperor of the Four Realms. I am. The heavenly God Emperor was about to speak when his heart skipped a beat and he lowered his head abruptly. The Annihilation Excalibur in Qin Yang's hand suddenly slashed across the top of his head, shaving his hair to pieces. Tianmen seal. The heavenly God Emperor gritted his teeth. If he hadn't predicted it in advance, this sword would be enough to kill him. It turns out that you only have 2 breaths of time. Qin Yang laughed. What? The heavenly God Emperor was extremely shocked. How did this kid know that he would count against the sky? So, was he testing himself in the previous battles? You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be an enemy of Tianjin, the heavenly God Emperor shouted. Why, is it possible that you are also a descendant of the Tianji sect? Qin Yang snorted, and said, as a descendant of the Tianji sect, why don't you know the Tianyin divine art? After a pause, Qin Yang said again, if you have mastered the Tianyin magic technique, you should have expected that you will end up today, and you will not destroy my Qin family. The body of the heavenly God Emperor was tightly attached to the wall of the heaven and earth boundary, and there was no way to retreat. He finally knew what Qin Yang said earlier, whose cage this is, and the true meaning of this sentence. I killed Emperor Qin, he was the one to blame. If you open the gate of myriad realms, you can easily advance to the 5th realm, and even the spiritual realm. He is the one who insists on opposing me, he deserves to die. He even restricted the cultivation level of the entire firmament world. The heavenly God Emperor roared, I slapped you before, just to prevent the blood skull from getting the inheritance of the heavenly secret sect. I am also thinking of the mainland. Although I am a member of the eternal star field, I am worthy of the firmament world. The heavenly God Emperor shouted loudly. Qin Yang stopped in his tracks and was already standing in front of the heavenly God Emperor. Hearing what the heavenly God Emperor said, Qin Yang sighed and shook his head. Why do you even think that I am the same as everyone else in Sky Academy? Qin Yang said slowly, everyone in the world of the sky, what has it to do with me? Are you sorry for the world of the sky? It's none of my business? All I know is, you are my enemy. Qin Yang's eyes were full of light, this is enough. If you kill me, the sky world will be in chaos. Do you think that the ancient Empress Xuanhuan Guqing will be more merciful than me? Do you think that the Shinto family that once guarded the 8 secret keys are really your 8 families? The 8 previous Shinto clans have long been wiped out by Xuanhuan Guqing, and your 8 clans are just guards that she supports at will. Big monster, Chonggue, you always know, right? If I die, Xuanhuan Guqing will have no scruples. No one can resist her Qingming's mighty rules. Her threat is even greater than that of the big monster, Chongguo. Qin Yang frowned. Xuanhuan Guqing did have this ability. Emperor Tiangang and other gods of war in the sky were stronger than her, but she was the leader of the alliance. The god of war in the sky has no reason to submit to Xuanhuan Guqing, and the name of the empress through the ages is Xuanhuan Guqing's own efforts to create momentum for herself. You think Xuanhuan Guqing is too simple, but I know her biggest secret. The heavenly god emperor said grimly, that's exactly the case. I have endured it for thousands of years, and I haven't attacked the Xuanhuan Empire. Her secret? Qin Yang became curious. What secret could Xuanhuan Guqing have? Isn't it just a rogue field that is full of green and dark? The heavenly god emperor heaved a sigh of relief, and seeing that Qin Yang finally stopped to listen to him, he hurriedly said again, we should join hands to deal with Xuanhuan Guqing together. In her eyes, both of us are the ones she must kill. Qin Yang looked at the heavenly god emperor strangely. Is Xuanhuan Guqing so strong? I must kill you because your heavenly temple hinders her way forward. I must kill me because I master the rules of annihilation. Qin Yang said. Haha. Qin Yang, you've come this far, yet you're still so naive? The heavenly god emperor shook his head again and again, and said, even the blood demon general, even you, know that I'm from the eternal starfield, and she killed me, just because I instructed the shadow to be against her? Secretly mobilizing the divine power, the heavenly god emperor continued, and you, the rule of obliteration, even the high rule, ordinary practice. It's too late to curry favor with others, so how could they be so hostile? Can't you figure out who is most afraid of obliterating the rules? Who secretly influenced everything? Before the controller of the rules of annihilation appeared, he had already planned to shape the controller of the rules of annihilation into a public enemy of the mainland. Qin Yang was taken aback for a moment. He really hadn't thought about it. I remember that ever since Xuanhuan Guqing knew that she was in control of the rules of destruction, she always wanted to kill herself. The formation of reconciliation is only a tactic to slow down the troops. But, why? Why do you want to kill yourself so much? If he wasn't a descendant of the Qin family, maybe the Yaozu and the Sky Academy would regard him as someone who must be killed. So what happened to the control annihilation rules? When power is used to fight, it will be righteous, and if it is used for evil, it will be evil. It is a truth that everyone understands. How could Xuanhuan Guqing not understand? Both the Sky Academy and the Yaozu changed their views on Qin Yang, but only Xuanhuan Guqing seemed to have never wavered from the beginning to the end. Seeing Qin Yang lose his mind, the Emperor Tianqin's eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared directly into the wall of the heaven and earth boundary. He was able to escape from the space enclosed by the walls of the world. Qin Yang frowned and laughed. In order to escape, you made up a good story. But, do you really think you can escape? Qin Yang stared at the wall of the heaven and earth boundary. His eyes seemed to penetrate the wall, saw the anxious Emperor of Heaven who was blocked by an unknown barrier, and continued, have you heard of the Eye of the Sky? Chapter 885. Seizing the Fist of the Sky. Qin Yang shouted loudly, his 5 fingers were bluffed, and he grabbed it suddenly. All the power around has been looted. This punch is the ultimate power of the 4 realms. Boom! With a loud noise, the wall of the heaven and earth boundary suddenly shook. The Emperor-level heaven and earth boundary wall can withstand the attack of the God-Emperor level, but it is not a spirit level after all. The power of the limit of the 4 realms is enough to penetrate it. Puff! The wall was covered with cracks, and the heavenly God-Emperor hurriedly escaped, spurting out a mouthful of blood. If he didn't come out, Qin Yang's next punch would definitely knock him to death. Successive battles, including the annihilating power eroded in the body before, made the heavenly God-Emperor no longer have peak combat power. At this time, he is not an enemy at all in front of Qin Yang. The Sky Island base can limit the strength of those who enter, but Qin Yang is the master of destruction, and he does not rely on the world from the beginning to the end. Sky Island Base can restrict anyone, but Qin Yang cannot be restricted. Just like different worlds have different rules, everyone must adapt to this rule, but Qin Yang doesn't need it. The eyes of the sky. The heavenly god emperor took a deep breath. In the world of the firmament, there are monsters and monsters everywhere. One of the most mysterious monsters in ancient times, the thousand-eyed butterfly. Its supernatural power is the ability to see through all falsehoods, and the ability of this gifted supernatural power far exceeds the real eyes of the dragon clan. In ancient times, the reputation of the thousand-eyed butterfly was on a par with the swallowing beast, even far surpassing the sky-swallowing beast. I'm afraid that even the thousand-eyed butterfly in the submarine prison didn't know that she was so powerful. It's just that there have been faults one after another in history, and the magnificence of the ancient world cannot be explained only by monsters and beasts. Too many monsters against the sky died completely, and the few who survived to reappear on the mainland are miracles in themselves. Compared to how you can use the magical power of the eyes of the sky, I am more curious about how you blocked my way out. The heavenly god emperor asked. Instead, he calmed down now, as if he had made a decision. What? You don't even recognize the walls of the world? Qin Yang looked at the heavenly god emperor playfully. Naturally, the small movements of the heavenly god emperor could not escape Qin Yang's eyes of the sky. At the same time, he can also see through that this is just an emperor-level wall of heaven and earth. Not only can you know its ability, but you can also copy it and derive it with supernatural powers. Qin Yang knew the plan of the heavenly god emperor a long time ago, and built another one outside the wall of the heaven and earth boundary with his own magical powers. Emperor level, but Qin Yang, who possesses Shenlongjiu and Tianmen seal, cannot be stopped. Ha ha ha. The heavenly god emperor laughed maniacally, and said, so you have a more terrifying ability than the power to annihilate the rules. The previous story was well made up, why don't you tell the secret of Xuanhuan Guqing that you made up? Qin Yang asked. The heavenly god emperor looked at Qin Yang sarcastically, and said, why, didn't you say that I was making up a story? Why are you still so curious? In fact, you also know that everything I said is correct, isn't it? After a pause, the heavenly god emperor said, don't worry, you will die with this doubt. You will never know who Xuanhuan Guqing is. Qin Yang frowned and said, why, is it possible that you still have the means to fight back? The heavenly god emperor did not answer Qin Yang, but looked at the Yunding immortal palace that had been reduced to ruins, and said to himself, if you hadn't used magical powers to directly penetrate my base, from the moment you appeared, it would be yours. Time of death. With a movement of Qin Yang's mind, he suddenly discovered that the loophole he had pierced through with the annihilation supercharge had been fully fused. Moreover, above the ground, various rune formations seemed to be activated. The eyes of the heavenly god emperor revealed a look of relief, and said, it is not a loss to die with you like this. Anyway, the eternal starfield will never go back. Except for her, no one can be promoted to the 5th realm, even if the 10,000 realms compatible. Her? Could it be Xuanhuan Guqing? Qin Yang's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. This person who I have seen through from the very beginning, is there any secrets? A sense of crisis rose in Qin Yang's heart. What kind of formation is this? Even he, who possesses the immortal body and has been promoted to the 4th realm, feels panic. The heavenly god emperor said, you seem to be very interested in facing the flag? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, could it be? It seems that you have already guessed it. The formation in my base is the 8-door formation. Of course, he has another name, the 12 slaughtering god formation, said the heavenly god emperor. Qin Yang calmly said, you can't arrange it successfully, I have 6 formation flags. The heavenly god emperor suddenly widened his eyes, sighed and sighed, there are too many impossible miracles on you. I have only found 5 array flags so far, counting the 6 on your body, and the Xuanhuan flag. Guqing has exactly 12 sides. As soon as the voice changed, the Heavenly God Emperor said, "Of course I can't arrange it successfully, but, you who are also proficient in formations should know what will happen if the core of this formation is incomplete and forced to activate it." Qin Yang took a deep breath. Of course he knew what would happen. It will explode. Even the formation of the Heavenly Supervision formation, if it is forcibly activated, is enough to make the dragons of the 3 realms. The body of the God Emperor was smashed to pieces, not to mention the formation of the 12 slaughter gods. Moreover, the power of the explosion will not only fluctuate according to the level of the formation, but also closely related to the core of the formation. Qin Yang has not been able to see through the magic weapon of array flags so far. This is at least a magic weapon at the spiritual level. The Heavenly God Emperor owns 5 array flags. Even if only one of them is detonated, it may be enough to hurt the strongest above the God Emperor. This is much stronger than a blow from the peak of the 5 realms. You really put your money into setting up this kind of formation in your own base, Qin Yang said. However, Qin Yang forgot that he also wanted to find 12 empty islands in the Haitian Holy Land before, and he also arranged this formation. I have seen too many wonderful things, and I know things that you don't know. If I die, I can rest in peace. But what about you? You must be very unwilling? The Heavenly God Emperor laughed loudly, and said, "Don't. If you think about stopping it, it is impossible for you to stop it. Even if your sky-defying arithmetic can be cultivated to the extreme, after the prediction reaches 10 breaths, you will not be able to escape at all." And the Heavenly God Emperor added, "Have you noticed it already? After the 12 slaughter god formation is activated, the dragon jade will be invalid. All the people in the formation are locked by the formation. Even if the formation is incomplete, and absolutely useless." Qin Yang snorted coldly, and said, "You will die in peace? What a joke. As long as the core of the myriad worlds is repaired, the door to the eternal star field can be opened. You don't even know this?" Originally thought that the Heavenly God Emperor would lament and regret, but the Heavenly God Emperor's face remained as usual. Don't think about it. If the core of the myriad worlds is still possible to repair, how could she? The Heavenly God Emperor paused, then changed his words. The sky world has long been unable to bear the compatibility of the myriad worlds. I still want to open the channel. Portals to other star domains? It's just a dream. I know you have too many doubts, but I don't want to say anything. The Heavenly God Emperor said proudly, "It's also death, and you are obviously much more miserable than me." As soon as the words were finished, the entire Sky Island base collapsed instantly. In a pitch-black light, everything vanished into thin air. On Sky Continent, everyone raised their heads in horror and looked at the sky. Just now, that day, a hole was broken. Chapter 886. I will not die, but you will disappear. That day, a hole was broken. Without a sound, it seemed to appear there suddenly. No one knows how this happened, and no one even sensed the slightest power fluctuation. No one understands what this is. Some people think this is just an illusion, but the illusion is so real. The huge hole reduced the entire sky by half. Inside the hole, it seemed to be a door to another world. Behind the endless void, there is a reflection of another world. This hole directly pierced through the 2 worlds, making the 2 worlds look at each other from a distance. It was an unknown world, in which there were powerful men who stood in the air and seemed to come through this hole to attack and kill. However, the figure stopped at the moment of advancing, as if frozen. It seems that there is an infinite distance between the 2, and it takes too long to cross this distance. In the firmament world, there were god emperors who wanted to go in and take a look, but in the same way, after entering the cave, the figure seemed to freeze. The entire sky world fell into panic. The devil world has not yet attacked. Which world is this? It can be seen that the strong men in the world over there have wings on their bodies. It seems that there is an ancient record that there is a race called the Yuzu. 10,000 years ago, during the Great War of 10,000 Realms, there was no Yu clan to appear. Haven't you perished yet? Yu clan are really tyrannical. In the imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire, Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes flickered strangely. His eyes seemed to pass through many spaces, and he saw the Xian of Yu clan who bore the brunt in the void tunnel. The 12 golden wings, blooming with divine light, seemed to be unable to bear their powerful power even in the void tunnel. The 12 slaughter god formation. God Emperor, you were forced to this point by Qin Yang? Xuanhuan Guqing pinched her brows in pain. Now, she is just an ordinary God Emperor of the 3 realms, and her divine sense cannot support her investigation nether tunnel consumption. It stands to reason that if the 12 god slaughter formation is activated successfully, the people in the formation will be wiped out directly. Its killing ability can instantly kill the gods and spirits. If the activation fails, the people in the formation will be directly teleported to the boundary wall of the star field, and crash into the boundary wall of the star field at an inestimable speed. Its killing ability can instantly kill the 5 realms of God Emperors. However, the 12 slaughter god formation arranged by the heavenly God Emperor did not open the void tunnel leading to the boundary wall of the star field, but connected to the Yu clan world that had been exiled for endless years. Your Majesty! Emperor Tiangang and others hurried to the hall. Such a change is beyond their imagination. Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry about it, it's just a world about to be destroyed." Between the brows, there is unresolved sorrow. The void tunnel opened by the 12 slaughter god formation should only take an instant. But the Yu clan is the strongest, the strength is supernatural, and it uses itself to support the tunnel to continue. In this way, the world of the firmament and the world of the Yu clan are pulling each other, and the world of the firmament is being exiled at the same speed. Even if the Yu clan world is destroyed, it will not change the course of action of the sky world, unless send the order to attack the free area immediately. If the Sky Academy dares to resist again, it will be wiped out. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes became indifferent, and she ordered softly. But this order hit the heart of the sky god of war like a heavy hammer. The majesty that cannot be disobeyed made Emperor Tiangang and others take orders one after another. The orderly area became completely chaotic. Everyone thought the end was coming. All the god emperors and powerhouses rushed to Tianshan Mountain one after another, but what made them even more frightened was that the Tianshan temple on Tianshan Mountain disappeared. The beam of light that reaches the sky is gone. There was a strong man from the 4 realms who went straight to the sky, but after searching for a long time, he found that not only these things had disappeared, but the entire Yunding Immortal Palace was also gone. Don't panic. The heavenly God Emperor has been promoted to a true god. He has entered a higher world. The strong man from the 4 realms said via voice transmission. The sound spread directly throughout the entire order area. In the middle of the central state of the mainland, the order area, everyone's mood has turned 180 degrees. It was originally crying, like mourning a concubine. After hearing this sound transmission, I was immediately overjoyed, and the whole world celebrated. Master Tianying, is it really like this? A 3-level god general came to the 4-level powerhouse and asked anxiously. It is enough to deceive ordinary people with these words, and core generals like them will naturally not believe it. Tianying was a middle-aged man with dark eyes, giving off a vicious vibe. This person's strength is tyrannical, second only to the heavenly God Emperor. He is in charge of the shadows, and is leading the strongest shadow fighters to cleanse the remnants of the Qishao Empire. But he never thought about it, and escaped directly. Tianying was also terrified in her heart, who on earth could have such a strong power? Killed even the heavenly God Emperor? Also beheaded were some core elites of the Temple of Heaven. However, it seems that the heavenly god emperor used the last resort and died with the enemy. As a result, a huge pie was placed in front of Tianying. Tianying said in a deep voice, "Do you want to stand in the sun?" The god general of the three realms beside him was stunned for a moment. He was originally the god general of the Temple of the Gods, and he was originally standing in the sun. Under the light, what does this sentence mean? Think, this is an opportunity. Tianying said. The general of the three realms was still puzzled. Suddenly, his neck seemed to be strangled, and he couldn't breathe. A cold light flashed across, and his body was separated directly. And it was his shadow who did all of this. At this time, the shadow condensed into a human form, and respectfully knelt down on one knee. "I swear to follow Master Tianying." Tianying laughed and said, "From today onwards, I will be the Emperor of Heaven. You can all be reborn. From now on, shadow will disappear forever." There was excitement in the voice. Tianying had been waiting for this day for an unknown how long. As for the Temple of Heaven, it ushered in a major reshuffle. In order to stabilize the position and stabilize the order area, after Tianying took control of the Tiantian Temple, he directly ordered, "Attack the Sky Academy. Only war can make us completely turn around." Time went back to the last moment when the 12-god slaughter formation was activated. After I die, the heavenly god emperor still exists. But if you are dead, who can continue to defend the Sky Academy? The heavenly god emperor looked at Qin Yang and said, "You are wrong." Qin Yang said quietly, "You are not dead, but completely disappeared. And I, even if I die, can still be resurrected. The 5 spirits and gods can escape life and death, let alone myself, the Lord of Destruction?" Qin Yang has long been curious about the scenery of the underworld on the other side that runs through the myriad worlds. Resurrection? The heavenly god emperor said disdainfully, "Can you do it?" Qin Yang set up an array in the void, and each piece of spiritual material was taken out. Immediately afterwards, the sound of terrifying chains came from the gloomy, as if under the 9 netherworld. Crash! Immediately afterwards, a gate to the realm of death appeared behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang stared at the heavenly god emperor, and raised the corner of his mouth. "If you can't do it, you can't see it anyway. Because you are going to disappear now." Qin Yang slapped out a palm, and fought fiercely with the heavenly god emperor. Qin Yang's sky-defying calculation can predict 10 breaths, but the sky-defying calculation of the heavenly god emperor has no effect at all. Die! Qin Yang let out a low shout, and displayed all kinds of supernatural powers. With a crushing force, he directly headshot the heavenly god emperor, and his soul was instantly wiped out. And after that, Qin Yang stepped into the gate of the dead world. At this moment, the gate of the dead realm suddenly shattered, and the entire Yunding immortal palace disappeared in smoke. The powerful bursting power of the 12 slaughter god formation, together with its unique power of formation rules, directly opened up the void tunnel, but there were no gods to kill in the formation. Chapter 887, Back of Myriad Realms. As if crossing a secret realm, Qin Yang stepped into the underworld in one step. This is the first time a living person has set foot in this legendary Back of Myriad Worlds. The sound of howling ghosts and wolves came to my ears one after another. Originally, the dark and cold atmosphere could be felt across the gate of the dead world, but now Qin Yang was completely surrounded. The immortal divine physique bloomed with terrifying and fierce power, and all the evil spirits couldn't get close to him. For Qin Yang, the intuitive feeling is no feeling. "Here comes another kid, this uncle will have a feast." A gloomy voice sounded, and behind Qin Yang, a giant figure suddenly appeared, 10 feet tall, with a ferocious face. A slap is bigger than a person, and with one slap, he wants to grab Qin Yang and stuff it into his mouth. "You don't want to live anymore? Who would dare to attack these spirits except ghosts and ghosts? Are you going to make me sit still?" A ghostly figure condensed into a middle-aged image, glaring at the giant. The giant's palm was about to hold Qin Yang, but he shrank back in fear. Qin Yang turned around to look, and hummed softly. The disdainful expression stimulated the giant, who roared furiously and grabbed it again. "I'm dead, so what are you afraid of?" the giant roared. The palm directly grabbed Qin Yang, and all the ghosts around were gloating about his misfortune, and some even hurried away, for fear of being implicated. Unexpectedly, he pinched Qin Yang directly, and the giant's palm melted like ice and snow holding a red-hot soldering iron, without even emitting a smoke. Ah! The severe pain made the giant tremble all over. He quickly withdrew his hand, and knelt down on the ground in pain. All the ghosts trembled when they saw it. That giant's hand just disappeared? Which world are you from? What kind of power do you have? The giant looked at Qin Yang in fear. Among the ghosts, there are also quite a few people who have seen it, and they are amazed again and again. This kid must have been a monster-like powerhouse before he was alive, but it's a pity that he has fallen. To be able to have such supernatural powers in this free time, maybe you can get a part-time job in the underworld. Shall we curry favor with him? Looking at his expression, he is so calm, he doesn't look like someone who just died. The giant looked at Qin Yang, and asked again, "Who the hell are you? Which world were you from before you died?" Qin Yang frowned and said, "Who told you that I'm dead?" As soon as the words came out, all the ghosts were surprised. Some people even covered their stomachs and laughed, saying, "Ha ha ha, it turns out that he is not calm, but he doesn't even know that he is dead. Who said just now that this kid is a monster-like strong man? Did you miss him?" Many ghosts laughed, and some even manifested ghost images to frighten Qin Yang. Just then, a bell sounded. All the ghosts tensed up when they heard this. Those frightening ghosts who turned into monsters also quickly manifested into their original appearance. Qin Yang was stunned when he saw this. There are really all kinds of ghosts and snakes. There are even many races that have not even been recorded in the firmament world. The sound of the bell was getting closer, and a figure hidden under a strange cloak came over. The sound of the bell comes from the lantern in his hand. The lantern exuded a dark green light, and when illuminated by this light, the ghost immediately appeared, unable to move, as if imprisoned. Under the hood of the cloak, the face could not be seen clearly, as if it was not a person, but just a floating cloak. "That giant is miserable, he must be punished," someone said softly. But the ghost messenger didn't go to the giant, but walked up to Qin Yang. "You shouldn't have come," the ghost messenger said coldly. "I can't help it. If I don't come, I'll be gone." Qin Yang shrugged. The 12 slaughtering god formation, even if it fails to activate, is still extremely powerful. Even Qin Yang didn't dare to try the power to smash people directly to the boundary wall of the star field. Even if he didn't die, he might be smashed directly through the boundary wall of the star field and into the eternal star field. In that case, if you want to come back again, it will not be something you can do in a few years. This is the free room? What is the free room? Also, are these ghosts just dead? Qin Yang talked with him with a familiar look. Guichai said coldly, "The so-called free space is the back of the myriad worlds, the underworld passed down in your young world. But the real underworld is not here." After finishing speaking, he added, "These are not ghosts, just like before they were alive, these are their spirits. After the physical body falls, the spirits will come directly to the free space." Speaking of this, the ghost messenger suddenly stopped, and became angry. "Why should I explain to you? I told you, you shouldn't come." All the spirits around were stunned. What is the origin of this kid? How could it make ghosts react like this? The giant's face was even more ashen, and he wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, but even a slight shake of his huge figure was impossible to ignore. In the hood, the ghost's pupils lit up. There were 2 clusters of green flames. His pupils bit the giant, and the lantern in his hand shone lightly. The sound of the bell rang, and the light of the lantern shone brightly, directly covering the figure of the giant. Almost instantly, the giant screamed and was swallowed into the lantern, refining it into a stream of pure soul energy. All the spirits around looked at this energy eagerly, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Qin Yang looked at it, and immediately became interested, and said, "This is how you increase your strength? It looks very good." The ghost guard trembled, and hurriedly put the lantern behind his back, for fear that Qin Yang would snatch it away. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and said suddenly, "You seem to be very afraid of me?" Qin Yang was a little puzzled. Why does this girl seem to know herself better than herself? "It's already here, since I'm not welcome, why not send me back?" Qin Yang said playfully. "Didn't you go to Jiuyou to find the god of the underworld?" Guichai said unexpectedly, and regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, and said, "Is Jiuyou the real underworld?" "Underworld gods, how many underworld gods do you have?" The ghost guard kept silent, and said, "The gate of the dead world connects the 2 worlds of Yin and Yang, and you already have the ability to recall the soul. Here, you can naturally form a formation and go back by yourself." Qin Yang was a little worried at first, but after coming to this free space, he let go of his previous worries. If he wanted to go out, he didn't need someone to set up formations in Yangjin. The gate of the dead world could also be set up here. However, the problem now is that Qin Yang is not in a hurry anymore. Qin Yang could see that the ghost had great hostility towards him, and what was more, it turned out to be fear and fear. The reason for this, I am afraid, can only be because he is the Lord of Destruction. Is it because he is afraid that he will destroy the underworld? No matter how you think about it, it's more than that. Take me to meet your god of the underworld. Qin Yang raised his face. It was a pretense at first, but unexpectedly, the ghost messenger agreed directly, as if he didn't dare to resist. Not only Qin Yang was shocked, but even all the spirits around him were shocked. Chapter 888, 9 Netherworlds. In this way, the ghost messenger led the way, and Qin Yang followed behind. Where they passed by, all the spirits stepped aside and looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Qin Yang took advantage of the ghost's inexplicable fear of him to inquire about things. Life and death, in front of Qin Yang, gradually became clear and simple. Life and death are extremely mysterious things for anyone. No one can penetrate it, not even the God Emperor of the 5 realms. But now Qin Yang discovered that it was so simple. It turns out that as long as the connection between the soul and the body is severed, it is considered dead. And once they die, they will be dragged into the free space, unable to resist. From Guicha's words, Qin Yang knew that not only the God Emperors of the 5 realms were unable to resist, but even the Divine Spirit realm was still unable to resist. The fundamental rule of Xuanhuan's move to go to Xuanhuan is to directly cut off the connection between the enemy's soul and body. Then send them into the free room together. So this trick is extremely against the sky. But there are exceptions, and there are many situations where they are constantly in touch. For example, the 5 spirits, such as Qin Yang. The former is an existence born of the fusion of countless spirit race souls, and also masters the pure rules of the 5 elements. He himself can create the world, and his soul and body are closely connected. Back then, Xuanhuan's move together to Xuanhuan did not cut off the connection between his soul and body, but sent his body into the free space together. The body that cuts off the connection enters the free space, and will immediately disintegrate and disappear. And the body that has not been cut off will gradually dissipate when it enters the free space. The 5 spirits God is precisely because he controls the 5 elements, and the 5 elements are intertwined and endless, so he can counteract this force that makes his body disappear. It is also possible to fight against ghosts in this free time. But Qin Yang is different. stronger and more terrifying than the five spirits. His soul and body, as well as the power to annihilate the rules, have long been fused into one. And the rule of annihilation is the highest rule. The power of the free space can't invade half of it at all. This is one of the reasons for the fear of ghosts. Because of Qin Yang like this, let alone him, even the god of the underworld can't do anything about it. More importantly, the lethality of obliterating the rules is even worse in the underworld. If the body can resist a little bit, the soul is completely defenseless. Do you know the underworld god I killed before? Qin Yang asked. The ghost messenger was always on tenterhooks, and the eyes of the will-o'-the-wisp under the hood kept shrinking. I know him. He used to be one of the three gods of the underworld. He went to the underworld to do business, but because the business failed, he never came back. The ghost messenger replied. Oh. Qin Yang nodded and said, where are the other two gods of the underworld? The ghost guard did not dare to disobey, and said, one of them fell 10,000 years ago. The remaining one is the only underworld god in the underworld at this moment. Qin Yang tentatively said, according to this, the underworld god must at least have the power of the divine spirit realm, right? But the one I killed before was just. No, as early as 100,000 years ago, there was no divine spirit realm in the celestial starfield. The entire celestial starfield has long since degenerated, and the back of myriad realms has also been affected, and the 9 netherworld has naturally regressed. Guichai said. Seemingly realizing that he was a little too servile, Ghost Chai calmed down, wanted to be tougher, and said, even if the god of the underworld enters the world, the power will not be too strong. As time goes by, the power cannot be preserved at all. But with his little strength, what can he do? Qin Yang said casually. The ghost messenger choked suddenly. By the way, the majestic underworld god, what are you going to do? Qin Yang asked. The ghost messenger fell silent, and after a long time, he opened his mouth and said, the underworld god will tell you. During the speech, he has come to an abyss. From the top down, you can't see the bottom at all. The eyes of the heavens. Qin Yang stared sharply, a pair of huge pupils made all the spirits tremble. Even the ghost messenger tensed up and held his breath. I really can't see through. Is it enough to just jump off? Qin Yang asked. Without waiting for an answer, Qin Yang jumped down directly. The ghost messenger took a deep breath. He wanted to tell Qin Yang that he had to take a ferry boat to reach the depths of Joyo, otherwise he would be lost in the endless sea of death if he jumped down. If it were another strong enemy, Guichai would definitely be overjoyed. Because this is simply asking for death. But it was Qin Yang who jumped down. Is the Lord of Destruction. In case he finds something is wrong and activates the annihilation rules, the consequences. Anyway, it's not an existence that I can handle, and it's none of my business. The ghost guard shook his cloak and left the entrance of Joyo directly. Qin Yang's body kept falling, and soon stopped. His feet stepped on the water, but the water touching Qin Yang's feet was constantly melting. It's not that Qin Yang wants to annihilate this weird water, but that this water wants to erode Qin Yang and melt Qin Yang all the time. Just like Xuanhuan, before the third world was exiled. Is this girl lying to me? Qin Yang frowned and muttered softly. Above Joyo, in the free space, the ghost messenger who had gone far suddenly shuddered. Ding ding dang dang. Crisp sound. Suddenly, a small boat sailed out through the mist. Shaking, it looks like it might be silent at any moment. The ghost messenger, who was also wearing a cloak, approached by ferry. Looking at Qin Yang, who was standing directly on the water, his whole body froze suddenly, and he braced himself to speed up the rowing. Ming, god of the underworld, yes, please. This ghost messenger saw Qin Yang for the first time, or the Lord of Destruction for the first time, so he was at a loss for words. Qin Yang thought he was stuttering, and jokingly said, "No wonder you want to punting here, you stuttering, you can't control the free space, right?" "Yes, yes." The ghost messenger nodded again and again. But he was slandering in his heart, to be able to ferry here, the status among ghosts is not low. Even the ghost messenger above had to salute when he saw him. But what I am facing is the Lord of Destruction, what others say is what. Qin Yang stepped onto the boat, swayed and sailed into the mist. After an unknown amount of time, a gloomy hall appeared in front of my eyes. It's here," the ghost messenger said. "It's strange, such a big free space, such a big 9 netherworld, why are you two ghosts?" Qin Yang went ashore and looked back suspiciously. No. More than. The ghost guard shook his head again and again, thinking in his heart, "You are the Lord of Destruction, who dares to show your face in front of you?" In fact, there are a lot of ghosts. As the back of the myriad worlds, Lian Zong, who wants to govern so many spirits who have died and come here, naturally needs a lot of manpower. In particular, many dead people were extremely powerful during their lifetime, and when they come here, they will be stabbed, and a big battle is inevitable. Chapter 889, Domain Master Incarnation. The Lord of Destruction has personally arrived, making the small hall full of brilliance. "Please hurry up." Mingxian was dressed in a strange official uniform, and trotted over to greet him. Looking forward and backward, looking trembling, like a waiter in a shop. Small hall. Qin Yang's mouth twitched. Isn't this underworld too weird? Who dares to treat the 9 netherworld temple as a small hall? All the way to the main hall, Qin Yang even thought that there must be tricks in it, there must be some traps and tricks. But it wasn't until Hades invited Qin Yang to the only throne in the main hall that Qin Yang was sure. These guys are really afraid of themselves. What? Can I eat people? Qin Yang frowned and asked why he was afraid of himself. The god of the underworld is an old man with brown hair and a long beard that reaches his chest. He folded his fists respectfully and bowed down, saying, "There are 3 seats for the god of the underworld. One was killed by the incarnation of the Domain Lord, and the other was killed by you, the little one." Exactly the last one. While speaking, he even wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, "Underworld God is not something that can be done with a strong mind and soul. It needs to fully control the free space, balance the Yin and Yang realms, and... In short, I have said all my functions. The general meaning is that you can't kill me. If you kill me, the underworld will be in chaos, and the world of the world will also be in chaos. At that time, the death of a person will turn into a spirit, unable to enter the free space, and wreak havoc in the world. It will be." "Stop." Qin Yang said with black lines all over his face, "Who said I'm going to kill you?" Qin Yang came here just out of curiosity, nothing more. Underworld God swallowed and said, "Every star field, at the beginning of its birth, and when it is destroyed, the Lord of Destruction will be born." Qin Yang understood in his heart that it turned out that the underworld gods and ghosts were afraid of him because of something similar to rumors. The appearance of the Lord of Destruction means that the sky star field will disappear. And the underworld has always believed that when the Lord of Destruction sets foot on the underworld, it will be the day when the back of all worlds will completely collapse. This made Qin Yang a little dumbfounded. "What did you just say about the incarnation of the Domain Master? What do you mean?" Qin Yang asked. On the contrary, the god of the underworld looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and asked, Lord of Destruction, you should have met him. You must have done a lot in the world of the sun. If he knew about it, he would definitely do everything possible to put you to death." Qin Yang was taken aback for a moment, and said, "Tell me carefully, who is this incarnation? In the mortal world, there are quite a few people who want to kill themselves. This incarnation of the Domain Lord might be hiding in an unknown corner, spying on him. If this is the case, coming to the underworld this time will make Qin Yang more vigilant. After all, the underworld god he killed had lost his strength to the extreme, but the underworld god killed by the incarnation of the domain lord 10,000 years ago should be the same as the one in front of him, also a god emperor of the 5 realms. The underworld doesn't monitor the world of the sun. Hades said. Huh? Qin Yang stared. Hades hurriedly took out a scroll and threw it away. Above the main hall, a huge light screen appeared directly, and on the light screen, countless pictures were separated. Every picture is actually a world in the sky star field. Its center is the firmament world. Qin Yang looked at the corner of the scroll, near the wall of the star field. There, one picture after another suddenly shattered and disappeared. This is the scene where the world crashes into the boundary wall of the star field and is destroyed, just like the 3-layer world that was exiled. But one of the scenes caught Qin Yang's attention. This world, on the edge of the boundary wall of the star field, is different from other worlds colliding with the boundary wall of the star field at an extremely fast speed and being destroyed. This world has actually stayed there. On it, there is a golden light, which is extremely eye-catching on the entire scroll. Where is this? Qin Yang asked. Underworld God was looking for the incarnation of the domain master, took a look, and sighed. This is the world of the Yu clan, because its leader, Yin Ling, wanted to rebel against the domain master and want to unify all worlds. Afterwards, he was exiled by the domain master. You see, the golden light that arrived is Yin Ling. It is a pity that there are only a handful of people who have reached this level at the peak of the 5 realms. The firmament world at the center of the world. The golden light magnified, and in a strange passage, a man with 12 golden wings was about to cross the passage. Birdman? Qin Yang frowned. Underworld God exclaimed, Void Tunnel. What is it? Qin Yang asked. Underworld God explained, the Void Tunnel can connect any 2 worlds, so that the 2 worlds can see each other from a distance. However, this is usually used by domain owners to rule and kill people. Underworld God was puzzled and said to himself, could it be that the incarnation of the domain master still has such power? Didn't he completely lose this power 10,000 years ago? Qin Yang looked at the Void Tunnel, which extended all the way to the sky world. And in the firmament world, there is actually a god emperor who wants to pass through the Void Tunnel and go to the world of the Feather Clan. It's just that, whether it's the Sky God Emperor or the leader of the 12 golden-winged feather clan named Yin Ling, their figures are all frozen in the Void Tunnel. Qin Yang smiled lightly. It seems that there is no starry sky in this Void Tunnel. With the acceleration effect of the road, if this is the case, if they don't have Shenlongjiu, if they want to cross such a long distance, they may not be able to do it in this life. Found it. Hades said, it's him. Qin Yang looked over and found a familiar scene and a familiar person. Xuanhuan Guqing. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. This guy turned out to be the incarnation of the domain master? I want to know everything about the incarnation of the domain master. Qin Yang said in a deep voice. Hades put away the scroll, his face full of bitterness. Although Qin Yang only has 4 realms, he is the Lord of Destruction after all. I am only the god of the 5 realms. Even if I am not afraid of the Lord of Destruction now, I can't do anything to the Lord of Destruction. However, although the 2 may not be able to tell the difference in their current battle strength, Qin Yang still has the ability to destroy Li Ji. In that case, his source of strength will be cut off, and at that time, I am afraid that I will not even be able to maintain the current strength of the 5 realms. I can only do my best not to annoy Qin Yang. Underworld sorted out his thoughts, and said, the regression of the sky star field happened 200,000 years ago. At that time, the celestial starfield was far more prosperous than the nearby eternal starfield. Not to mention the divine spirit realm, even the super-spiritual realm was unknown. Qin Yang's heart moved. Above the God Emperor realm is the divine spirit realm, which is the true God realm spread in the firmament world. But he never expected that there is even a super-spiritual realm above this divine spirit realm. The god of the underworld continued to speak slowly. At that time, there was a star field war. The eternal star field and the other 3 star fields jointly attacked and killed the sky star field. The super spirit realm powerhouse in the sky star field directly destroyed the other 3. The star field itself is also on the verge of destruction. The ancient star field is well preserved, but its super spiritual powerhouses are also on the verge of extinction. The eternal star field has not degenerated, but the sky star field is facing a crisis. The domain master, the incarnation of the will of the star domain, began to solve the crisis. Chapter 890 History. For 80,000 years, the territory of the sky starfield has shrunk dramatically, and one world after another has been exiled, just to stabilize the core of the world, the skyward. But even so, it still can't stop the starfield from going backwards. The power of the domain lord's incarnation is also, then it keeps going backwards. 20,000 years ago, Yin Ling discovered the secret of the domain master's incarnation. He took the opportunity to mobilize the Yu clan, to dominate the world, to resist the domain master's incarnation, and to replace him. The incarnation of the domain lord used most of his remaining power to directly exile the entire Feather Clan world, and the incarnation of the domain lord has completely become an ordinary god emperor. Only the last trace of the domain lord's ability is left. 10,000 years ago, the domain lord incarnated in the form of an ordinary god emperor and launched a war of 10,000 realms. He wanted to complete the final exile and destroy all the worlds, so that the world of the sky could be preserved. But he never thought that a huge monster appeared in the demon world. Hidden danger. The eternal starfield actually hid the wordless book of divine weapons in the demon realm. As Qin Yang listened, his heart was extremely complicated. The wordless book of the wisdom demon general came from this way. I am afraid that at the same time that the eternal starfield planted hidden dangers, it not only gave the wordless book, but also gave it to the divine armament book. Underworld God continued, in the battle of 10,000 realms, the sky world led by the incarnation of the domain lord was defeated. At the moment of failure, the incarnation of the domain lord used his last ounce of strength to drive the strong in the demon world into the belly of Xuanhuan. The temple will protect the strong who follow him, waiting for the next opportunity. And now, the opportunity has come. Qin Yang added. Hades nodded. The underworld is the backside of the world, and it exists in the Yang world. History has changed, time has passed, the world of the sun may pass, but the world of the underworld has always remained. What if all the worlds are exiled? Why do you have to preserve the firmament world, just because this is the center of all worlds? Qin Yang asked, curiously. No. As long as the firmament world is preserved, there is hope for the firmament star field to regain its glory. Underworld God explained, Yin Ling, the leader of the Feather Clan world, discovered this secret and wanted to resist the incarnation of the domain lord. Yin Ling wants to replace it with the Yu clan world. In this case, Yin Ling can even become the domain master. At that time, the Sky Star domain will also become the Yu clan star domain. Tisk. Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, this is really far-fetched. Underworld God looked at Qin Yang with apprehension, and said, however, whether it is the incarnation of the domain master or Yin Ling, they will all fail. Why? Qin Yang was puzzled. Because the Lord of Destruction was born. Qin Yang was speechless for a while. Qin Yang said, actually, I just accidentally went wrong when I was practicing, and what I originally controlled was not the power of annihilation. Underworld shook his head and said, fate does not listen to the process, only the result. Qin Yang was speechless. Qin Yang thought for a while, and said, if you want to stabilize the world of the sky, don't you just open the gate of the myriad worlds and stabilize the core of the myriad worlds? It doesn't need to be so troublesome, right? The god of the underworld said, now it is unstable. If you want to stabilize it, you must first banish the 10,000 worlds. If you try to stabilize it now, it will only make the 10,000 worlds compatible. Today's sky world can't afford it. What happens next is more terrifying than your appearance. Qin Yang has black lines all over his head. Why am I so scared? What did I do to me? Then how much time is left before the star field is completely destroyed? Qin Yang asked, but he thought in his heart that it would take tens of thousands of years. Isn't this how history works? Underworld God took a deep look at Qin Yang and said, it's right in front of you. Qin Yang held back, gritted his teeth and said, if you don't count me. It can't be counted. Hades shook his head, fate. Stop. Qin Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand, why is this underworld god like a magic stick? Actually, there is another possibility. Hades looked at Qin Yang and said. What do you mean? Qin Yang asked. The god of the underworld was silent for a while, and then said, you, kill the incarnation of the domain master and replace it. In this case, the sky star field will still be the sky star field, and it will never be destroyed. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, not interested. But if you don't kill the incarnation of the domain master, he will definitely kill you. You can't exist at the same time. After he breaks through the world and stabilizes the core of the world, he must wipe you out. Because you are the biggest hidden danger. The god of Hades said categorically. Qin Yang curled his lips and said, it doesn't exist. Underworld God was overjoyed. Sure enough, destiny is always wonderful. Although the Lord of Destruction has no intention of replacing him, he is still the opposite of the incarnation of the star field. And after this conversation, Hades also discovered that Qin Yang didn't want to destroy everything. Such a Lord of Destruction doesn't seem so frightening anymore. Xuanhuan Guqing, so you have such a big background. Qin Yang rubbed his chin, thinking in his heart. If you want to break through the world, this first step seems to be to attack the Sky Academy? Unfortunately, with me, your first step is doomed to fail. Qin Yang glanced at Mingxin and said, okay, I've stayed long enough, and it's time for me to say goodbye. Respectfully send off Lord of Destruction. Underworld God relaxed all over, and also heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. Come to be a guest again when you have time, goodbye. Qin Yang cupped his hands. This sentence, come again as a guest, scared Hades to stagger. Fortunately, Qin Yang still set up in formation to open the gate of the dead world, and stepped out. And as Qin Yang's figure disappeared, the gate of the dead world closed, and ghosts appeared one after another in the hall of the 9 nether gods. Aren't you all shrunken turtles? Are you the Lord of Destruction? Look, you've been frightened. The god of Hades regained his former majesty, and sat down on the throne. After thinking about it, Qin Yang had just left his seat, and the seat seemed to still have the temperature of the Lord of Destruction. He trembled, got up quickly, and reprimanded loudly, useless things. They are all trash. The ghost messengers dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. One of them stammered, he really didn't come to destroy us? No. Hades shook his head, with a strange look in his eyes. In contrast, Qin Yang's style is much better than that of Starfield Avatar. It also killed the god of the underworld, but there is an essential difference between the two. The incarnation of the Lord of the Star Field beheaded the god of the underworld, all in order to deter the 9 netherworld temple. The underworld god that Qin Yang killed was self-inflicted. Who told him to occupy Qin Yang's body and use Qin Yang as a springboard to complete the task of assassinating the incarnation of the Lord of the Star region? Unexpectedly, Qin Yang was the Lord of Destruction, and the death of that god of the underworld was in vain. Mingxin thought in his heart, if there must be an immediate boss who always treats all living beings, even Joyo spirits, as the incarnation of the Lord of the Star Field, and kills them at will, it is better to let Qin Yang the Lord of Destruction, be the one. Qin Ming Mighty, to put it nicely, is the ruler of the world. In fact, it takes the world and everything as a straw dog. When Qin Yang himself saw this rule, his immediate reaction was, rogue rule. Overbearing and unreasonable. Chapter 891, Siege. In the world of the sky, above the sky of the heavenly god mountain, a gate to the dead world suddenly opened, and Qin Yang walked out from it. Yunding Fairy Palace completely ceased to exist, but the big hole in the sky caught Qin Yang's attention. This is the Void Tunnel. Qin Yang watched quietly. On this side of the tunnel is the God Emperor of Loose Cultivation who wants to explore the new world. On the other side of the tunnel is Yin Ling, who has 12 golden wings, and the Yu Clan world behind him. Seeing Yin Ling, who was trying to fly through the tunnel, Qin Yang snorted. You can fly vigorously, if you fly over, I will lose. Qin Yang laughed. As the spiritual thoughts spread, Qin Yang's smile gradually disappeared. Okay, I just left, and you started fighting. The Temple of Heaven, really, and the Sky Alliance, Xuanhuan Guqing, the incarnation of the Lord of the Star Field, are you in such a hurry? With a movement of his mind, Qin Yang's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Appeared again, and had come to the head of the City of Freedom. Attention everyone, once the rebels are found, they will be shot to death. Li Baijian, the general guarding the City of Liberty, shouted through voice transmission. It is also to deter Xiao who is lurking in Liberty City from various forces, so that they will not act rashly, otherwise they will show no mercy. Inside the city, it was solemn, with a sense of oppression that the storm was about to come. Outside the city, in the distance is an endless army. The Sky Alliance and the Temple of Heaven are divided into two directions and have already attacked. The free area has fallen in a short period of time, and the free city has been completely surrounded by heavy soldiers. It's difficult. Li Baijian took a deep breath, his expression serious. This is a war of great disparity in combat power, not to mention that there are still a lot of dragon powerhouses in the camp of the Sky Alliance. Where is the difficulty? The sudden voice made Li Baijian swing his knife in fright. Ding! With a crisp sound, Qin Yang pointed like a sword and blocked his neck. The mighty magic sword cut on Qin Yang's finger, making the sound of metal colliding. If Qin Yang didn't use much force, the knife would have broken a gap, no matter what. Qin Yang? Li Baijian widened his eyes and said, I heard that you. Qin Yang smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, it's fine. The figure of the old man making crafts also came in a flash, looked at Qin Yang, and said, How is the secret place of Jelongtan? What else? It's gone. Qin Yang shrugged. What's gone? The old man refining equipment was at a loss. It's all gone. Qin Yang blinked. The old man who made crafts took a deep look at Qin Yang, and said, Emperor Tiangang, Li Tong Tian and Lan Senggu, the three gods of war in the sky, too? Qin Yang nodded. The old craftsman heaved a sigh of relief, and said, It's so good. In this way, the top combat power of the Sky Alliance will be directly reduced by half, and the Sky Academy will be able to deal with the rest. Qin Yang said, No, tell those old fellows in the restricted area of the Academy to save your energy, it doesn't take them to do this. The old craftsman looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and said, This is no small matter. The combat power of the Sky Alliance is not low, not to mention those gods of war. Some masters from powerful families are also in the army of this alliance, and even more Dragon Clan support. This is just one side. The old man who made the weapon looked at another place, the army of the Temple of Heaven. There are also many strong people in the Temple of Heaven. Qin Yang also looked over and said, Huh? Has the whole team been mobilized? Moving out in full force? No way, there should be many strong people in the Temple of Heaven. The old man who made weapons frowned. Qin Yang shook his head and said, Not much left, the rest should be here. The old man refining tools suddenly thought of the news he had received before, that the temple of Heavenly God disappeared, and the Emperor of Heavenly God was promoted to true God. Could it be that the news is true? The old craftsman couldn't believe it. Is there really a true God realm? After Qin Yang asked, he immediately burst out laughing. On the top of the city, this laughter calmed down the soldiers. What's the matter, what are you laughing at? Asked the old craftsman. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, there is no such thing as a true God realm. The so-called true God realm is only the God Spirit realm. Above the God Emperor, there is more than this realm. The higher than the God Spirit realm is the Super Spirit realm. The old man who made the weapon was shocked, and said, no. Impossible? Qin Yang curled his lips, if the news is just a rumor, then that's all. Qin Yang himself would not believe it, but this is what the Nine Nether God himself said. As the god of the underworld, he cultivates with the power of his soul. The entire underworld is under his jurisdiction, and there are no natural enemies at all. If it is said that the lifespan of the underworld god is probably longer than the incarnation of the Lord of the Star Field. All history, there will be faults in the young world, but in the underworld, it is just a passing cloud. And this cloud and smoke will only pass by, but will not disappear. The temple, that day. The old man who made the weapon was puzzled. Same, gone. Qin Yang said, casually. The old man's heart tightened. Of course he knew what Qin Yang meant by gone. He looked Qin Yang up and down, and the old man smiled gratifiedly. I didn't expect you to be so strong, the old man said sincerely, with a feeling in his heart that he was really old. Up. So. Qin Yang wasn't proud. The more you know, the more you feel that your strength is insufficient at this moment. If it wasn't for the regress of the Sky Star Field, which was on the verge of destruction, the God Emperor realm would only be a new starting point. Not to mention far away, at the other end of the hole in the sky, there is a birdman with 12 golden wings flying towards here. If the Sky Star Field is still at its peak, no one can be sure what state this birdman will be in. Not to mention, once born, it will be the top 5 spirit gods. Facing Qin Yang's modesty, Li Baijian on the side was speechless. At this moment, he had an illusion in his heart, feeling that all this was so unreal. This kid in the past just made himself feel powerful, but now, it is hard to hold a candle to him, and he can only look up to him. Listen, people of Liberty City. You are already surrounded, hurry out of the city and surrender, and don't be buried with the Sky Academy. A shout came from a distance, and a group of soldiers from the Sky Alliance slowly moved forward. Among the team, there were the remaining heavenly gods of war, Qin Feng, Shi Tiangong, Shi Tianduo, and Ganjiagan. Not only them, several strong dragon clansmen are also in the team. On the other side, Tianying also led the team forward and said, it's still too late to surrender now. Otherwise, once the war starts, I won't regret it. What should I do? Li Baijian asked. The old craftsman looked at Qin Yang. He had already conveyed the news of Qin Yang's return through the Order of the Sky, while the Academy directly ordered Qin Yang to decide everything. The message Qin Yang sent was very simple, just one sentence, what to do, it's none of your business. The army was overwhelming, and Qin Yang said that, which made all the strong people of the Academy feel ashamed. Especially some old antiques in the forbidden area, there is absolutely no chance to make a move. But they were not idle either, they showed up one after another and came to the city wall. Chapter 892 You are surrounded. Didn't I say, don't worry? Qin Yang said. On the entire city wall, ordinary soldiers have been squeezed down. Even if he wasn't squeezed down, he wouldn't dare to stay here. This name is a god emperor, which one is not famous? Even incognito, there are legends about them on the mainland. At this time, these god emperors were willing to stand by Qin Yang's side to strengthen Qin Yang's power. Of course, this is not of any practical help to Qin Yang, but rather, in the way. Too many people. It's like watching a play while standing on a city wall. The Sky Academy can't save you. Do you have to be ignorant of compliments? In the team of Sky Academy, a young man stood out from the crowd. It turned out to be Li Fengdao, the boss of the 4 young masters of the imperial city. At this time, Li Fengdao was full of pride and arrogance, as if he was pretending to be a tiger. With all his heart in his mind, he wanted to take the lead in attacking the city and make his first contribution. It won't be long before he will also be named the god of war in the sky. This will be the highest honor. I don't know how to compliment? Are you kidding me? Qin Yang said lightly. The sound spread throughout the free area. Qin Yang? Li Fengdao narrowed his eyes, and the gods of war beside him were also taken aback. Chen Feng asked loudly, you came out of the secret realm of Jilantan? Where are Emperor Tiangang and the others? Qin Yang laughed and said, what? You miss him? Do you want me to send you to see him? In the words, there was a feeling of deep thought and fear, and a bad premonition, permeating the hearts of everyone in the Sky Alliance. The strong man in the 4 realms, Tianning, who already regarded himself as the emperor of the gods, hurriedly asked, where are the people in my temple of the gods? What about Lu Qiandai and the others? Qin Yang turned his head to look at it, and still said playfully, it seems that I'm going to give you a ride too. Humph. Bratty boy, you are so shameless. How dare you talk to the heavenly god emperor like that? A general next to Tianning stepped out of the crowd, pointing at Qin Yang with a sharp spear in his hand, and said, do you dare to come down and fight? Qin Yang picked out his ears and said, Emperor God? Huh. The disdainful attitude directly stimulated the general, who blushed and clenched his teeth. If there were not so many god emperors standing on the walls of Liberty City, he would have flew over and stabbed Qin Yang to death. Even the Dragon Clan was afraid of not making a move, let alone him. So it's just a coward. If you don't dare to fight, stop talking so much nonsense. We're not here to listen to your words. The god general spat hard. Just as she was about to turn around and go back behind Tianning, Tianning's whole body tensed up and her eyes widened. You said I dare not fight? Qin Yang's voice was close to the general. In just an instant, he appeared behind the general. But the god general didn't realize it. Good time. Look at me. God stabbed a carbine behind his back, but suddenly his eyes went dark. Qin Yang actually teleported in front of him again. The god general of the 3 realms didn't have time to react, and in his divine sense, he couldn't catch the slightest bit of Qin Yang's movements. I don't really like killing people behind their backs, so please see clearly. Qin Yang said quietly. All of this happened in a blink of an eye, and before the general of the 3 realms had time to change his moves, there was a sudden chill on his neck. A head was thrown directly, but Tianning, who was close at hand, did not dare to move. Don't shadows like sneak attacks? I gave you a chance, why? Standing on the bright side, you really think you are the Emperor of Heaven? Qin Yang turned his head and glanced at Tianning. There was silence throughout the film. No one expected that Qin Yang would do it directly. And it was done in front of Tianning. Tianning's breathing was suppressed, and his face was embarrassed. Qin Yang's eyes seemed to see through him, but he couldn't see through Qin Yang at all. A terrifying conjecture came to mind. Could it be that the Temple of Heaven was taken over by this kid? Could it be that the guy in front of him was the one who forced the heavenly god emperor to resort to all means? Seeing that Tianning didn't make a move, Qin Yang laughed, walked straight back to the City of Liberty, and stood in the middle of the field, facing the 2 army formations alone. What about Xuanhuan Guqing? Why didn't she lead the army to fight? Qin Yang asked. Humph, what's the use of His Majesty going out in person? With us, the City of Liberty can be flattened, Li Fengdao said through gritted teeth. Originally, he thought that he could catch up with Qin Yang, but now he realized that the distance between him and Qin Yang had been widened to the point where he could no longer catch up. It's a pity. Qin Yang sighed. What a pity. Chen Feng looked at Qin Yang warily. He looked at Tianying, who was on the side of the Tianqian temple, suspiciously, not understanding why Tianying didn't attack Qin Yang. Could it be that he was afraid of the intensive revenge from the Sky Academy? I wanted to save some trouble, but it seems that I still have to trouble. Qin Yang looked around, looked at the dragon clan, and said, why, the dragon god didn't go out in person? A dragon clan snorted and said contemptuously, a mere Sky Academy, and you, Qin Yang, are you too overestimating yourself? Qin Yang spread his hands and said, maybe. After pondering, Qin Yang continued, I have to confirm first, do you have a bad memory? Chen Feng's face was ugly, and he asked, what memory? It's useless for you to stop talking about it, do you think you can delay the time? Are you thinking of waiting for the demon clan to come to support you? Having said that, everyone's spirits are tense. Could it be that Qin Yang is really delaying time? Qin Yang shook his head lightly, and said, you think too much. Similarly, against you bastards, not to mention the monster race, even the Sky Academy, and even the City of Liberty will not dispatch a single soldier. I, alone enough. Faced with such an arrogant tone, everyone was furious, and even more disdainful. Qin Yang continued, the reason why I am checking your memory is because I am afraid that you will forget that I have warned you before. Warning? You deserve it too. Li Fengdao retorted directly. Qin Yang ignored it, and said to himself, I will repeat it now. Anyone who dares to provoke will be responsible for the consequences. Don't blame me, the attack is too ruthless. I don't ask for mercy. You talk too much nonsense. Since Liberty City is unwilling to surrender and wants to be buried with Sky Academy, then what else is there to say? Li Fengdao said. Okay, then, let's start directly. Qin Yang nodded. Everyone was taken aback. Start? What started? Qin Yang clapped his hands together and folded them together in front of his chest. Supernatural powers. Idle doppelganger. Qin Yang's self-image appeared, and the self-image moved in the same way as Qin Yang, displaying supernatural powers. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang's self-images appeared one after another, and disappeared immediately after appearing. Look! There is a statue of Qin Yang. There is also this side, there is also this side. Qin Yang's god statues directly surrounded the entire battlefield, and at intervals, there was a self-god statue of Qin Yang. Now, you are the ones who are surrounded. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The voice of heaven is like thunder, supernatural power, the wall of heaven and earth. Chapter 893 3 Steps. The phantoms of walls smashed down one after another, connecting the sky and the earth, directly sealing all the people of the Sky Alliance and the Temple of Heaven. Some people even took out tokens to send a message, but the wall of the heaven and earth boundary seemed to isolate the world. Qin Yang was trapped by the wall of the world boundary twice. The first time was in the third world. The wall of the world boundary at that time was at the spirit level. Qin Yang could not replicate it. But the heaven and earth boundary wall of Yunding Immortal Palace is only emperor level, so Qin Yang naturally copied it unceremoniously. Now, Qin Yang has developed his supernatural powers and displayed them. Once he made a move, he suppressed everyone. The City of Liberty is quiet. All the strong men who climbed to the top of the city looked at the walls and were shocked. What kind of supernatural power is this? I do not know. It seems to suppress everyone at once. Probably. The god emperors of the Sky Academy communicated in low voices, but in the end they became speechless one after another. What Qin Yang said had nothing to do with them, as if it really had nothing to do with it. In this space suppressed by the walls of heaven and earth, people inside cannot get out, and people outside cannot enter. Although it's just an emperor-level heaven and earth boundary wall, after Qin Yang used it, under the 4 realms of the God Emperor, it is impossible to go out. Qin Yang, what do you mean? Li Fengdao was startled by such a vast supernatural power, and said, if the God Emperor makes a move on the mainland, if it triggers a regular tide, you should know the consequences. Do you dare to fight here directly? Do you want your Liberty City to be completely wiped out? Qin Yang finished everything, looked at Li Fengdao quietly, and asked, why, if the God Emperor goes to fight above Jiuxiao, it won't trigger a regular tide. Don't tell me that you have so many God Emperors coming here aggressively. Come and cheer. There has always been an unwritten rule on the mainland, that is, the God Emperor is not allowed to make a move. Because no one can afford the price of the shot. It was because of this concern that they did not attack Sky Academy before. Now there are even more powerful dragons coming. Almost all the forces in the mainland except the Yaozu have sent strong people, in order to be able to directly kill the Sky Academy and minimize the impact of the war. If it doesn't work, you can only go to the 9 heavens, or fight to the death in various secret realms. The Sky Alliance, the Dragon Clan, and the Temple of Heaven have sufficient numbers. As long as the God Emperor of the Sky Academy is lured away, the City of Liberty will not be pushed directly. But no one thought that Qin Yang would dare to go to war directly at the gate of Liberty City, by himself. All the strong men trapped in it frowned and looked at the surrounding walls. They couldn't see anything, but Chen Feng's expression changed. Chen Feng's domain supernatural power is Feng Tian Hua Di, and his ability is similar to Feng Tian Bao Jing. For the method of suppressing space and sealing, it is the best. But he could see that the surrounding walls of heaven and earth were even more powerful than his supernatural powers. The less the other God Emperor powerhouses notice any changes, the more it proves that Qin Yang's methods are brilliant. Remove these walls, and the God Emperor will have his own place to fight. Chen Feng said, suppressing the fear in his heart. In his opinion, as long as Qin Yang survives, the Sky Alliance, the Temple of Heaven, and the strong Dragon Clan will all be sealed here forever. This is not surrounding 1 or 2, but directly surrounding hundreds of thousands of troops. The God Emperor may be able to consume it, but how long can those ordinary soldiers with weaker strength last? What's even more frightening is that Qin Yang won't keep spending time with you like this. In the submarine prison, Qin Yang's performance is enough to be a nightmare for any military formation. Listening to the violin. Tianmen seal. And Qin Yang's own unparalleled concealment ability. Earlier, Qin Yang said you are surrounded. This is by no means outrageous words. Only those who really know how powerful Qin Yang is can feel the meaning behind this sentence. You worry too much. Qin Yang said lightly, I have created a place that is most suitable for the God Emperor to fight. A dragon God Emperor felt it carefully, except for the phantom of the surrounding walls, it was no different from ordinary. He clenched his fist violently and waved it. The huge power rules were stirred up, and the Dragon God Emperor was startled. This space sealed off by the wall is surprisingly solid. If this is the case, they will not cause regular tides on the continent by using their powerful supernatural powers here, and they will not destroy the entire continent at all. So you built a tomb for yourself. The Dragon God Emperor snorted and said with a smile, if that's the case, then it's as you wish. Immediately, he rushed towards Qin Yang and shouted angrily, the majesty of the Dragon Clan cannot be desecrated. Boy, in the submarine prison, you killed quite well. Now let you experience the real power of the Dragon Clan. Qin Yang shook his head lightly and said, how dare you talk about real power in front of me? Qin Yang stretched out his hand and grasped it falsely, pointed at the Dragon God Emperor, and grabbed it violently. Seizing the fist of the sky. The divine dragon of the three realms almost couldn't stabilize his body. In an instant, his strength was stripped away. Then, a shadow of a fist bombarded him, and he had no time to react, so he was blasted into scum. With this punch, Qin Yang deliberately aimed at the divine dragon, but it had no effect on the surroundings. Everyone didn't even know what effect this move had. However, the gods of war in the sky, Qin Feng, Gongjiagan, Shi Tiangong, and Shi Tianduo, suddenly shrank their pupils. They looked at each other in horror. If I remember correctly, this should be the supernatural power of the demon general. Could it be that, on the third floor of the submarine prison, Qin Yang did not escape alone, but... Be careful. Today's Qin Yang is different from the past, don't underestimate him. Qin Feng shouted. The Dragon Clan God Emperor beside him blushed and said angrily, "What is underestimating? This is a festival between my Dragon Clan and Qin Yang. None of you should interfere." Immediately, he took the lead and walked towards Qin Yang. With every step he took, the muscles in his body swelled up, and soon, the clothes on his upper body burst open, and the pressure around him suddenly tightened. Even if my dragon guards are controlled by the big monsters and ghosts in the submarine prison, you can't easily desecrate them. The Dragon God Emperor stared at Qin Yang with blood-red eyes. Qin Yang's expression remained unchanged, and he also walked towards the Dragon God Emperor. In the first step, the ground within a radius of 10 feet suddenly exploded. In the second step, the space within a radius of 10 feet disappeared instantly. In the third step, the entire space suppressed by the wall of the heaven and earth boundary suddenly tightened. Under the God Emperor, even the cultivators of the God King Nine Heavens died suddenly. Hundreds of thousands of troops can't even bear Qin Yang's momentum. At this moment, the face of the Dragon God Emperor changed, and even Tianying's expression was dull. It really is, the peak of the four realms. Tianying's heart was trembling. The power that Qin Yang erupted at this moment was actually 10 times stronger than the heavenly God Emperor. Chapter 894, Qualification to Leave a Corpse. Qin Yang stopped, looked at the Dragon Clan God Emperor in front of him, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and said, "You bring shame on yourself." The face of the Dragon God Emperor turned red, as if a child was showing off his muscles in front of a warrior. It was extremely embarrassing. The majesty of the Dragon Clan? Qin Yang snorted softly, his face full of indifference. This indifference is not condescending contempt, but pure ignorance. Just like a lion seeing the ant in front of him. You guys, your horizons are too narrow and your pattern is too small. Qin Yang shook his head lightly. And pointed like a sword, a little forward. An annihilating divine sword was condensed and pierced directly through the heart of this Dragon God Emperor. Another Dragon God Emperor fell down. And what Qin Yang did was just take 3 steps and stretch out another finger. Don't fight alone with Qin Yang, let's fight together. Qin Feng shouted hastily. Now, who would dare to fight Qin Yang alone? Even the remaining Dragon God Emperors dare not. Shi Tianduo looked at Qin Yang, took a deep breath, and displayed his magical powers. Xuanhuan. The sound of clattering chains sounded, and on the edge of the wall of the heaven and earth boundary, one after another divine pillars sealed the space again. Shi Tianduo said, "Qin Yang, you'd better not run away." Qin Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't run, and I won't hide. I'm standing here, of course. If you can't keep up with my speed, then don't blame me." Supernatural power. Annihilating super rush. Qin Yang's eyes froze, and in his hand was the Annihilation Excalibur, which he held upside down. In an instant, a straight black light pierced through the audience. Shi Tianduo's eyes widened, and he stretched out his hand to cover his neck. Fear filled his heart. He tried his best to stabilize his head, but couldn't do it at all. Divine power poured out, blood flowed. Pung! The faint muffled sound was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Sure, Tian Duo, the god of war in the sky, the corpse is separated. His elder brother Shi Tiangong's eyes were about to burst. He bent his bow and set up an arrow, which was condensed from hundreds of refined arrows, and shot directly at Qin Yang. Qin Yang waved his hand, shook it lightly, and grabbed the Balian arrow. Within the same rank, Bai Lian, who can kill with one arrow, is like a child's joke to Qin Yang. With a light pinch, the 100 refined arrows shattered directly. And the finger is like a sword, and the fingertip is light. Spear swordsmanship, fingertips directly shot an annihilating bullet, which instantly exploded Shi Tiangong's head. Despair, fear, trembling. How powerful is this? Tianying swallowed. Qin Yang fought alone against the Dragon Clan God Emperor and the Sky God of War, unexpectedly one move at a time. Damn it! Chen Feng was about to shatter his teeth. Qin Yang's strength finally crushed his glory as the god of war in the sky, and made him truly prove Qin Yang, but it was already too late. Originally, I didn't intend to kill you, and you were all to blame for this. Qin Yang said softly. The divine sword in his hand suddenly swung to the side. Chen Feng was terrified all over his body, and his thoughts couldn't keep up with Qin Yang's speed, but when he realized that Qin Yang might use the ability of Tianmen's seal, his spiritual thoughts gradually weakened. Qin Yang's sword was slashing to the side, but it used the ability of Tianmen's seal to shuttle directly to Chen Feng's body. One sword, cut off the head. Defenseless. The silent killing continued, and the wall of the heaven and earth boundary had turned into a terrifying purgatory. Every flash of black light is the fall of a god emperor. The god emperor of the three realms has absolutely no power to fight back. The air became quiet, and at some point, there was only one person standing in a daze on the entire battlefield. It is the god emperor of the four realms, Tianying. Except for the hundreds of thousands of troops below the realm of the god emperor who were wiped out by Qin Yang's thought, all the god emperors were cut twice by one sword. On the battlefield, blood flowed like rivers. Qin Yang, not as good as us. Tianying's whole body tensed up, and it was even more difficult to breathe when facing Qin Yang than facing the god emperor of the five realms. Qin Yang shook his head lightly and said, "Send me a message." Tianying's eyes lit up, so Qin Yang is going to let him go? What? Tianying asked. These are small gifts. Qin Yang said. These? Which ones? Tianying was confused, and asked again, who are you sending the message to? Underworld. Qin Yang said lightly. There was a chill on Tianying's back, and a gust of cool air gushed into the back of his head. Do you think I'm the same as those god emperors of the three realms? Tianying clenched her teeth and said, you think you can kill me easily? As he spoke, Tianying's figure gradually faded. The breath can't be locked, it is clearly in front of my eyes, but it seems that I am not in this world anymore. It's a big deal, I'll spend it with you like this. Under my supernatural shadow, unless everything disappears, I won't die at all. Sky Shadow roared loudly. Shadow's strongest skill was taught by Tianying himself. Unlike ordinary shadows, they can only disappear in the shadows. But Tianying, with his own magical powers, can make him hide behind everything. The power of its supernatural powers is comparable to the rotation of reality, and reality, escaping into a false space. Qin Yang, what can you do to me? Tianying's voice came from all directions. Qin Yang closed his eyes lightly, and said, what a coincidence? Your supernatural power is the shadow of the sky, and I happen to also have a supernatural power, called. Suddenly opened his eyes, the voice of heaven suddenly remembered. The eyes of heaven. A pair of huge eyes appeared in the space enclosed by the wall of the world. Tianying felt cold all over, and his blood seemed to be frozen. He clearly knew that this was impossible, but he always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Just like an ancient fierce beast, his eyes are comparable to the world, but he is as small as an ant. Being stared at by this gaze, he didn't even dare to move. "Don't forget, pass the message for me." A voice appeared in his ear. Immediately afterwards, his eyes darkened. After killing Tianying, Qin Yang was the only one left in the entire battlefield. Looking up at the wall of the heaven and earth boundary, Qin Yang snorted softly, "Xuanhuan Guqing, Dragon God, you will be next." With a wave of his hand, all the walls of the heaven and earth boundary dissipated. To the outside world, it seems like nothing happened. In Liberty City, all the god emperors of Sanqiong Academy were still nervously watching the wall of the heaven and earth boundary, but the sudden disappearance made all the god emperors stunned. Immediately afterwards, the scene inside made them all stare wide-eyed and shocked. On the city wall of the Liberty City, the 4 great god emperors were also stunned, and stood covered in sweat. The entire battlefield is a river of blood. Countless corpses lay crookedly on the ground. The hundreds of thousands of troops disappeared completely, and many of those corpses could be named. Gong Yi Gon, Chen Feng, Shi Tian Duo, Shi Tian Gong, Sky Shadow. Every corpse is a resounding god emperor. And some ordinary strong men are not even qualified to leave a corpse. Chapter 895, Chess Pieces. The crisis in Liberty City has been resolved, Qin Yang said lightly. At the head of the Liberty City, all the god emperors stared closely at Qin Yang. In the sea of blood on the mountain of corpses, that young figure is so tall and majestic in the hearts of the god emperors at this moment. The eyes of the 4 god emperors were in a daze. They seemed to see the Emperor Qin thousands of years ago. No, Qin Yang at this moment is far stronger than the Emperor Qin back then. Even scarier. Emperor Qin. Perhaps from now on, it will only be Qin Yang. Yun Bugui also came to the top of the city at some point, looking at Qin Yang's figure with a complicated face. He seemed to recall what Qin Yang said back then. One day, when people mention Emperor Qin, they will be the first to think of my name. You did it. Yun Bugui whispered to himself. Qin Yang stayed quietly in the field, and after a long time, it seemed as if he was about to go away suddenly. Where are you going? Yun Bugui asked. Go. Qin Yang smiled lightly, and said, step down to the imperial city of Xuanhuan. Everyone's heart was extremely complicated, and perhaps only Qin Yang was qualified to say this sentence. The Xuanhuan Empire, the imperial city, and the palace hall. Xuanhuan Guqing sat quietly on the throne, her brows were tightly furrowed. In her heart, she was very disturbed. Suddenly, she raised her head abruptly. In the empty hall, at some point, a figure appeared. Who else could it be if it wasn't Qin Yang? The secret realm of Zhelongtan really didn't trap you. Xuanhuan Guqing didn't seem surprised. How do you think that the secret realm of Zhelongtan can trap me? Qin Yang asked with a half-smile, is it because of the 9 useless dragons? Or, the blood demon general? Even though Xuanhuan Guqing had predicted the result, her heart sank after confirming it. Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep look at Qin Yang. Maybe other people would think that Qin Yang was only capable of the 4th realm, but Xuanhuan Guqing knew that for an evildoer like Qin Yang, he was already strong enough to compete with the 5th realm. And in fact, it is true. You should know why I came here, right? Qin Yang said quietly. Of course, kill me. Xuanhuan Guqing looked calm, not thinking that her life was threatened at all. Why aren't you afraid? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan Guqing laughed uncontrollably, and her voice echoed in the empty hall. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, looked around, and finally, his eyes fixed on Xuanhuan Guqing's throne. This throne is exactly the same as the throne of the heavenly god emperor, and they are both connected to one world. Wrong. Qin Yang took a closer look, but he couldn't find out which secret realm this throne was connected to. It seems that there is only a teleportation array. Xuanhuan Guqing stopped her laughter, stood up lightly, and said, "What do you think I should be afraid of? Afraid of death? Or, do you think you can really kill me? The incarnation of the Domain Lord, you are just an ordinary God Emperor now. I don't think you are much stronger than ordinary God Emperors." Qin Yang had some doubts. Did Xuanhuan Guqing have any means? The god of the underworld said that Xuanhuan Guqing had lost the power of the Domain Lord's incarnation, so he probably wasn't lying. Huh? You actually know so much? Xuanhuan Guqing was very surprised. This Qin Yang gave her too many surprises. However, it is also acceptable. After all, this is the Lord of Destruction. Since its birth, it has stood on the opposite side of the Domain Master. Qin Yang frowned and thought, and said, "Could it be that the 12 golden-winged bird men, flying here, from the void tunnel, will also surrender to you? If this is the case, the combat power of the 12 golden wings of the birdman will indeed make Qin Yang a little worried. Because Qin Yang's wall of heaven and earth can't suppress the peak of the 5 realms. Once you fight that birdman on this continent, everything will be destroyed. Even with the sky-swallowing gourd, it is difficult to stop the regular tide." Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang playfully, and said, "You even know about the void tunnel? It seems that you have seen the god of the underworld. In this world, there is probably only one person who can know that he is the incarnation of the Domain Master and the void tunnel at the same time, and who is likely to be encountered by Qin Yang, and that is the god of the underworld in the 9 Netherworld Temple." While lamenting Qin Yang's strange experience, at the same time, there is a feeling of cat and mouse, everything is under control. Knowing so much, it's still useless. You actually think that Yin Ling is my helper? Xuanhuan Guqing laughed and said, "Since you have grown to this point, I might as well tell you directly." Xuanhuan Guqing directly stepped down from the throne and came straight to Qin Yang's side. If before, Qin Yang would be afraid that Xuanhuan Guqing would teleport away before he had time to react, but now, the other party gave up teleporting directly. In other words, the teleportation was not Xuanhuan Guqing's backhand. You are really smart. If you do it directly, maybe you will never know the truth. Xuanhuan Guqing walked to Qin Yang's side and said appreciatively. Pacing slowly, Xuanhuan Guqing walked to the entrance of the main hall, looked up at the void tunnel, with deep eyes, and directly saw the golden feathers with 12 golden wings. Xuanhuan Guqing said slowly, "The star field goes backwards, just like. It's the same as downgrading the secret realm. The living beings and realms in it will also be suppressed. Some God Emperor 5 realms are not God Emperor 5 realms, but higher realms. Because the star field regressed, the strength also regressed. They don't want to leave the sky star field, because they know that if they go to the eternal star field, they are not the leaders of a clan, nor are they giants, but just ordinary creatures. It's better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. The higher your strength, the less you can see through these vanities." Qin Yang frowned slightly, as if that was the case. Be it the heavenly god of war, or the other god emperors, they were unwilling to admit that Qin Yang was too strong for them to face. But even if he died, he still didn't believe the facts. Xuanhuan Guqing continued, "I deliberately let Yin Ling know that I am the incarnation of the Domain Master. Naturally, he will not be willing to stay in the 5th realm. He also knows that in the sky star field, his strength will only continue to follow the sky. The domain is regressing, and the only thing that can change is that he replaces me." Qin Yang was taken aback. Xuanhuan Guqing did this on purpose? Xuanhuan Guqing laughed and said, "So, at the expense of myself, I also want to exile him and the world of the Yu clan, to tell all the peak powerhouses in other worlds that Yin Ling's guess is correct. Just kill me, can replace me." Speaking of this, Xuanhuan Guqing is like a chess player staring at the chessboard, everything in the world is just her chess pieces. Xuanhuan Guqing continued, my original idea was very simple, that is to let the 10,000 realms attack the sky world. Take this opportunity to break the 10,000 realms, because I don't have enough power to exile all the worlds. The smashed 10,000 realms will directly integrate into the firmament world and continuously strengthen the firmament world. The destruction of the sky star field cannot be stopped. The only difference is that either all of them are wiped out, or there is only one firmament world left. This point is similar to what Qin Yang knows. Yin Ling is Xuanhuan Guqing's pawn, one of the strongest in the universe. Xuanhuan Guqing knew that Yin Ling had the ability to protect the world of the Yu clan, and because of this, Xuanhuan Guqing took a fancy to him. As long as Yin Ling is alive for a day, then the strong in the 10,000 realms will not forget that killing the incarnation of the domain master can replace him. Dragon World, you also broke it? Qin Yang asked suddenly. Xuanhuan Guqing replied directly, that's right, the Dragon Realm is the most suitable world to preserve the Sky Island. Because one of the strongest in the world, the former Dragon God, is itself a Sky Island. And his heart, you have been there. 18 steps in the sky, the ends of the earth. Qin Yang took a deep breath. It was rumored that the island was the heart of the Dragon God, but he didn't expect it to be the real heart. Chapter 896 Sending to 9 Netherworld. With the heart of the Dragon God, those empty islands without owners will be continuously absorbed. Even if the firmament world can't keep it in the end, Xuanhuan Guqing, the domain lord incarnation, still has a way out. Plan, everything is going well. Even if there is a hidden danger buried in the demon realm in the eternal starfield, which caused me to lose once, the result is still under my control. Xuanhuan Guqing turned around abruptly and glared at Qin Yang, but, you showed up. Qin Yang looked confused, he was listening to the story intently, but why did it involve himself again? The appearance of the Lord of Destruction means that I will fail completely unless you die. Xuanhuan Guqing stared at Qin Yang and said, however, I have lost the power that the incarnation of the Domain Lord should have. Can kill you. I wanted to deal with you after breaking through the world. But, your growth rate is really too fast. I didn't expect that exile would not be able to drive you away. Xuanhuan Guqing sighed, it would be great if you went directly to the eternal starfield. Qin Yang was taken aback. How did it sound like Xuanhuan Guqing was going to bring his scourge to the east, to harm the eternal starfield? Qin Yang blinked his eyes. If his relatives and friends were by his side at that time, he might really have gone to the eternal starfield. I can't kill you, and you won't kill me. Xuanhuan Guqing said, how about we cooperate? Qin Yang snorted, and said, is it another battle for reconciliation? Xuanhuan Guqing laughed and said, it's just a formality, why should you care? How do you know that I can't kill you? Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Guqing, quietly. Xuanhuan Guqing shook her head and said, it's not that you can't kill me, but that you can't kill me. Why? Qin Yang was puzzled. Xuanhuan Guqing spread her hands and said, you can try it. So, on the contrary, it was Qin Yang who was confused and didn't make a move for a while. Xuanhuan Guqing said, since you know that I am the incarnation of the Domain Master, you should know that all the creatures in the Sky Star field are born according to my rules, and they are all born under my rules. If you want to kill me, kill everyone. After a pause, Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang playfully, and said, will you kill me? Qin Yang took a deep breath, it sounded unbelievable, but there was no doubt about it. As long as the rules under the Sky Star field don't disappear completely, the Domain Master will never disappear. A flash of inspiration flashed in Qin Yang's mind, this seemed to be a deadlock, an unsolvable situation. But Qin Yang thought in his heart, the incarnation of the Domain Master cannot be me, and I still have an ordinary world domain, which can directly reject all rules. If Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Guqing strangely, seeing Xuanhuan Guqing so calm, as if he was convinced by Qin Yang, Qin Yang felt absurd in his heart. Sorry, I might really. Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan Guqing looked stunned and said, didn't you understand? Qin Yang shrugged and said, I understand. Xuanhuan Guqing frowned and said, if you kill me, the incarnation of the Domain Lord will appear again. You should be glad that I am still the incarnation of the Domain Lord, because I am a human race with you. I will choose the firmament world and become the leader of the entire planet. The only surviving world in the domain. Qin Yang shook his head lightly, and said, if you can do it, I can do it too. But... As soon as the voice changed, Qin Yang said, if you can't do it, I can do it too. Xuanhuan Guqing said angrily, no one can replace me. Even if you kill me, the incarnation of the Domain Lord will appear again. Who will become the new incarnation of the Domain Lord is not for you mortals to decide. I know. Qin Yang nodded and said, but if you don't kill you, you will only bring more disasters. In the palace hall, there was a sudden silence. The incarnation of the majestic Domain Lord turned out to be the party that brought the disaster, but the Lord of Destruction was trying to curb the continuation of the disaster. Ridiculous, but it is what it is. Qin Yang went on to say, you want to keep the firmament world, just to restore the former glory of the firmament star field. Therefore, what you protect is only yourself. 10,000 worlds collapse, leaving only the firmament world. When the time comes, you will be the supreme existence in the firmament world, and you will be the star master of the only planet in the firmament star field. At that time you may have the ability to restrain me. However, Qin Yang said again, power doesn't come out of thin air. How can you sublimate your own power? Xuanhuan Guqing's expression flickered, this kid can count on this step? Qin Yang said, just as my strength increases, it needs to be constantly eliminated. And your words? After a pause, Qin Yang stared at Xuanhuan Guqing, and said, after the firmament world is preserved, you will be the star master. All of them, you will at least have the ability to deprive all power. Xuanhuan Guqing took a breath, this Qin Yang. Qin Yang paid attention to Xuanhuan Guqing's expression, and sighed, unexpectedly, he guessed right. The rules of the myriad realms are all born under the will of the Domain Master. What can be given, can naturally be taken back. As for the God Emperors on the mainland, if they were directly deprived of their power, it would be equivalent to killing them directly. This is different from Qin Yang's ordinary world domain. In the end, the firmament world. Those who remained were ordinary creatures. You will use the power you took to rebuild the firmament star field, and then start a new history. Qin Yang said slowly. Even if you can guess these things, so what? Xuanhuan Guqing sneered and said, people are mortal after all, but star fields can give birth to endless creatures. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I'm not interested in creating the world. I only know that in your plan, my relatives and friends will all die because of you. You can't change anything. Xuanhuan Guqing said coldly, you won't kill me at all. All you can do is hinder my plan. Until everyone dies together. Qin Yang laughed and said, to die together? Do you think everything is under control? Since I am here, there is no such thing as death together. Qin Yang continued, first of all, I want to correct one point, that is. I will kill you, and I can kill you completely. Secondly, I will not kill you now. After finishing speaking, he added, I don't want the incarnation of a domain master to suddenly appear among my friends. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, she seemed to have guessed what Qin Yang would do. The translucent mask suddenly opened, covering the entire palace. Feeling the rules of this domain, Xuanhuan Guqing's expression changed drastically. Rejecting all the rules of heaven and earth, leaving only the mortal body, this is simply more self-restraint than annihilating the rules. Do you know now? You have been thinking wrong from the very beginning. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said, I have the ability to kill you, but this requires many prerequisites. As for now, as long as you don't die, won't there be a new domain master incarnation? The gate of the dead world. Open! Qin Yang shouted loudly. The ordinary world domain suddenly disappeared, and a door leading to the underworld suddenly opened behind Qin Yang. Please. Qin Yang made a please gesture. If Xuanhuan sees it, he will definitely be extremely jealous, which is even more powerful than his supernatural powers. Chapter 897 Dragon Palace. Xuanhuan Guqing was invited into the underworld. In the underworld, Xuanhuan Guqing, who had already become an ordinary god-emperor, was naturally unable to compete with the underworld god. At the moment when the gate of the dead world was closed, a ghost messenger threw out a token. This is the order of the underworld. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the free space. Lord Hades said, "Thank you for the gift." The ghost messenger said while sticking to the door that was about to be closed. Qin Yang took the token, and it was cold for a while. Suddenly, a dead energy rose up all over his body, condensing into a cloak. TCH, I thought it was a good thing. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. This emissary had no effect on him. With this token, you can't open the gate of the dead world, how to set up the formation, or how to set up the formation. The materials consumed will not be less. The only difference is that with this token, it is equivalent to having a name. Moreover, if ordinary cultivators hold this token, their physical bodies will not disintegrate and disappear in the underworld. There is no need to resurrect it, just walk out from the gate of the dead world by yourself. Qin Yang thought for a while, and thought, this token is quite suitable for Xuanhuan. With one trick, go to hell together, invite others in, and come out by yourself. Qin Yang nodded secretly. In this way, Xuanhuan can use this powerful supernatural power without any scruples. Xuanhuan is simply a natural messenger. Putting away the token, the dead energy gathered around Qin Yang's body also disappeared. Looking at the throne in the hall, Qin Yang curiously sat on it. I'd like to see where this throne leads to. Qin Yang chuckled. With a flash of divine light, Qin Yang's body was teleported and disappeared. Appeared again, turned out to be in another hall. This hall is even more luxurious than Xuanhuan Guqing's palace hall. Numerous night pearls the size of wash basins hide above the dome, and the surrounding pillars are also glittering and shining with gold. The breath of the rule of water is extremely strong. This is Dragon Palace. Qin Yang frowned. Qin Yang had been to the Dragon Palace before, but it was just the Dragon Palace in the secret realm of 10,000 mountains. And the one in front of him is so brilliant, it might be the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea. Just as he was thinking, a few voices came from his ears. Mother. Is Uncle really determined to attack Sky Academy? Brother Qin Yang. No matter what your uncle does, it is for the entire Dragon Clan. Now that you have put aside your grievances, it is also for the sake of the Sky World. Why? I don't know. Anyway, after Xuanhuan Guqing talked with Ao Yuanjun seemed to be a different person. Originally, he promised not to stand by and watch, but this time instead of directly intervening, he seemed very urgent. Two figures walked over one after the other, and when they saw Qin Yang, they were taken aback for a moment. Qin Yang looked at Dragon Mother Ao Qingli and Dragon Girl Ao Kuer expressionlessly, without saying a word. Qin Yang really did not expect that Xuanhuan Guqing's throne would lead to the Dragon Palace under the sea. I'm afraid it didn't work before. But anyway, I have to come to Dragon Palace, and I have to face these sooner or later. It's just that Qin Yang didn't expect that the first people he met were Ao Qingli and Ao Kuer. Ao Qingli and Ao Kuer were also silent. After a long time, Ao Qing left her mouth and said, "The crisis is resolved?" Yes. Qin Yang nodded. The Sky Alliance and the Temple of Heaven. It's out of date. After the simple conversation, there was another silence. Aochingli gritted her teeth and said, "This is for. Don't tell me these big truths." Xuanhuan Guqing was also sent away by me. I have the final say in the world of the sky now. Qin Yang responded domineeringly. Ha ha ha. You have the final say. A mighty voice sounded, and the dragon god Ao Yuanjun arrived. Originally, they wanted to discuss important matters, but they didn't expect that Qin Yang would come here without invitation. And it appeared directly above the Dragon Palace Hall. Neither the warning array nor the defensive array of the Dragon Palace were triggered. If Qin Yang's strength had not reached a certain level, it must have been transmitted through Xuanhuan Guqing's throne. Obviously, Ao Yuanjun immediately thought of the second possibility. This also means that Xuanhuan Guqing has completely failed. Let me ask you, what happened to my dragon warrior? Ao Yuanjun asked. Qin Yang replied indifferently, dead. You killed it? Ao Yuanjun opened his eyes wide with anger, and the murderous aura made the whole hall solemn. At this time, strong dragon clans came one after another, directly surrounding Qin Yang, and looking at Qin Yang with unfriendly expressions. Otherwise? I have warned you a long time ago. Qin Yang said calmly. You want to destroy the entire sky world? Ao Yuanjun said angrily. Qin Yang laughed and said, Are you sure this isn't me offending the dignity of the dragon clan again? Brother Qin Yang, my uncle didn't mean that. Ao Kier hurriedly pulled Qin Yang's sleeve. The situation here was extremely tense, making Ao Kuer's pretty face turn pale. This anytime. The feeling of a possible fight made Ao Kier feel heavy. Good boy, since you're here, don't even think about leaving. An old dragon man with beard and hair all stretched out looked at Qin Yang furiously, and said, the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, is not a place where humans can run wild. Die. No one reacted, even Dragon God was taken aback. The old man of the Dragon clan who made the move was an elder with a prominent status in the Dragon clan, and his strength was at the peak of the Four Realms. With one palm strike, a dragon phantom roared and rushed towards Qin Yang. At the same time, there was a sudden chill in the entire hall, and the spiritual energy seemed to condense. Qin Yang's eyes froze, and he pointed like a sword, swipe lightly. A black light flashed away, and the phantom of the dragon was cut into two. Hiss! The voices of gasping for air kept coming and going, and it was so easy to defuse the angry blow of the peak of the Four Realms. Even the dragon god Ao Yuanjun dared not say that he could do it so easily. The elder of the dragon clan had an ugly expression on his face. Qin Yang's strength was much higher than he had imagined. He didn't deceive himself and others like the human race did. After this confrontation, although the elder of the dragon clan was embarrassed, he didn't do anything anymore. Sure enough, he has some strength, no wonder he speaks so wildly. The elder of the dragon clan said through gritted teeth. Ao Yuanjun looked at Qin Yang squarely, and said seriously, My dragon clan has already experienced the destruction of the world once, and this time, if it is destroyed again, my dragon clan will have no place to live. If I can save it, I will save it myself. If I can't, then I'm just going to die. Qin Yang said coldly, but before this, you chose to stand against me. I don't want to say anything, just I want to tell you that angering me may not be much better than destroying the world. The domineering voice spread throughout the Dragon Palace. All dragon powerhouses stared wide-eyed. Qin Yang not only acted wildly in the Dragon Palace, but also in the Dragon Palace, threatening the entire dragon clan. Chapter 898. Lord of Destruction, do you really want to destroy everything? Ao Yuanjun roared angrily. Qin Yang said quietly, Didn't you hear me clearly? Ao Yuanjun naturally didn't believe that Qin Yang could save the sky world, even if Xuanhuan Guqing didn't say anything, Ao Yuanjun himself knew what the Lord of Destruction meant. Ao Yuanjun took a deep breath and said, "If you think that your current strength can really be the master of everything, you are too naive. The power of the firmament world is constantly being consumed, and there is not even a single person in the entire firmament world powerful of the 5 realms. Have you seen the void tunnel in the sky? The leader of the feather tribe with 12 golden wings, have you seen it? If you are really capable, why don't you go and kill him?" Qin Yang stretched out a finger and said with a smile, "First of all, the birdman can't fly over. Maybe you don't even know how far it is from the wall of the sky to this world. The void tunnel allows you to directly see to the Yu clan world on the other side, but the distance between them is still here." After a pause, Qin Yang said again, "And what does life and death in the sky world have to do with me? If I can't even protect the people around me, why should I care about the irrelevant creatures in the firmament world?" Qin Yang's voice resounded through the thunder, and his words shocked every dragon clan. "Since this is the case, then don't blame my dragon clan for bullying too much. The old dragon clan said before, if you can break my dragon clan's 10,000 dragons destroying the sky formation, continue to be arrogant. Set up the formation." The dragon elder shouted angrily. The entire dragon palace hall suddenly exploded. Dragon god Ao Yuanjun frowned, but did not stop him. As a dragon god, such a large formation naturally requires his approval. And in the previous discussions, he did acquiesce in mobilizing the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation. "Can't fight. Don't fight." Ao Kuer was about to cry. With a flash, Ao Yuanjun came directly to Ao Kier and his sister Ao Qingli, and took them away. The entire East China Sea Dragon Palace is boiling. The collapse of the Dragon Palace Hall is a signal. A signal that all dragons know. This is the enemy of life and death, fight to the last stand. Either the enemy died or I forgot. All the dragon powerhouses turned into their own bodies one after another, and they wandered around the entire dragon palace one by one. The space was instantly shattered and twisted into thousands of layers, and its killing power was no less than that of the 12 slaughter god formation. After sending Ao Qingli and Ao Kier to a safe place, Ao Yuanjun appeared again. It's just that he also turned into his body, a golden dragon. The sound vibrated, and the sound resounded throughout the East China Sea. "The majesty of my dragon clan cannot be desecrated." Qin Yang snorted when he heard this, and said contemptuously, "Do you think that this 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation can really trap me? It's not to trap you, but to kill you." A purple dragon is the old man of the dragon clan, surrounded by thunder, said, "You deflected my blow earlier, but I didn't use the power of rules. If you underestimate it because of this, don't blame me for being ruthless when you die." "You dragon is ruthless?" Qin Yang laughed loudly, his eyes were full of indifference. "If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Ao Yuanjun, the dragon god, said, "This array of 10,000 dragons destroying the sky has only been used twice in the history of my dragon clan. The first time, it directly caused the dragon world to collapse, and the dragon world was merged and swallowed by the sky world. And this is the second time. Are you scaring me?" Qin Yang snorted, "Do you think that you are the only ones who can make the formation? 8-gate array." The light in Qin Yang's eyes flickered, and a mysterious formation base appeared out of nowhere in the space under his feet. A formation flag was summoned by Qin Yang, and under the guidance of the formation foundation, the formation was completed. "Impossible!" Ao Yuanjun exclaimed, "It is impossible for you to arrange a complete formation of 12 gods." Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "Why is it impossible?" All the strong dragons were shocked. What Qin Yang arranged was not a simple 12 slaughter formation, but a complete 12 slaughter formation. The complete 12 slaughter god formation requires 2 water formation flags, 2 wood formation flags, 2 fire formation flags, 2 gold formation flags, and 4 earth formation flags to be successfully deployed. Every array flag is an extremely powerful magic weapon. 5 elements Lingzhu. Kanglin's secret realm was really destroyed by you. Ao Yuanjun said angrily. It turns out that on Qin Yang's formation, the formation flag is incomplete, and the incomplete places are replaced with 5 elements. After all, the Heavenly God Emperor forcibly activated the 8-door formation, directly destroying the 5 formation flags, and thus opened the void tunnel. And when Qin Yang sent off Xuanhuan Guqing, he naturally took Xuanhuan Guqing's Tuzuwai banner over. In this way, the water level is a water flag and a water spirit bead. The wooden seat is a wooden flag and a wooden spirit bead. The fire position is a fire flag and a fire spirit orb. The gold bit is a Jin Jishan flag and a golden Lingzhu. The soil positions are the Earth Chen banner, the Earth Su banner, the Earth Wei banner captured by Xuanhuan Guqing, and an Earth spirit orb. If there is no accident, this 8-door formation should also be the first. Second time, right? Qin Yang looked at the thousands of dragons around him playfully, and fixed his gaze on Jin Long Ao Yuanjun. Because of the 5-element spirit orb, the Heavenly God Emperor exploded the 5 formation flags, and Qin Yang didn't feel bad at all. I thought that there was no chance to use the 8-door formation at all. But facing the Dragon Clan's 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, it happened to be usable. I've wanted to see the power of the 8-door formation for a long time, so it's good. It's too boring to save you from strangling you directly. Elder Zilong said forcefully. 10,000 dragons destroying the sky formation, start, 8-gate formation, start at the same time. The 2 top formations of the 10,000 realms collided, and all the dragon clans were shocked. Some dragons have low strength and even vomit blood. Qin Yang was not at ease either. Even he felt a great sense of oppression at this level of obliteration array. The immortal divine body urged with all its strength and resisted with all its might. As expected of the dragon clan, it's no wonder that you can suppress Xingqianhai. After all, you still have some skills. Qin Yang's body was slightly distorted in space. Under the suppression of the 2 top formations, this space has a tendency to collapse. Strangle. Dragon God Ao Yuanjun ordered. Zilong bears the brunt of the attack and rushes towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang was blocked in it, although there are 8 gates that use offense as defense, but they still cannot be underestimated. Seizing the fist of the sky, Qin Yang shouted loudly and punched out. Under the aura of these 2 large formations, there is not much power that this punch can plunder. But the power is not low. Pung. There was a muffled sound, blood overflowed from the corner of Zilong's mouth, and the thunder was loud, shaking Qin Yang numb all over. He wanted to take the opportunity to take his life, but the figure of the purple dragon disappeared in a flash, and another dragon attacked him. At the same time, the Wanlong Miatian formation directly balanced the damage Zilong suffered, causing his injuries to be shared by every dragon. It seems that only a drop in the bucket was hurt. Tu Shen. Qin Yang shouted. The 8-door formation is not a vegetarian either, and the second dragon that attacked was killed on the spot, without leaving any residue. Chapter 899, The 8-Armed Demon. Slayer God. Qin Yang activated the 8-door formation and directly killed a dragon. Even the Wanlong Miatian array couldn't save the dragon in time. The dragon clan shook, and even Elder Zilong's heart sank. The dragon god Ao Yuanjun stared at Qin Yang, and said loudly, "Don't be afraid." His 8-door array is replaced by the 5-element spirit orb, and it is impossible to continue to operate. If it is forced to continue to activate, the 5-element spirit orb it must be unbearable. All the dragon clan were overjoyed, and the Zilong rushed towards Qin Yang again. Thousands of thunderbolts came, and the entire East China Sea boiled instantly. Countless big monsters were affected by the fish in the pond, and those who had no time to escape were already dead. Those who did not die escaped from the East China Sea one after another. Some went to the center of the Sea of Stars, and some landed directly on land. East China Sea, don't stay for long. Thunderfield of myriad tribulations. Qin Yang shouted angrily, not in the slightest. The whole body suddenly turned into a sea of thunder, confronting Zilong. Boom! The violent sound shook thousands of miles. The sky and the earth were filled with thunderous light. Qin Yang was shocked, and the numbness disappeared instantly. And that elder Zilong was knocked out again. Qin Yang couldn't pursue it at all. Another divine dragon charged forward. This is just the beginning. Qin Yang, today you will definitely die. You can only blame yourself, the Lord of Destruction. You can only blame me for not angering my dragon clan. Ao Yuanjun shouted loudly. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to grasp it falsely, and made a big handprint of annihilation, grabbed the attacking dragon, and gave it a firm grip. Under the erosion of the power of annihilating rules, this dragon can't resist at all. As soon as he was about to die, another dragon rushed directly. Anyone who fights against Qin Yang at the forefront, no matter what strength they had before, with the blessing of the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, they are all at the peak of the four realms, the strength of the dragon god. Qin Yang didn't dare to underestimate him, so he let go directly, clapped his palms together, and yanked at him. The breeze blows the willows. The dragon couldn't control its own power, so it was pulled out by Qin Yang. Break the monument. Qin Yang clawed hard with both hands, taking advantage of this divine dragon as a magic weapon, and slammed this divine dragon into another divine dragon. 2 dragons were smashed out of the front line, but the number of dragons is too much. That's right, this is just the beginning. Qin Yang took a deep breath. When death is imminent, how dare you speak hard? Zilong attacked again. Qin Yang clenched his fists angrily. He had already seen through the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, but he couldn't defeat it directly. 10,000 dragons destroying the sky formation, a joint formation composed of 10,000 dragon clans. Under normal operation, it was a single dragon attacking Qin Yang. And the power of this divine dragon is the power of the strongest in the formation. Even if you lose or get injured, the damage will be distributed under the effect of the Wanlong Mietian formation. And when the power is rebalanced, the injured Shenlong not only heals his injuries, but also recovers his strength instantly. Even if he has a combat power comparable to that of the dragon god, it will not help under the formation of 10,000 dragons destroying the sky. Unless, you can kill the dragon god 10,000 times. What Ao Yuanjun said is right, the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation is only the beginning. After that, there are 2 more powerful forms. 1. Attack together. Different from the current one-on-one fight, the wheel battle. Once the chi attack starts, 10, dozens, or hundreds of dragons will attack together, for each attack. Just in this form, one can easily kill the enemy by leapfrogging. The other is the most terrifying form. Jurong. Tens of thousands of dragons gather their power together and are controlled by the dragon god. The dragon god in this form, with the blessing of the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, is no longer something that ordinary 5 realms can contend with. Killing enemies at higher levels doesn't mean you have to go up 1 level. Qin Yang seems to be able to cope with it freely, but in fact, the crisis he is facing is more urgent than falling into the 8-door formation set up by the Emperor of Heaven. Under the agitation of multiple forces, Qin Yang couldn't form in formation at all and went to the underworld. At this moment, Qin Yang has only one way to go, and that is, to fight to the death. It is not so easy to defeat each one. Dragon god Ao Yuanjuan's eyesight is indeed vicious. At this time, the 8-door array cannot be forced to move continuously, and the 5-element spirit orb is not an array flag after all. Destroy the half-moon / Qin Yang shouted loudly, annihilated the sword energy, and drew a terrifying half-moon. The 2 dragons were cut into 4 on the spot, but under the action of the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, the annihilation rule was directly dispelled, and the 2 dragons were also taken back to their bodies. Seeing Qin Yang fighting more and more courageously, fear rose in the hearts of all the dragon clan. If they hadn't directly mobilized the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, if they had really fought against Qin Yang in a normal way, they would have fallen into the abyss and been defeated by Qin Yang one by one. At that time, I am afraid that they will not be able to motivate the Xuanhuan Mietian formation at all. In the hearts of every dragon clan, there was some rejoicing in their hearts, and they were glad that they directly used the strongest attack to completely kill Qin Yang. Of course, although they haven't been killed yet, every dragon clan is extremely confident in their hearts. Qin Yang. There is absolutely no escape from this disaster. If you offend my dragon race, even the Lord of Destruction will die. Dragon God Ao Yuanjun took a deep breath and shouted, "Let's attack." Following this order, the formation of Xuanhuan Mietian suddenly changed. The pressure of the surrounding world suddenly increased. At the same time, 10 dragons attacked Qin Yang. The power of various rules is raging, and various supernatural powers emerge endlessly. Dragon God Ao Yuanjun sighed, and said, "It's a pity, a generation of evildoers fell like this." Seeing that Qin Yang in the field was still resisting, Dragon God Ao Yuanjun said again, knowing Emperor Tianxin and Xuanhuan Guqing, "Why don't you dare to offend my dragon clan?" Because they all know that there is only one word to fight against my dragon clan. Die. Qin Yang stood in the field with a blank expression on his face. The 10 dragons that attacked at the same time directly increased their combat power by 10 times compared to before. After cooperating with each other, they belong to the same 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, and their cooperation is even closer than that of fighters who have fought side by side all year round. It's me who underestimated the dragon clan. I shouldn't have thought of bringing you all together. Qin Yang said leisurely. Elder Zilong laughed loudly, and said, "You know you regret it now? It's too late to regret it. Thinking about your words of threatening us before, don't you think it's very funny? Did you realize that you are the real ant?" After finishing speaking, Elder Zilong was still not relieved, and said again, "Bring the grievance in your heart, go to die. Don't worry, after you die, Sky Academy will be crushed by my dragon clan. I, the dragon clan, should be ruler of all worlds." "Oh, so you are the same as the Yu clan. No wonder one was exiled and the other was broken into worlds." Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Ao Yuanjuan's eyes were filled with cold light, and he shouted, "Kill!" The 10 divine dragons charged directly at Qin Yang, each with great power and power. "Only 10, come more!" Qin Yang burst out laughing, and a self-image appeared behind his back. The 3-headed and 6-armed god statue merged with Qin Yang's body, and Qin Yang's aura changed for a moment. Become terrifying and profound. 8-armed gods and demons? Do you really have such supernatural powers? Ao Yuanjuan's pupils shrank. This is an impossible supernatural power. Chapter 901 Against 10,000. 8-armed demon, one of the strongest supernatural powers. Its cultivation is also the most difficult, and it is known as the supernatural power that is the most impossible to cultivate. The reason why the martial demon general can be ranked as the demon general is because of his 3-headed and 6-armed supernatural power. Relying on ordinary magic soldiers, you can also fight against other magic generals. However, even martial arts generals cannot cultivate these 8-armed gods and demons. The difficulty lies not in cultivating the self-image to 3-headed and 6-armed, but the difficulty lies in the integration of the self-image and the body into one. First, the ego idol needs to be strong enough to stand alone. And Qin Yang did exactly this. His self-image can even be used to fight alone, unlike other practitioners, which are only used to increase strength. Secondly, treat the self-image as an extension of the body, like waving an arm, but to do this, at least one body and two souls like the nine-tailed sky fox. Only in this way can the real power of the eight-armed god and demon be brought into play, not just the appearance. There is no doubt about Qin Yang's combat power. As soon as he used it, Ao Yuanjun knew it well. Qin Yang's move is definitely not a show. Qin Yang made a formula with both hands and pressed them on his chest. It seemed that he had 6 extra arms on his body, and each hand held a magic weapon. However, this is far from enough. Thousand-handed supernatural power. Qin Yang shouted again, and the supernatural 8-armed demon changed again. The 3 heads of the ego statue disappeared and merged with the head of Qin Yang's body, while the arms were still there. Not only that, but also stretched out countless arms. A variety of supernatural powers were merged together by Qin Yang at this time, and Qin Yang's eyes were full of dark golden lines. And Qin Yang's body is also slowly getting bigger. Not a monster, but like a monster, all the dragons were shocked. Beyond a mortal body, this is no longer as simple as an ordinary divine body. Ao Yuanjuan's eyes tightened. The 10 divine dragons have already used their supernatural powers to attack. Qin Yang is like a giant, his body is no smaller than Xuanhuan. One arm swung out, holding the stick in the palm. Change the stick as you wish, and a dragon will be sent flying with one stick. The other arm swung out, holding a sewing needle in his hand, and directly sewed the 2 dragons together. Another arm swung out, holding the heaven-sealing mirror in his hand, and under the light of the divine light, all the supernatural powers of the dragon were sealed. The 10 dragons were instantly resolved one by Qin Yang with various powerful magical powers. Destroy. Sword Lotus. Qin Yang shouted again and again. Countless annihilation swords suddenly appeared, like a huge meat grinder, strangling the audience. Quantities, to me, are meaningless. The 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation is nothing more than that. The so-called attack together is a joke. Qin Yang's voice resounded throughout the East China Sea. And the entire East China Sea was gradually dyed a bloody color. In such a horrific scene like hell, even the big monsters in the God Emperor 3 realms panicked and ran for their lives. Qin Yang is like an indomitable giant with thousands of arms on his body. The annihilated sword lotus turned into thousands of divine swords, gathered together, like a torrent of divine swords, condensed into a huge divine sword. While waving each arm, he held a huge divine sword, and directly controlled the divine sword with the 1,000-handed supernatural power. With one enemy 10,000, do not fall behind. At this moment, the dragon clan was terrified. What kind of monsters were they facing? It is impossible to use ordinary words to describe Qin Yang at this moment. This is simply a massacre. I see. Ao Yuanjun, the dragon god, felt cold, and said, when Qin Yang first cast the 8-door formation, he didn't use the 8-door formation to fight against my dragon clan's 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, but to use the 8-door formation. The 8-door formation is here to contain the Wanlong Mietian formation, so that he can free up his hands. Let's attack. Dragon god Ao Yuanjun yelled again and again. This time, instead of 10 dragons, there are hundreds or thousands of dragons. Qin Yang closed his eyes lightly, then opened them suddenly. The eyes of heaven. Between heaven and earth, in the deep sea, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. All the dragon clan's hearts tightened, as if there was a pair of huge eyes behind them, staring at each of them. More, more, more. The sound of the heavenly way resounded loudly, and in the depths of the eastern sea, the blood color gradually became thicker. A divine dragon was about to activate its supernatural powers when a flash of sword light cut it in two. The Xuanhuan Mietian formation has not yet recovered his body, and another dragon was directly beheaded. The recovery speed of Xuanhuan Mietian formation couldn't keep up with Qin Yang's hunting speed. Elder Zilong trembled in his heart, and said, "Dragon God, don't hesitate, you can only use that trick." Ao Yuanjun gritted his teeth, his eyes were red. In the end, his expression became resolute, and he shouted angrily, "Wanlong, Jurong." Immediately afterwards, the golden glow on his body flourished, Elder Zilong's face was firm, and he still turned into a purple torrent, rushing towards the dragon god. It actually directly merged into the body of the dragon god. At the same time, other dragons did the same thing one after another, even some dragons cut into several pieces by Qin Yang. Also turned into a streamer, fused together. Qin Yang stopped the movements in his hands, dispelled the powerful statue body, and became the size of a normal person. No one noticed that Qin Yang's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his breathing was unsteady. In the eyes, the expression is also a little trance. Although the statue's Dharma body has been removed, Qin Yang's body still has countless double images at first glance. After all, it was Qin Yang who used all his strength. It was easy to use, but difficult to take back. Similarly, behind this powerful move, there is still a taboo-like risk. Finally, all the double images disappeared, and Qin Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Staring at the dragon god who was fusing together, the corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched slightly. "It's so early, it will save trouble," Qin Yang thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, the cannon barrel filled with strange rune formations was condensed. The sky-swallowing gourd is activated, transforming the power of the sky-replenishing stone, and quickly recharging the meteor cannon. "Qin Yang, you actually forced my dragon clan to take this step. Even if I kill you, I will let you be infamous forever. You will become a sinner in the sky, don't stare at the pillar of shame forever," Dragon God said angrily. "You can do what the birdman with 12 golden wings can't do?" Qin Yang chuckled. The dragon god snorted coldly, and said, "Yin Ling is nothing more than a reckless man. If he is exiled, he will lose his chance forever. But if the world is broken, there will still be a day of forbearance and rebirth." On the dragon body of the dragon god, there is a colorful divine light blooming, and all the dragons and all the power in the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation are gathered on his body. "That's right, it's similar to the 5 spirits." Qin Yang nodded. "TCH. Dragon God said disdainfully, 5 spirit god? He's just an element, not a creature at all. My 1,000 dragons, are 100 times stronger than the 5 spirit god." "100 times?" Qin Yang picked out his ears and said teasingly, "Under the star field of the sky, the highest is only 5 realms. You are 100 times, who are you scaring?" And Qin Yang's eyes turned cold, and the meteor cannon had condensed into one. "You who just completed the fusion, sacrificed 10,000 dragons, and you were promoted to the peak. But now, can you really display the strength of the peak of the 5 realms?" Chapter 901 Blood Stains the Eastern Sea. "The lives of thousands of people in my dragon clan died because of you," Dragon God said angrily. Qin Yang shook his head lightly, and said, "Don't blame me. It's your dragon clan who provoked me one after another. It's just killing a few sinful dragons, killing a few big monsters and ghost clones, but I never forget it. From you, when you were on Xuanhuan Guqing's side, you should have known that the dragon clan would be destroyed because of you. No matter how you say it, you're bound to die. I've been promoted to the 5th realm. Under the pressure of absolute strength, you still dare to show your strength?" Dragon God Ao Yuanjun looked down at Qin Yang. The entire body illuminated the depths of the Eastern Sea, as if this endless Eastern Sea could barely accommodate his current body. After the words were finished, Dragon God Ao Yuanjun became puzzled instead. Qin Yang was able to stop Wanlong Zhurong just now. Even if he couldn't, he wouldn't let him go so smoothly. But Qin Yang didn't do anything. Are you ready to die? Dragon God Ao Yuanjun stared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled slightly and said, I should be the one who said this to you. With a light tap of your finger, the energy clicks in the center of the ignition switch and the energy breaks and spreads. With such a large body, you don't need to aim at it, and you can hit it with your eyes closed. Dragon God Ao Yuanjun was stunned. What is this? He didn't feel any sense of crisis, and he didn't even feel power fluctuations. And the next moment, a beam of white light enveloped him directly. Dragon God Ao Yuanjun's thoughts froze, and time seemed to stand still in the whole world. A beam of white light shot straight into the sky from the depths of the East China Sea, and directly entered the void tunnel. If it weren't for this void tunnel, the boundary wall of the sky world might not be able to resist it. If a hole is directly punched out, the sky of the entire firmament world may collapse. In the East China Sea, a huge hole appeared in an instant. The sea water poured back, making waves in the East China Sea. The tsunami with a height of hundreds of feet rushed directly in all directions, and on the mainland, the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire also cast a shadow. Ao Yuanjun, the dragon god, had just been promoted to the fifth realm. His head was connected to half of his body, and he was directly blasted through, disappearing completely. On the remnant body, blood flowed like a river. The entire East China Sea is full of blood. Qin Yang's figure flashed. He stepped on the wave of the tsunami, and waved his hands again and again. The phantom of the swallowing gourd is infinitely enlarged, and the sky is full of precious light. The terrifying tsunami was suppressed. The raging regular tide was also swallowed up by the sky-swallowing gourd. Along the coast of the mainland, everyone was full of despair, but before the tsunami landed, it suddenly disappeared. It seems that everything is just a horrible nightmare. The experience of the five realms is more. Qin Yang stood empty, feeling the growth of his annihilation power. This is another big step forward from his promotion to the fifth realm. In the distance in the sky, several figures dare not approach. They are Dragon Mother Ao Qingli, Dragon Girl Ao Kir, Qinglin, and Kunyu. He is clearly in a world, but he doesn't seem to be a creature of that world. Qinglin Kunyu felt cold all over, and didn't even dare to look at Qin Yang. You Dragon Clan, you can do it for yourself. Qin Yang dropped a sentence and disappeared in a flash. Dragon Mother Ao Qingli had a sad look on her face, but she had no choice. If her younger brother, Ao Yuanjun, was stronger, Qin Yang would probably be the one who died at this time, and in the future, Sky Academy would definitely have a hard time. Victory or defeat, it has always been like this. Qin Yang did not exterminate the Dragon Clan, and had already given her a great deal of face. Have you heard? The Temple of Heaven has been destroyed, and the entire area of order is in chaos. What gods and shadows of the Temple of Heaven, all the emperors above, have been beheaded. What is this? Xuanhuan Imperial City is already empty. The eternal Empress Xuanhuan Guqing is also missing. What's missing? He was killed. And the heavenly god emperor, who didn't break through the sky to become a true god at all, but was slaughtered by someone. Who is so powerful? Could it be that Qin Yang did it? On the mainland, there are rumors everywhere. Sky Academy sent almost all the teachers and students to various parts of Zhongzhou to stabilize the order. The layout of Zhongzhou has completely changed. At the same time, the blood skeletons, who were also members of the dark forces, also all evacuated from Zhongzhou, and seem to have returned to the headquarters of Xingchenhai. The three dark forces are walking and dying, and the whole of Zhongzhou seems to usher in a bright world. At first, everyone was terrified, but then slowly realized that all this did not seem to be a bad thing for them. Xuanhuan Empire, King Zhao of Qingmu Principality, who was annexed originally, received a message from Sky Academy. Let her rebuild the Qingmu Principality and take over the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire. But everyone knows that this message should be sent by Qin Yang. Some families and forces that still retain some strength, no one dares to resist. Aoki Principality? I'm afraid it will be called the Qingmu Empire in the future. On the other side, the Scarlet Firmament Empire that was annexed earlier, the surviving members of the royal family also received the news from the Sky Academy, weeping with joy. Sky Academy, it really is a one-to-one. Always firmly stand on the side of freedom and justice. They are really not interested in fighting for hegemony. Free Zone, or Free Zone, just expanded. Because the Order area no longer exists. The mainland presents an unimaginable tranquility and peace. Everything started with the blood-stained East China Sea. Above the City of Liberty, a huge aerial fortress floated quietly like an ancient beast. To put it bluntly, this fortress only has 4 walls, among which is a huge square. Of course, it is an empty square. Countless skilled craftsmen built it here, and in time, it will become an unprecedented city in the sky. At this time, in this huge square, there is a light gate every other distance. From the light gate, people came in and out, transporting various construction materials. Your building? I've never seen it before. Jin Lianqing frowned, followed Qin Yang and walked in through the light gate. When he first came to Sky Island, Jin Lianqing was also shocked, but he calmed down soon. Isn't it just floating in the air? It's just a little bigger. After it's completed, don't you see it? Qin Yang said with a smile. Of course, he wanted to build a modern base on this empty island. But it is not purely modern, but combined with traditional architecture. Even the Dean of Sky Academy was full of praise after seeing the virtual light and shadow model given by Qin Yang. Does the surrounding walls really need to be reinforced? Jin Lianqing asked. Qin Yang shook his head and said, No, I will build the surrounding walls myself when the time comes. Just kidding, the walls of the world can be built by ordinary people? Even if it is a master of formation, talisman, and a master of refining, it may not be able to build the wall of heaven and earth. In the endless void, the wall of heaven and earth suppresses space and isolates a world. Such an ability is necessary. If it's just an ordinary wall, if you walk through the void, the entire building on the base will be swept away. Not to mention the defensive ability. Qin Yang's Sky Island base, like the Sky Central State at this time, is undergoing reconstruction. It's just that Qin Yang still had a lot of things to do, and he left with peace of mind after he repeatedly told him. Chapter 902, The Hardworking Mr. Qiqiao. In the Sea of Stars, Qin Yang appeared above the waves, and above his head was the star road across Zhongzhou and Beiyuan. This sea, which makes all god emperors in the mainland fear, is no longer so scary and mysterious to Qin Yang. Staring at the sea water, it seemed as if he had traveled through infinite space and saw all kinds of big monsters hidden here. The density of it made even Qin Yang startled. If it wasn't for the Sea of Stars, he would have thought that there was an army of monsters gathered here. It's just that these big monsters are conquering and fighting each other, as if they want to rule this sea area. Monster beasts with lower strength can't even hide. There is no taboo in the fight between big monsters. It's no wonder that the god emperors dare not set foot in the Sea of Stars, for fear that as soon as the front foot steps in, the back foot will become food for these big monsters. Qin Yang thought to himself. These big monsters all have their own domain worlds, or they occupy a secret realm. Qin Yang's perception of space, if it is said to be second, no one dares to support the first. Even if you open the eyes of the sky, you can't count how many secret realms there are. Blood Demon General, where is your lair? Qin Yang frowned. Without going deep into the sea, Qin Yang's divine sense is strong enough to check them one by one. But this kind of investigation is really too slow. I wanted to press some questions from the big monster, but the memories of these big monsters made even Qin Yang speechless. In addition to fighting, they are constantly fighting for territory and secret realms. One by one, they only want to break through the gate of the myriad realms and become the master of the myriad realms. Sighing, Qin Yang shook his head lightly. Who instilled this idea in them? Needless to say, it must be Xuanhuan Guqing's foreshadowing again. Wanjiman. Qin Yang frowned. 10,000 realms collapsed, and it was at a critical juncture. Although the time is uncertain, Qin Yang still has a sense of urgency in his heart. The core of the myriad realms cannot be repaired, so it should be true. If it can be repaired, Xuanhuan Guqing will not want to break through the myriad realms. If I go to repair it hastily, the myriad worlds will merge. If the firmament world can't bear it, it will collapse completely. If you don't repair it and wait like this, you are just waiting for destruction. Qin Yang was thinking while searching for the lair of the blood skeleton. Looking up at the Xingqian Tianlu, this Tianlu should have been leading to the Haitian Holy Land. It was just reversed with a powerful formation and became a bridge connecting Beiyuan and Zhongzhou. Sea and Sky Holy Land. Qin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Why did Xuanhuan Guqing break the Dragon Realm? Let the Sky World merge with the Dragon World? Is it just for the Sky Island base, just for the collapse of the world, after the destruction of the firmament world, to keep a backup? When Qin Yang returned from the third-level world, he had seen the Holy Land of Sea and Sky, as well as the boundary wall of the Sky World, and his heart became more and more bright. Breaking the Dragon World and making the Sky merge with the Dragon World is strengthening the Sky World. Qin Yang Ishi, isn't this equivalent to patching the Sky World? The current firmament world cannot merge with the myriad worlds, and the core of myriad worlds cannot be repaired. But if the firmament world merges with a few more worlds, after the patch is full, won't it be able to withstand the compatibility of myriad worlds? Qin Yang stroked his chin, and his figure stopped in mid-air. Could it be possible that by breaking the myriad worlds, the firmament world can merge them? Qin Yang frowned, thinking in his heart, it shouldn't be possible. If it is broken, it will be gone. Just like the three-layer world, if it is destroyed, there will be no dregs left. But the Dragon Realm was swallowed and merged by the Sky World, and the three holy lands of sea and sky were the original Dragon Realm, but they still existed. Destroy the Dragon Clan, is it too fast? Qin Yang smacked his lips. Although Qin Yang didn't know what to do, he knew that this must be the way for the celestial starfield to survive. The reason why he was so sure was because of Chuqinga. Chuqinga is a descendant of Tianji sect, and he practiced the Tianyan magic that even Qin Yang couldn't copy. Although Chuqinga is a half-assed person, he gave a clear answer: the Sky Star Field will not be destroyed. Since it won't be destroyed, this is the only way I can think of. Although there is a way, I still don't know where to start. Qin Yang scratched his head. In this case, let's advance to the fifth realm first. Maybe after being promoted to the fifth realm, your vision will be different. Ever since, Qin Yang began to search for Blood Skull's headquarters again. Spiritual thoughts swept through the secret realms one by one, and even some hidden secret realms could not escape Qin Yang's eyes of the sky. Unfortunately, all the secret realms have degenerated, and there are not many god-level secret realms left. Qin Yang's eyes swept over all the secret realms one by one. With Qin Yang's current strength, even if he didn't kill the Blood Demon General and annihilated 2 god-level secret realms, he should be able to advance to the 5th realm. If it doesn't work, then 3. With such a big sea of stars, the annihilation of the 3 God Emperor level secret realms is not a big deal. Qin Yang had already made a decision. His figure flashed and disappeared in place. I found you, huh? Where's the person? Mr. Qiqiao had just appeared above the sea of stars and saw Qin Yang. As soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, he found that the Qin Yang he saw turned out to be an afterimage of Tao. This kid's growth rate is too fast, right? 7. Mr. Qiao was dumbfounded. He was imprisoned in the Dragon Palace by Dragon God Ao Yuanjun just because Mr. Qiao knew too many things. For one thing, I don't want Qin Yang to know about this. Second, I also want to ask how the Dragon Realm was destroyed back then. No one knows how long Mr. Qiao has lived. After all, at the end of any historical records, there is his presence. Even some history books were written by Mr. Qiao. Thousands of dragons destroyed the sky formation, and the dragon clan lost to Qin Yang and was completely wiped out. Later, when Ao Qingli rebuilt the Dragon Palace, he released Mr. Qiao. I knew I would have found a token when I went to Sky Academy. Mr. Qiao had a headache. After all, he is just a magic weapon, and his strength is only at the level of a god emperor. In this sea of stars, he always had to be on guard. He didn't dare to go deep to find Qin Yang directly. That's right, why don't you find a token? Qin Yang's voice suddenly appeared behind Mr. Qiao. If it hadn't been for letting go of his divine sense all the time, Qin Yang really didn't know that Mr. Qiao would appear when he walked forward. And the appearance of Mr. Qiao directly made a God Emperor level secret realm survive from Qin Yang's hands. Qin Yang. Mr. Qiao turned his head in surprise, and said, "Didn't I forget it? I went to the Sky Academy. I just wanted to find out where you are, but no one in the academy knows." They should know. Qin Yang was taken aback. Mr. Qiao pushed his glasses, and said, "Don't mention it, those guys are all talking, asking where you are without saying where, just pointing at the top of your head." Qin Yang's face became strange. "You don't think they are making fun of you, do you? Otherwise?" Mr. Qiao said angrily, "It's in vain that I organized so many issues of Sky Daily for the Academy." Haha. Qin Yang laughed outright. Mr. Qiao was confused and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Chapter 903. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "They didn't make fun of you, really, I can prove it." No wonder Mr. Qiao came to find him alone. It turned out that there was such a misunderstanding. Qin Yang quickly explained, "They are right, I was indeed on top of them." After thinking for a while, Qin Yang said again, "To be precise, it is above the City of Liberty." "What do you mean?" Mr. Qiao asked. Not everyone knows about such a large Sky Island base. Although the Academy knew about it, it didn't spread it around. When Qin Yang told about his Sky Island base, Mr. Qiao was stunned again. "I'm afraid that Ao Qingli doesn't even know that Qin Yang created such a large empty island base from the Haitian Holy Land. By the way, why do you want me?" Qin Yang asked, curiously. Mr. Qiao pointed to the big hole above Zhongzhou. "The void tunnel can be seen clearly even if it is on the Xingqianhai side." "I know, that birdman can't fly over, so it's not a threat," Qin Yang said. Mr. Qiao asked doubtfully, "How do you know he can't fly?" Qin Yang laughed softly, "Didn't I be exiled before? I happened to have arrived at the boundary wall of the star field. Later, I returned to the sky world from there and flew in the void for several years. It was a waste of my endless resources. Precious. You have reached the boundary wall of the star field, and you are still not dead?" Mr. Qiao said in shock, "How strong are you now?" Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't be too shocked. When the third world crashed into the boundary wall of the star field, I just reacted quickly. If I reacted so slowly at that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. This failure to come back does not mean falling." Instead, he was blasted directly into the eternal starfield along the cracks in the boundary wall. Of course, Qin Yang would definitely be seriously injured, and it would be too late to return along the cracks in the boundary wall. After that crack has healed, then look for other cracks. The time is immeasurable. You Mr. Chichao lowered his voice and asked, "Can you kill the 5 realms?" Qin Yang looked at the void tunnel suspiciously. The golden light of the Birdman in the tunnel seemed to be much brighter, and he said, "Although I only have the 4th level, it is still possible to kill the newly promoted 5th level." Qin Yang is naturally not so arrogant that he can kill the 5 realms at will. Even with the heaven-defying supernatural power of the meteor cannon, the ones killed are only those who have just been promoted to the 5th realm and whose strength is not yet stable. The 9 dragons gathering in the 9-dragon pool, and the Wanlong Jurong under the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation are the same. Even beheading the 5 spirit gods was lucky and found a shortcut. Like the 12 golden-winged birdmen, the leader of the feather clan named Yin Ling, this is a veteran of the 5 realms, and has always possessed peak combat power. If they really wanted to face each other, they might have to make one move, and then Qin Yang would have to run away. The super powerful method of pressing the bottom of the box, the meteor cannon, is just a trick. That's terrible, Mr. Chichao said worriedly. Don't tell me, that Birdman can't fly over. If he can fly over, I'm the loser, Qin Yang joked. No, I'm talking about the submarine prison, Mr. Chichao said. Qin Yang's eyelids twitched, and there was an ominous premonition in his heart. What, mean? Mr. Chichao hurriedly said, there are 2 entrances and exits to the submarine prison. One is to pass through the heavenly prison formation, the other is in the Dragon Palace. I heard that you fought against the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan used the 10,000 dragons to exterminate heaven formation. Qin Yang nodded and said, that's right, what then? Mr. Chichao couldn't imagine the war, so he didn't ask any more questions at this time, but continued, the entrance of the Dragon Palace of the submarine prison has lost the suppression of the Dragon Palace. Although there is no problem in a short time, the horrors on the 6th floor of the submarine prison exist. Sooner or later, you will find out and rush out. Qin Yang took a deep breath. The big monster worm ghost skeleton, and general, 6-armed monkey, Kuanping, big monster Kuan Yo. These are all 5 realms. The submarine prison is equivalent to another world. They are completely isolated from the firmament star field, so the degradation of the firmament star field will not affect there. Qin Yang took a deep look at Mr. Chichao and said, this is really not good news. Why are you looking at me like that? Mr. Chichao suddenly became displeased. Don't tell me that if I don't tell you, these things don't exist? Why didn't you think about the submarine prison when you fought against the Dragon Clan in the Dragon Palace? Qin Yang was speechless for a moment. Not to mention him, even the dragon god Ao Yuanjun didn't think about this problem. Both sides thought that they could easily solve each other. Of course, Qin Yang won in the end. If the Dragon Clan wins, Ao Yuanjun will definitely strengthen the exit of the submarine prison immediately. But Qin Yang won. Qin Yang didn't even think about the submarine prison. After the 3rd floor of the submarine prison was exiled, is the 2nd floor connected to the 4th floor? Qin Yang asked. Mr. Chichao shook his head and said, of course not. The submarine prison has been divided into 2. The 2nd floor has become a testing ground for all forces in the mainland to hone and improve their strength. Qin Yang nodded. No wonder the strength of the cultivators on the Sky Continent has improved so quickly in the past few years when he was not here. Then is there a way to go to the 4th floor? Qin Yang asked. 7. Mr. Chiao shook his head again, and said, no. After being exiled from the 3rd floor, if you want to go to the 4th floor, you have to go through the 6th floor. Qin Yang supported his forehead vigorously, originally thinking of using the 4th and 5th layers of cushioning, but he didn't expect to face the 6th layer directly. This is to enter from the 6th floor, so why not fry the pot directly? No matter which big monster it is, they must not be allowed to come out. Whoever comes out, the creatures in the entire firmament world will suffer. How long do you expect the exit of the submarine prison to last? Qin Yang asked, with his brows furrowed. Maybe it won't last long, because... Qin Yang asked, why? Because a big monster has already entered through the exit of the submarine prison. What? Qin Yang became angry immediately, and asked, what do the dragons eat? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Mr. Qiqiao looked sideways at Qin Yang, and slandered in his heart, didn't you almost kill all the dragons? One person, one magic weapon? Could it be that this sea of stars is your back garden? There was a violent shout, and the sea was instantly turbulent. A huge shadow, as if a continent emerged from the sea. With a mouthful of blood, it seemed as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky in one gulp. Mr. Qiqiao swallowed, but found that Qin Yang looked calm. It's just a sea whale in the Four Realms, how dare you swallow me? Qin Yang snorted coldly, just to relieve the embarrassing atmosphere. He stretched out his hand and slapped it suddenly, and shouted loudly, you can't catch my palm. The jet-black palm print that annihilated the rules appeared in an instant, and it was not much smaller than the sea whale monster. Boom! The four-land sea whale disappeared into thin air after being shot by the dead star palm. Mr. Qiqiao opened his mouth wide and pushed his glasses. The light on the glasses blocked his strange eyes. If you read it correctly, this should be the palm of the heavenly god emperor. Chapter 904, Make a Patch. Every time the heavenly god emperor uses this trick, he is extremely proud. It is often accompanied by his words, this palm of mine cannot be grasped hard without a fairy bone. But Qin Yang simply said, you can't catch my palm. In fact, the four-land sea whale monster really failed to catch it. A palm print disappeared directly on the surface of the sea with a radius of thousands of battles, and it was bottomless. Under this palm, I don't know how many big monsters have been implicated. The sea water poured back, and the waves soared into the sky. Amazing! This is much stronger than the heavenly god emperor. Mr. Qiqiao praised. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, not because of Mr. Qiqiao's flattery, but because, under this palm, he sensed something interesting. The blood drop of the blood demon general. This sea whale has been spying on him for a long time, and Qin Yang has already discovered him. But Qin Yang didn't take it to heart. Now he slapped him to death with one palm, only to find that the blood demon general's blood was hidden in the opponent's belly. In other words, everything the sea whale heard, the blood demon general also knew. I said why I can't find you all the time, so that's why. Qin Yang nodded secretly. The blood demon will use this trick to directly make the great monster of the Sea of Stars his sentry spy. No wonder he dares to establish the headquarters of the Blood Skull in the Sea of Stars. Knowing that information, the Blood Fiend will definitely go to the submarine prison. Because the Blood Demon General himself knew that he was no match for Qin Yang at all. 9 dragons gathered together, such a heaven-defying opportunity, was instantly killed by Qin Yang. The Blood Demon General will definitely find the Skeleton Demon General, and let the Skeleton Demon Generals of the 5 realms deal with Qin Yang in the future. Qin Yang? What are you going to do? Mr. Qiqiao asked. What else can I do? Of course, go to the submarine prison again. Qin Yang said, but not now. Then what are you going to do now? Mr. Qiqiao asked again. Qin Yang looked at the sea and laughed. This raging sea of stars needs to be calmer. Boundless. Qin Yang shouted loudly, and directly propped up the extermination realm. The waves disappeared instantly, and the raging regular tides were also wiped out. Mr. Qiqiao took a deep breath. Is this going to flatten the Sea of Stars? The judgment disappeared, and Mr. Qiqiao hurriedly adjusted his glasses to record Qin Yang's actions. Qin Yang rushed into the sea, and all kinds of big monsters attacked directly. For these big monsters, stronger enemies mean better supplies. You don't need Qin Yang to look for them by yourself, these big monsters will come to your door one by one. Even the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation was no match for Qin Yang. Even the dragon gods were beheaded by Qin Yang, let alone these monsters? The Sea of Stars was soaked in blood, and one after another, the big monsters died under Qin Yang's hands. Where did the human race come from? They don't know any rules. How dare you come to Xingqianhai to provoke them? With a loud shout, a tiger shark turned into a human form, a burly man with a full beard and a long and terrifying scar at the corner of his eye. He glared at Qin Yang, with a sharp serrated knife in his hand emitting a cold light. Rules? Qin Yang sneered, I am the rules. My boy, I'd like to see what ability you have, dare to come to Sea of Stars. If you can hold a move from me, you will have a place in Sea of Stars. Tiger Shark said. Qin Yang gave him a cold look, as if he had pierced through the tiger shark with just one look. The tiger shark bit its fangs fiercely, and its heart skipped a beat. It seems that the person in front of him is not an ordinary human being. Suddenly, his heart tightened suddenly, and his hair stood on end. An annihilation Excalibur passed directly by his ear, directly piercing through a great monster of the 3 realms. Instakill 3 realms, you. Tiger Shark's face turned pale with fright. 3 realms? Just now the sea whales in the 4 realms were also killed by my palm, didn't you see? Qin Yang snorted softly. Tiger Shark swallowed. If he saw it, how would he have the guts to come forward? You, why didn't you kill me? Tiger Shark discovered that Qin Yang was killing monsters selectively. Many monsters came to attack Qin Yang, but Qin Yang just ignored it. After seeing Qin Yang's methods, those big monsters ran away in a panic. It's over. Qin Yang clapped his hands. Although it was only for a moment, Qin Yang had already beheaded dozens of big monsters, which made all the monsters in the Sea of Stars tremble. You? Mr. Qiqiao couldn't understand. Qin Yang looked at the tiger shark and said, What? Don't you go? Do you want to die? The tiger shark was chilled all over, and it didn't care about its face, it plunged into the Sea of Stars. Qin Yang said, Okay, I didn't look carefully before, but now all the spies of the Blood Demon General have been solved. Only then did Mr. Qiqiao understand, and at the same time he was even more startled. Qin Yang was so strong. Qin Yang continued, Wait until the Blood Demon will go to the East China Sea and sneak into the submarine prison. Why? Mr. Qiqiao said, If the Blood Demon General and the Skeleton Demon General are allowed to reconcile, then. Qin Yang nodded, and said, I know they still have means, but the Sea of Stars is so big. It's not realistic to search for secret realms one by one. It's better to let the Gore Fiend throw himself into the trap. Looking at Dong Hai, Qin Yang said slowly, The submarine prison is indeed a hidden danger. I must solve him before I can rest assured. Speaking of this, Qin Yang looked at Mr. Qiqiao and asked, By the way, do you know how the Dragon Realm was broken? Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses and said, It's been too long. Facing Qin Yang's gaze, Mr. Qiqiao said, Okay, since you are curious and have such strength, it's okay to let you know. Back then, the incarnation of the Domain Lord, do you know what the incarnation of the Domain Lord is? Mr. Qiqiao proudly wanted to explain, but Qin Yang nodded and said, I know all of these, let's get to the point. Mr. Qiqiao was taken aback for a moment. How much did he miss? How did Qin Yang know everything? Mr. Qiqiao said, Okay, then I will make a long story short. Xuanhuan Guqing is the incarnation of the Domain Master. By the way, Xuanhuan Guqing was really killed by you? Qin Yang was full of black lines, and said angrily, Don't change the subject. I know that Xuanhuan Guqing can't be killed now, she has already been sent to Jiuyou by me. Mr. Qiqiao looked at Qin Yang carefully, and said, Xuanhuan Guqing shattered the world core of the Dragon Realm, then the Dragon Realm will naturally merge with the nearest world. Pointing to the void tunnel above Zhongzhou, he said, "It's similar to this, but it's more appropriate to understand it as a space gate. This space gate will become bigger and bigger, and it will extend to the world boundary wall. When the time comes, the boundary between the two worlds, the walls will be connected, and the two worlds will naturally become one world." The core of the world? Qin Yang frowned, and said, "What does it have to do with the core of the world?" Mr. Chichio explained, "Because the firmament world is the center of all worlds, the world core of the firmament world is called the core of all worlds." Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and said, "That is to say, if I smash the world core of the demon realm, then the demon realm will merge into the sky world?" Mr. Chichio was taken aback, and said, "Why did you do this?" Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Make a patch for the sky world." Chapter 905. The deep sea of stars is not dark and dull. If you have the strength to dive into the deep sea, you will find that the underwater world is also magnificent. One after another, the gates of the secret realm are dotted like stars. Of course, these doors cannot be entered casually, maybe one of them is the territory of some big monster. Mr. Chichio followed Qin Yang, and he finally made Qin Yang his master as he wished. It will be his glory to be able to record the experience of the Lord of Destruction. Skynet Array, Star Compass, Mr. Chichio. Qin Yang's idea is very simple, that is to build an all-round monitoring system. Even if he ventures to the void and the eternal star field in the future, having the ability of Mr. Chichio and the star compass will be of great benefit to Qin Yang's base. Destroying the spy of the Blood Demon General is not enough to make him throw himself into the trap. It seems that we have to work harder. Qin Yang randomly picked a door to a secret realm, and stepped in directly. Tiger Shark, the big monster of the Four Realms, watched Qin Yang's figure disappear into the light gate from a distance, and secretly sweated. How could such a heaven-defying evildoer appear on the mainland? What on earth is this kid trying to do? Tiger Shark couldn't figure it out, but after half a day, the door to the secret realm shook for a while, and suddenly, collapsed. Tiger Shark tensed all over, and then, where the Guangmen used to be, two figures appeared out of thin air. Weren't they Qin Yang and Mr. Chichio who entered before? What's even more frightening is that this kid's aura seems to be stronger. In the Sea of Stars, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is indeed there. Pick a secret realm at random, and the big monster in it is about to break through the fifth realm. Qin Yang said tut-tisk. Pinch the finger to decide, and form an array in the void. A portal appeared in front of Qin Yang. Throw all kinds of natural materials and treasures from the secret realm directly to the Sky Island base along the portal, and then choose the next secret realm. The destruction of the secret realm is not just the disappearance of a secret realm gate. The entire Sea of Stars was shaken by it. All monsters in the realm of God Emperors can perceive the disappearance of the gate of the secret realm, and to them, the disappearance of the gate of the secret realm certainly means the destruction of a secret realm. Many big monsters came out of their secret realms, and soon knew everything. The Master of Destruction will destroy the Sea of Stars. The big monster of the Four Realms is not an enemy with one move. Not only killing the body, but also destroying the secret realm. The Sea of Stars, which was already terrifying, became depressed. Compared with the arrival of the Lord of Destruction, these overlords of the sea finally know what the real terror is. Damn it, Qin Yang. You forced me. In a hidden secret realm, the gates of the secret realm are hidden. The blood demon will suddenly open his eyes in a gloomy hall in the secret realm. The collapse of a god-level secret realm is enough to make all god emperors tremble with fear. Especially the blood demon general. Because Qin Yang's goal is him. Originally, Qin Yang was just searching slowly, but now he's starting to destroy secret realms one by one. The Gorfiend thought for a while, is it because I'm afraid that I will enter the East China Sea and the submarine prison? Will it be the same as before, beheading me? The Gorfiend stood up straight away, and said to himself, the dragon clan is destroyed, the skeleton general should come out by himself. What happened to the submarine prison? Why haven't there been so many powerful existences? Forget it, no matter what, this sea of stars won't be able to stay any longer. I'll go to the submarine prison and help the skeleton general. Maybe I can pick up some bargains. The Gorfiend disappeared in a flash. In the sea of stars, Qin Yang turned his head abruptly, his gaze pierced through many spaces, and saw a door to a secret realm that disappeared in a blink of an eye. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth, laughed, and said, "Sure enough, you've stunned the snake." What Qin Yang wanted was this effect. If he didn't force the Gorfiend general away, he wouldn't feel at ease entering this submarine prison. After all, there are 5 great monsters everywhere, and the environment is complicated. Even Qin Yang didn't know what would happen or how long it would take. After opening the eyes of the sky, the entire sea of stars is in Qin Yang's sight. He deliberately didn't look at the fleeing Gorfiend, but focused on the secret realm of the Gorfiend. Blood Demon General, where to escape? A loud shout of thunder shook the entire sea of stars. All the big monsters felt their hearts tightened, and then heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that the target of the Lord of Destruction was not them. The Blood Demon General, who had fled far away, was even more hairy, wiped his sweat secretly, and said in his heart, "It's okay, he didn't find me." In a short while, the induction in his heart made the Blood Demon General fly into a rage. Qin Yang actually killed all his subordinates, and even the secret realm with him was directly destroyed. Today's Blood Demon General is actually alone. The 3 major dark forces in the mainland, the shadows, are destroyed, and the blood skeletons have stepped into the footsteps. Qin Yang, just wait for me. When I come back from the submarine prison, I will wash the sky with blood. The Blood Demon General said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the Gorfiend quickly shrank his neck, fearing that Qin Yang would find out, so he fled a little faster. In the depths of the sea of stars, Qin Yang watched off the Blood Demon General. Rush to the East China Sea and smile lightly. There are countless divine senses around to probe, except when Qin Yang deliberately shows off his aura. These big monsters can't detect Qin Yang at all. In their spiritual thoughts, Qin Yang does not exist, except to see with the naked eye. Although they couldn't see Qin Yang, they could see Mr. Qiqiao. Mr. Qiqiao was probed by all kinds of powerful spiritual thoughts. Even if he was a magic weapon, his whole body was stiff. "Are we rushing to the submarine prison too?" Mr. Qiqiao asked. After destroying 2 secret realms one after another, Mr. Qiqiao finally saw the true power of the Lord of Destruction. Qin Yang is now only 1 step away from the 5 realms. Even if he enters the 6th floor of the submarine prison, it is enough to protect himself against those 5 realm monsters. "Don't worry, it's still close," Qin Yang said. "A little bit worse?" "What do you mean?" "You mean the speed of the Blood Demon General is too slow?" Mr. Qiqiao asked, puzzled. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "No, what I mean is that I'm still very close to being promoted to the 5th realm." Hiss. Mr. Qiqiao stared at Qin Yang with wide eyes. He was the Lord of Destruction, and the speed of promotion was incomprehensible. But thinking about it is also true. The Lord of Destruction is an existence that can be on an equal footing with the will of the Domain Master. Even in the face of the incarnation of the Domain Master, the Lord of Destruction can also overwhelm him. "You want to directly advance to the 5th realm here?" Mr. Qiqiao asked. Qin Yang looked over and said, "What else? I'm going to plunge into the submarine prison now?" Hee hee. Qin Yang himself laughed dryly, and said, "Even if I am promoted to the 5th realm, in a place like the submarine prison, I may not be able to instantly kill my peers like I am now. What's more, before the 4th realm go?" Qin Yang didn't want to be hammered on the head if he went in. Here, if he destroyed another secret realm, he could be promoted to the 5th realm. In the submarine prison, who can I kill in the 4 realms? Chapter 906, Sending the Protoss. The entire Sea of Stars seemed to have really calmed down. In the Sea of Stars, which made the entire sky world frightened, not a single monster dared to stir up storms. If it was in the past, if one dared to cross the Sea of Stars under the three realms of the God Emperor, he would surely die. But now, even if a small cultivator at the Divine King realm was flying close to the surface of the sea, no big monster would dare to show his head. My lord. Don't. Tiger Shark was about to cry. Although he didn't know what Qin Yang wanted to do, Qin Yang destroyed every secret realm when he entered it, and now he happened to choose the secret realm he occupied. Yo, if I don't kill you, why aren't you happy? Qin Yang frowned slightly. Tiger Shark hurriedly said, No, there are no natural treasures in my secret realm, and there is no value at all. Qin Yang blinked and said, It's a god-level secret realm, and that's its greatest value. The law of the jungle is like this on the mainland, let alone the Sea of Stars? If Qin Yang's strength was weak, the Tiger Shark would have eaten him long ago. Now Qin Yang only killed those big monsters who were tampered with by the blood demon generals, which was considered extraordinarily merciful. Are you really going to destroy my secret realm? Tiger Shark gritted his teeth. Qin Yang snorted softly, and stepped into the light gate step by step without any bird watching him. The Tiger Shark's eyes were red with anger, and there were countless big demon rabbits and dead foxes around. How could such a giant in the Sea of Stars have ever suffered such a great humiliation? Tiger Shark shouted angrily, Have you all seen it? This Lord of Destruction is too deceitful. If he continues to be so arrogant, we don't have to continue fighting. Just hand over his head and let him chop off. A group of big monsters temporarily let go of their old grievances, and one of them said, Then what can we do? Although this kid is in the four realms, he is invincible in the four realms. We are not his opponent at all. Tiger Shark sneered, and said, I don't think so. Although he is powerful, he is only one person after all. Even if he has the ability to instantly kill the four realms, how many times can he perform it in a row? Which of the big monsters who have been in the Sea of Stars for countless years is not extremely intelligent? A big monster immediately said, You want us to fight with wheels and consume him to death? Who will go first? Are you going to go first? Of course Tiger Shark wouldn't go first, and immediately said, None of us need to go first, so someone can deal with him. You mean? All the big monsters looked at each other, and a group that was about to be forgotten came to their minds. Send the Protoss. This is an extremely mysterious ethnic group, they are also human races, but it is hard to say which world human race they are from. They don't practice the rules of heaven and earth, but they have powerful attainments in rune formations. Each of them is a master of refining magic treasures, making talismans, and engraving formations, but none of the magic treasures, talismans, or formations has been handed down. In the eyes of the strong, they are heretics with strange skills and prostitution. But I have to say, strong, really strong. In this group of gods, everyone is an ordinary person. But it happens that ordinary people are able to compete with the God Emperor when activating the magic weapon unique to their ethnic group. Thousands of years ago, 10,000 worlds fought. The calendar of the gods ends. In the 9,000-year-long forgotten history, the Protoss race appeared once. As soon as it appeared, it came to the Sea of Stars. The Sea of Stars at that time was far stronger than it is now. The appearance of the dispatched gods directly bloodbathed the Sea of Stars, and then directly opened up a world near the gate of 10,000 realms in the deepest part of the Sea of Stars. Since then, there has been no news of sending the Protoss. And in that world, no monster dared to approach. Even with the gate of 10,000 realms, no monster dared to explore it. They seem to be very interested in the Wanjie Gate, as if they are guarding the Wanjie Gate and waiting for something. There are monsters who don't believe in evil, don't believe that the God clan is still there, and secretly approach the Wanjie gate, but after a beam of light that makes everyone tremble, all monsters, no matter how strong they are instantly killed. This is a secret that only the Star Sea Monster knows, and only the Star Sea Monster knows that there is such a group as the God Clan in the firmament world. As long as we lure that kid to the 10,000 Realms gate, the God Clan will kill him. Tiger Shark said, whether it's this kid or the God Clan, they are always a thorn in our side and a thorn in our flesh and Sea of Stars. They exist, and our struggle for hegemony is nothing but a vain battle in the end. A big demon echoed again and again, saying, that's right. 2 years ago, my brother died at the hands of the God Clan. The God Clan, I must take revenge. Let them fight and hurt both sides, and then we will wipe them all out. I have had enough of sending the Protoss. In contrast, Qin Yang, the Lord of Destruction, did not send the Protoss even more to the Star Sea Monster. When the Protoss was mentioned, all the big monsters temporarily united. We must let them see who is the boss of Xingqianhai. A big turtle-like monster said suddenly. For a while, the atmosphere became awkward. Isn't that obvious? Either that kid or the Protoss. Otherwise, there is no need to try every means to make the two of them fight. It took a while for the big turtle monster to react, and hurriedly said, wait to get rid of the God Clan and that kid, and see who is the boss of Xingqianhai. After saying this, there was even more silence in the deep sea. How? So, do you still want to be the sole overlord of the Sea of Stars? The big turtle monster was speechless. Why, what did I say wrong? He was about to say something more, but a big monster next to him hurriedly stopped him. Stop talking. Oh. The big turtle monster kept silent. But how to lead that kid to Wanjiman? A big monster asked. Tiger Shark looked at the big turtle monster before, and said, that kid looks very shrewd and has his own ideas. He won't be led by the nose by us. It's not easy for us to lure him to the gate of 10,000 realms. It was successful. But it is much easier to lure the Protoss clan to that kid. As long as the two of them meet, it won't be good. Tiger Shark said. You, what are you looking at me for? The big turtle demon felt terrified. Tiger Shark said with a smile, your defense power ranks first in the entire Sea of Stars. Why don't you take a walk? The big turtle monster was taken aback, and said, are you kidding me? Do you want me to die? Tiger Shark said fiercely, I seem to have heard it before, so retreated after resisting the attack of the Protoss. It seems that it is not you, right? Nonsense, who else would it be if it wasn't me? Besides me, who can have such a strong defense? The turtle monster wanted to change his words, but it was too late. All the big monsters looked at the big turtle monster, and the big turtle monster said, okay, I will go. But I can say it first, if the gods are really chased out, and if the kid avoids the battle. Tiger Shark quickly answered, we will work together to help you. Speaking of this, Tiger Shark looked at his secret realm, felt it in his heart, and brushed Lala's blood. Chapter 907 Promotion to the 5 Realms. Tiger Shark said earlier that there are no natural treasures in his secret realm. Of course he lied to Qin Yang. After Qin Yang entered his secret realm, he immediately jumped to make a plan with all the monsters, and even did not hesitate to lure out the Protoss, precisely because in his secret realm, there were treasures of heaven and earth that had been searched for countless years. He himself was reluctant to use it, but now he made it all for Qin Yang's wedding dress. At this time, he sensed his own secret realm in his heart, and Qin Yang was about to loot all the treasures of the entire secret realm. Time is running out, old turtle, you go now. Tiger Shark said. The big turtle monster took a deep breath, turned into a streamer, and went straight into the deep sea. Not long after he left, the big monsters around him dispersed like birds and beasts. Sending the Protoss, this is not easy to mess with. It is said that if Qin Yang avoids the battle, they will join hands to resist the sent gods. It is a joke. Who doesn't know that the Protoss only kill those who offend them? As long as you don't interfere with their clan, the God clan will naturally not bother to talk to you. The tiger shark did not leave, but waited quietly. As soon as Qin Yang came out, he was responsible for delaying the time. In the secret realm, Qin Yang smiled from ear to ear. Even Mr. Chichao kept clicking his tongue. There are so many treasures of heaven and earth, and they are all the best in the sea of stars. It's rare to see them on the mainland. Qin Yang snorted, and said, "You still have to witness the magic weapon of history, that's all you know? Let me tell you, when I was in the third world, I possessed 10 times more treasures of heaven, material and earth. More than 100 times. In the little demon realm, all the treasure houses of the major sects are mine. If you didn't hurry on the way back, you will be surprised." Mr. Chichao kept curling his lips, and he didn't know who was smiling as soon as he came in, and he still couldn't hold back his smile. With a base as big as mine, it's always right to gather more resources. Qin Yang said. The Shenbing food realm can grow food and raise and eat monsters in captivity, but it is not suitable for the growth of natural materials and earthly treasures. The growing environment of many natural treasures is extremely harsh, but whether it is farming or breeding, the environment cannot be so harsh. Then the tiger shark didn't follow? Qin Yang sensed it suspiciously. I am afraid it took a lot of time to collect so many natural materials and earthly treasures. Since he didn't follow in, let's spare his life. Thinking so, Qin Yang moved his hands faster. He even directly activated the starry sky compass, and moved them all to the Qianquan ring with the confinement spaces of Fengshenbao mirror. Even the Yaojian ring was almost full, and at the great risk of being swallowed by the panda, Qin Yang sped up his action. Soon, this secret realm was almost raided by Qin Yang. Withholding his hands, Qin Yang took a deep breath. After destroying 2 secret realms one after another, Qin Yang already had experience. The power of annihilation was fully mobilized, and in the secret realm, Qin Yang began to collapse rapidly. This time, Qin Yang used the abilities of the heaven-sealing mirror and the heaven-swallowing gourd to the extreme. Striving for nothing is wasted. The entire secret realm began to be spread by darkness. No, it was beginning to be exposed to the endless void. The gate of the secret realm is the only passage leading to the sky world. The rule of obliteration, as the secret realm of obliteration began to grow slowly, it was already one step away from the 5 realms. After destroying the secret realm, it was directly promoted to the 5th realm. After being promoted to the God Emperor of the 5 realms, Qin Yang felt his mind clear up for a while. It seems that the field of vision has widened a lot, as if jumping up from the mouth of a well. The 4 realms equal the sky, the 5 realms break the sky. Qin Yang began a transformation from soul to body. As if the world couldn't hold him anymore, this time it wasn't rejection, but Qin Yang was so strong that the world couldn't hold him. If the eye of the sky used to be able to see everything in one world, now Qin Yang opened the eye of the sky again, and could even directly see several worlds near the sky world. Turning his head slightly, Qin Yang looked in a direction, which seemed to be the devil world. In the past, if one wanted to enter the demon realm, one would probably have to go through the entrance of the demon realm through the 100,000 mountains within the sphere of influence of the demon god temple. Now, Qin Yang feels that as long as he activates the power of Shenlongjiu, he can directly enter the demon world. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, but Qin Yang didn't realize that the 5 realms turned out to be such a big qualitative change. At the same time, I no longer despise those big monsters in the submarine prison in my heart. Although Qin Yang's thinking was conservative before, and it was difficult for the 4 realms to kill those big monsters, but in the final analysis, he still thinks this is not a bad idea. Not just because of the meteor cannon, but because Qin Yang believes that the 5 realms are just stronger overall. But now, Qin Yang himself has been promoted to the 5th realm, and he realizes that this is not as simple as being somewhat stronger. The realm of breaking the sky at will. Qin Yang thought in his heart, if he used his current power to activate the meteor cannon and injected all his power into it, the power of this meteor cannon might be able to blast through it directly. The star field boundary wall of the sky star field, right? The peak strike of the 5 realms is not Qin Yang's peak strike. Now Qin Yang's attack of the Death Star palm is enough to equal the attack of the meteorite cannon before. Mr. Qiqiao's glasses lit up with a strange light. Being able to record the moment when Qin Yang was promoted to the top was enough for him to brag about it for a long time. That's the void tunnel? Qin Yang looked at a hole in the sky world. A tunnel stretches to great distances. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes suddenly. No, why is the golden light so close? This is not like the golden light emanating from the end of the star field. The strength of the 5 realms. Qin Yang felt his own strength. If he used his current strength to cross the distance between the sky world and the star field boundary wall, it would definitely not take a few years. If you use the power of Shenlongjiu, it will take a few months at most. The speed has increased by more than 10 times. If you don't use Shenlongjiu. Qin Yang's heart suddenly became heavy. He always thought that the birdman couldn't fly over, but at this moment, it seemed that he was too optimistic. By the way, do you know Yin Ling's ability? Qin Yang looked at Mr. Qiqiao. Mr. Qiqiao was taken aback, and said, which Yin Ling? That. Mr. Qiqiao pointed to the golden light in the void. Yes, it's the birdman with the 12 golden wings. Qin Yang nodded. On Mr. Qiqiao's glasses, the light changed, and various images flowed rapidly. The combat power is so powerful that it can beat the dragon god. Qin Yang knew that this was of course not the Ao Yuanjun he beheaded, but the ancestor god of the dragon clan in the dragon realm. And then? To be more specific? Qin Yang asked. Mr. Qiqiao opened his mouth and said slowly, I don't know the specific ability, but he seems to have a supernatural power, which can instantly shorten the distance between the enemy, like a shadow. What is it called? God Feather comes. Yes, that's the name. His golden feathers can instantly appear near the target, and the main body will also appear in an instant. Oops! Qin Yang shouted. What's wrong? Mr. Qiqiao asked. Qin Yang said, the target of this golden feather can be any element, or power, right? What do you want to say? Mr. Qiqiao was puzzled. I first went to this void tunnel to attack with a meteor cannon. Qin Yang said. In this way, the golden light of this birdman is so close, doesn't it mean? Chapter 908 The Price of Blocking the Way. Void Tunnel. Qin Yang took a deep breath. This is the ability that only the incarnation of the Domain Master can have. It can connect the two worlds. Only the incarnation of the Domain Master can have the power to attack regardless of distance. Although it looks like a very ordinary tunnel, like the Xingqian Tianlu and Shifang Tianlu. But there is still an essential difference. This difference is mainly reflected in that it cannot be crossed. From both ends of the void tunnel, one can enter the tunnel, but not from the outside. That is to say, even if Qin Yang wants to intercept this birdman who may be very close to the sky world, he must first return to the sky world and enter through the hole in the sky in the void tunnel. However, besides this, Qin Yang had another problem to consider. The sky world is no longer as tenacious as it used to be. A fight between the 5 realms is likely to shatter the center of all realms. As long as the firmament world is destroyed, all the worlds in the entire firmament star field will quickly break away from gravity and crash into the star field boundary wall. It seems that we can only try. Qin Yang thought of a way. With a flash of his figure, he took a step forward and returned directly to the Sea of Stars. The big monster tiger shark's eyes were about to burst. His secret realm was indeed destroyed. The moment the light gate in the secret realm disappeared, that hateful figure appeared. Qin Yang just glanced at the tiger shark, and was about to return to Zhongzhou directly, but he never thought that the tiger shark stopped him directly after eating the guts of a leopard. It seems that you really want to die. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, and a sword of annihilation was directly condensed. The surging annihilation breath made tiger shark's blood freeze, and the shadow of death made his heart stop suddenly. Wait a minute. I have a shocking secret. Tiger shark gritted his teeth and said hastily. As soon as the words fell, tiger shark suddenly realized that the annihilation Excalibur had pierced his neck. The skin was pierced directly, dripping with blood. If it was half a minute later, he would be instantly killed by Qin Yang. Say. Qin Yang said coldly. Tiger shark swallowed, and moved his head. The tingling pain in his neck made his spiritual sense tense. In this sea of stars, there is still a mysterious group of people who are far stronger than us. Tiger shark said. Qin Yang became suspicious. Isn't Xuanhuan the territory of these big monsters? How could there be any ethnic groups? Tiger shark's brow was sweating anxiously, and he called out loudly in his heart, damn old turtle, why didn't he come? Seeing Qin Yang's puzzled expression, tiger shark hurriedly continued, yes, there is a group called the Sending God Clan. Qin Yang snorted, I really can't understand why you still block my way even though you know you are not my opponent. If you say that there is a 5-level monster in Xuanhuan, maybe you can convince me. Why are you talking nonsense about sending to Protoss? Also, there is no point in delaying time. The incarnation of the Domain Master has seen it himself, and the Underworld God has also seen it. Is there anything else in the entire sky star field that Qin Yang doesn't know? Send the Protoss? Don't say you've never heard of it, even whether there is such a group in the history of the Tsongqiang starfield is another matter. Just as he was about to kill the big monster tiger shark, Mr. Qiqiao appeared beside Qin Yang in human form, and said in a low voice, he doesn't seem to be talking nonsense. No nonsense? Qin Yang asked, is there really a Protoss? Which world is this, and what race? Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses, and looked at the big monster tiger shark strangely. Mr. Qiqiao said at the same time, the Sent Gods are not the race of the sky star field, they are the rulers of other star fields. Eternal Starfield? Qin Yang asked. Mr. Qiqiao shook his head, and said, no, the location of the God Clan is a destroyed star field. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, could it be the star field that was destroyed in the previous star field war? Mr. Qiqiao nodded. It was also that star field war that caused the sky star field to continue to regress, until now it is only one step away from destruction. The big monster tiger shark was stunned. Why couldn't he understand a word during the conversation between the two? What the hell are these two guys doing? How did the Protoss clan appear in the Sea of Stars? Qin Yang asked, in the previous world wars, there was no such group. Mr. Qiqiao thought for a while and said, maybe they came here after the 10,000 Realms War. Mr. Qiqiao has always stayed on the mainland. Thousands of years ago, he was directly trapped in the secret realm of the Qinling Mountains. He has never set foot in the Sea of Stars. Therefore, for Mr. Qiqiao, everything is possible. After the 10,000 Realms War, the calendar of the gods came to an end. In the firmament world, no one can be promoted to God Emperor. Some who were originally God Emperors hid themselves, for fear of falling into the realm along with the world. There was a strange thing at that time, that is, there was a God King who crossed the Sea of Stars without losing his life. Everyone thought he was lying. After all, he went crazy after crossing the Sea of Stars. What did the whole Sea of Stars become? A sea of blood? Mr. Qiqiao said while recalling, from Beiyuan to Zhongzhou, they all take the road of stars and stars. No one dares to cross the Sea of Stars. But the coastal areas of the two continents do smell the pungent smell of blood, which has lasted for hundreds of years. Long. So, this god clan really exists. Qin Yang looked at the tiger. Shark said, is this the rescuer you procrastinated to wait for? The face of the big monster tiger shark froze, and he greeted the 18 generations of the old turtle's ancestors in his heart, and said bravely, humph, in front of the sending gods, you can only be slaughtered. You are not the sending gods at all. Opponent. Qin Yang blinked and said lightly, oh. With a light flick of the finger, the Annihilation Excalibur slashed across the neck of the big monster tiger shark. The big monster tiger shark's eyes widened, and it covered its neck with its hands. If he hadn't retreated quickly, this sword would have cut off his head. Why are you like this? The big monster tiger shark shouted angrily at the voice transmission. What's wrong with me? Qin Yang was a little surprised, this guy even escaped his own attack? Flying his fingers up and down, the Annihilation Excalibur cut across a mysterious arc, killing again. A strong person like you, don't you want to deal with a stronger existence? The big monster tiger shark collapsed, and said, you have such combat power, can you just admit defeat so easily? You don't even send the gods? I don't even know. Qin Yang smiled angrily, sorry, I really don't want to deal with stronger beings. Also, I'm really busy. Even after being promoted to the 5th realm of God Emperor, there are still a lot of powerful enemies waiting to be dealt with. Qin Yang is already annoying enough, there are birdmen with 12 golden wings on it, and a group of 5-level monsters in the submarine prison. This is not over yet, what kind of god condemner popped up? What Qin Yang hoped most was that the cursor would reappear after he finished his work. Huddled together, tangled up in wool? If you block my way, you will have to pay a price. Qin Yang's eyes turned cold, and he made a wrong fingertip. It turned out to be an annihilating sword, but it suddenly changed into 1,000 swords. An annihilating sword lotus bloomed directly in the air, and the tiger shark was unable to dodge any longer and was strangled on the spot. Chapter 909, Sending the Protoss Girl. After beheading the big monster tiger shark, Qin Yang let go of his divine sense. Just as he was about to sense the mark of the Tianmen seal and teleport back to Zhongzhou, a white light suddenly shot over from the depths of the seabed. The white light seemed to have pierced through a big turtle monster, and the old turtle from all over the world was powerless to resist under the white light. Not only that, Bai Guang continued to attack Qin Yang unabated. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and flicked lightly, and a wall of heaven and earth appeared directly in front of him. Boom! The entire sea of stars shook, and the nearby gates of the secret realm trembled again and again. Some big monsters who were peeping from a distance also spurted blood under the shock, and their faces were shocked. Then the old tortoise really lured the scent gods out, and with the old tortoise's defensive power, he couldn't stop it. But the attack of the white light was easily blocked by that kid. How is this possible? Among the 4 realms, who can have a stronger defense than that old turtle? In Qin Yang's divine sense, he felt several exclamations. Frowning tightly, he looked into the deep sea. A huge monster is slowly approaching. Qin Yang's eyes froze. This turned out to be a mobile war fortress? Qin Yang rubbed his chin and stared at this powerful magic weapon that looked like a battleship. The rune formation above the magic weapon is no less mysterious than the wall of the heaven and earth boundary. Even at this glance, the ultimate version of the replication system has no response. Spirit-class battleship? Qin Yang took a deep breath. It cannot be copied, but it can only be explained that the level of this battleship is higher than that of Qin Yang. And above the Divine Emperor realm is the Divine Spirit realm. The battleship stopped in the deep sea, and its huge size made people feel as if the entire ground had risen. Qin Yang has no doubts, if there is such a magic weapon, there is no need for a starry sky base for exploring the void. The survivors of the star field who were destroyed, sent the gods. Qin Yang muttered softly. If the sky star field is destroyed, and I take the empty island to the eternal star field, it seems to be somewhat similar to the scene I saw before. The Spirit-class battleship stopped, and a circle of light spread out from above the battleship. The circle of light quickly spread out, seeming to scan everything around it. It was just that in an instant, the entire sea of stars was probably probed by its powerful ability. When this circle of light hits the ground or monsters, it will outline the model, but when it touches Qin Yang, it directly penetrates through it as if Qin Yang doesn't exist. Not long after, a bit of starlight flew out from the terrifying battleship. It's a girl with a white halo all over her body. The girl was wearing a strange armor, and the halo seemed to be the ability of a ring on her hand. Super god-level magic weapon. Qin Yang looked at the girl who was quickly approaching him. I have a lot of knowledge about this Protoss. First of all, the Protoss race is also a human race, no different from the human race in the sky world. Secondly, the Protoss did not cultivate any power, they were just ordinary people. In the end, this Emperor-level magic weapon can even be used by ordinary people. And with these Emperor-level magic weapons, the combat power will not be weaker than the strong God Emperors, and even, will be stronger. You are their rescuer? Qin Yang asked. Are you the helper they invited? The girl also asked at the same time. The voices of the two overlapped together. What did you say? Qin Yang frowned. What do you mean? The girl was also taken aback. Qin Yang waved his hand, interrupted what the girl was about to say, and said, I see, it's the monster from the Sea of Stars who resorted to the plan of driving away tigers and devouring wolves. It seems, this is a misunderstanding. You guys, where did I come from and where do I go back? I still have things to do. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he glanced at the Spirit-class battleship behind the girl. The threat level of this thing is probably much higher than that of Yin Ling. The girl snorted coldly and said, misunderstanding? I don't think so. The girl said coldly, are you afraid? Qin Yang snorted and said, I just don't have time. Qin Yang glanced at it, and he knew all the Emperor-level magic weapons on this girl. Among the several rings on the girl's hand, one of them can be directly sent to the battleship when she is threatened. As long as the ability is copied, Qin Yang can also directly sneak into the Spirit-class warship. Qin Yang didn't think that these ordinary people who had no cultivation and only relied on external objects had the ability to be their enemies. Of course, the Spirit-class battleship is definitely not a display, but it will definitely take time and effort to deal with this Protoss. But now, for Qin Yang, time is too precious. This is not related to his safety alone, but the entire sky world. Not to mention anything else, the Sky Island base has not been built yet, and there are people everywhere in the mainland who can't afford it, as well as wives and friends in the Devil world. If the firmament world collapses at this time, it will be too late to save it. No time? The girl looked at Qin Yang coldly, and pointed lightly. Qin Yang's eyelids twitched, and he directly performed the cycle of virtual reality and escaped into the false space. Walking in the void? You are the ancient star. The God Emperor of the domain? The girl was obviously a little surprised. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, no. This trick was copied from the Demon General. It seems that the Demon General is not only summoning divine soldiers from the eternal star field, but also the skills. Walking in the void, the name is not bad. Well, it will be called this in the future. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction. How dare you show yourself? The girl was a little annoyed. Qin Yang looked at the girl playfully, and said with a smile, what? Your warship can't lock onto me. Now you will come forward to guide the attack. You still can't lock onto me, so hurry up? The girl held back, and took a deep look at Qin Yang. This kid is too weird. Suddenly, the girl smiled and said, little brother, I don't want to attack you, I just want to invite you to be a guest on the battleship. Don't you? Qin Yang laughed and said, also, don't call me little brother. For us, by practicing the power of rules, we can easily achieve immortality. Not to mention immortality, at least we can live. It has been 8,000 years. If there is any secret method, the lifespan is comparable to that of the monster race. Calculated by age, I may be your ancestor. Qin Yang said nonsense. The girl's expression became serious. Not only her, but the entire Protoss clan were envious of these cultivators. Even with the powerful rune formation power, it is impossible for them to live to such an old age. Not to mention being able to live forever, youth forever. Sending the Protoss requires change. And this time it is the opportunity to send the Protoss. No, you're teasing me. The girl suddenly realized that this kid was teasing herself in a different way. Don't you just want to take advantage of yourself after talking so much? This person can escape the battleship scan, and his strength is not weak. He should be the top powerhouse in this world. It seems that the sky world has recovered a little. The girl thought in her heart, but this guy's ability is strange. How should he be defeated? Catch it, it will be used by my Protoss. Qin Yang stared at the girl and had an idea in his mind. Driving tigers and devouring wolves is indeed a good strategy. Chapter 9-10 Molestation. What's your name? The girl asked. At the same time, he was observing Qin Yang's reaction. Even ordinary big monsters are extremely curious about the Protoss. Why is this guy not interested at all? Qin Yang. Qin Yang said, slowly. I was still thinking in my heart, such a big battleship, I don't know how many people are hidden in it. If this girl can be sent out alone, the status of this girl should not be low. If I take it away, and take it straight into the void tunnel. Aren't you going to ask my name? The girl was sullen. She couldn't do anything about this guy. Ah? Oh. Qin Yang nodded. Still thinking in my heart, the plan has been made, and the rest is to implement it. There are too many magic weapons in this girl. Qin Yang continued to deduce, this workload is not low. A ring, a pair of earrings, and even a necklace are magic weapons. If you want to take it away, you must destroy these magic weapons. You. She gritted her girlish silver teeth tightly. How can she say that she is also the top beauty in the clan? Could this kid really be an old-timer, and no longer close to womanizing? I am the heavenly alien star master of the Protoss clan, Lin Xiaotang, the girl said. N. Qin Yang nodded again, thinking in his heart, if she has no other magic weapon, the success rate is already 100%. Lin Xiaotang took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said with a pleasant face, there are 3 major star masters in the Scent God clan. If you think that I am a girl, and I don't look old, then look down on me. Oh, your status is quite high. Not bad. Qin Yang was overjoyed. Lin Xiaotang didn't understand what was going on in Qin Yang's mind, and continued, I can represent the God clan and make a deal with you. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xiaotang's eyes suddenly blurred. A light screen appeared in front of him, and there was a dazzling red alarm on the light screen. At the same time, the ring on his hand glowed and automatically launched a defense. Then, layers of masks disintegrated. Lin Xiaotang felt inexplicable fear, and his heart shivered. Qin Yang broke through all his defenses in the blink of an eye and appeared behind him. Deal? Qin Yang asked suspiciously, what deal? You. Lin Xiaotang's whole body was stiff. Who is this person? How is it so powerful? Even if it is the peak of the God Emperor 4 realms, it is impossible to pass through his own defense. It was as if his defense had failed in front of this person. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to gently caress Lin Xiaotang's earrings. The strange crystals shone, not just beautiful. Qin Yang thought in his heart, is this girl stupid? Why are so many magic weapons not activated? Qin Yang forgot, however, that the person who dispatched the Protoss didn't have a strong divine sense at all, and his reaction speed was too slow. Just relying on the magic weapon to react on its own, it's okay to deal with ordinary god emperors, but how to deal with Qin Yang? Looks like I'm thinking too complicated again? Qin Yang sighed. His hand was already on the earring, and under the urging of divine power, the earring was directly sealed by Qin Yang. Such a serious operation, but Lin Xiaotang blushed. In her opinion, it was tantamount to Qi Guoguo's molestation and molestation. That's not all. Qin Yang reached out and touched her necklace. Haven't reacted yet? Qin Yang was a little speechless. This necklace seals a powerful supernatural power, even Qin Yang has to be careful with it. But now, it is easily sealed again. Then next. Qin Yang took aim at Lin Xiaotang's battle armor. Through her swan-like neck, she could see the edge of the red underwear inside. Shrink your eyes, this is the real magic weapon. On the panel given by the duplication system, the defensibility of this magic weapon directly soared to 5 realms. If this magic weapon is activated, Qin Yang will be directly bounced away, making it impossible to break through easily. Without hesitation, Qin Yang stretched into Lin Xiaotang's battle armor. In comparison, the attack power of this battle armor can be ignored. Up. What? The ear-piercing scream startled Qin Yang. The movements of his hands accelerated a bit. Shameless. Hooligan. Lin Xiaotang slapped him, but to Qin Yang, it was just drizzle. Qin Yang was prepared for the offensive ability of the battle armor, and under the urging of divine power, the power to annihilate the rules was released immediately. Bang! The battle armor with the attack power of 4 realms was directly shattered by Qin Yang. Only the close-fitting defensive magic weapon that Qin Yang was grasping was exposed, which turned out to be a bellyband. Qin Yang blinked. He dared to swear to God, he just wanted to seal this magic weapon. In fact, this personal magic weapon was indeed sealed by Qin Yang, but Qin Yang's hand appeared in an awkward position. Take it down, make him look like a real hooligan. Don't take it down, isn't this even more of a hooligan? I said I didn't want to tease you, do you believe me? Qin Yang asked bravely. Go to hell. I'm going to kill you. Lin Xiaotang burst into tears, being so insulted, he sent the Protoss Tianyixing majestically. Lord, when have you ever suffered such humiliation? Generally, it is impossible for the opposite sex to appear in such a close position. On the jade-like arm, the light blue bracelet shone brightly. Lin Xiaotang raised his hand, and the light on the bracelet echoed the Spirit-class battleship. I missed one. Qin Yang frowned, and grabbed it with his other hand. The posture was even more difficult to explain, and Lin Xiaotang couldn't move at all. Although the bracelet was sealed, it was too late to stop the attack. This attack did not come from the bracelet itself, but from that Spirit-class warship. Qin Yang's heart tightened, he saw the dire consequences. Ah! What did you do to my bracelet? Lin Xiaotang calmed down and exclaimed. In a fit of rage, she launched an attack from a battleship. Although it was not the strongest attack of a Spirit-class battleship, it at least had the power of the peak of the 5 realms. Meteor cannon? Qin Yang took a deep breath. This cannon must never be fired on the mainland. At the beginning, when I fired a cannon in the secret realm of Gelongtan, it would have shot into the void tunnel. It is conceivable that if this cannon hit the mainland, the entire sky world would be over. Unseal my bracelet quickly. If this attack is not stopped, it will be over. Lin Xiaotang said hastily. She just lost her mind for a moment before launching this attack. Now she already knew that Qin Yang wasn't really trying to molest himself, but was sealing his magic weapon. It can't be stopped anymore. Qin Yang glanced at the Spirit-class battleship, and stretched out his hand to slap the void. A huge portal suddenly opened. The Tianmen seal was pushed to the extreme, and it could transfer the ability to send millions of troops, just to transfer this cannon at this time. Qin Yang swung the cloak around Lin Xiaotang, picked it up, and stepped into the gate of light. Such a close distance makes it difficult for Lin Xiaotang to breathe, especially now that he only has a bellyband, which is a close-fitting magic weapon. Chapter 9-11 I was hunted down. Although this attack is only at the Emperor level, and probably has the power of the fifth realm, but the quality is not like that of the Emperor level meteorite cannon. Qin Yang carried Lin Xiaotang in his arms and teleported directly to the entrance of the void tunnel. The portal of the Tianmen seal was not closed. Looking at the endless golden light in the tunnel, Qin Yang chuckled. Void tunnel? Lin Xiaotang's eyes widened. Haven't we sent the Protoss to wipe out all the powerful people in this firmament world? How come there are still practitioners who can open the void tunnel? Sweep? Practitioner? Qin Yang snorted softly, and said, when you came, it coincided with the forgotten calendar of the firmament world, and all the powerful people were hidden. The so-called Sea of Stars is nothing more than a mass of big monsters with loose cultivators. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, also, the void tunnel is not something that ordinary practitioners can open. If the incarnation of the domain master still has power, it can. Now this void tunnel was opened by the 8-door formation. With the help of the passage directly leading to the boundary wall of the star field opened by the 8-door formation, Yin Ling stabilized it to form this void tunnel. What are you going to do? Lin Xiaotang exclaimed, and Qin Yang led her into the void tunnel. And inside the void tunnel, there is obviously a 5-level powerhouse. The birdman with 12 golden wings didn't look as ordinary as Qin Yang. With such power, Lin Xiaotang felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Destroying tigers and devouring wolves. Qin Yang said bluntly, let me see what the birdmen with 12 golden wings are capable of, and let me see the true power of your Protoss. Submerged in the tunnel, Qin Yang used the fastest speed. But even so, the meteor cannon's attack quickly caught up. You can't succeed. Lin Xiaotang said angrily. Qin Yang shrugged, it doesn't matter if you succeed or not. At this moment, Qin Yang turned his head, looked at the strange golden feather that suddenly appeared in front of him, and frowned. Really? The divine feathers with 12 golden wings descended, and they could ignore the distance. Fortunately, I noticed it when I destroyed the tiger shark secret realm, otherwise, if I plunged into the submarine prison, I might not know what the mainland would look like when I got out. This golden feather is full of endless majesty, as if the entire space has turned into a piece of gold. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in an instant, at the position of the golden feather. Qin Yang raised his head, this birdman is bigger than I imagined. These 12 golden-winged birdmen are 3 feet tall, and the golden wings on their backs are incomparably gorgeous, exuding a heavy coercion. As graceful as a king in the world, Yin Ling looked coldly at Qin Yang and Lin Xiaotang in Qin Yang's arms. Looking behind Qin Yang again, Yin Ling snorted angrily at the blow of the meteor cannon that had already attacked, and waved his golden wings lightly. A few feathers flashed by, and the blow actually shattered into pieces. Just as Yin Ling wanted to speak, he wanted to get some information from Qin Yang, but the appearance of a huge spirit-level warship immediately froze his face. Qin Yang glanced at Yin Ling, and the sound of the system sounded in his ears. The scan is successful, and the panel is generated. Yin Ling, Feather Family. Strength, God Emperor 5 Realms. Rules, Golden Rules. Supernatural Powers, Divine Feather Descends, Ultimate Slash. Qin Yang looked at Yin Ling. The one who cut off the meteor cannon's attack just now was probably the ultimate cut under the Golden Rule. Qin Yang knew that this extreme cut certainly had more power than this. If it is released against the space, it is afraid that the space will be cut open, and the effect will be more straightforward than that of the magic general and the divine soldier. The defense is extremely strong, the attack is extremely strong, and the speed, extremely strong. Qin Yang gave an evaluation in his heart. The arrival of the divine feather is no less than the eyes of the sky. Even a little bit, it is stronger than the eyes of the sky. That is, this divine feather descends, ignoring the distance. Qin Yang didn't want to mention the distance between the star field boundary wall and here. It took him a few years to fly here, but in front of Yin Ling, it's just like opening and hanging. What? The current sky world has been taken over by foreign lands? Yin Ling's voice was full of suppressed anger. No. I don't believe it. Xuanhuan Guqing can only die in my hands. Only I can have qualified to replace her and become the incarnation of the domain master. Qin Yang looked at Yin Ling with pity. This guy was still caught in Xuanhuan Guqing's lies, and to this day, he still unswervingly played the role of his chess piece. Yes, that's right, the current sky world has long been. Qin Yang opened his mouth, looked at Lin Xiaotang in his arms, and asked, "Who are you from? Which star field?" Of course, Lin Xiaotang knew that Qin Yang was going to make a fuss, and she had made it clear earlier that she would drive the tiger away, but now she just kept silent. They are the scent gods, I don't know which star field they come from. Qin Yang continued. The spirit class warship stopped, its huge body directly blocking the void tunnel. In other words, if Yin Ling wants to enter the sky world, he must first pass through the spirit class warship. But before that, Yin Ling wanted revenge, and wanted to kill Xuanhuan Guqing, but it was shattered. And let it all break. The ones who will be wiped out are the people from the God clan in front of us. It seems that Xuanhuan Guqing has been replaced by the dispatching God race, and they even want to use the punishment that can only be used by domain owners. 2 consecutive attacks, with such a little power, dare to kill me? Yin Ling looked at Lin Xiaotang coldly. The sharp eyes seemed to penetrate Lin Xiaotang's soul. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to block it, covered Lin Xiaotang's head and turned in one direction, so that he wouldn't look at Yin Ling. Just kidding? Excluding those magic weapons sealed by Qin Yang, this Lin Xiaotang is just an ordinary person. Staring at such a strong person, he didn't want to kill you, otherwise, if you look down, it will directly shatter your soul. But this action is like an intimate lover. The man is protecting the woman, putting the woman's head in his arms, to protect it. Lin Xiaotang's cheeks were hot, his whole body was stiff, trembling slightly, his mind was blank. It's the spirit class warship behind that will destroy your threat, Qin Yang said. Yin Ling looked at Qin Yang, and was suddenly surprised that he couldn't see through this kid. Even, the more I wanted to investigate, the more I felt a sense of crisis in my heart. Even Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't give herself this sense of crisis. This kid can actually threaten his life? Yin Ling looked at Qin Yang incredulously, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Qin Yang rolled his eyes, lied, and said without drafting, "Isn't this obvious? I was chased and killed by the scent gods." Chasing and killing? Yin Ling's face became serious. In his opinion, Qin Yang is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Will such a strong man be chased and killed by the scent gods? However, the previous attacks did not seem to have this intensity. Chapter 9:12. Just this big shell can hunt you down? Yin Ling still didn't believe it. Qin Yang was non-committal, and said, "You also saw that I was driven into the void tunnel. Why did they hunt you down?" Yin Ling asked again. Qin Yang smiled lightly, and looked at Lin Xiaotang in his arms. Everything is silent. Sometimes, if you don't say anything, others will make up for you. This is a better reason than the one I came up with. People who made up their minds will definitely believe it. Humble ants. Garbage sky people. Let us go, the Heavenly Star Lord. A young shout came from the Spirit class battleship. Immediately afterwards, a huge screen of light appeared in front of the Spirit-class battleship, showing the appearance of a young man. At this moment, his eyes were about to burst, his pupils were red, and he was staring at Qin Yang firmly. "Heavenly Star Lord," Yin Ling murmured. "It seems so." Qin Yang nodded. Lin Xiaotang thought she was saved, and was about to threaten Qin Yang to let her go, but what she heard made her eyes go dark. "What is the Heavenly Star Lord?" Yin Ling asked. He really didn't understand these foreign people. "I don't know, it should be understood as the leader of the tribe?" Qin Yang guessed. Lin Xiaotang was so angry that she was about to vomit blood, and she didn't even listen to her introduction before cooperating with Qin Yang. "Quickly release my fiancé, otherwise." The young man's image roared. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiaotang interrupted angrily, "Fart. I'm not your fiancé. You want to marry me, but you want the rights of my Heavenly Star Lord." Yin Ling looked at Qin Yang strangely, and then at Lin Xiaotang, with a look of sudden realization. "So that's it, you're robbing a marriage." "Why?" Lin Xiaotang was about to speak. The head was directly pressed into Qin Yang's arms, and Qin Yang nodded again and again, "Yes, yes." Yin Ling chuckled, and said, "I never thought that even at your level, you still can't see through the world of mortals. With this kind of strength, it is enough to dominate the star field of the sky and own several worlds. Do you want any women? Isn't this special?" Qin Yang chuckled. There was an inexplicable resonance among the males, and everything was unspoken. At this moment, Yin Ling instinctively regarded Qin Yang as one of his own. First of all, both of them have a common enemy, the Protoss. Secondly, this kind of cultivator who is addicted to the world of mortals will not have ambitions at all, and it is impossible to compete with himself to become the incarnation of the domain master. In other words, this poses no threat to one's own goals, and the powerful strength can be used. Especially, Qin Yang's cloak couldn't cover Lin Xiaotang's graceful figure. Yin Ling thought in his heart, this kid must have been bumped into while he was doing something good, right? He recognized Qin Yang in strength, but he despised Qin Yang in thought. "The other end of this empty tunnel leads to my world. You have been hunted down to this point, do you want to escape to my world?" Yin Ling said. There was a sense of deterrence in the words. Qin Yang pretended to be innocent and said, "Then what can I do? The world is so big, where can I live?" "Let go." Lin Xiaotang found an opportunity and was about to curse. Where did Qin Yang have no place to live? This kid clearly instigated and did it on purpose. As soon as he uttered a word, Qin Yang's gaze met Lin Xiaotang's. "Be quiet." In Qin Yang's eyes, dark golden lines flowed. The appearance of listening to the piano reflected in the pupils directly controlled Lin Xiaotang's mind. He didn't turn Lin Xiaotang into a puppet, but just gave her an order. Since Yin Ling thought they were eloping, he simply controlled Lin Xiaotang's thinking directly, making him think that he was Qin Yang's lover. Lin Xiaotang became obedient in an instant, as docile as a little sheep. Yin Ling narrowed his eyes and listened to the piano. This kid actually has the secret key of the God Realm? However, the dignified secret key of the God Realm was actually used to do this. Yin Ling despised Qin Yang even more in his heart. It's not a solution for you to be hunted down like this. If you lead this Protoss into my world, it will even implicate my people. Yin Ling said. Then what should we do? Qin Yang asked, following the other party's words. Why don't you and I work together to drive away these foreign people? Yin Ling said. Qin Yang's expression became a little complicated. What I heard in my ears were all the words exotic. Suddenly there is an inexplicable feeling in my heart. That's right, no matter how much of a threat Yin Ling is, he is still a member of the Sky Star Field. Just like myself, they are all natives of the Sky Star Field. And this Protoss seems to be the real outsider. It's no wonder Yin Ling believed me so easily. It turns out that it's all a consistent instinct. Qin Yang thought to himself. What? Scared? Yin Ling asked. Qin Yang chuckled, and said, I'm afraid it's impossible to be afraid, but this battleship is too strong, I'm afraid it can't break through its defense. If it uses its full strength to attack, even you and I may not be able to withstand it. This is a Spirit-class warship. The Meteor Cannon. Attack, although only Emperor level. But the quality is not the same. In other words, it was not the Emperor-level Meteor Cannon that launched the previous attack, but the Spirit-level Meteor Cannon. That is the attack power that can only be possessed by the Divine Spirit Realm. After Qin Yang was promoted to the 5th realm, he couldn't even sense the threshold of the Divine Spirit Realm. This will be a huge sublimation, such an attack, Qin Yang thinks that he is not fully sure that he can resist it. If you don't try, how will you know? Yin Ling said. At this moment, Lin Xiaotang, who had already been controlled by the spirit and gave instructions in the spirit, really thought that he was Qin Yang's lover. At first, they were both ashamed and angry, with their hands covering their chests. At this time, he opened his arms directly and hugged Qin Yang. Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat, his mouth became parched. He wanted to lift the order, but he saw that Yin Ling had already taken the bait. Qin Yang could only bite the bullet, and said, these sentient beings have the same power as ordinary people. What they rely on are these powerful magic weapons. Qin Yang frowned and looked at Lin Xiaotang's loving eyes, feeling the friction of her delicate body in her arms. Gritting her teeth, she said, it's not convenient for me to take her with me now. Yin Ling snorted coldly, with disgust on his face. How can such a person advance to the 5th realm? But that's fine, it's so powerful, but it has such serious shortcomings. If it is really an old thing with no desires, you should be more careful. For such Qin Yang, Yin Ling has completely despised him. Then just watch from the sidelines, and let you see the power of the future master of the star field. Yin Ling said domineeringly. The 12 golden wings flashed lightly, and the whole body turned into a golden light. When? With a loud noise, the defensive cover on the Spirit-class battleship rippled. The ripples seemed to distort even the space, this is the space in the void. Qin Yang was stunned, such a strong attack. No, it's this Spirit-class battleship, which has such a strong defense. Chapter 9:13 Flirting. Lin Xiaotang was still restless in her arms. Qin Yang urges the listening piano with a headache to restore his sanity. Qin Yang was very unfamiliar with the use of the listening piano, which did not make him forget his previous memories. Lin Xiaotang was stunned, and then his eyes became crystal clear, with tears streaming down his face. Thinking of what he had done at this moment, Lin Xiaotang was completely ashamed to face others. Looking at Qin Yang, a pair of eyes seemed to make Qin Yang cramp. I won't let you go. Lin Xiaotang's silver teeth were about to be crushed. Qin Yang said coldly, if you didn't see that you are unarmed and just an ordinary person, do you think I would not kill you? Lin Xiaotang couldn't bear the shame and indignation, and scolded softly, unseal my magic weapon if you have the ability. Qin Yang's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, isn't it going to be automatically unblocked soon? Lin Xiaotang was shocked, and looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Qin Yang sighed, and said, you sent gods are really miraculous. The attainments of this kind of magic weapon and rune formation are amazing. The magic weapon you made even has the function of unblocking. How did you know? Lin Xiaotang felt endless fear in his heart. She is not afraid of powerful enemies, what she fears most is this kind of invisible enemy. Despicable. Shameless. Indecent. Sinister and cunning. Vicious. Lin Xiaotang searched for the vocabulary in his mind, and found that even adding all these together, he couldn't describe Qin Yang. Qin Yang's scalp was numb from the noise, and he stretched out his hand to pat it hard, and said, "If you dare to make noise again, I will not be polite. If it is what you think, you will regret it." Lin Xiaotang's buttocks were in hot pain, and he moaned softly, trembling all over, afraid that Qin Yang would do something to his thoughts again. If the necklace magic weapon can still work, she is definitely not afraid. But at this time all the magic weapons on her body were sealed, and she didn't want to be Qin Yang's lover anymore. The grievance and humiliation made her unbearable, and she couldn't hold back the tears anymore, sobbing softly. When? On the other side, Yin Ling was still struggling to break the big shell, but the defensive ability of the defensive cover seemed to exceed the 5 realms. He tried his best, but he couldn't break it. Not only that, the spirit-class warships also launched attacks from time to time, and each attack was comparable to the power of the 5th realm of the God Emperor. A birdman, a warship, playing the posture of the 2 armies, confronting each other. "God feathers come!" Yin Ling roared, and the sky was filled with golden feathers. His figure seemed to be divided into thousands, and immediately after that, there was another roar, "Ji Zhan!" Countless golden lights seemed to cut the spirit-class warship into pieces. "Wave!" A strange voice sounded, the defensive cover was broken. Qin Yang also opened his mouth wide, This is a god-level defense, how could it be broken so easily? Did I underestimate this Yin Ling's combat power?" Qin Yang pinched his fingers, and in the void behind him a pair of huge eyes suddenly opened. The eyes of heaven! Yin Ling is indeed the Yin Ling he saw, but... Qin Yang chuckled, and thought to himself, "It turns out that I overestimated the resources of this spirit-class warship. No, I overestimated the remaining resources of this spirit-class warship. What can explain all this is that the resources of this spirit-class warship are not enough. The consumption of such a defensive cover must be very severe. The Protoss can't bear it all the time. It's not that they want to live in seclusion, maybe it's because resources are tight." Qin Yang said softly. Lin Xiaotang bit her lip, of course she wouldn't admit it. But her expression directly betrayed her. "So that's it, it turns out that sending the Protoss isn't that scary," Qin Yang said. Lin Xiaotang gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, do you dare to let me go?" Qin Yang looked at Lin Xiaotang seriously, and said, "Let you go, and then use your right to launch the ultimate attack?" Lin Xiaotang froze, and immediately cursed, "Damn it! Bastard! How dare you peep into my memory?" Qin Yang was confused, he was just guessing habitually. Generally, in this case, don't several leaders agree to launch the ultimate attack? "I said I guessed, do you believe it or not?" Qin Yang said weakly. Listening to the Dao Qin does have this ability. But Qin Yang seldom uses it, and Qin Yang doesn't bother to do this kind of thing of prying into other people's hearts. Lin Xiaotang became restless again, scratching Qin Yang's body vigorously with his nails. "Be honest. I am an immortal body." Qin Yang was a little speechless, and said, "Be careful not to break your nails." If it wasn't for Qin Yang's restraint, if this little girl scratched her casually, her entire hand would be crippled. "If you're disobedient, will I really be rude?" Qin Yang said angrily. Lin Xiaotang was about to collapse, and at the same time felt sad for herself. How could she fall into the hands of this hooligan? "Stop flirting, I broke through the outer defense of this big shell, and it's up to you next." A golden feather flies by. Immediately afterwards, Yin Ling's tall figure appeared in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang was taken aback, and said, "Huh? Looking at the spirit-class battleship, I thought that the defense cover was broken, and it would be over soon. But I didn't expect that the battleship's own defense ability would be so powerful without using the defensive cover." At this time, countless traces were drawn densely on the battleship. Needless to say, that was also Yin Ling's extreme chop. With such a powerful supernatural power, it's just a trace? I'm not flirting. Qin Yang shrugged. Yin Ling was a little helpless against the big shell's defense, and had another idea, to see Qin Yang's real strength. Qin Yang also knew that it was not good to keep watching like this. If he didn't put on a show, Yin Ling would definitely not let it go. Okay, I'll try. Qin Yang said. It's just a bunch of rubbish. Let the Heavenly Star Lord go quickly. Otherwise, I will destroy all your worlds. The light screen lit up again, and the young man's image appeared again. However, his expression was obviously a little stiff, and he was a little scared, which he couldn't hide at all. Qin Yang said lightly, I hope you can continue to be so tough later on. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang freed up a hand, and the annihilating rules burst out and condensed in his hand. My palm, let you taste it first. With one palm, the huge annihilation handprint seems to annihilate everything. Qin Yang's Death Star palm move is comparable to the meteor cannon he used before. 5 realms, peak strike. Pung. There was a muffled sound. On the Spirit-class battleship, a huge palm print dent appeared. At this moment, the entire void tunnel fell silent. Yin Ling even took a deep breath. This kid's attack power seems to be stronger than his own. The image also disappeared instantly, as if frightened by the palm. The endless annihilation rules and the supreme power of rules surprised Yin Ling. No, destroy the rules. Yin Ling's pupils constricted suddenly, and she turned her head sharply, staring at Qin Yang. You are the Lord of Destruction. Chapter 9:14, Decision. You are the Lord of Destruction. Yin Ling looked at Qin Yang fiercely. Lin Xiaotang looked at Yin Ling suspiciously. Why did this guy react so strongly? The Lord of Destruction, what is it? I'm not. Qin Yang blinked. No? Yin Ling laughed impatiently, and said, the only one who can control the rules of annihilation is the Lord of Destruction, and you still want to deny it? Qin Yang said helplessly, how can I deny it? Who told you that the one who controls the rules of annihilation must be the Lord of Destruction? Yin Ling was speechless for a while. The majestic powerhouse at the peak of the 5 realms, actually blatantly played tricks? There was a gleam in his eyes, and Yin Ling guessed in his heart, maybe, this kid doesn't know what the Lord of Annihilation is? The atmosphere fell silent. Qin Yang looked at Lin Xiaotang in his arms with some headaches. If this girl hadn't been making a fuss and wanted to test the defensive power of the Spirit-class battleship, how could he directly use the Death Palm? If he didn't use the Death Star Palm, how could this Yin Ling find himself in control of the rules of annihilation? On the other side, inside the Spirit-class battleship, all the Star Envoys stared blankly at the huge palm print on their heads as if they had been cast with a freeze spell. If this palm is more powerful, or if there are a few more palms, the central chamber will probably be punched with a big hole. With such a palm, everyone present will be smashed to pieces. Master Star Master. What should we do? A Star Envoy said nervously. In front of these Star Envoys, there were 2 people looking at each other in blank dismay. An elderly man is the Lord of the Celestial Star. A young man, who was projected on the light screen before, is the Star Master of Tianke. The Tianhe Star Master stroked his long beard, seemingly stable like an old dog, but actually panicked a lot. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his eyes turned to the young man beside him, and he said, Star Master Tianke, what do you think? After this palm, as long as you are not a fool, you must retreat. But if they just retreat like this, the face of the Protoss will be lost. Therefore, the Tianhe Star Lord will not take the blame and infamy, and let the Tianke Star Lord give the order. The Tianhe Star Master is so cunning, he even thought about it. When the Tianke Star Master orders to retreat, he will stop it symbolically. Kill them at all costs. Tianke Star Lord said through gritted teeth. In his eyes, there is only Tianyi Star Lord who is held in Qin Yang's arms. The Tianyi Star Master was dumbfounded, and hesitated to speak. A star envoy behind him hurriedly said, "No, absolutely not. An Emperor-level attack can't hurt them at all. If we launch a Spirit-level attack, even if we can use the remaining resources forcibly, the entire Spirit ship will be destroyed. Class warships will definitely lose all power." Another star envoy also echoed, "Yes, now we are facing a situation where resources are exhausted, and we have not been able to find alternative resources for a long time. Let alone using spiritual-level attacks, even if we don't use them, we won't be able to last long. There is no spirit spar in this sky star field. Our resources can't be replenished at all." Tianyi Star Master said, "Since we will perish sooner or later, why should we care about this day and night?" Star Lord Tianyi's eyes were about to burst into anger, and he whispered fiercely, "If I can't get it, no one else can get it." The corner of the Star Master's eyes twitched, and he said, "If you want to launch a spirit-level attack, it is related to the survival of the gods. At least 3 Star Masters must agree at the same time." Star-Lord Tianyi said directly, "Star-Lord Tianyi has become a prisoner. According to the rules, she does not have to express her position. Star-Lord who becomes a prisoner will automatically lose all authority." Tianyi Xingzhu nervously said, "That's not okay. Since Tianyi Xingzhu has lost his authority, you and I can't give orders directly. At least all the star envoys must agree. Among the Protoss, the one with the highest status is the Star Master. Second only to the Star Master is the Star Envoy." The atmosphere became tense, and a Star Envoy said, "Actually, we can try again and go to the Eternal Star Field." Star-Lord Tianyi sneered and said, "The Eternal Star Field? With our Spirit-class battleship, wouldn't we just die if we went there? How did we send the Protoss down to such a point, have you all forgotten? In the Eternal Star Field, the power of the Protoss was feared and envied. If they headed to the Eternal Star Field so rashly, they would just be the meat and potatoes of many forces vying for it. It is equivalent to a sheep entering a tiger's mouth." Tianyi Star Lord squeezed his snow-white long beard, and said in a deep voice, "But our original plan, wasn't it to cooperate with practitioners from the Skystar region? As a deal. Cooperation? Trading? How to cooperate? How to trade?" Tianyi Star Lord asked back. Originally, the Tianyi Star Lord went out in person, but before he could say anything, he was taken away by Qin Yang. "Next, I came directly to this void tunnel, and met the Birdman with 12 golden wings." In the central room of the Spirit-class battleship, the atmosphere fell silent. Tianyi Star Lord broke the silence and said, "Why don't we send that kid in as well?" Saying this, all stars changed their faces drastically. Star-Lord Tianyi looked at Star-Lord Tianyi solemnly, and said, "This is a ban. No outsider is allowed to enter the battleship of our god race. The decline of our god race is not because outsiders entered and were destroyed from the inside. You can't go to the Eternal Starfield, and you can't launch a spirit-level attack. If this goes on, we can only be killed by that Birdman. Up." Tianyi Xingzhu was restless, and said, "Now, there is only one way. Maybe we can continue to trade with that kid." After finishing speaking, Tianyi Star Lord continued, "At this point, we can't care about the ban." A treacherous light flashed in the eyes of Tianyi Star Lord, and he said directly, "Okay." The Tianyi Star Lord was stunned for a while, only to find out after a while that he had been tricked by the Tianyi Star Lord. "Oh, I'm old after all." Tianyi Star Master shook his head and sighed. Now that Qin Yang is holding Lin Xiaotang, the two of them are close to each other, and the teleportation can only teleport Qin Yang in together. But now, this is the only method, and all the star envoys have agreed. However, the one who took the lead in breaking the ban on sending the gods was him, the Tianyi Star Master. Tianhe Star-Lord also knew in his heart that Tianke Star-Lord had no intention of cooperating with Qin Yang at all. After sending it in, he would definitely launch the battleship's defensive formation to strangle Qin Yang. The internal defense of a battleship is naturally inferior to the external one. To kill a skyman at the peak of the 5 realms within the battleship, the consumption is no less than directly launching a spirit-level attack. It may even cause great casualties. The Tianhe Star Master took a deep breath, and the other star envoys seemed to be lucky enough to cooperate, but he knew that sending the gods would be over after all. Get ready. Star Master Tianke operated on a light screen and pressed many buttons. Some astronomers don't even know what those mean. But the Trina Lord knows. However, at this time, the Tianhe Star Master is already ashamed. If it is a good talk, there may be a chance. But Tianke Star Lord has activated the internal defense array. When Qin Yang was also teleported in, he would definitely be strangled to death. At that time, the consumption of resources, how could it resist the birdman with 12 golden wings? Chapter 9:15 The Misguided Yin Ling. Let's think about how to break through the defense of this big shell. Yin Ling said. In the eyes, there is already vigilance. The incarnation of the Domain Master is to kill Qin Yang. The existence of the Lord of Destruction is a threat to the entire star field, and it is only a loophole in the entire star field. If this loophole is not smoothed out, the star field will be destroyed sooner or later. Yin Ling wholeheartedly wanted to replace Xuanhuan Guqing and become the incarnation of the Domain Lord, so he naturally regarded the obligation of the incarnation of the Domain Lord as an important thing he must do. Difficult. Qin Yang shook his head. For Qin Yang, this spirit class warship is indeed difficult to break through. Even if the meteor cannon is activated, it is not known how many shots it will take. After all, this is the spirit level. Even if it is not as good as the spirit level heaven and earth boundary wall, it is not comparable to the emperor level defense. In Qin Yang's view, sending the Protoss was no longer a concern, and the main thing was to find a way to kill the Birdman. However, the spirit class warships of the Protoss do not have so many resources, and they are not even willing to open the defensive cover. Let the Protoss be used for their own use and consume the Birdman. This plan seems to be unfeasible. But if he fights against Yin Ling directly, will the Protoss be a fisherman? Qin Yang wasn't sure if the Protoss would be ruthless and launch a spirit-level attack. At this moment, the surrounding space was distorted. Qin Yang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled suddenly. Lin Xiaotong's complexion changed drastically. Seeing that her body and Qin Yang's body began to turn into light and shadow at the same time, she certainly knew why. No. Absolutely not. Lin Xiaotong was well aware of Qin Yang's terrifying strength, and she even saw her fear of Qin Yang from Yin Ling's reaction. Even the Birdman with 12 golden wings, such a terrifying creature, was afraid of Qin Yang, let alone the identity of the Lord of Destruction that she didn't know about. But hearing the name, one knew that this Lord of Destruction was not a good thing. Stop teleporting quickly. Lin Xiaotong shouted. Qin Yang said with a smile on his face, don't waste your energy, in this void, as an ordinary person, your voice cannot be transmitted. You, devil. Lin Xiaotong's eyes showed endless horror, as if he saw the battleship collapse from the inside. It seems to have seen the demise of the Protoss. Looking at Qin Yang's previous palm from the center room, he might just feel fear. But from Lin Xiaotong's point of view, the entire area where the central room is located is under this palm. Those terrifying palm prints and deep dents couldn't be seen from the inside. Lin Xiaotong knew in his heart that with such strength, Qin Yang could not be harmed by the internal attack of the spirit-class warship. If you use all your resources to launch an attack, why not just launch a spiritual attack? Lin Xiaotong couldn't stop all this. Her and Qin Yang's figures gradually blurred, and the teleportation was about to be completed. This is... Yin Ling's eyes widened. You continue to attack outside, I'll go in first, maybe we can solve it from inside. Qin Yang's mouth slightly raised. Yin Ling's eyes lit up, he grabbed it and said, I'm going too. What are you kidding? His strongest supernatural power can only leave traces on this big shell, attacking outside? Even if you are exhausted, you may not be able to break through the defense. As Yin Ling grabbed it with one hand, Qin Yang began to hesitate. Could this be an opportunity to kill Yin Ling? Spirit-class battleship, in the central room, everyone's face darkened. If there is only one person, there is still risk. If these two strong men are going to come in now. A star envoy wavered. The Tianhe Star Master hurriedly said, since there are star envoys who object, and not all star envoys agree, then this transmission should be cancelled. Star-Lord Tianke clenched his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Outside, Qin Yang found that the teleportation process seemed to be interrupted. Lin Xiaotang let out a long breath of relief. Qin Yang looked at Yin Ling and said, it seems that they don't welcome you, you should stay outside first. Otherwise, I might not be able to get in. Yin Ling had no choice but to let go. In the central room, Star Master Tianke seized the opportunity and said, quick, it's now. Teleport. The two lights and shadows disappeared, and then condensed in the central room. Yin Ling was in the void, staring at the big shell quietly, then suddenly stretched out his hand, looked at the palm of his hand holding Qin Yang, and his eyes trembled suddenly. I didn't notice it just now, but now I suddenly realized that the strength in my hand was wiped out, and even the palm of my hand was wiped off with a layer of skin, revealing the seeping flesh and blood. In Yin Ling's eyes, endless fierce light erupted. Is this silent injury the power of obliterating the rules? In his heart, he was extremely afraid of this annihilation rule. Perhaps only after the strength reaches a certain level, will one truly realize how terrible it is to annihilate the rules. With divine power, a golden light flashed in his palm. It took him a lot of strength to heal this fur wound. The Lord of Annihilation was hunted down. The Protoss ruled the sky world. That is to say, the incarnation of the Domain Master must be killed by the gods. Only by killing the Protoss, I can replace them and become the new Domain Master incarnation. The Protoss and the Lord of Destruction must die. Thinking flashed across Yin Ling's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he fell into two misleading situations. First, Qin Yang didn't come here after being hunted down, but deliberately diverted misfortune and drove away wolves. Second, the incarnation of the Domain Master is not dead. Even if it is really killed by the God Clan will not replace it as the new Domain Master incarnation. Xuanhuan Guqing's deception, killing her, can replace her, making Yin Ling a complete pawn. It even made Yin Ling think that the Sent God Clan at this time was the incarnation of the Domain Master. Yin Ling was even complacent, sending the Protoss to send Qin Yang back, it would definitely not be kind. Now my two enemies are starting to choke each other, but I am the real fisherman. No matter who survives, their strength will be greatly reduced, and they will naturally not be my opponents. I just need to wait quietly, and then I can be called the incarnation of the Domain Master. Yin Ling couldn't help laughing, waving the 12 golden wings leisurely. Inside the Spirit-class battleship, Qin Yang and Lin Xiaotang were teleported back. Lin Xiaotang was furious immediately. Whose idea is it? Do you know what you have done? She was naked and only had a magic weapon in her belly band. At this moment, she was still hiding in Qin Yang's cloak. She didn't care about shame and anger. She only knew that sending the gods was over. Seeing Lin Xiaotang's appearance at such a close distance, Star Master Tianke lost his mind even more angrily, and hit the red mark on a light screen with a hammer. A light prison directly trapped Qin Yang and Lin Xiaotang in it. Star-Lord Tianke looked at Qin Yang viciously, and said, "Void teleportation is not accurate enough. But in the battleship, everything is under control. Do you think you can sit back and relax after holding hostage Star-Lord Tianyi? Now, there are no more hostages. Chapter 9:16 Let me borrow your earrings. Star-Lord Tianyi launched an attack inside the battleship, and a white light cut directly at Qin Yang. At the same time, Lin Xiaotang seemed to be teleported again. But this time only Lin Xiaotang was teleported. Qin Yang smiled lightly, stretched out his hand to lightly block it, and the white light was directly blocked by Qin Yang without any injury. There was a dead silence throughout the central room. Tianhe Star stared wide-eyed, terrified all over his body, and said, "Impossible. In this battleship, there is no power of any rules, you only have physical strength. Even if you are the 5th level of God Emperor, physical strength can withstand this level of attack." Qin Yang chuckled and hugged Lin Xiaotang tightly, and Lin Xiaotang's body, which was about to be transported away, was hugged tightly by him again. Qin Yang actually interrupted the teleportation. "This warship is really miraculous." Qin Yang repeatedly praised, it's like entering a world without the power of rules, repelling all the power of rules. "Yes, it's similar to my domain." Qin Yang went on to say, "It's just the attack level of the God Emperor of the 3 realms, and he wants to kill me? Isn't it too naive? I can't destroy the God body, and I am playing with you? Don't talk about you, just the Birdman attacking with all his strength, it may not be able to hurt me a bit. Do you really think I am an ordinary God Emperor?" As soon as he said that, everyone's heart went cold. There is no rule power, only the defense power of the physical body, which is so terrifying. In fact, everyone's original thinking was that even if it couldn't be killed, it could be seriously injured by this blow. But he never expected that he would be blocked so easily by Qin Yang. That is no ordinary light beam. Star Master Tianyi gritted his teeth. He also thought that Qin Yang could not care about Lin Xiaotang at all, and could directly send Lin Xiaotang to his side. As long as the naked Lin Xiaotang enters his arms, according to the rules of the God clan, a skin-to-skin date will definitely lead to marriage. Even if Lin Xiaotang didn't want to, he was still his own, and Qin Yang looked at Lin Xiaotang in his arms, then at the young man, and said, "It's inappropriate for you to teleport her away like this, right?" Star-Lord Tianyi clenched his fists violently, and Lin Xiaotang was even more ashamed and angry. It's just that Lin Xiaotang suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart at this time. From the beginning, Qin Yang seemed to be molesting himself, but now that he thought about it carefully, he found that it didn't seem to be the case. Qin Yang smashed her battle armor, only revealing her personal magic weapon. Judging from the fact that Qin Yang sealed all her magic weapons, she just didn't want to let herself resist. Although his hands were not very honest when sealing his personal magic weapon, it seemed that Qin Yang didn't intend to do so. Otherwise, why have there been no salty pig hands for such a long time? Also, Qin Yang has been wrapping her body with a cloak, in fact, he has been protecting her. Lin Xiaotang knew that Qin Yang was capable, so he directly ignored the internal attack of the Spirit-class battleship. He didn't need himself as a hostage at all, but he still interrupted his passive teleportation. Lin Xiaotang immediately believed Qin Yang's explanation. Interrupting the teleportation, I just don't want to embarrass myself. Lin Xiaotang's heart beat inexplicably fast, and a charming blush appeared on his face. Feeling Qin Yang's body temperature, feeling Qin Yang's breathing, his whole body became hot. He looked at Qin Yang carefully, took a look, and quickly lowered his head, as if he was buried in Qin Yang's chest. He can control people's minds. Could it be that I am being controlled by him again? Lin Xiaotang's heart was pounding wildly. Qin Yang didn't have that much time to spare. He scanned the surrounding environment with his eyes. Although this is the interior of a Spirit-class battleship, some operating facilities have no grades. Not to mention Qin Yang, even an ordinary person can manipulate all this after systematic study. As for Qin Yang, it is only necessary to copy its operation method. Glancing at the light screen next to the young man, Qin Yang's eyes flashed with divine light. That is the operation panel given by the duplication system. The purpose of each light button is introduced in detail. Qin Yang laughed. At a glance, the entire Spirit class battleship was already in his possession. Looking across the other side of the light screen, Qin Yang suddenly smiled and said, "So your resource reserves have reached such a stretch?" The sudden words broke the tense silence. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, looking at each other in disbelief. You, how did you know?" Tian, his star master, tensed up all over. Qin Yang pointed lightly and said, "Isn't that showing?" Everyone looked at Qin Yang's fingers, and their faces turned pale with shock. A new question appeared again: how did Qin Yang understand it? However, Qin Yang continued, "The reserve of resources has bottomed out, and the energy of the battleship has also passed the warning line. It turns out that the previous defensive shield was lifted by you yourself. Let me just say, how could this Birdman break through the Spirit class battleship?" Defense cover. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, "With such a small amount of energy, even if all of it is exhausted, one spirit level attack can be launched. If it is a sub-spirit level attack, after launching, the battleship can barely maintain operation, but it is already difficult to fly across the star field. It's..." Every word Qin Yang said hit everyone's heart like a hammer. The star envoys looked at each other, panicked in their hearts. If Qin Yang just guessed right, they would not be so afraid. But in Qin Yang's words, his understanding of the status quo of this battleship surpassed them. The Tianhe Star Master was so frightened that his lips trembled. Knowing this means being able to manipulate it. Qin Yang looked at a monitoring light screen with great interest, and on the light screen was Yin Ling's figure. Seeing Yin Ling's contented expression, as if he was sitting on the mountain watching the tiger fight, reaping the benefits of the fisherman, Qin Yang smiled even happier. One blow from the peak of the 5 realms can't kill him. If I go to fight him, it will definitely be a fierce battle. This place is too close to the sky world, if it affects the sky world. Qin Yang thought to himself, now the spirit class warship has helped me a lot. The sky-filling stone can recharge the meteor cannon, and of course it can also recharge the spirit class battleship. The power of the sky-mending stone is not the power of ordinary rules, but the source of power. As long as it is fully charged, Yin Ling will be attacked by a spirit-level meteorite cannon. Just as he was thinking, the young man's roar came from his ears. Trash sky people, don't be too happy. Star-Lord Tianke looked at the smile on Qin Yang's face, and was even more stimulated, especially seeing Lin Xiaotang snuggling in his arms so quietly and docilely, he couldn't see it. Go down. Star-Lord Tianke took a deep breath and directly opened a new light screen. And on this light screen, all the buttons are red. The star envoys opened their mouths wide and looked at Star-Lord Tianke in disbelief. Tianhe Star-Lord trembled all over, and said, "How is it possible? How could you open this self-exploding light screen? It's not up to the 3 of us. The system has been tampered with by him, and this spirit-class warship already belongs to him completely." Qin Yang said lightly, "Perhaps all the previous operations required the 3 of you to complete together, but that was just an illusion created by him on purpose." Hearing this, Lin Xiaotang and Tianhe Star-Lord were shocked. At this time, the Tianke Star Master is obviously going to do some dangerous operations. "Lend me your earrings," Qin Yang said softly, suddenly. The scorching breath made Lin Xiaotang's neck burn, and immediately after, a gentle touch came from the earlobe. Chapter 917 now belongs to me. This spirit-class battleship is the place where I send the Protoss. I want to see how long you, a garbage man from the sky, can be arrogant. Tian Star-Lord had a crazy look on his face, and on the light screen beside him, he reached out and touched a red button. You can't press that button. The Tianhe Star-Lord turned pale with fright, and hurried over to stop it, saying, You want to mobilize all resources, are you crazy? There are hundreds of thousands of people in this battleship. Go away. Tian Star-Lord pushed hard, staggered Tianhe Star-Lord to the ground, and sneered, If you don't kill this person, I will also perish if I send the Protoss. The entire Spirit-class battleship shook violently. Immediately afterwards, all the lights went out. Instead, there are endless red warning lights. Star-Lord Tian looked at Qin Yang and said, just wait to be roasted into charcoal. Qin Yang curled his lips and said, You are quite confident. Caressing Lin Xiaotong's earrings, he said with a smile, Teleporting me into the Spirit-class battleship was your biggest mistake. Oh? Star-Lord Tian looked at Qin Yang ferociously, and said, I will let you know that it is your biggest regret to enter the Spirit-class battleship I sent the Protoss. When you cry and beg for mercy later, I hope you will return, can be so calm. Stop. Tianhe Star-Lord said angrily, You will be killed together with Tianhe Star-Lord. Star-Lord Tian gritted his teeth and said, It is not a pity to die for such an unclean person. Lin Xiaotong was taken aback for a moment, and then said angrily, You fart. Star-Lord Tian asked, Isn't it? Look at your current appearance, do you still have the face to refute? Lin Xiaotong began to cry aggrieved, but Qin Yang patted her on the back and said, It seems that he has already regarded you as his own. Does this person have a brain problem? You sent the Protoss to rely on these technologies to survive, is enough to contend with the gods, but there is no medical treatment to detect his mental illness? Everyone was stunned. These terms came from the mouth of a person from the sky? Qin Yang stared at the dangerous light screen, seeing that the energy of the entire Spirit-class warship was mobilized. He smiled lightly. Want to see me howling and begging for mercy? I'm afraid you have no chance. Qin Yang said. With a flick of the fingers, the earrings bounced straight out of the light prison. Star-Lord Tian's eyes widened suddenly, and he stared down at his chest in a daze. Two voices in succession made everyone's hearts tense. One sound pierced through the chest of Star-Lord Tian, and the other sound was extremely crisp. The earring sank deeply into the wall. The strength of this blow, not to mention him as an ordinary person, even a god emperor couldn't resist it. Clutching his heart, Star-Lord Tian felt the threat of death. He manipulated the panel again and again, trying to mobilize the healing light. Don't waste your energy, you directly forcibly gathered all the energy of the battleship. At this time, all the functions of the entire Spirit-class battleship are invalid. Qin Yang said, and even lightly touched the prison of light that imprisoned him with his hand. The powerful energy of the light prison can't even hurt Qin Yang's hair. You are wrong, you shouldn't be so impulsive. You want to launch the strongest attack, but you don't know. Qin Yang's eyes flashed a dangerous light, and he continued, strengthening the confinement is the most sensible choice. No, no. Star-Lord Tian vomited blood, his body gradually weakened, and he finally died under his own impulse. If he didn't mobilize all the resources, he wouldn't have to die at all. Lin Xiaotong stared blankly at Qin Yang's hand that casually touched the light prison, but there was no injury. It turns out that this light prison can't imprison him at all. But why didn't he go out directly? Lin Xiaotong had a guess in her heart, which made her feel confused. Could it be for me? He can pass through this light prison at will, but I can't. Lin Xiaotong became upset. The Star Master of Tian stared at death, and the Star Master of Tianhe stared at the side became sluggish. All the Star Envoys looked panicked, as if they were in imminent disaster. The Tianhe Star Master came back to his senses and wanted to stop all this, but he didn't know where to start. He had never seen such a dangerous operation before. All resources have been mobilized, how to stop? He does not know. The point is, there is still a terror in this central room. Qin Yang lowered his head, looked at Lin Xiaotang in his arms, and said, the magic weapon on your body has been unsealed automatically, right? The ring on your hand has a spare battle armor. After Qin Yang's reminder, Lin Xiaotang exclaimed, and hurriedly mobilized. The armor of the stand-in made her finally get out of the predicament. Qin Yang tore off the cloak, facing the light prison. He didn't even look at it, and walked through it in one step. When he came to the corpse of Star Lord Tianke, Qin Yang kicked the corpse away lightly. Looking at the light screen, Qin Yang moved his fingers and operated on it. This operation stunned everyone present. Even the people from the God clan could not do it so proficiently, but Qin Yang was as simple as eating and drinking. Slowly, the entire central room regained its calm. The red warning light subsided, and the entire Spirit-class battleship also resumed normal operation. It's really sick. Qin Yang said to himself, mobilize all resources, mobilize the strongest. The attack is still in the central room. Even if the resources are sufficient, the central room cannot withstand it, and this Spirit-class warship will be scrapped immediately. With this kind of operation, it's better to just explode yourself. Finally, the Spirit-class battleship was stabilized again. Qin Yang operated the panel and stared at the image on the light screen. Yin Ling was still fluttering the 12 golden wings, leisurely, looking at the big shell, curiously. The resources of this spirit-level battleship may not be able to launch the meteor cannon with the power of the spirit level. Qin Yang thought for a while, and moved his fingers on the light screen again and again. In the central room, a cylinder slowly rises from the ground. All the Protoss were dumbfounded. What is this stuff? Why haven't they seen it? The Star Envoys looked at Tianyi Star Lord and Tianhe Star Lord, and they both looked at each other in blank dismay. How does this guy know the Spirit-class battleship better than them? No, it seems that now is not the time to worry about what the rising cylinder is. Shouldn't it be curious what Qin Yang is going to do? What are you going to do? The voice of Tianhe Star Master was trembling. He is really scared. With such a terrifying existence, as a member of the God clan, he has no advantage at all among the Spirit-class warships. Qin Yang has completely taken the initiative, and all life and death depend on Qin Yang's thought. Of course they launched an attack. Qin Yang said, casually. Stretching out his hand, the sky-mending stone appeared in his palm. Gently placed it on the cylinder, and then, the colorful light brightened, and a beam of light rushed to the ceiling. With the appearance of this light beam, the energy progress bars of various light screens in the entire battleship are slowly increasing. What did you do to our warship? Lin Xiaotang asked. Your battleship? Qin Yang chuckled and said, I'm sorry, but now this battleship belongs to me. Chapter 918. Do you want to have a shot? What? Tianhe Star Lord exclaimed, feeling cold in his heart. All the Star Envoys also looked ashamed. The turning point in the history of the Protoss, the most important one, will never be lingered. That is the powerhouse of the Eternal Starfield, who mixed into the battleship and seized control. And from that day on, the Eternal Starfield has completely focused on the power of the Protoss clan, and the Protoss clan, from that moment on, embarked on the road of extinction. Lin Xiaotang looked at Qin Yang complicatedly, and said, you obviously have the power to kill us easily, why bother? What did you do to this battleship? Qin Yang said, replenish the energy, otherwise, after launching the attack, the energy will be exhausted and cause irreparable damage to the battleship. Glancing at Lin Xiaotang, Qin Yang said, if you only have this one battleship, you have to say that you can't do anything. For you, what is important is not only the battleship, but also the supply line. If the battleship breaks, you can't fix it, can you? Lin Xiaotang bit her lip. Of course she understood what Qin Yang meant, but in fact, the sending of the gods was indeed taking their money. Lin Xiaotang said, "We just don't have the conditions to build. We have kept all the knowledge very complete." Qin Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Doesn't this mean that the knowledge stored in this spirit-class battleship can reproduce the glory of the god clan? This is not like a cultivator in the firmament world. It is difficult to inherit the cultivation method if it is cut off. Even if the exercises are preserved, future generations may not be able to practice successfully. For the knowledge retained by the god clan, as long as there are materials, they can be built slowly. It is estimated that the firmament world will not have the materials needed to send the gods, but the eternal starfield has it. Qin Yang will go to the eternal starfield sooner or later, if he makes all these for his own use. There is no need to worry about starfield pirates and starfield mercenaries. After all, this spirit-class battleship itself is comparable to a starry sky base. Improving combat power is much faster and more effective than cultivating practitioners to practice slowly. Qin Yang glanced at Lin Xiaotang. Judging from the many magic weapons on this girl, the technology of this Protoss is enough to compete with the world of cultivation. Ordinary people can also have great power. Any set of battle armor is far superior to the sky battle armor studied by Qin Yang and the four great god emperors. Frightened by Qin Yang's stare, Lin Xiaotang took a step back in fear. "Don't be nervous," Qin Yang said. "I didn't say I was going to kill you." Tian's Star Lord stared wide-eyed and said, "Really?" The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised, and he said, "You should be glad that after coming to the firmament world, it happens to be the forgotten history of the firmament world." "What do you mean?" Sky Lord didn't understand. Qin Yang explained, "Because of the forgotten history, there are almost no strong people on the mainland. There is a fault in the way of cultivation. If you come a few thousand years later, then it is not the monsters of Xingqianhai who sent the gods to slaughter, but the direct enemies of the mainland. As the top power in the mainland, Songqiong Academy must bear the brunt of it. At that time, the Protoss were Qin Yang's enemies." Qin Yang looked at the progress bars on each panel, and what the strength of the skybending stone supplemented was only a drop in the bucket. However, launching an attack, coupled with the little power left by the spirit-class battleship, is almost enough. At least, after launching the attack now, this spirit-class warship will not enter the point where it will lose all its energy directly. If all the energy is lost, it is equivalent to letting all these Protoss wait to die. Qin Yang would not kill them, and of course he would not have the power to resist. Removing the sky-replenishing stone is the same as recharging the meteorite cannon that he used. The sky-replenishing stone fell into cooling because the power consumption was too large and exceeded the limit. When, after a loud noise, Yin Ling couldn't bear it anymore, and even suspected that Qin Yang had been killed by the sent gods. He began to attack the defense of the spirit-class battleship again, trying to break through the defense and come in. The Tian's Star Master was full of nervousness. Even Qin Yang made him tremble now. If he let that terrifying creature with 12 golden wings come in, the consequences would be even more serious. Moreover, Qin Yang expressed that he would not exterminate the god clan, but the Birdman obviously wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Hey, can you hear me?" Qin Yang said. At this time, Qin Yang had already turned on the communication, and a light screen appeared in front of the spirit-class battleship, and the image on it was no longer the young man from before, that is, Star-Lord Tianke, but Qin Yang. "Lord of Destruction? You won?" Yin Ling narrowed his eyes. "Of course, will I lose?" Qin Yang shrugged with a smile. "You are." Yin Ling looked curiously at the huge light screen, behind which, the people from the Shinshan tribe stood obediently behind Qin Yang. It was as if Qin Yang had become the leader of the Sent God clan. "Now this battleship belongs to me," Qin Yang said. Yin Ling's eyes lit up, and the thought of losing both sides was instantly shattered. Yin Ling said, it's the first time I've seen this big shell, why don't you let me go in and visit? The hearts of all the Protoss sank. Qin Yang said with a smile, you don't need to visit. You are too big, so I'm afraid it's inconvenient. But, if you're curious about the power of sending the Protoss, I can let you see it. How do you know? Yin Ling asked. Qin Yang said, this battleship is indeed a spirit-class battleship. Its level is the same as that of the Starry Sky base. Oh, it is the Sky Island base. But, the two have different powers. Sky Island base has its own rules. It can supplement the practitioner's rule power and is the source of all rules. But this spirit-class battleship is just a big killer. Qin Yang stared at the light screen, looked at Yin Ling, and said slowly, its main means of attack and killing are space confinement internally, and external, meteor cannon. Meteor cannon? Yin Ling frowned. That's right, the meteor cannon. So, would you like to fire it? Qin Yang laughed. Qin Star Lord and Tianyi Star Lord looked at each other. They finally knew Qin Yang's plan. Did Qin Yang want to kill this horrible creature? In this way, they feel more at ease in their hearts. You want to kill me? Yin Ling's eyes showed a fierce look. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, I just want you to see the power of the meteor cannon. Yin Ling snorted coldly and said, if this big shell has enough power, it would have attacked us, before. Now, this big shell probably has no power to attack at all, right? It has to be said that Yin Ling is not an idiot either, he can guess almost exactly what Qin Yang could guess before. Yin Ling said again, with your strength, you are still so playful. Well, since you want me to see the power of the meteor cannon, you can do something. I will play with you. Yin Ling thought that Qin Yang wanted to test his strength. And Yin Ling felt confidently that this big shell couldn't hurt him at all. Chapter 919, The Future of the Protoss Race. This kid is measuring my strength. I have to show enough strength to deter him and let him be used by me. Yin Ling thought so in his heart. Mastering the rules of gold makes his attacks unstoppable, and likewise, makes his defenses impregnable. Then let's play for a while. Qin Yang looked at Yin Ling playfully. Up to you. Yin Ling said indifferently. His face was full of contempt. Okay. Qin Yang moved his finger on the light screen again and again, and the spirit-class battleship began to prepare to attack. At the front of the battleship, a cannon muzzle revealed a hideous silhouette. All kinds of mysterious rune formations slowly lit up. All the star envoys were extremely excited. The spirit-level meteor cannon finally started to launch again. However, this launch does not need to exhaust the energy of the entire battleship. The colorful stone that Qin Yang took out earlier has already replenished a certain amount of energy for the battleship. By the way, can you stop it? Qin Yang asked suddenly. Yin Ling was furious when he heard this. After all, he is also the leader of the Yu clan world, and one of the strongest existences in the world today. Yin Ling said angrily, even the incarnation of the Domain Lord is afraid of me, and he does not hesitate to use his power to exile me and my world. What do you think? After finishing speaking, Yin Ling snorted coldly, what about the spiritual level? You can rest assured that I will not dodge or avoid it here, and it will not hurt me at all. Such wild words made all the Protoss in the central room scoff. In the star field war that year, if the scent gods were not plotted against by the eternal star field, they would take the opportunity to seize power. The final victor can only be their Protoss. The cultivation of the strong takes an incomparably long time. But for the Protoss clan, it didn't take long to manufacture warships. In terms of the strongest combat power, they are on par with each other. But the follow-up supply and the huge advantage of sending the Protoss are unmatched by any star field. However, the disadvantages and advantages of the Protoss clan are equally obvious, which is why the Protoss clan has a ban, and foreigners are not allowed to step into the battleship. Even if the battleship has internal defense, it cannot be an exception. Qin Yang nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, but I still have to remind you." It was true that this battleship could not exert its spirit-level power before, but I recharged it. Qin Yang lightly clicked the button on the light screen, and the meteor cannon directly launched an attack. Before Yin Ling could react to what Qin Yang said, the endless white light enveloped him. Along the void tunnel, it extends infinitely. This is impossible. Yin Ling's defense was broken in an instant, and he just let out an exclamation before turning into dust. The dignified world leader of the Yu clan was played by Xuanhuan Guqing in the palm of his hand. As a pawn, he didn't even see the chessboard he was on until he died. Spirit-level meteor cannon. Qin Yang took a deep breath. Although powerful, Qin Yang is not afraid. When he was promoted to the divine spirit realm, this kind of attack was nothing more than a dead star palm that he slapped casually. Qin Yang's eyes flickered with divine light. If he waited until he was promoted to the divine spirit realm, such a spirit-level warship could also be copied directly. Qin Yang heaved a sigh of relief after solving the 12 Garuda men. Moving his hands on the light screen, a seat rose directly from the ground in the central room. Qin Yang gently leaned against it, feeling extremely comfortable. Comfortable. Qin Yang felt a long-lost feeling in his heart. In the central room, all the Protoss clansmen looked stunned, and even blushed. They didn't know until now that there is such a console seat in the central room. All the light screens are automatically attached to each other, and you can point the world while lying on the sofa. How did you know all this? Lin Xiaotang looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. All of this is too dreamy. It's so unreal. A human race in the sky actually understands their power better than they do. Don't be surprised, you will get used to it slowly. Qin Yang said. Tianhe Star Lord said tremblingly, "What are you going to do with us?" Qin Yang's hand was placed on the armrest of the sofa, and without seeing how he moved, the sofa turned directly to face the Tianhe Star Master. Qin Yang manipulated everything skillfully, and said, "That depends on what you choose." Tilting his head, Qin Yang put his fingers on his temples, and said, "You seem to have no choice." The power of sending the Protoss is undoubtedly powerful. But if there is only this spirit-class battleship, it is really not enough. With a reserve of knowledge, the past glory of the Protoss can be reproduced. But, people in the sky may not be able to learn. Because fundamentally, this is a completely different world. Even in the world of the sky, the screen of light displayed by the Order of the Sky is difficult for many practitioners to understand. Therefore, Qin Yang knew in his heart that in order to truly control the technological power of the God Clan, the people of the God Clan are also indispensable. Qin Yang wouldn't be foolishly working hard on his own. If he were to build such a large battleship by himself, would he have to wait until the year of the monkey? It's better to fight monsters and upgrade. Lin Xiaotang and Tianhe Star Master looked at each other. Tianhe Star Master sighed. He said, "Forget it, you decide." After seeing the real face of Star Lord Tianke, he already knew that he was completely old. Moreover, Tianhe Star Lord naturally thought that Qin Yang had taken a fancy to Tianhe Star Lord. The gaze of Tianhe Star Lord is a little weird. Under this gaze, Lin Xiaotang blushed. She vaguely guessed what Tianhe Star Lord was thinking. In the name of Tianhe Star Lord, I represent the God Clan, and I am willing to submit to. Lin Xiaotang said. Qin Yang also spoke out almost at the same time, "You have no right to make decisions, and win-win cooperation is." The two stopped talking at the same time and looked at each other. Lin Xiaotang was overjoyed immediately, and said first, "Okay, we are willing to cooperate." Qin Yang opened his mouth to speak, but was stuck. Reluctantly holding his forehead, he sighed again and again. The Tianhe Star Lord was ecstatic in his heart. If it was surrender, it meant that they sent the Protoss to be inferior. But if it is cooperation, it means that the two are equal and mutual assistance. I secretly rejoiced in my heart. Fortunately, I let Lin Xiaotang make the decision. If it was my own, I am afraid that I would react for a while. If this guy agrees to surrender first, then the fate of sending the Protoss will undergo a major turning point. The other star envoys were also trembling with excitement. Qin Yang was able to replenish energy for the battleship, which had already given them hope of sending the Protoss to survive. Now they are cooperating with such a powerful existence, and they are equal, which means that they sent the Protoss finally ushered in the dawn of hope. Qin Yang's face was full of depression and speechlessness, which drew these people's awe and admiration towards him even more. It seemed that this terrifying existence was not so frightening. Everyone was attracted by this incident, thinking about the future of the Protoss race. But only Lin Xiaotang noticed Qin Yang's expression. Qin Yang looked deflated on the surface, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 920 Fusion. I will help you integrate into the firmament world. Today's firmament world is the best opportunity for you to integrate into it. Qin Yang said. Sending the Protoss to look at each other and merge with other races is something that has never been thought of. We sent the Protoss. Tianhe Star Lord hesitated to speak, and said, I know you have done so much, and we have sent the Protoss too much, and it is too good for us, but I still have to say, we are with you after all. Sky people are different. The other star envoys also fell silent. Qin Yang said, why is it different? Lin Xiaotang said, didn't you ask the question knowingly? Our individual strength is simply incomparable with the people of the sky. Under normal circumstances, the ordinary people in the Protoss we send are really ordinary people. But the ordinary people of the sky people are still, he has a strong cultivation base. Any skyman, in front of our god clan, is a strong man. Qin Yang laughed and said, so you are talking about this, but they may not be just strong men to you. As far as the City of Liberty under my empty island, the Masters and Star Cultivators are the lowest level. Tianhe Star Lord's face froze, and said, this is even more so that you can't rashly contact the people of the sky. Tianhe Star Lord said, we send the gods to naturally have the strength to protect ourselves. If we start a war, we send the gods to be afraid of no one. But if we live in harmony. Tianhe Star Lord carefully glanced at Qin Yang, and said, it's not my villainous heart, I will definitely be missed by sending the power of the gods. Qin Yang nodded knowingly, and said, don't worry, I can guarantee that it won't appear as you think. And Qin Yang looked at Lin Xiaotang, and said, with so many magic weapons like her, ordinary god emperors can't do anything to you at all. Lin Xiaotang pursed her lips. After all, she was the master of the strange star, and all the equipment she had was the top-notch. Moreover, even so, wasn't he still easily captured by Qin Yang? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotang's cheeks immediately became hot. Qin Yang went on to say, I'm not asking you to live in harmony with all the human races in the sky, I will introduce the Sky Academy to you. If it is the Sky Academy, needless to say, they will definitely agree to your joining, and will also think about it, way to protect you. Tianhe Star Master bit the bullet and said again, don't blame me for talking too much, this is really related to the future of our god clan. Qin Yang nodded and said, say it. Tian Hexing said, you can treat us kindly. The Sky Academy you mentioned can treat us kindly, but you must be cautious. Other forces on the mainland. Qin Yang laughed when he heard this. What are you laughing at? Lin Xiaotang asked in confusion. Qin Yang thought for a while, then pondered, and said, now you really don't have to worry about it. Let me first tell you about the major forces in the firmament world. In the central room, all the sentient beings raised their ears and listened carefully. Although they are powerful, they are equally afraid. It is precisely because of fear that it will continue to be strong. When they came to the firmament world, it coincided with the forgotten calendar. Directly bloodbathed Xingqianhai with thunder means, but it didn't help their status in any way. In the time of oblivion, Sea of Stars is indeed a place where the strongest gather. However, the Sea of Stars is too chaotic, so chaotic that there is no overall organization at all. No matter how many you kill, no matter how fierce your methods are, it will not be able to deter you at all. But after that battle, they sent even less power left by the Protoss. Since there is no way to make the firmament world compromise in a single battle, their only choice is to remain silent and preserve their strength. Finally, at this point, the resources they have left affect their future. As a last resort, he showed up again. Although the process was a little, but the result didn't seem to be bad anyway. Everyone listened carefully. Qin Yang said slowly, the world of the sky is divided into several continents and several sea areas. First of all, Beiyuan is occupied by the demon temple, it is the demon clan, the demon beast. Then Zhongzhou, now it is Songqiong Academy and Qingmu Empire. Don't worry about this, I am the tutor of Songqiong Academy, and the Qingmu Empire has a good relationship with me, and will give me face. As for the sea area, you should understand the Sea of Stars where you live. They are just a mess of scattered sand, each of them is a lone wolf. The only thing left is the East China Sea, but the power of the Dragon Clan in the East China Sea has been greatly reduced and cannot threaten you. Moreover, we must also give I save face. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he looked at the Protoss. Tianhe Star Lord and Tianhe Star Lord looked at each other. Why does this guy speak as if he is the king of the whole world? Why does everyone want to give you face? Of course, if they knew why the situation in Zhongzhou became like this, they wouldn't be surprised. The three major dark forces, the shadows were destroyed, and the old nest of blood skeletons was brought to an end. And Qin Yang is planning to go to the submarine prison to completely deal with the blood demon general. There is a 10,000 demon palace left, which is connected with the demon god palace. But Wanyao Palace is the person who will give Qin Yang the most face, because although they are dark forces, they have always remained neutral, just like Sky Academy. When Qin Yang was still very weak, Tao Pianliu could keep an eye on the pressure of Venerable White Dragon in the Demon Temple, and silently protect Qin Yang. What's more, Qin Yang now has this general status and strength. As for the Dragon Clan, it's really nothing to worry about. Even the Dragon God was slaughtered by Qin Yang, and the remaining Dragon Mother Ao Qingli, Dragon Daughter Ao Kur and the fish that slipped through the net would never, and would not dare to oppose Qin Yang. You are, teacher of Songqiong Academy? Lin Xiaotang asked with strange eyes. That's right, Master Dozhan. What's the matter? Isn't it like? Qin Yang asked back. If we can get in touch with the academy, it may be the greatest news for us to send the Protoss. Lin Xiaotang said. Tianhe Star Lord nodded again and added, since you are the teacher of Songqiong Academy, is there anyone in your Songqiong Academy who likes to study formations and spells? Qin Yang smiled, and said, yes, and there are many of them. The two leading ones are the world's #1 crafting master and the world's #1 talisman making master. By the way, there is also the world's #1 formation master. If the 9 Fate God Emperor knew about the conversation here, but the 4 Great God Emperors did not mention him, would he be so angry that he would directly roast Qin Yang with the fire? Great, maybe we can find a way to replace resources. The eyes of Tianhe Star Lord brightened. If alternative resources can be found, the Protoss is the real revival. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, since there is no objection, then you can send a few representatives to go to the Sky Academy with me. Chapter 921 Follower. Lin Xiaotang and Tianhe Star Lord naturally wanted to follow together. Among the star envoys, a few volunteered. Qin Yang controlled the Spirit-class battleship and flew directly to his own Sky Island. Above the 9 clouds, the god-emperors on the ground would not find such a colossal creature. TSK, 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 it really can replace the existence of the starry sky base. It's a combination of offense and defense. Qin Yang praised. Compared with it, the starry sky base seems a little too clumsy. After all, the speed of this Spirit-class warship is really fast. This Spirit-class battleship is equivalent to the addition of a starry sky base and a Starfield airship. But Qin Yang also knew that this Spirit-class battleship was not as good as the starry sky base. That is, the starry sky base is the source of power and the source of the world. As long as the base is big enough, this is a world. However, no matter how big the battleship was, it was still just a battleship. Here we are, Qin Yang said. In the central room, a huge light screen revealed an empty island. The eyes of all the Protoss almost popped out. This empty island is even bigger than their battleship. There was a smile on Qin Yang's face. As far as the former Qingmu Principality, it would be no problem to move the whole thing here. Although the Spirit-class battleship is large, and although there are hundreds of thousands of Protoss living in the battleship, the living space cannot be compared with that on the base. Such a behemoth suddenly appeared, and the entire Sky Island base was tense. The craftsmen stopped their work and looked at the huge monster anxiously. Although uneasy, but not flustered. This is Qin Yang's Sky Island base. There are countless portals connecting Liberty City. What are they afraid of? God Emperor Duobao was supervising the work at the base, and when he saw this huge monster, he flew over directly. The command of the sky in his hand conveyed the message. Not long after, a famous God Emperor directly stepped on the portal and came to the empty island, unexpectedly surrounded this behemoth. Every large distance, there is a God Emperor of the Sky Academy. Once they fight, they will all unleash a full blow, and the distance between them is very wide, so they are not afraid of restraining their hands and feet at all. Large in size, for them, it is more able to display their own strength. In the central room, the star envoys held their breath. How many God Emperors are there? The dense lingering figures, it seems that everyone is not simple. Hey, can you hear me? Qin Yang said. Qian's Star Lord and Lin Xiaotang were very surprised. Why did Qin Yang always ask before speaking? Why is that? A huge light screen appeared, and all the God Emperors were dumbfounded. Isn't that exactly Qin Yang? What the hell are you doing, brat? The old craftsman blew his beard and stared. His heart was still beating nervously. Ordinary God Emperors may not know what this big shell is, but for the senior executives of the Sky Academy, there is a legend about a mysterious group in the Sea of Stars, but it has always been circulated. Dinyan Bugue also appeared directly, and when he saw Qin Yang's image, the solemn expression on his face immediately relaxed. The other God Emperors shook their heads again and again. It turned out to be Qin Yang. Since it was Qin Yang, there would be no problem. However, everyone stared at this big shell with curiosity. Such a magic weapon is probably several times larger than the average Sky Island base. However, fortunately, Qin Yang's base is huge, otherwise, even they would feel ashamed. Now, our empty island is much bigger than your big shell. Although you are big, you are not bad. I still have something to talk to the Dean. Everyone please do your own work. If it goes well, I will tell everyone what it is, and let everyone come in and visit. Qin Yang said. I am grateful to the college for coming forward. In just a split second, the Sky Academy was almost fully mobilized. Qin Yang has a high status in the academy. This entire empty island is yours? Lin Xiaotang stepped on the empty island, and the feeling of down-to-earth brought tears to her eyes. The same is true for the Celestial Lord. This down-to-earth feeling made it hard for him to hold back. It seems that the Protoss has finally embarked on the road. The feeling from the inner source makes them so obsessed with the earth. The two and several star envoys followed behind Qin Yang. They kept inquiring about everything on the island, including people. Similarly, the people on Sky Island also looked at these people curiously, but there was no difference between looking left and right, and soon lost interest. Hee hee. Tianhe Star Lord suddenly laughed. He actually saw someone using such a rude and extremely labor-intensive method to build a building? Suddenly he felt that his attitude was wrong. After all, this was his territory, and his face tightened with gratitude. However, it was too late. Qin Yang had already set his sights on him. You sent the Protoss to build even a spirit-class battleship. Qin Yang stared at a piece of fat like a wolf. Isn't it a piece of cake to build an empty island base? Moreover, many of my own ideas are somewhat similar to those of the Protoss. It takes a lot of effort for the people in the sky to even understand it, let alone build it. What do you want to do? Tianhe Star Lord asked. Then we can talk about a deal. How about helping me build this empty island? Qin Yang asked. Shall I help you build it? Tianhe Star Lord was a little surprised. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, It wasn't you, it was you who sent the Protoss. Tianhe Star Lord laughed awkwardly and said, Of course. But this building material. Qin Yang said, You are only responsible for the construction. Of course, you may need to communicate with us in the sky. The sparks of the collision of the two civilizations, I think, my base will be unique. While communicating, Qin Yang led the way. After passing through the portals one after another, he came directly to the 10 Directions secret realm of the Sky Academy. Lin Xiaotang became obsessed with the magnificent scenery. In comparison, she even felt that the people in the sky were much happier than the former God clan. What you see is the Xanadu in the 10th district. If you see the space-time cycle in the 1st district, you won't have such expressions. Qin Yang laughed and continued to lead the way. Lin Xiaotang and the others were like a bunch of followers, hanging behind Qin Yang like tails. Not long after, they came to the dean's office. The 4 great god emperors also gathered here. After some conversation, both parties were very happy. Yun Bugui directly made a decision, accepted the dispatch of the gods, and promised to protect the safety of the dispatch of the gods. We just haven't found a way to replace resources and break through the existing technology. If there is a breakthrough, who will protect, who is not sure. Tianhe Star Master said. Qin Yang laughed. Tianhe Xingzhu did not speak big words this day. If enough energy is given to the spirit-class battleship, it can indeed sweep the dilapidated sky star field. In contrast, the 4 great god emperors were particularly interested in sending the gods, and they had a lively discussion with several star envoys on the spot. Whether it is for the God Clan or the Sky World, the fusion of the two civilizations will bring unimaginable progress to both sides. Chapter 922 New Training System. I think. Qin Yang spoke softly. Everyone stopped communicating immediately and looked over. Qin Yang said, The Sky Academy can set up a separate branch to train the ability to send the gods. Everyone was taken aback, but Yun Bugui asked thoughtfully, Be specific? Qin Yang nodded, and then said, Although our people in the sky practice the laws of heaven and earth, not everyone has the talent for cultivation. And the cultivation talent can be detected since childhood. For some people who do not have the cultivation talent, they can be trained in the direction of sending the Protoss. Everyone understood a little bit, but couldn't grasp the idea. Qin Yang said straight to the point, We can create a new cultivation system. Yun Bugui and the other 4 god emperors were startled, and Tianhe Star Lord and the other sentinel clansmen were also startled. Qin Yang continued, Everyone is a human race, and there is no special difference in essence. Among the gods, it is not necessarily that everyone cannot practice our heaven and earth rules. They can learn our power in the academy. And our academy can also recruit some people who have no talent for cultivation and teach them the power of the Protoss. Everyone thought about it, they never thought about it. But Qin Yang seemed to have planned it long ago. Yun Bugui stroked his beard, and said, "In this way, it seems much easier to send the gods and the sky people to be compatible. Once this kind of cultivation system is established, it will benefit the common people. It will even make our world welcome true prosperity." Speaking of this, Yun Bugui became excited, and said, "The ordinary people no longer have to worry about being raped by others and letting them be fished by others. Everyone will be able to control their own destiny. This is true freedom. It fits perfectly with the purpose of the establishment of the Sky Academy. To put it bluntly, the cultivation of the Protoss clan is to master the knowledge and power of the Protoss clan. Of course, it's not that simple. However, this gave countless ordinary people a hope." The Tianhe Star Master thought deeply, and nodded again and again. If the people in the sky had also learned the technology of sending the Protoss like them, then there would be no difference compared with them. This does not mean that the Protoss will lose their advantage and be threatened. On the contrary, it will make the Protoss no longer a special existence in the eyes of the people in the sky. It won't be long before the people of the sky and the gods will not be able to distinguish each other. Moreover, sending the Protoss is far more than just this benefit. Didn't Qin Yang say that they can also practice the laws of heaven and earth? In this way, the power of the Protoss and the power of the rules of the sky people can help each other. This is not just an addition of 1 + 1 = 2. In the eyes of everyone, the future of the firmament world seems to emerge, which is an extremely brilliant and prosperous new world. Qin Yang looked at the expressions on everyone's faces and smiled lightly, feeling some pressure at the same time. Qin Yang found that it was no longer possible for him to be alone. It was even more impossible for him to watch all this disappear in smoke. Since you have given hope to others, let it be realized completely, not just in the blink of an eye. Qin Yang made up his mind. Qin Yang will do his best to protect this star field in the sky. Create peace for all generations. Qin Yang, if you build a god statue, you will be the belief of everyone in the entire sky world. Yun Bugui said excitedly. Qin Yang waved his hands again and said, "No, I don't want people to burn incense for me." The 4 god emperors looked at Qin Yang as if they were fools, and the old craftsman hated that iron could not be made into steel, and said, "You boy, do you know how many people dream of this?" Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "It has nothing to do with me how many people dream of it. Besides, I don't rely on the power of faith to advance. Besides, in the current sky star field, my realm has reached its peak." As soon as these words came out, even Yun Bugui's eyes widened. Then, there was a silence. Qin Yang is too monstrous, too heaven-defying. This is the common thought in their hearts. By the way, since we want to create a new cultivation system, then. Qin Yang changed his voice and said, "We have to get rid of some." "What do you mean?" Yun Bugui asked. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, "It's not appropriate to cultivate the power of faith." As soon as these words came out, the 4 great god emperors were shocked again. For countless years, the sky human race has cultivated like this. Qin Yang explained, "Beyond the god emperor, there is also the divine spirit realm. So much power of faith is needed now, let alone later. This power of faith can make us quick success, and it also limits our upper limit. Because the speed and results of cultivation are linked to all the creatures in the sky star field. Now that the sky star region has fallen, how long would it take to restore it to the past? There are problems with this method," Qin Yang said. At the same time, there is another sentence that Qin Yang did not say, that is, Qin Yang suspects that this method of cultivation is also deliberately done by the incarnation of the domain master. The demons in the demon world don't practice the power of faith, can't they always compete with the sky world? There are also Yaozu. The history of the sky world can be traced back, half a step of the true God. That is to say, half-step gods and spirits, one is the big monster Xuanhuan, and the other is the dragon god. Which is related to the human race? Yun Bugui nodded, and said, on this point, the first dean left the classics, and he also doubted this kind of cultivation method. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, I'm just proposing an idea. Whether it's creating a cultivation system or abolishing the original cultivation method, you all need to study it, and I still have a lot to do. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang said again, just study it slowly, the future of the world depends on you. Everyone was speechless. It was obvious that they wanted to be the hands-off shopkeeper. However, if the idea given by Qin Yang can be realized, then the future of the firmament world. The four god emperors began to pull the star envoys to communicate again, and even couldn't wait to start the experiment immediately. Yun Bugui hurriedly looked for the classics to verify some conjectures. Qin Yang left the dean's office and walked slowly on the way back. Lin Xiaotang followed all the way. You have already thought about all this? Lin Xiaotang asked. Ah? Oh, just a random word. Qin Yang said. Lin Xiaotang found that Qin Yang was becoming more and more mysterious, and really wanted to open Qin Yang's mind to see what he was pretending to be. If they were ordinary people, they would directly enslave the Protoss in the past. Not now, there will be such a win-win and mutual benefit. Where are you going? Lin Xiaotang asked. Qin Yang sighed, and said, I'm not an idler, naturally, I have a lot of things to do. I'll go too. Lin Xiaotang said. You? Forget it. Qin Yang chuckled. Lin Xiaotang stomped his feet angrily, and said, don't you think my fighting power is low? Qin Yang looked Lin Xiaotang up and down, and said, no. Your combat power should have reached the level of the fourth realm. Of course, if you can. Qin Yang pointed to his brain, but didn't know what to say. You can actually display the combat power of the five realms. Are you saying that my brain is not working? Lin Xiaotang gritted his silver teeth. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he said, I didn't say that. Qin Yang just felt that Lin Xiaotang had too little experience, so he didn't know how to fight against the God Emperor. Anyway. Lin Xiaotang blushed with embarrassment, and said in a voice like fine lines, anyway, I'm already yours. I'll go wherever you go. Although the voice was subtle, how could it escape Qin Yang's ears? Qin Yang staggered, dumbfounded, what? Chapter 923, The Tradition of Sending the Protoss. Do you want me to say it twice? How can you be such a strong practitioner that you can't hear clearly? Lin Xiaotang said in embarrassment and anger. Qin Yang was stunned, and thought to himself, could it be that the ability to listen to the zither has not been released? Stretching out his hand to flip it over, the mini version of the listening Qin appeared in his hand. Qin Yang fiddled with it and said to himself, no, it's been lifted. Seeing this, Lin Xiaotang immediately became angry. What do you mean? I'm wondering if it's the sequelae of listening to the piano. Qin Yang said. Lin Xiaotang stomped his feet angrily, and said, even if you change my mind with the listening Qin, it won't help. You don't want to play tricks on what the entire God clan knows. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he said, why did I play tricks? Seeing Qin Yang like this, Lin Xiaotang was on the verge of tears. With an aggrieved look on his face, I felt pity for it. You don't want to see me like that? Do you dislike me? Lin Xiaotang said aggrievedly. No, what is going on with you? Qin Yang said depressedly. Lin Xiaotang said, that's the tradition of my dispatching the Protoss. If you don't want me, then I have only one death. What tradition? Qin Yang asked, curiously. You treat me, to me. Lin Xiaotang was ashamed to speak. Qin Yang took a deep breath, he seemed to understand something. This Protoss race turned out to be such a traditional race. I'm not a member of the God clan, and besides, it's all a misunderstanding. Qin Yang said seriously. You clearly dislike me. Lin Xiaotang pursed her lips. I do not have. You have. I do not have. You have. I really didn't. Now the Protoss wants to integrate into the sky, regardless of each other. Your identity as a sky person is not your reason. Qin Yang scratched his head and said, but I have a wife. Lin Xiaotang was taken aback for a moment, and said, I don't care. Qin Yang was speechless. At this time, the Nine-Fate God Emperor, that is, the old alchemy man, passed by, patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, and said with a smile, whether it is a person from the sky or a member of the Sinden clan, the stronger the strength, the more wives, this is very common. Qin Yang's face darkened, and he said, if you don't discuss and study with the sentient clansmen, what are you doing here? The alchemy old man said, it can't be helped, they have too many things to talk about. Alchemy and the medical treatment they said have not been discussed yet. They said that I will go to the battleship to find someone to understand. The Nine-Fate God Emperor is of course curious about the medical skills of the Protoss, but the Tianna Star Lord and those star envoys seem to know nothing about it. Go ahead, I'll take a step first. The alchemy old man winked at Qin Yang with a smile and hurried away. Ahem. Qin Yang coughed lightly, and said, I still have important things to do, so don't follow me. After walking a few steps, he found that Lin Xiaotang was still following. Qin Yang continued, also, tradition is good, but it shouldn't be too rigid. The new era naturally requires new ideas. Lin Xiaotang acted as if he didn't listen at all. Qin Yang had no choice but to dodge and run away. After leaving the Sky Academy, Qin Yang just showed his figure in the square of Liberty City, and immediately urged the Tianmen seal to teleport away. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiaotang's figure also appeared, but he didn't know where Qin Yang had gone. Little girl, you have a good eye. The alchemy old man just came out of the Sky Academy, and he was the first to leave, but Qin Yang and Lin Xiaotang took the lead. What kind of person is he? Lin Xiaotang asked, curiously. The alchemy old man stroked his beard and said, you young people seem to need you to get to know each other. I can only say that he is the most bewitching genius I have ever seen. Then what kind of person is his wife? Lin Xiaotang asked again. The alchemy old man thought for a while, and said, you said Lu Mingyu, that girl is also good, she is from the 8 clans of Shindao. By the way, Qin Yang is also from the 8 clans of Shindao, and she is the head of the Qin family. Lu Mingyu, the 8 clans of Shinto. Lin Xiaotang whispered. Lin Xiaotang said, so what? I am still the Tianna Star Lord. Among the God clan, now I and the Tianna Star Lord have the highest power. The alchemy old man said with a smile, that boy Qin Yang is different from ordinary people. He didn't care much about these powers before. Now, he doesn't care even more. Speaking of this, the alchemy old man thought of something, and said, by the way, Lu Mingyu is not the only one beside him. How many wives does he have? Lin Xiaotang asked. The alchemy old man shook his head and said, it's not a wife, it should be a companion, hee. In the forbidden area, those old antiques are not only focused on cultivation. Their enthusiasm for gossip is no less than that of the female students in the academy. That means he only has 2 wives now? Lin Xiaotang frowned beautifully and nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, not very bothering. On the contrary, if there is only one wife, it can be seen that Qin Yang is loyal to love. 2? The alchemy old man opened his eyes wide and counted with his fingers, who else? Didn't that boy Qin Yang declare it to the outside world? Wei Linglong? That girl doesn't give in to a man. Or is it Wu Xiaoya? As long as the little girl is not blind, anyone can see what this little girl means to Qin Yang, or is it Yin Linger? The dean's granddaughter has never cared so much about the opposite sex, but she has been staying in Qin Yang's Hongqian Inn. The alchemy old man muttered in a low voice. Lin Xiaotang stomped his feet, and said angrily, "Of course the second one is me. It's me." The alchemy old man was speechless for a while, looked at Lin Xiaotang seriously, and said, "You." Lin Xiaotang said, "What's wrong with me? Don't talk about it now. Do you know where Qin Yang went?" The alchemy old man looked up at the sky, his eyes seemed to pass through the clouds, and he said, "He always likes to be the shopkeeper and the supervisor of building homes, he will not do it." Before Qin Yang directly ordered Lu Luo to cooperate with the patriarch of the Jin family to supply the entire Liberty City and Sky Academy with the magic weapon food world, and he just explained the specifics in one sentence, and never cared about it anymore. Then there are only two places Qin Yang could go to, one is Beiyuan, and the other is Donghai. Going to Beiyuan, of course, is going to the demon realm. This is no secret in Sky Academy. But if he was going to the demon realm, with Qin Yang's temperament, he would definitely explain it carefully. Then there's only one place left. The alchemy old man said, "I reckon, he should go to the East China Sea." East Sea? Eastern Sea of Stars? Lin Xiaotang asked. The alchemy old man nodded. "What is he doing there?" Lin Xiaotang asked. The alchemy old man was silent for a while, with a serious expression on his face, and said, "Although Kid Qin Yang likes to be a shopkeeper, but I have to say that he is very responsible for some major events." After all the compliments, if Qin Yang was present, he wouldn't even be able to tell that he was talking about himself. Chapter 924, The New Firmament Alliance. Lin Xiaotang was confused, and interrupted, "I was asking him what he was doing there, I don't want you to praise him." The alchemy old man stopped talking, thought for a while, and said, "For the sake of the world." Lin Xiaotang was speechless. Although he still didn't get the answer he wanted, Lin Xiaotang knew about Qin Yang. Judging from the alchemy old man's understanding of Qin Yang, Lin Xiaotang became even more curious about Qin Yang. He said he was throwing away the shopkeeper, but he put everything on his shoulders. From the first meeting, Qin Yang led the spirit-class battleship of the God clan into the Void Tunnel to deal with the powerful creatures with 12 golden wings. From this point, it can also be confirmed that what the alchemy old man said is not adulterated. Lin Xiaotang smiled lightly, she was glad that she met such a man, whom she could entrust to her for life. "Forget it, since you don't tell me, I'll go find it myself," Lin Xiaotang said. After finishing speaking, a series of mysterious lights lit up on his body, and the old man who made alchemy was speechless for a while. If it was the old man who made the weapon, I am afraid that he would definitely borrow these strange magic weapons, and study them. However, Tianhe's Star Lord seems to have many similar magic weapons. Just as he was thinking, Lin Xiaotang's figure gradually turned into an illusory shadow, as if he was about to be teleported away. The alchemy old man frowned, and said, "The place Qin Yang went to is very dangerous for me, so I can't just let you go." As he said that, he opened the field directly, trying to interrupt the teleportation. But Lin Xiaotang just smiled back, and then, the figure disappeared. This? The alchemy old man was shocked, even his own domain couldn't imprison her? It seems that I still underestimated the power of this Protoss. If you have such power, you don't have to worry about it. The alchemy old man couldn't wait to get up. The power of the gods is mysterious and powerful to the people of the sky, so their medical skills. The figure of the alchemy old man flashed, and after stepping into a portal, he went directly to the empty island. In the East China Sea, the blood has not faded. The rich blood color shocked the hearts of every strong man. The big monster who escaped from the East China Sea didn't even dare to return for a long time. They would rather enter the center of the chaotic and tyrannical Sea of Stars than stay in the Eastern Sea. Today's East China Sea is calmer than before. This also created an opportunity for Dragon Mother Aoqingli to rebuild the Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was originally an empty island base. After the battle between Qin Yang and the Dragon God, the Sky Island base was still there, but all the buildings on it were destroyed. Dragon Mother Aoqingli and Dragon Daughter Ao looked at the dilapidated Dragon Palace ruins, feeling sad but powerless. They didn't blame Qin Yang. From the moment the Dragon Clan decided to join forces with Xuanhuan Guqing, and from the moment they decided to flatten the Sky Academy, it was doomed to have such an ending. However, the problem they have to face is not only rebuilding the Dragon Palace, but also a more important one, the submarine prison. Some big monsters who did not leave the East China Sea unexpectedly rushed into the submarine prison. The news of the Dragon Clan's demise will definitely spread. With the Dragon Palace gone, the power that imprisoned the entrance and exit of this submarine prison naturally no longer exists. This entrance and exit are connected to the 6th floor. Those 5 realms exist one by one, and each one is a disaster for the entire world. With the current strength of our Dragon Clan, it is no longer possible to continue to suppress the submarine prison. Aoqingli took a deep breath and said, "This is a matter related to the entire Sky World. We must ask the Sky Academy for help." "No, I'm already here." Qin Yang's figure appeared directly beside them. Qinglin and Kunyu were startled. Qin Yang looked at the crowd and continued, "If you are willing, I will contact the Academy and ask them to help rebuild the Dragon Palace. With your strength, it will take too long to restore the Dragon Palace to its former glory." Everyone was silent for a while. Just when Qin Yang thought they would refuse his help, Aoqingli said, "That's it, thank you very much." Qin Yang nodded, and handed over a sky order. Qin Yang sent a message, and then said, "If you need anything, just mention it." Aoqingli took the token and seemed to feel that the token was heavy. In today's firmament world, the value of this firmament order is unimaginably high. And this is all because of Qin Yang. To rebuild the order of the mainland, Qin Yang has done many things that the God Emperor could not do. If it's not the enemy, how wonderful it would be. Qinglin sighed. After finishing speaking, she regretted it, but Qinglin couldn't change her words. "I hope not in the future," Qin Yang said lightly. However, Aoqingli felt a pain in her heart. None of the previous Dragon Clan could match Qin Yang. In the future, that would be even more impossible. Qin Yang left, went directly to the entrance and exit of the submarine prison, and stepped into it without hesitation. Aoqingli looked at the sky token in his hand, and after a long silence, he contacted the Sky Academy. The Order of the Sky given by Qin Yang can directly contact the 4 God Emperors of the Academy and the Dean Yunbu Gui. After making contact, Aoqingli discovered that the mainland. There are new changes. The Protoss appeared and even joined the City of Liberty. He even cooperates with the Sky Academy to change the world and benefit the world. The sea monster Kunyu exclaimed again and again, "It's hard to imagine that the one who did all this was the Lord of Destruction?" Everyone was silent again. They now finally understand that Qin Yang is the Lord of Destruction, and what he wants to destroy is only the dross of the world. But after the destruction, it was an unprecedented dawn. Just like Qin Yang stepped into the submarine prison, he was going to destroy everything, but it was also for the entire sky. Even without Qin Yang's special instructions, Sky Academy is willing to help the Dragon Clan. We plan to establish the Sky Alliance. I wonder if the Dragon Clan is interested in joining? Dean Yunbugue asked on the light screen. The Sky Alliance? Dragon Mother Aoqingli frowned. Yunbugue hurriedly explained, "It's not Xuanhuan Guqing's Sky Alliance, they just use the banner of the Sky Alliance to seek their own personal gain. What we want to establish is a brand new, free, and real Sky Alliance." After finishing speaking, Yunbugue said, "By the way, Qin Yang is the first alliance leader." In addition, Yun Bugui also explained. First of all, Qin Yang didn't know these things. Secondly, this is inspired by the Protoss. If other people said it, Dragon Mother Ao Qingli would not consider it at all. But this is what Yun Bugui, the head of Sky Academy, said personally, and the leader of the alliance is Qin Yang. Fairness and justice, equality, and freedom will be the purpose of the new Sky Alliance. Similarly, this was originally the City of Liberty, and it was also the purpose of the Sky Academy. If you don't mind, I can represent the Dragon Clan and express my willingness to join. Ao Qingli may not have thought that her decision would directly continue the status of the Dragon Clan. After talking for a while, Ao Qingli turned off the communication. It seems that because the Dragon Clan joined the new Sky Alliance, the dawn after the destruction also shone on the Dragon Clan. Are you dragons? A doubtful voice sounded. Lin Xiaotang appeared at the Dragon Palace ruins. Ao Kier looked over. This strangely dressed girl made her feel a little weird. A noun immediately appeared in my mind, sending the gods. Do you know Qin Yang? Do you know where he went? Ao Qingli, Ao Kuer and the others looked at each other, looking at Lin Xiaotang with complicated faces. Chapter 925, Heaven Slayer Alliance. The 6th floor of the submarine prison. Qin Yang did not expect that he would enter in this way. Stepping into the 6th floor, Qin Yang was stunned by the raging tide of rules. This is a more solid world, which seems to be stronger than all the worlds in the Sky Star field. The belly of Kuanping, a half-step god, has not degenerated due to the retrogression of the star field. The strength of this 6th layer is simply not comparable to that of the 3rd layer. If it was this 6th floor that was exiled back then, I am afraid that this world would not be destroyed at all, but would crash into the eternal starfield as a whole. It's troublesome. Qin Yang frowned. The regular tide was surging, and Qin Yang stood in the air like a rock, unmoved. If it was the original 3rd level world, as long as Qin Yang pierces through this world, causing all the great monsters to lose their foundations and be exposed to the endless void, their strength will gradually be weakened. But now, this 6th level world is strong enough to withstand a battle at the peak of the 5 realms. If you want to kill them, you may not be able to take a shortcut. Where are the entrances and exits? Qin Yang became puzzled. There was no exit leading to the Dragon Palace behind him. It seemed that after he entered, he was teleported randomly. Find the entrance and exit first, then seal it. Qin Yang made up his mind and let go of his divine sense. Before doing anything, sealing the entrance and exit is the most important thing. If any big monster is allowed to escape, it will be an unbearable disaster for the entire firmament world. The regular tide has stopped? Qin Yang frowned, and said to himself, it's strange, what force calmed the regular tide? It's the source of Kuanping's power. Mr. Qiqiao revealed his figure and said. What do you mean? Qin Yang asked. Mr. Qiqiao explained, every world has its core. This is no exception here. However, this world is the belly of Zhu Kuanping, so the core of this world is also the source of Zhu Kuanping's power. After finishing speaking, Mr. Qiqiao also added, the Kuanping on the 6th floor has been reluctant to leave the submarine prison for a long time, because he is afraid that the source of the power of this ancestor Kuanping will be taken away by other big monsters. Qin Yang nodded and said, what will happen if we get the source of Zhu Kuanping's power? Mr. Qiqiao thought for a while, and said, of course it is to be promoted to the realm of Zhu Kuanping. Qin Yang gasped, if this is the case, wouldn't it be easy to reach the half-step god realm? That is even stronger than the peak of the 5 realms of the God Emperor. The big monsters on the 6th floor of the submarine prison should not be underestimated. Some of them didn't know how long they had been immersed in the peak of the 5 realms, and even Qin Yang didn't dare to underestimate them. If it is before the 4 realms, Qin Yang can easily kill the same level in seconds. But here, Qin Yang of the Five Realms may not be able to kill the great monster of the Five Realms in an instant. Because these five realms are not ordinary five realms. If they get the source of Zhu Kuanping's power again, the consequences will be disastrous. I'm afraid this world can't trap them, even if the entrance is sealed. With such power, there is no need to enter the sky world through the entrance. The world boundary wall of the firmament world can't stop it. Mr. Qiqiao looked at Qin Yang's dignified expression, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the source of the Zhu Kuanping's power is impossible to be found so easily. Otherwise, how would the Kuanping in the submarine prison spend so much money, for so long?" Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Qin Yang's mind, and he said, "By the way, since breaking the core of the world can make this world merge into the nearest world, then..." Mr. Qiqiao was startled. Qin Yang is really daring. Sure enough, Qin Yang continued, if Zhu Kuanping's source of power is smashed, wouldn't the sixth floor of the submarine prison be integrated into the world of the sky? Mr. Qiqiao hesitated and said, "It seems that this is the case. Having a complete entrance and exit is equivalent to a connection point. If Zhu Kuanping's power source is broken, the entrance and exit of this sixth-level world will become infinitely larger until the whole world merges into the sky world. Just like the dragon world." The eyes of heaven. Qin Yang's eyes were full of divine light, with dark golden lines flowing. Above the dim sky, a pair of huge eyes opened directly. In Qin Yang's eyes, he saw countless power rules, and groped for these traces, trying to find the source of Zhu Kuanping's power. Qin Yang felt a trace of power that seemed to come from ancient times, but there was no trace of this power at all. Even the eyes of the sky could not capture it. Just like a loach, it can clearly see it, but it always escapes easily from its hands. Although the progress was not smooth, Qin Yang was not without gains. After opening the eyes of the sky, he found a big monster. This big monster is full of cracks, but there is no flesh and blood exposed in the cracks, but azure, blue divine light. Thunder monster. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. This is a big monster of a different species that is as strong as a bear and as agile as a leopard. The endless years of evolution made it full of fierce explosive breath. When Qin Yang saw him, the giant thunder monster also noticed something, and he stared at the eyes in the sky fearfully, and soon, again, looking down in a certain direction. Qin Yang's heart trembled. The giant thunder monster found his position. Qin Yang didn't underestimate any of the monsters here, but he didn't expect that the one he found randomly would be so powerful. Roar! The giant thunder monster roared, and the azure blue light on his body shone brightly. Countless thunderbolts exploded, shaking the entire space. The thunder light gathered into a bunch, like a dragon or a snake, and rushed towards Qin Yang. In an instant, the distance of 1,000 miles is close at hand. The fist of seizing the sky. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and made a fist. The momentum of the thunder light weakened, and then, Qin Yang threw out a punch to disperse the thunder light. It's just that the aftermath is comparable to the powerful supernatural powers of the myriad tribulation thunder field, the great monster of the five realms, and its strength is terrifying. The giant thunder monster stared at Qin Yang across a distance of thousands of miles. Obviously, he did not expect that Qin Yang could easily shatter his magical powers. Roaring again and again, the giant thunder monster jumped suddenly, and immediately appeared in front of Qin Yang's face after this jump. Little ghost, face up? The giant thunder monster drooled from its ferocious mouth, and continued, it seems that you can't hold back. Are you going to join the Tutian Alliance? Tutian Alliance? Qin Yang was taken aback, but hearing the name, he knew it was not a good thing. If these great monsters of the five realms unite. The giant thunder monster interrupted Qin Yang's thoughts, and said, if you want to join the Tutian Alliance, it depends on whether you have the strength. If you don't, then become my meal. Staring at Qin Yang's physique, the giant thunder monster smiled and said, look at your small body, but you have boundless divine power, it will definitely make me feast. Chapter 926. The giant thunder monster looked down at Qin Yang. Qin Yang's figure looked like a mouse appearing at the foot of an elephant in front of his huge body. Qin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "You want to eat me too?" Thunder Star. The giant thunder monster shouted loudly. In the cracks on his body, the azure blue divine light was dazzling, and a thunder ball condensed, directly stirring up the situation in the world and changing its color. It's strange, you showed up too early. There are still 3 days left before the founding meeting of the Tutian Alliance. The giant thunder monster roared, explosion. The rules of thunder condensed to the extreme, and then exploded violently. Within 1,000 miles, it was blown into a vacuum. Huh? It shouldn't be. The giant thunder monster looked around, and the surrounding area was empty. The figure of the kid before was completely gone. The giant thunder monster wondered, I only used 3 parts of my strength, and I can bake it until it is 7 ripe at most. Am I overestimating this kid? On top of his head, Qin Yang looked at the giant thunder monster contemptuously, and couldn't help laughing when he heard this guy talking to himself. 3 points? 7 maturity? Qin Yang played with taste. I didn't expect you to be so particular about your meals. The giant thunder monster was startled and slapped it with a paw. Each sharp claw is like a huge steel knife, and this steel knife is also attached with the power of violent thunder. There was an explosion in the clear sky, and 5 bolts of lightning immediately appeared in the trace of the claws. Qin Yang stood on the spot without dodging or evading. The 5 bolts of lightning directly passed through his body, and Qin Yang was unharmed. It's the cycle of reality and reality. No, Qin Yang has already changed it to Lin Xiaotong's name. It's called Void Walk. The stronger the world is, the more powerful this move will be. Unless this giant thunder monster can tear apart this world with 1 claw, there is absolutely no chance of injuring Qin Yang. Good boy, you have some skills. The giant thunder monster exclaimed. The pair of huge eyes in the sky before was not the strongest method of this kid, and the ability to escape into the void now seems to be not simple. Tell me everything about the Tutian Alliance, and I may consider sparing your life. Qin Yang said lightly. The giant thunder monster laughed loudly, and said, even Kuanping dare not speak to me like this, so what are you? At the same time, the giant thunder monster became curious again, and said, since you no longer forbear lurking, don't you know about the Heaven Slayer Alliance? Oh? Qin Yang looked at the giant thunder monster. Could it be that this guy regards himself as a strong man in the 6th world? Forbearance and lurking. It seems that there should be many powerful beings who have never shown up in this 6th-level world. Qin Yang looked at the giant thunder monster quietly, and said slowly, you better not talk too much nonsense, I don't have the patience to play with you. And? Qin Yang stared at the giant thunder monster, and said word by word, I like to eat very ripe ones. The giant thunder monster was furious. Does this mean that he wants to eat himself? Humph, even if you have the means to protect yourself, let's see how long you can last. If you dare to be arrogant in front of me, I will definitely eat you today. The thunder light on the giant thunder monster spread instantly, and the whole world turned into a piece of thunder ocean. All living beings cannot survive, even if the great monster of the 5 realms can withstand this damage, they cannot withstand the paralysis effect that comes with the law of thunder. Last time, I ate a hind leg of the explosive rhinoceros. I want to see if you can escape unscathed. This supernatural power of the giant thunder monster has been tried and tested repeatedly. But if you get caught, unless you self-mutilate and regain control of your body, you will definitely not be able to escape. The giant thunder monster stared at Qin Yang happily. Although he was small in size, he had a strong physique, and his flesh should be very strong. Wu Guang seemed to be aiming at the side of Qin Yang's body, and all the thunders couldn't get close to him. Qin Yang did not escape into the false space and perform void walk, but directly resisted. From the words of the giant thunder monster, it can be known that this guy's strength is considered to be at the upper middle level on the 6th floor of the submarine prison. Qin Yang just took this opportunity to test how deep the water on the 6th floor of the submarine prison is. However, this attempt was disappointing. Qin Yang looked at the giant thunder monster with a blank face, and said lightly, "If you only have this little power, then full maturity is the ending you can't escape." Hearing 10 mature again, the giant thunder monster was furious. This kid is mocking himself Chiguoguo. On the 6th floor of this underwater prison, no one has ever dared to be so contemptuous of me, the giant thunder monster roared angrily, displaying its supernatural powers. The sky was full of thunder and light, and a thunderstorm suddenly took shape. The terrifying vision of heaven and earth, thousands of miles away, made other big monsters tremble with fear. In a valley, the eyes of a blasting rhinoceros lit up. Could it be that someone finally took action against that nasty thunder monster? The explosive rhinoceros couldn't forget the shame of a leg, and its figure turned into a flame and rushed over. Qin Yang looked at the crazy thunder monster, shook his head again, and said, "It's not that I want to despise you, but your strength really makes me not take it seriously." "Stick as you wish," Qin Yang shouted, and a magical weapon appeared in his hand. "Raise it backwards, and the stick will instantly become bigger, longer, and—" Thunder Giant. The monster's eyes widened, and his own thunder couldn't have the slightest influence on this kid? And that stick? This stick doesn't have any scary aura, but the changed body shape is too scary. "I'll tell you. Whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you everything." The giant thunder monster's eyes flashed a sinister look, and he might be choked with this stick. Qin Yang snorted coldly, and said, "No need, if you don't tell me, I will naturally ask someone else. As for you, you are very mature." "Damn it." The giant thunder monster's lungs exploded, and before he had time to react, his eyes went black. In the giant thunder monster's thoughts, the last thought lingered, and that was, how so fast? Boom. There was a loud noise, and the terrifying shock wave made the earth feel like ocean waves. The giant thunder monster was almost smashed into a meatloaf by Qin Yang's stick on the spot, and it was quite miserable to pretend to be dead. Putting away the stick, Qin Yang turned his head to look at the flame in the distance, grinned and said, "I wonder if I can do you a favor." The explosive rhinoceros was frightened. When did such a ruthless character appear on the 6th floor of the submarine prison? Looking at the shattered corpse of the giant thunder monster, Explosive Rhino was greatly relieved, and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Yang pointed to the corpse of the giant thunder monster, and said, "Use your flame to roast him." After finishing speaking, Qin Yang added, "I want to be very mature." Explosive Flame Rhino dared not disobey, and it was his long-cherished wish to roast this giant thunder monster, so he immediately agreed. Bloody flames spread, and within a short while, the air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of meat. Chapter 927, Lead Me the Way. "Let me ask you, what's going on with the Heaven Slayer Alliance?" Qin Yang asked. The eyes of the explosive rhinoceros were filled with the joy of getting revenge. Looking at the golden meat that was roasted in front of him and dripping with oil, he drooled like a 3-foot waterfall. Nowadays, if you don't know anything about the Tiantu Alliance, it can only prove that you are not strong enough, and you are not qualified to know at all. Explosive Rhinoceros spoke without thinking, and blurted out. Immediately afterwards, Baoyan Rhino's heart sank, and his body was covered in sweat. This is not some unknown junior, but a strong man who can kill the giant thunder monster. Turning his head stiffly, Baoyan Rhino saw the faint smile on Qin Yang's face, and was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. "My lord, that's not what I meant." Explosive Rhino defended himself. "Oh, then continue to answer my question," Qin Yang said. Explosive Rhino hurriedly said, "Since a few years ago, this submarine prison has undergone changes. The monsters who came down from the 5th floor said. The monsters who came down from the 4th floor said. Wait. Qin Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand, frowning at the explosive rhinoceros. If he hadn't known what was going on and had guessed what he was going to say, he would have been able to make the other party faint at once. Could this explosive rhinoceros be an intelligent monster? The explosive rhinoceros held its breath, and the barbecue beside it suddenly became stale. He looked at Qin Yang tremblingly, unable to guess what this kid was thinking. Qin Yang thought in his heart that if these 3 layers of worlds were exiled, then the 4, 5, and 6 layers would be connected, and the only entrance and exit would be on the 6th layer. Qin Yang said, "Do you want to say that no one has come down from the 3rd world?" Explosive Rhinoceros nodded repeatedly. Although he looked simple and honest in human form, his face was full of flattery at this time. "Your Excellency is absolutely right." "Well, you continue." Qin Yang signaled. Explosive Rhinoceros continued, "Just a few days ago, the truth finally came to light. A monster from the outside world entered the submarine prison from the Dragon Palace, and it turned out to have directly entered the 6th floor. They said that the sky in the firmament world has changed. And the dragon clan that suppressed the submarine prison no longer exists." Explosive Rhinoceros said. "And then?" Qin Yang asked. Explosive Rhinoceros continued, "Then, there will be ghosts and skeletons mobilizing everywhere to set up some kind of heaven-slaying alliance, calling on everyone to let go of each other's hatred and return to the sky world together." Ghost Skeleton Demon General. Qin Yang was thoughtful. "No." Qin Yang looked at the explosive rhinoceros, and asked, "If you want to kill it, you can kill it. Why do you want to form an alliance? With your strength, are you afraid of the person who slaughtered the Dragon Clan?" Explosive Rhinoceros said, "I didn't think much about it. It's really because of the destruction of the Dragon Clan and the ban on exits, but there is Kuanping's handle. This heaven-slaying alliance is naturally aimed at Kuanping. Only by killing Kuanping can everyone go out." After a pause, the explosive rhinoceros said again, "This submarine prison is the belly of Zhu Kuanping. To kill that Kuanping is naturally Tu Tian." Qin Yang became puzzled. It turned out that Kuanping guarded the submarine prison? Why did he do this? After all the big monsters left, wouldn't he be free to merge with this submarine prison? You don't even have to look for Zhu Kuanping's source of power anymore, because the underwater prison is fused. No matter where Zhu Kuanping's source of power is, isn't it all fused together? Explosive Rhinoceros looked at Qin Yang weakly, and asked in a low voice, "My lord, it looks like you have come down from the 5th floor prison, are you also?" Qin Yang glanced at the explosive rhinoceros, and said, "Don't ask if you shouldn't ask, roast your meat. Remember, it's very ripe. If it's half-cooked, then I can let you feel it for yourself." The explosive rhinoceros trembled all over, and dared not speak again. Qin Yang glanced at the explosive rhinoceros, and asked, "Kuanping and the others, what is their fighting strength?" Explosive Rhinoceros said directly, "Strong, very strong. They are in the same 5 realms, but they are very different. If you are an enemy of them, you may only die." Qin Yang pointed to the barbecue, and asked, "Compared to this giant thunder monster, how is it?" The explosive rhino snorted, and said, "This giant thunder monster is at best considered average in strength. Compared with Kuanping and Gakumo General, he can only be killed in seconds. It's just that those existences don't bother to deal with him, and he is also smart. Never mess with them." Qin Yang thought for a while and said, "But why do I feel that he is so powerful? Even Kuanping can't do anything to him?" "My lord, do you believe his nonsense? If it weren't for the complicated situation in the 6th-layer world, he would have died 1,000 or 800 times. It is really the rule of thunder that he controls. The attack is fair and the speed is extremely fast, can paralyze the opponent, if it is not for the fear of being caught by other big monsters during the battle. Qin Yang understood that the majestic rules of thunder have been reduced to such a level in the hands of this giant thunder monster. This giant thunder monster is relying on others to be afraid of being taken advantage of by other monsters, so it goes so smoothly. In the conversation, the meat is cooked. The skin is crispy and the meat is firm. It is worthy of being a god-level monster. Qin Yang took a few sips and waved his hand. The explosive rhinoceros began to feast on it with tears of gratitude. While eating, he asked, "My lord, are you here this time? Is it also here to help?" "No." Qin Yang closed his eyes and let go of his spiritual sense to feel it. There were at least 7 or 8 monsters around, and a few of them retreated directly. The rest of them could stare straight at the barbecue that the explosive rhinoceros was eating. "The food in your 6th level world is not very good?" Qin Yang asked. The explosive rhinoceros swallowed a big mouthful, took another big bite, and said vaguely, "That's not true. In this 6th level world, except for the top monsters, no one dares to grill meat so blatantly." Qin Yang chuckled. If it weren't for the big monsters watching around who couldn't figure out his own strength, even if the meat was roasted, it might not be safe to eat. The explosive rhinoceros devoured the barbecue, touched the oily corners of its mouth, and looked at Qin Yang respectfully. "Your Excellency, you still don't leave, you don't kill me, and you give me barbecue. Are you afraid that you need my help with something?" Explosive rhinoceros asked. Qin Yang looked at this guy with admiration. Sure enough, no matter how brainless, no matter how stupid the monster, his mind is not simple when he has cultivated to the step of 5 realm god emperors. "Of course, since you are full, then lead me the way," Qin Yang said. "Lead the way? Where are you going? Is it the Heaven Slayer Alliance?" Explosive rhinoceros looked suspicious. "I can guide the direction for you, but I won't go." "Why?" Qin Yang asked. "Don't dare to go." "Why?" Chapter 928 Calamity Divine Beast. 2 reasons in succession, Qin Yang became more curious about all these. Looking at the strength of the explosive rhinoceros, it is not weak. After all, he is the god emperor of the 5 realms, so he doesn't even have the qualifications to join the Tutian alliance. Looking at the entire firmament star field, aside from the 6-story world of the submarine prison, there is no 5th-level powerhouse in the entire firmament star field, right? The degeneration of the star field has allowed the monsters in the submarine prison to escape the passage of time. Because I'm not the big monster of the Tiantu alliance. Explosive rhinoceros said. Qin Yang frowned. Are there other forces besides the 2 forces of the Tutian alliance and Xuanhuan? Aren't the big monsters in the 6th-level world fighting on their own? The dragon clan was wiped out, and the entrance and exit restrictions were loosened. When Xuanhuan blocked the way, the ghosts and skeletons would counterattack, which directly contributed to the 2 forces. But besides that, is there any neutral one? Tell me. Qin Yang said. Explosive rhinoceros explained, for countless years, we have never had any power. Even so, we have formed a relationship circle, an offensive and defensive alliance. Weak people like us can only look at the faces of those top existences. As long as we stay, if we are in the opponent's territory, then we will be under the opponent's command by default. And those top powerhouses also turn a blind eye to us and don't kill us. Now there is no chance to see the sun again, but some big monsters still don't want to leave. Therefore, they neither joined forces with Xuanhuan, nor joined the heaven-slaying alliance of ghosts, skeletons, and demon generals. Explosive rhinoceros said, the one I take refuge in is the great demon, Xuanhuan. He has always been withdrawn and never communicates with others. This time the forces in the 6th-level world are in turmoil, and the great demon Xuanhuan didn't even express his position. So, the big demon Xuanhuan is neutral? Qin Yang asked. Explosive Rhinoceros shook his head, and said, I don't know whether it is neutral or not. Anyway, the big demon Xuanhuan didn't express his position, so we can't make any rash moves. I didn't expect you to be so sincere. You have to know that in the eyes of the big demon Xuanhuan, you are probably an ant who doesn't even bother to kill. Qin Yang said. Baoyan Rhino looked bitter, and said, Why don't I know? But, this is the way to survive in the 6th level world. Since I have a shelter in Xuanhuan's territory, even if Xuanhuan despises our power, it is also under Xuanhuan's command. The place of shelter, is this the territory of Xuanhuan? Qin Yang frowned. That day when he used the Heavenly Supervision formation to investigate the 6th level world, the roar of the bull made Qin Yang a little dizzy at that time. Even though he is powerful now, and has been promoted to the 5th realm, that bull roar still makes Qin Yang fearful. Relying on the paralyzing attribute of the rule of thunder, the giant thunder monster can be in a hurry. If it dares to talk about Xuanping, isn't the more powerful Xuanhuan more dangerous? In the same way, even the top powerhouses such as ghosts, skeletons, and generals would not dare to provoke Xuanhuan at will. Even if he can defeat Xuanhuan, he will surely be attacked by other strong men. What's more, since Xuanhuan can become the overlord of one side, it is not weaker than other overlords in terms of strength. If we really want to fight, it is not necessary to have other strong people sneak attack. Whether we can win the fight is the question. Explosive Rhino looked in one direction and said, There is a sea of death over there, and Xuanhuan lives in the depths of the sea of death. The entire 6th level world knows that no one is allowed to step into the sea of death, otherwise life and death will be at your own risk. After finishing speaking, he added, Actually, it's not just the sea of death. For us, even getting close to the shore is extremely dangerous. The sea of death. Qin Yang muttered silently. Explosive Rhinoceros nodded and said, That's right, because there is no life in the endless sea, that's why it got its name. Just as he was speaking, a loud roar shook the sky, and the entire sky began to vibrate. Explosive Rhino's face tightened, and he swallowed. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the sea of death. After a roar, the sky-reaching ocean waves swept over directly. Qin Yang knew why this explosive rhinoceros didn't even dare to approach the shore. This is simply a calamity beast. From such a long distance, the majesty of a roar is moving. With Xuanhuan here, who else can survive in the sea of death? The waves didn't invade here, but the strong smell of the sea was already spreading in the air. I don't care about him, since Xuanhuan doesn't choose a position, let him stay in this sea of death. Qin Yang said. After hearing this, Explosive Rhinoceros had a strange expression on his face. It's true that this kid is powerful, but with his tone, could it be possible that he spared Xuanhuan's life? Just show me where Xuanping is. Qin Yang said. Explosive Rhinoceros was taken aback, and asked curiously, Aren't you going to join the heaven-slaying alliance of Ghost Skull and Demon Generals? Qin Yang laughed uncontrollably, ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Explosive Rhinoceros was even more puzzled. Qin Yang straightened his face, and said, Who told you that I'm going to join the Tutian alliance? Explosive Rhinoceros is hard to understand, so why did Qin Yang come into this submarine prison? Qin Yang said, I'm afraid that Xuanping won't be able to keep the exit, and I don't want any, to slip through the net. Explosive Flame Rhino's eyes widened, the deep meaning in these words made people think deeply and fear. Could it be that you are also a member of the Demon Temple? Explosive Rhino asked, suddenly. The Temple of the Demon God? Qin Yang squinted, What Temple of the Demon God? Explosive Rhinoceros said, You came from outside, don't you know about the Demon God Temple? Is it really the Demon Temple on the mainland? Qin Yang frowned. Explosive Rhinoceros nodded and said, You are the second group to go to Xuanping. A few days ago, a fox broke into the 6th level world and threatened to cooperate with Xuanping. A fox. Qin Yang fell silent. How many foxes are there in the demon temple? 3. First, Su Meixiang, the master of the demon god palace. But according to Jin Wu, the venerable demon god, this person's sanity is somewhat chaotic, so it is obviously impossible to be her. Second, the owner of the Wanyao Palace, one of the three major dark forces, is Tao Pianliai. Thirdly, the younger sister of the owner of Wanyao Palace, Tao Xiaoyao. Qin Yang shook his head, and Tao Xiaoyao was immediately ruled out. Then only Peach Pina is left. But what did Tao Piano go to Kuanping for? Even the Dragon Clan can't win him over. But even if they win him over, what will they do? Today's firmament world can be said to be Qin Yang's world. Qin Yang thought deeply, but the explosive rhinoceros continued to say, it's really overestimated, and I dared to go to Kuanping without looking at my own weight. If I was not lucky, I would be randomly teleported to Kuanping's territory when I came in. At this time, the fox has long since been excreted by a big monster. However, even if it was teleported into Kuanping's territory, it didn't seem to end well. Why does Kuanping exist? Who else do we need to cooperate with? I heard that the fox seems to have been arrested. Suddenly felt the air was a bit heavy, and an inexplicable pressure enveloped the heart of explosive rhinoceros like an endless shadow. Explosive rhinoceros swallowed, turned its head, and met Qin Yang's eyes. His heart stopped suddenly in fright. Your words are too much. Qin Yang said lightly, guide the way. Chapter 929. Big, my lord, here we are, the Kuanping territory is 100 miles ahead. The explosive rhinoceros can't wait to get into the ground and ride the soil forward. Qin Yang stood beside him with a look of contempt. With 100 miles left, you're scared like this? Qin Yang asked. Explosive Rhino watched through the gaps in the weeds, and whispered, my lord does not know that peace must be maintained in the territories of the major powerhouses. Even those powerhouses don't like their territories to be messed up all day long. Kill. Therefore, many big monsters will go to the border area to prey. Oh. Qin Yang suddenly realized, looked at the figure of Baoyan Rhino lying on the ground in human form, and immediately laughed again. You are also the God Emperor of the 5 realms, who can you hide from like this? Explosive Rhinoceros said again, my lord, I don't know something. As long as you lie on the ground, it means surrender. Even if it is a big monster who comes to the border to prey, it will not kill it when it is so easy. As he spoke, he tugged at the corner of Qin Yang's cloak and said, my lord, hurry up and lie down with me. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he flicked his cloak lightly. The explosive rhino hissed so loudly that his fingers were almost broken. Do you think I need it? Qin Yang squinted at the explosive rhinoceros. Explosive Rhino's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he said, Your Excellency, I don't know something again. Lord Kuanping attaches great importance to dignity. Even if he is close to his territory, the monsters in his territory will bow down. So honorable? Qin Yang chuckled. It's no wonder that Kuanping is like this, he has the blood of his ancestor Kuanping. In terms of bloodline, it is really difficult for all the monsters in the world to compare with him. Explosive Rhino said again and again, even if you are not afraid of Kuanping, Kuanping's power is not small. Otherwise, it is impossible to guard the exit. If you attack them in groups, even if Kuanping doesn't attack, you will not be safe. And Explosive Rhinoceros continued, the 6th level world is not as calm as it seems. Once others find an opportunity to take advantage of it, it will be a deadly attack. Qin Yang snorted, looked around, dark golden lines flowed in his eyes, and many big monsters who were secretly watching were already ready to make a move. There are quite a lot of great demons of the 5th realm in the 6th level world. Qin Yang sighed in his heart. After all, it was Zhu Kuanping's belly that actually protected so many monsters. Fortunately, I came in, otherwise, I'm afraid I really thought that there are only a few top 5 realms in this 6th-level world. No, there are so many great monsters of the 5 realms, isn't that? Qin Yang's movement annihilated his divine power, and he felt it carefully. Although the threshold of the divine spirit realm cannot be felt in the sky world, but here, one can vaguely feel a barrier that separates oneself within a frame. This framework is not only the belly of Zhu Kuanping, not the 6-story world of the submarine prison, but also the threshold of the divine spirit realm. If one has the strength to directly break through the 6th-level world, it means that one has reached at least half a step of the gods. Before, Qin Yang couldn't figure out how many 5 realms he had to kill to be promoted, but now, if I break through, I won't be a half-step god. Qin Yang raised his lips slightly. There are so many 5 realms in this 6th-level world, if you have gained these experiences, wouldn't it be? Qin Yang's eyes squinted at the explosive rhinoceros again. But this time, the explosive rhinoceros froze from fright. Qin Yang's eyes are exactly the same as those big monsters who are praying. This is to eat yourself? 5 realms, although the strength is different, the difference in experience is not big. Qin Yang licked the corner of his mouth, but he didn't expect such a good thing to happen to him. This opportunity is probably the only place where one can improve one's strength in the entire firmament star field. Qin Yang thought to himself, why don't you pretend to fight with him and lure the big monsters around? In this way, there will definitely be a steady stream of big monsters coming, and there will definitely be a lot of big monsters in this Kuanping territory. Maybe it will directly trigger a chain reaction and directly provoke a war between the Tutian Alliance and Kuanping. No. Qin Yang shook his head, the Tutian Alliance hadn't assembled yet, and it's too early for a war now. In case Kuanping's power is drawn out, who is the opponent of the scattered Tutian Alliance? In this way, how much experience do you have to lose? Still can't let them fight first. Qin Yang was thinking about it, while the explosive rhinoceros took advantage of Qin Yang's distraction and quietly crawled aside. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. There are still 100 miles left, so it's too early to leave now. Qin Yang looked displeased. Explosive Rhino wanted to cry, but said, this is already the boundary of Kuanping's territory, so it's not wrong to talk about it. You seem to know a lot of things. You should be very useful as you can live so well in this 6th-level world. Qin Yang said lightly. Explosive Rhinoceros felt relieved. Doesn't this mean that he is still useful, and this kid won't kill himself? But after thinking about it, his face suddenly became bitter. If you don't kill yourself, don't you want to let yourself lead the way to Kuanping's territory? This kid's waist is so straight, the road will definitely not be smooth. It's okay to let me continue to lead the way, but are you? Explosive Rhinoceros dared not say it. Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, smiled and said, with my combat power, why are you afraid of everything? I just don't want to scare the snake. If I want to see that Kuanping, wait until I seal the exit first, and then talk to him. What is inferiority? The explosive rhinoceros opened its mouth wide. Where did this kid jump out from? How could there be such a strong person in the firmament world? Something seemed to come to mind. Recently, many big monsters entered the 6th-level world, and they brought a lot of news. Among them was the destruction of the Dragon Clan, and the entire East China Sea was dyed bloody. Explosive Rhino looked at Qin Yang cautiously. A terrifying guess made his mind go blank. Destroy. Destroy the Lord. Explosive Rhinoceros guessed Qin Yang's identity, and was so frightened that he trembled like chaff. If it is the Lord of Destruction, then he is naturally fearless. Let the Lord of Destruction bow his head? How is this possible? This is an existence comparable to the 5 spirit gods, Kuanping, Dragon God, etc. This name alone is not weak to any of them. No, even more than that. Just as the explosive rhinoceros was thinking wildly, a little movement suddenly appeared beside him. Qin Yang actually lay directly beside him, and even squeezed towards him. Such a huge contrast made the explosive rhinoceros stunned. If it was before, it was taken for granted. But before, wouldn't Qin Yang never bow his head? Now that he has guessed his identity as the Lord of Destruction, who else can make him get down directly? You. Explosive rhinoceros asked. Shut up. Don't expose it. Qin Yang reprimanded in a low voice, pinched his fingers, and the aura of the two of them was completely concealed. They're lying next to each other here, but if you don't look with your naked eyes, you can't find it at all. Even if you see it with the naked eye, you may think it is an illusion. Qin Yang's eyes were fixed on the figure that suddenly appeared not far ahead, and his brows were furrowed. Why did she come? Chapter 930. That's right, it's me. Someone entered the submarine prison again? And it just happened to be teleported here? Explosive rhinoceros was taken aback, looking at the figure. This is a human woman, but she is very strangely dressed. She does not look like a person from the firmament world at all. Qin Yang and the explosive rhinoceros immediately hid, and the big monsters staring at them suddenly lost their target. However, they have a new goal. Qin Yang. Qin Yang. Where are you? I'm here to find you. Lin Xiaotang shouted loudly. The sound is extremely loud. Although it is not lethal, the distance that the sound travels is indeed extremely far. Damn it, this girl still has a big horn? Qin Yang was taken aback. Big horn? What is it? Explosive rhinoceros said, dare to be so ostentatious and unscrupulous here, she is afraid that she will have her teeth gaped in the next moment. Explosive rhinoceros looked at the woman strangely, and said strangely, why can't I feel any powerful power in her body? Isn't the meat quality too bad? Flesh quality. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. Isn't it true that this girl's physique is just like that of an ordinary person? Then she still dares to enter the 6th level world? Isn't this suicide? What she yelled seems to be looking for someone? The gossip flames in the eyes of the explosive rhinoceros were burning, and they were about to spew out and burn the miscellaneous things around them. Grass. Explosive rhinoceros said, could it be that the heartbroken man abandoned her and deliberately told her that he entered the submarine prison? Explosive rhinoceros didn't notice at all. Qin Yang's face was black, and it was getting darker. Not only that, Baoyan Rhino became more and more excited as he talked, and continued, it's really interesting. I heard that the little fox was caught before, and he said that brother Qin Yang would not let Kuanping go. And this girl is also here to find Qin Yang. Who is this Qin Yang who is so flirtatious? The fox, before, should be for the Yaozu's affairs, and has nothing to do with Qin Yang. Qin Yang said lightly. That's impossible. Maybe he was tricked in by that person too. TSK, this Qin Yang is really not a thing. You don't like him, so why let him die? One can imagine that this Qin Yang must be a treacherous and insidious person. Even I despise this kind of person. You spurn? Qin Yang's eyes twitched. Isn't that right? Look, there is a big monster over there who is about to attack. Poor little girl. Explosive rhinoceros sighed. Qin Yang gritted his teeth angrily, not wanting to slap this explosive rhino to death. Staring at the distance, there is indeed a big monster, with a green mist all over its body, and a dense fog is sweeping past. Plague rats? Such big rats. Qin Yang saw through the dark green mist and saw the disgustingly huge body. Lin Xiaotang clearly noticed that there were many monsters around, but no one answered. However, there is one end that is approaching him. Do you know where Qin Yang is? Lin Xiaotang asked directly. I don't know where he is, but I have a place where you can wait for him. Slowly. the plague rat said grimly. Lin Xiaotang was overjoyed, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Where?" "In my belly." After the plague rat finished speaking, the dark green weapon exploded, revealing his huge body. The skin was covered with pimples, as if some kind of venom might explode at any time. "What?" Lin Xiaotang screamed, her face turned pale with disgust. She had never seen such a disgusting thing. Between the neck, the crystal necklace bloomed with bright light, and this sound turned into a sonic attack directly through the crystal necklace. On the slender fingers, several rings also lit up at the same time. In an instant, wind, thunder, water and fire raged impermanently, and all kinds of flames swept away directly. The plague mouse's ears and nose were bleeding, obviously because of the shock from the sound waves. "This little girl is not immortal." Immediately afterwards, under the flames of various colors, the dark green fog was dispersed, and the huge body was instantly reduced to ashes. Ouch! Lin Xiaotang bent over and vomited, feeling extremely apprehensive. This undersea prison is really not simple. It's so disgusting that it can make people sick. Lin Xiaotang clutched his forehead, as if he had been seriously injured. This scene directly stunned all the big monsters who were watching from a distance. The explosive rhinoceros was also stunned, while Qin Yang smiled wryly. The power of the Protoss cannot be underestimated. If it weren't for this, Qin Yang would not have sealed all the magic weapons back then, leaving none behind. But because of this, he got into trouble that he couldn't get rid of. "I seem to understand." Explosive Rhino's expression became serious. "What do you understand?" Qin Yang frowned. Explosive Rhinoceros analyzed, "Look, the girl named Qin Yang must be afraid of such a strong combat power. But what can be done with fear? He is definitely unable to fight, so he wanted to escape from the clutches of the devil and deliberately killed her. It leads to these 6 worlds. TSK, TSK, TSK. Explosive Rhinoceros smacked its lips, and said, "Poor boy, it seems that he suffered a lot. In fact, if he really can't beat him, he will follow her. It's no big deal, anyway, he won't suffer." Qin Yang's face twitched, and in the blink of an eye, the victim switched positions directly. What does it mean to follow her? What does it mean not to suffer? Qin Yang's voice became low. "Come, it seems to come from the depths of Joyo. I didn't expect that you talk a lot and think more." Qin Yang turned his head and looked at the explosive rhinoceros quietly. Explosive Rhinoceros was about to gossip and continue to analyze, when seeing Qin Yang's expression, his whole body froze. He even forgot Qin Yang's identity. "This is the Lord of Destruction. I may die in his hands at any time, or be killed by this kid at any time. I doubt very much how you can survive till now." Qin Yang asked lightly. "My lord, are you curious?" Explosive Rhinoceros asked weakly. No matter how rich his imagination was, it was still difficult for him to guess Qin Yang's inner thoughts. Explosive Rhino tentatively explained, "Because I am under Lord Xuanhuan's command, I am also a bull." "Hee hee." Qin Yang laughed dryly, "That sounds funny." Explosive Flame Rhinoceros said, "It's right? Although this reason sounds absurd, it's true. That giant thunder monster dare not kill me in Xuanhuan's territory. It depends on the owner to beat a dog, not to mention that Xuanhuan is withdrawn by nature and has never contacted any monsters. Alone in the Sea of Death, no one dares to set foot in the 6th world. If a bull monster was killed in Xuanhuan's territory, it's hard to say, it wouldn't make Xuanhuan think it was a provocation, or it was alluding to something." "You are very lucky," Qin Yang said. "I also think it's—" Explosive Rhinoceros didn't dare to say any more, for fear of Qin Yang's anger. "You seem to be very curious about this Qin Yang?" Qin Yang asked. Explosive Rhino's eyes revealed an incredulous look, with some unconcealable excitement. as if he had met a fellow traveler. "My lord, you are also very interested?" Baoyan Rhinoceros said, "You came in from the sky world outside, so do you know who this Qin Yang is?" This explosive rhinoceros is simply desperate for gossip. Qin Yang said lightly, "Of course I know." "What kind of person is it? What do you think?" "You can see for yourself." "Where?" "Far in the sky, close in sight." "Isn't it close?" Explosive Rhino raised its head, its eyes were over the height of the weeds, and it looked around. "Where?" "I went around and found nothing." The explosive Rhino looked at Qin Yang, and the two looked at each other. The explosive Rhino blinked, and his heart sank. "That's right, it's me." Chapter 931, She is your woman. "Misunderstanding, my lord." Explosive Rhinoceros immediately said, "I knew that kid was handsome, elegant, invincible, unparalleled." Qin Yang looked at the explosive Rhinoceros angrily, and said with a half-smile, but not a smile, "Humph. I knew it earlier? How did I know?" Explosive Rhinoceros knew that this might be his only chance to survive, otherwise he didn't know if this kid would directly kill him in the next breath. Explosive Rhinoceros said, "Think about it, my lord, this little girl can even kill that plague rat in seconds, and her combat power is at least in the middle of the fifth realm." The plague rat was unprepared, and Lin Xiaotong's attack was really tricky, and it broke out. Qin Yang said lightly. Qin Yang really didn't expect that Lin Xiaotong would be frightened by a mouse. Before, he might have used all the magic weapons once, and directly used the strongest attack. It seems that Lin Xiaotong was underestimated when he thought that Lin Xiaotong had only 4 realms combat power. "You can't say that." Explosive Rhino seems to be Lin Xiaotong's demon, trying to defend it, saying, "Although the plague rat's combat power is not much, its ability is not weaker than others. It is even stronger than Thunder Giant, the demon is even more troublesome. You see, under this move, there is not even a trace of poisonous gas left." Qin Yang smiled dryly, "What exactly do you want to say?" Explosive Rhinoceros said, "What I want to say is that this little girl can have such strength at such an age. She is so attracted to adults. It can be seen that the charm of adults is really like." Qin Yang picked his ear and interrupted, "But who said just now that this girl's flesh quality is too bad?" Explosive Rhino's face froze, and he hurriedly said, "Girls, how can you compare with rough monsters like us?" "It's not us," Qin Yang said. Yes, 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 my kind, my kind." Explosive Rhinoceros nodded repeatedly. Qin Yang snorted coldly and ignored it, but the explosive Rhino was racking his brains, wondering if there was any way to save himself. Qin Yang stared at Lin Xiaotong with a frown, and said in a low voice, "Is this girl really desperate? How dare she enter the submarine prison directly? Did no one from the Dragon Clan tell her what is locked in the submarine prison? This is going to wrong Longmu and Long, they don't know that Lin Xiaotong is such a tiger." Qin Yang was thinking about it when there was movement around him. The explosive Rhino went straight out. "You." Qin Yang didn't hold back, afraid of being discovered by Lin Xiaotong, so he hurriedly continued to hide. Lin Xiaotong vomited again and again, nearly vomited out bile, but she still didn't feel better. The huge mouse just now was simply a nightmare for her life. There is such a big and disgusting mouse. Lin Xiaotong kept patting his chest, the more he didn't want to think about it, the more the appearance of the mouse got into his mind. The alarm sounded suddenly, and the ring on his hand shimmered. After Qin Yang captured her, she had already set a new program for her magic weapon. First, suspicious enemies are monitored within a certain distance. Secondly, if the enemy makes any rash moves, it will automatically lock and attack automatically. Lin Xiaotong turned his head and looked at the limping explosive rhinoceros, wondering, such a powerful monster has inconvenient legs and feet. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "It's a pleasure to meet you." "I've met you." The explosive rhinoceros cupped its hands, with a flattering expression on its face. Nice meeting? Lin Xiaotang was taken aback. Do you know who I am? Of course. Explosive rhinoceros said confidently, and was about to get closer. A beam of light shot directly from the ring, drawing a straight line along the feet of the explosive rhinoceros. Dare to cross, die. Lin Xiaotang said coldly. Qin Yang looked at Lin Xiaotang admiringly, but this girl was much more vigilant. You recognize me? Lin Xiaotang asked. I didn't recognize it before, but now I do. Explosive rhinoceros said. Lin Xiaotang snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly. The beam of light from the ring was about to pierce through the explosive rhinoceros. The explosive rhinoceros was startled, and quickly lowered its head. A beam of light brushed his head and shot out. Qin Yang raised his brows. Did the explosive rhino escape? Lin Xiaotang was also very surprised. His face became serious. Don't attack, don't attack. I know where Qin Yang is. Explosive rhino said quickly. He didn't feel any power of rules, but the power of that light beam made explosive rhinoceros a little afraid. Although it's nothing to be shot through a hole in one's body, but if an attack that can penetrate one's body is shot on the forehead. Do you know where Qin Yang is? Lin Xiaotang was overjoyed and said, so you are one of us. Explosive rhinoceros didn't react, and was overjoyed immediately, saying, that's right, my own. Damn it. Qin Yang cursed in a low voice. This explosive rhino really betrayed himself. Beside him, Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses, admiring the explosive rhinoceros. The strange light reflected by the glasses is surprisingly similar to the gossip fire of the explosive rhinoceros. Although she is a sentinel, she should never come here. Mr. Qiqiao said, all her magic weapons need to be recharged. Although her attacks are comparable to the 5 realms, they can't last at all. I know. Qin Yang said. Then you won't show up? Mr. Qiqiao asked. How did you show up? Qin Yang asked back. This is the 6th level world, and the exit is blocked by Xuanhuan. Do I have to keep her with me? Otherwise? Mr. Qiqiao asked. She can't deter a big monster in the 6th level world at all. She may not even be able to beat this explosive rhinoceros. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, although she can't beat her, she is more than enough to protect herself. As long as she is not stupid, she will definitely know how to control resources. After finishing speaking, he added another sentence, saying, also, this explosive rhinoceros dare not attack her. Because she's your woman? Qin Yang's face was livid, while Mr. Qiqiao smiled meaningfully. Laughter is a laugh, but the joke is not dared to start again. After a moment of silence, the explosive rhinoceros pointed towards Qin Yang. When Qin Yang moved his mind, the figure disappeared immediately. Here? Where's the person? Lin Xiaotang asked, looking at the explosive rhino warily. Explosive rhinoceros looked at the empty grassland, and was taken aback for a moment, and said, the one who was here just now. Look around, his concealment ability is too strong. With the release of divine thoughts, the explosive rhinoceros couldn't detect Qin Yang at all. He pinched his fingers, his eyes glowed red. Induction heat, the heat of life. Qin Yang was speechless in the distance. This method of detection is really miraculous. Really gone? Explosive rhinoceros scratched his head, looked at Lin Xiaotang, and said, is he really relieved? Lin Xiaotang was ready to attack at any time, and said coldly, where are you talking about Qin Yang? What kind of conspiracy are you planning? No, really not. Explosive rhino waved his hands again and again, saying, if he is not here, he must be afraid that you will take risks with him. You can't go to the place he went to. Where? Chapter 932 Endless Land. Where Xuanping is. Explosive rhinoceros said. Qin Yang squeezed the space between his eyebrows. This explosive rhinoceros is too smart. Lin Xiaotang didn't know if he was too confident or something when he heard their conversation, but he actually believed it. And let the explosive rhinoceros continue to lead the way. Qin Yang snorted, and thought to himself, this guy doesn't have the guts. Immediately afterwards, the words in his ear made Qin Yang's face darken. Yes, but you must plead with Qin Yang, for the sake of my fear of life and death, spare my life. Explosive rhinoceros said. Lin Xiaotang looked at the explosive rhinoceros strangely, and said, of course. But, why did he kill you? The explosive rhinoceros was stunned, and it took a long time to reply, does the Lord of Destruction need a reason to kill people? Isn't that a matter of course? Lin Xiaotang opened his mouth, what kind of logic is this? Okay, you wait for me, I will protect you from death. Lin Xiaotang said. The explosive rhino thanked him repeatedly, looked in the direction, and headed directly towards Kuanping's territory. This bastard. Qin Yang supported his forehead hard, if he was really that strong, what else would he say? After opening the Eye of Heaven, who can escape Qin Yang's perception? Although the great demon of the 5 realms here is not as good as the 12 Garudas, their combat experience is not bad at all. If you want to kill the peak 5 realms here, the difficulty is not much easier than killing Yin Ling. After all, Yin Ling guards a world alone and has no enemies. And here, all the 5 realms are always in a fighting state. What's more, a fox in the firmament world was caught by Kuanping. What should we do? Mr. Qiqiao asked. Qin Yang said, I can only go one step ahead and get ahead of him. That explosive rhinoceros is extremely smooth. In fact, I really plan to kill him, but he can make me divert my attention. If he is really afraid, I will definitely keep Lin Xiaotang. With the cleverness and strength of this explosive rhinoceros, there will be no danger. In contrast, Qin Yang thought of Tao Pianle. Qin Yang has already determined that the captured fox is Tao Pianle. One of the 3 great dark forces, the palace of 10,000 monsters, the owner of the palace was caught by Kuanping in this underwater prison, and became a prisoner. TSK, it's interesting to think about it. Go. Qin Yang said softly. Mr. Qiqiao became his body and returned to Qin Yang's Chankuan ring. Qin Yang's figure disappeared again, sneaking fast. During the void walk, no one could detect Qin Yang's trace. Even if he was aware of it, he just felt a ghost flashing away from his side. Beside a cliff, 2 monsters were whispering. Qin Yang circled around and found that this seemed to be the end of the world. This cliff stretched far away. It's as if the whole world is broken here. Beyond the cliff, there is an endless sea of clouds. This ghost skeleton demon general actually established the Tian-2-Tian alliance. I heard that even the big monster, insect ghost, and ghost have had contact with him. Several giants in the 6th level world seem to be making moves. Except for Xuanhuan, who is also in the Endless Land, almost all intend to join the Tian alliance. This battle is inevitable. Judging from the current situation, we are afraid that there will be more dangers here. Do we want to? Are you crazy? Do you think you betrayed Mr. Kuanping? It's not betrayal. Don't you want to leave this prison? Master Kuanping guarded the exit, and no one is allowed to go out. The fox came here on behalf of the demon clan in the sky world, and he was arrested without saying a word. Although he didn't kill him, but Lord Kuanping has no intention of letting her go. The 2 continued to talk, and Qin Yang also learned a lot of information. It turns out that there are 2 forbidden places in this 6th level world. One is the Endless Dead Sea where Xuanhuan lives, and the other is the Endless Sea of Clouds where Kuanping lives. Another point is that Tao Pina is safe for the time being. Just as he was about to continue eavesdropping, Qin Yang glanced at the 2 monsters curiously, and was taken aback for a moment. These 2 are not monsters. Not even other creatures. But 2 clouds. This is a figure condensed by some kind of supernatural power. No. These 2 are indeed monsters, but not now. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, the 2 monsters stopped talking, but turned into clouds and submerged into the endless sea of clouds. Who killed them? Even Qin Yang wasn't alert. Boy, you really came. A dull sound shook the endless sea of clouds. The clouds are heavy, like the back of the waves. A gigantic creature slowly flew over from the depths of the sea of clouds. Xuanhuan. Qin Yang chuckled and stopped hiding. It turned out that this guy had discovered himself a long time ago. What do you mean I really came? You knew I would come? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan's body is endless, and Qin Yang couldn't see the overall outline at a glance. This is in the endless sea of clouds, there is no shelter at all around. Xuanhuan turned into a humanoid, a middle-aged man who looked ordinary and lacked the aura to show his sharpness. Just for this, it's not weaker than Yin Ling. Qin Yang had a judgment in his heart. Broken. Scanning his eyes, he saw the Xuanhuan panel. His supernatural powers made Qin Yang even more troublesome. This guy is not easy to kill. I judge that you will come, there are 2 points. Xuanhuan said lightly. Oh? I would like to hear the details. Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back. A strange color flashed across Xuanhuan's eyes. This kid has already reached the peak of the 5 realms? You surprised me a lot. After a pause, Xuanhuan said, First, you are the Lord of Destruction. Here, you must come. Unlike me, I need to integrate this world to be promoted to a god. But you, I am afraid that you want to destroy this world. Qin Yang was taken aback. No one would know how he was promoted, and those who knew were all dead. But this Xuanhuan could guess it? What about the second? Qin Yang asked blankly. Secondly, the fox said that you will come to save her. Xuanhuan said this, looked at Qin Yang strangely, and said, The Lord of Destruction will also save people? Qin Yang chuckled, and said, You have too much prejudice against me, and you can conclude many things based on the 4 words Lord of Destruction. This is not good. Of course, Qin Yang didn't forget that in the Hidden Dragon contest, this guy changed the authority of his hegemony order. Make yourself a prisoner. Anyway, you're already here, Xuanhuan said. The words are plain, but the meaning in the words is full of murderous intent. You want to kill me that much? Qin Yang frowned. Xuanhuan said slowly, I am different from other people. Others are afraid of the Lord of Destruction, but I am not. To me, you are just a sharpening stone. Whetstone? Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid it's going to break your knife. So what can you do with the supreme rule? After all, you are only in the 5 realms. You haven't merged with this world, and you haven't obtained the origin of Zhu Xuanhuan's power. Isn't it too early for you to say such big words? The 2 were facing each other, and a big battle seemed to be triggered at any time. Chapter 933, Borrowing a Knife. Xuanhuan stood in the midst of the sea of clouds, looking at the Lord of Destruction standing with his hands behind his back beside the cliff. You don't seem to want to do anything? Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang playfully, and said, How about we work together? I really don't want to kill you now. Qin Yang said lightly, But this cooperation? You won't leave this submarine prison for the time being. What do you need to cooperate with? A bright light flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes, and he said, How do you know that I'm just not leaving for the time being? Qin Yang snorted softly, then laughed. Looking at the cliff at his feet, he said, Since I came here, this cliff has disappeared half an inch. I think the boundary of the endless sea of clouds is not here, right? There was a flash of light in Xuanhuan's eyes, but he didn't speak. Qin Yang went on to say, What I didn't expect is that you have already started to integrate the 6 worlds. When did you start? Could it start when the third world was exiled? There was fear in Kuanping's eyes, and even Qin Yang had a terrible feeling about him. No one in the entire sixth-level world knows about this. Kuanping's murderous intentions were revealed in his words, and you have seen it since you just came here. You will know, everyone will know. Qin Yang shrugged, and said, when the Tutian alliance kills them, they will definitely be glad that they have formed an alliance. Moreover, no matter how weak the alliance was at the beginning, when they know your actions, they will all twist into one rope and kill you with all their strength. Speaking of this, the corners of Qin Yang's mouth slightly raised, and he said, tell me, is it possible that the ghosts and skeletons have already known about this, so they want to form the Tian-Tu-Tian alliance? They regard you as the sky, and they really value you what? After a pause, Qin Yang raised his head to look at the sky, and said again, perhaps, he knows you better than you imagined? Kuanping said, impossible. Although General Gakumo is a strong demon, he did not gather his subordinates. His subordinates are all creatures who died in battle and were enslaved by him to become skeleton soldiers. If he wants to, it is impossible to rely on those skeletons to inquire about news. What if someone helps him? Qin Yang asked. Kuanping thought about it, but he didn't think of anyone who would help him. Even if you want to help the ghost general, you must first send people to sneak into your own forces. And among his forces, there is no suspicious person. Kuanping looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and said, since you know about the Tutian alliance, you should know that their target is me. And you should know even more that sowing discord is unnecessary. I'm not trying to sow discord. Qin Yang said, I just want to say something sarcastic. Anyway, with the establishment of the Tutian alliance, all kinds of big monsters will gather. Both of you will die. You. Kuanping suddenly became angry. Why didn't this kid play cards according to common sense? Looking at Qin Yang carefully, Kuanping couldn't understand. The majestic Lord of Destruction, with the combat power at the peak of the 5 realms, could be so childish. With a smile on his face, Qin Yang continued, since you said cooperation just now, you must be trying to drag me into the water and not keep me out of the matter. Am I not your whetstone? Why, in the blink of an eye, I will become a knife in your hand. Kuanping felt powerless in his heart. He had no idea what this kid Qin Yang wanted to do. He really wanted to drag Qin Yang into the water. After all, he was the Lord of Destruction. The war is bound to happen. If it is someone else watching, it doesn't matter even if it is the overlord of the 6th-level world watching. But if the Lord of Destruction is watching, it will be different. Tell me, how do you want to cooperate? Who do you want to kill if you lend me this knife? Qin Yang said lightly. Kuanping took a deep look at Qin Yang and said, since you are willing to cooperate, then naturally you won't be the only one to help me. Do you have anything that I need to do? Qin Yang looked at Kuanping quietly, and said, no. Kuanping choked, completely confused. If Qin Yang really said something, he could still guess 1 or 2 things. However, Qin Yang was like this, which made Kuanping feel powerless and helpless. Say it straight, who to kill? Qin Yang asked. So bloodthirsty, he looks a bit like the Lord of Destruction. Kuanping said. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, and said, you are too ink-stained. Kuanping gritted his teeth angrily. Qin Yang was the first one who dared to talk to him like that. Resisting the anger in his heart, Kuanping said, I'm afraid of your strength. Before he finished speaking, Kuanping saw Qin Yang's disgusted face. Kuanping took a deep breath and said, okay, if you are really capable, go and kill Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan? Qin Yang suddenly laughed. This smile made Kuanping's heart tighten. He shouted in his heart that he was cheated. He wanted to find out Qin Yang's details, but why not Qin Yang? Now in the 6 worlds, the only one who really stays out of it is Xuanhuan. If he said that he was going to kill the ghost skeleton demon general or other 5-level powerhouses, he would not reveal anything. But what I'm talking about is Xuanhuan. No one can stay out of the matter, you are going to make a big move. Qin Yang clicked his tongue, his eyes seemed to see through Xuanping, and said, are you treating them all as your lunch? Xuanping narrowed his eyes and didn't answer. Qin Yang. He said to himself, or, you have already regarded these 6 worlds as your own belly? Qin Yang already knew why Xuanping guarded the exit. Whoever it is, will not let go of the cooked duck casually. This Xuanping has never left the 6-layered world, probably because he just wants to fuse with the belly of this ancestor Xuanping. Another point is that he wants to annex all the big monsters in the 6 worlds. In this 6-level world, every 5-level overlord is like a hard bone that cannot be digested. If Xuanping wants to achieve his wish, he must get rid of these overlords. Now that the war is about to begin, Xuanhuan is alone, how could Xuanping just let him go? Okay, I promise you. Qin Yang said directly, however, I can't guarantee whether I can kill it. Xuanping said, whether you kill him or not, you have helped me a lot. When you come back, come directly to my Yunhai Tiangong as a guest, and I will treat you to a drink. Drinking? Qin Yang's face turned weird, it didn't seem like what Xuanping should say. Is it possible that this Xuanping has also learned a lot in this short period of time? Knowing that bullshit works too? Okay, I will bother you. After Qin Yang finished speaking, his figure flashed. Xuanping took a deep breath, stared at the place where Qin Yang disappeared, and remained silent for a long time. Even if you are not the Lord of Destruction, you must die. Xuanping's eyes were full of killing intent. Xuanhuan territory, the shore of the endless Dead Sea. Mr. Qiqiao asked puzzledly, you really want to help Xuanping? Why? Qin Yang said helplessly, Tao Pianal is still in his hands, after all. Then why didn't you directly propose? Don't you have the confidence to fight him? Mr. Qiqiao asked. Qin Yang chuckled, and said, by directly proposing, isn't it giving the other party a handle? I hate threats. Isn't it good that Xuanping has determined that the Lord of Destruction will not save people? As for being sure. Qin Yang sighed, and said, I thought that Xuanping could only swallow the sky. After seeing it, I realized that Xuanping is really the sky. Chapter 934, The Roar of Sadness. It's really heaven? How is this possible? Mr. Qiqiao asked in surprise. The entire sea of clouds, half of the sky in the 6th-level world is his domain. Qin Yang said slowly, before, he revealed his body, which was endless. That was just an illusion. His body has already integrated into the 6th-level world. This is too scary. Mr. Qiqiao exclaimed again and again. Qin Yang raised his mouth and said with a smile, now, the only one who can really kill him is me, the Lord of Destruction. Therefore, he dare not act rashly. This time, it is not just Xuanhuan who is going to kill Xuanhuan. More importantly, he wants to see my strength. Then, you don't care about Lin Xiaotang? Mr. Qiqiao said suddenly. Qin Yang didn't even realize it for a moment, the topic of Mr. Qiqiao changed so quickly. Qin Yang said, in order to survive, the explosive rhino will definitely involve me. As long as I am still alive, Xuanping will not only dare not touch Lin Xiaotang, but even dare not kill the explosive rhino. Looking at the endless Dead Sea, Qin Yang said, since you want to see my strength, then I'll let him see it. Mr. Qiqiao said again, what if Xuanping is really killed? Also, what if Tao Pianliu is really dead? Qin Yang managed to change the subject, but was pulled back again, and said with black lines all over his head, this kind of existence, what you can see in front of you is only a strong person who can really threaten him or make him troublesome. Before, didn't you see that there are monsters in the Sea of Clouds? There are also many monsters in Xuanping's territory. Mr. Qiqiao nodded, and said, yes, the 2 ends in front of you were also killed by Xuanping? Qin Yang was unable to support his forehead, and said speechlessly, that's for killing me. Then how can you be sure that he really dare not kill Lin Xiaotang? Mr. Qiqiao asked. You. Qin Yang was suffocated, and said, Who are you, Lin Xiaotang? You care too much about her, don't you? Mr. Qiqiao shook his head, pushed his glasses, and said, I'm just curious, what are you thinking about? Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said, Okay, then I'll tell you. First of all, the entire 6th level world knows that a fox came in and was caught by Kuanping. Mr. Qiqiao nodded and said, Yes. If Kuanping really had no scruples, why would he arrest him? Instead of killing him directly? This news was released on purpose by him, just to lure me. Qin Yang said. Why? Qin Yang thought for a while, and said, No one knows better than Kuanping what the fate of the exiled world will be. He actually only wants to confirm one thing, that is, whether I have really returned. What's wrong with that? Yes, of course there is. And it's a big problem. If I hadn't fired a meteor cannon into the void tunnel, Yin Ling would never have been able to fly to the sky world in his life. Qin Yang went on to say, If I really come back, it at least proves that he cannot but be afraid of my strength. Then why didn't you just ask him to let Tao Piano go? After all, she said it, and you will definitely come to save her. So, Kuanping set a trick for me and proposed cooperation. Kuanping would guess, but I didn't tell him directly. Let him guess. He made up his own brain, which must be more convincing to him than my own words. However, this must be done after he has figured out why the Lord of Destruction saves people. The cool sea breeze blows head-on. The entire endless Dead Sea looked unusually calm. Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance, and continued, although Kuanping has already started to merge, but because of this, his combat power has been divided instead. If the Tutian alliance is not established, when the overlords of the 6th level world, by the time it is reflected, it may be too late. It can only be reduced to a meal in Kuanping's belly. But now, the timing is just right. Qin Yang said with deep eyes, the 5 realms of the God Emperor are originally the realm of breaking the sky. Originally, the overlord level that could only cause Kuanping indigestion existed, but now it has become indigestible. It can even break his belly. Qin Yang said lightly, so, he really needs my help, he really needs to cooperate with me. Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses and said, But I still don't understand, isn't he worried that you will see through all this and kill him directly? After all, you are also the peak of the 5 realms. Qin Yang laughed, and said, He won't be worried. If I can't see through, then I will be afraid of his strength. I will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and let the Tutian alliance of ghosts, skeletons, and demons fight against him. Both sides will suffer. However, if I see through, I will not kill him. Moreover, Kuanping hopes that I can see through. Why? Qin Yang explained, he knows in his heart that if I see through everything and kill him, half the sky will be lost in the 6th level world. At that time, all overlord level existences can leave the 6th level world directly without going through the exit. As the Lord of Destruction, should I hunt down those overlord level existences in the entire star field, or should I catch the turtle in this 6th level world? So, Qin Yang said slowly, if I see through all this, not only will I not kill him, but I will let him win the next battle. Kuanping knows that if he dies, I will be very happy. Trouble. And, in fact, it is. With firm eyes, Qin Yang said, I will not let go of any uncontrolled existence. Mr. Qiqiao fell silent, a strange brilliance shone on the lens, and his heart was shaken extremely. The game of the strong does not depend entirely on strength. Qin Yang has become such a terrifying existence. If the Lord of Destruction doesn't just use violence to destroy, it will be even more terrifying. Mr. Qiqiao discovered that under the cover of the title of Lord of Destruction, Qin Yang is even more of a super genius with a mind like a monster. I seem to understand why Jiang Chengwei directly chose to join you. Mr. Qiqiao said, he is also a smart person. When Jiang Chengwei was mentioned, Qin Yang immediately lost his composure. He gritted his teeth and said, it's okay if you don't mention it. I will definitely settle accounts with Jiang Chengwei. However, I will be able to go to the demon realm soon. Even though Jiang Chengwei was mentioned, Qin Yang was furious. But now, Qin Yang has some doubts, whether this Jiang Chengwei deliberately brought Lu Mingyu and others to the demon realm. Moo. With a loud roar, the endless Dead Sea, which was originally extremely calm, directly set off huge waves at the end. The terrifying sound waves seemed to smash everything, and the monstrous waves directly swept over the sky and covered the earth. Qin Yang also felt deafening, and frowned. Did you hear that? Qin Yang asked. Mr. Qiqiao was speechless, and said, nonsense, I'm almost deaf. No, I mean, the grief in this voice. Qin Yang stared at Zhilong curiously. It seems that after passing through the huge waves, I saw the terrifying existence that even Kuanping was afraid of, Kuei-nyo. Chapter 935. Sorrow, Grief? Mr. Qiqiao was completely speechless. Faced with such a terrifying existence, who cares whether he is sad or not? Shouldn't you first consider whether you can live in peace? It's not good, Master Kuei-nyo is angry again. Within the territory of Kuei-nyo, the monsters within 1,000 miles of the endless Dead Sea were all panicked. The big monsters all dispatched together, hoping to escape as soon as possible. Although we are under Lord Kuei-nyo's command, we have never met Lord Kuei-nyo. Why is he so angry? Who provoked him? Although Lord Kuei-nyo's name has blessed us, but this time's anger seems unusual. If we don't think of a way, I'm afraid we will die in the hands of Lord Kuei-nyo. Kuanping also gathered a lot of big monsters to seek refuge, or we. There is also the Tiantu Alliance, the overlord-level existence, almost all of them are in the Tiantu Alliance. The two major forces are in the same situation, and this battle is not far away. But who should we choose? Is there any need to think about it? Those who don't want to leave the submarine prison can join Kuanping. And those who want to leave here and return to the world of the sky, go to the Tutian Alliance. All kinds of big monsters are talking about it, no matter what they say, one thing is very clear anyway. That is, this Kuei-nyo territory may not be able to stay any longer. At this moment, another roar came from the direction of the endless Dead Sea. Moo. This sound was louder than before, as if it could directly pierce the soul. It's broken. Master Kuei-nyo actually. A big demon was terrified. Before he finished speaking, his ears and nose were bleeding, and his eyes became hollow. The body fell down directly, and after the sudden death, it turned into the main body. Seeing this, some stronger monsters also vomited blood one after another, not to dare to stay for a long time. Master Kuei-nyo's roar has already used his supernatural powers. Even if he doesn't get close, even if he hears a sound, he will receive a very strong attack. When Qin Yang was at the Tianjian formation, his head was also dazzled by such a roar. The shore of the endless Dead Sea. The first roar was directly ignored by Qin Yang. Kuei-nyo seemed to have spotted Qin Yang, and then there was a second roar. Qin Yang snorted coldly, and said in a low voice, I'm not the same person I was at the beginning. Back then, I was able to shake my head even when I was separated from the heavenly supervisory team. Now I'm standing here, and I'll see if you can hurt me. Qin Yang, aren't you going to defend yourself? Mr. Qiqiao didn't leave the Qiankuan ring, but transmitted the sound directly. Defense? Qin Yang snorted, and said, if you have to deliberately defend even this roar, then there is no need to fight. The sound waves hit, and the robes agitated. Within 10 feet of the body, everything turned into dust. Hundreds of feet away, there are great monsters in the 5 realms bleeding from 7 orifices, and within 1,000 battles, all the big monsters are directly and seriously injured. I know why this Xuanhuan never shows up. Qin Yang shook his head, as if his ears were ringing. Why? Mr. Qiqiao was about to ask, but Qin Yang started talking on his own. This kind of indiscriminate and large-scale powerful attack is destined to be alone for a lifetime, Qin Yang said. Just as Qin Yang finished speaking, the world suddenly changed color. The monstrous huge waves had already swept in front of him, overwhelming the sky and falling down. After the huge wave hit, Mr. Qiqiao realized that this was only the first huge wave. Behind, there are endless huge waves rolling back. It seems that the entire 6th-level world is about to be submerged. Qin Yang, stop talking, you seem to be really irritated. Mr. Qiqiao didn't finish speaking, and Qin Yang was still talking to himself. After Qin Yang saw the huge waves, there was another wave after another, and each wave was more terrifying than the last wave, with a divine light in his eyes, as expected of a calamity beast. If this guy returns to the sky world, he will be a bomb that keeps exploding. You. Mr. Qiqiao was a little speechless. What happened to Qin Yang? Qin Yang didn't notice anything unusual about him, at most it was tinnitus. Stepping out with one step, Qin Yang's figure directly passed through thousands of huge waves, and went deep into the endless Dead Sea. As soon as he left, there was a big monster staring at him in awe in the distance. Who is this kid? How dare you provoke Xuanhuan? The big monster wanted to follow, but hesitated, and secretly said, Forget it, I wanted to provoke Xuanhuan, but it seems that I don't need to take action. I should go quickly. Let's make peace with ghosts and skeletons. Facing this infinite huge wave and that terrifying sound wave, this big monster is glad that he came a step late. If not, it is still unknown whether he can resist Xuanhuan's anger. In the endless Dead Sea, a huge monster stands in the middle of the ocean. I don't know how deep the sea is, but it can't submerge his figure. The appearance of Qin Yang is like coming to an unknown continent. Could it be that the stronger the strength, the bigger the body? Qin Yang frowned. The whole body of Xuanhuan was blue-gray, and one blood-red eye was staring at Qin Yang. Like a huge blood moon, just being stared at by these eyes seems to have some kind of confinement power. Son. Did you also come to see my joke? Xuanhuan's voice shook the sky was thunderous, and a terrifying crack appeared, but between the words, it seemed to tear the sky apart. Qin Yang blinked and said, Did you talk? What? What did you say? Louder, I can't hear you clearly. Mr. Qiqiao became dazed. It turned out that Qin Yang ignored him when he talked to Qin Yang earlier, because, thinking of Qin Yang's competent non-defense before, Mr. Qiqiao was speechless. Bastard! Xuanhuan roared loudly, and everything around him was shattered. The endless ocean waves dissipated in an instant, and Qin Yang's immortal divine body flickered with black light, directly resisting it. I heard grief from your voice. I have wine, would you like to tell your story? Perhaps I don't have to kill you. Qin Yang said, slowly. Mr. Qiqiao's heart tightened suddenly in the Quanhuan ring, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission, saying, Qin Yang, don't say any more. However, when his sound transmission reached Qin Yang's soul, it was just a ringing in the ears. Mr. Qiqiao's face was stiff. In his opinion, Qin Yang was completely mocking Xuanhuan from Qiguagua. Still listening to the story, I am afraid that the next moment will be immortal. Grief? Xuanhuan's one-eyed blood eyes stared at Qin Yang, and roared, I don't need the pity of you, aunt. Boom. A drum sounded, and with Xuanhuan's body as the center, the waves immediately boiled. Under the sound waves, a huge vortex swept away in all directions. On the shore of the endless Dead Sea, the earth collapsed and turned into gravel. Similar to Xuanping Tunshan, Xuanping turned the continent into a sea of clouds, while Xuanhuan shattered the continent with its powerful attack. What? What are you talking about? Qin Yang shouted loudly. Xuanhuan fell silent and stared at Qin Yang, but his heart was very disturbed. This is the only existence that is calm in the face of its own attack. Even Xuanping didn't dare to get so close to him. Chapter 936. Lord of Destruction? Xuanhuan looked at the black light flickering on Qin Yang's body, and finally understood why this kid was able to resist his own attack. Annihilating rules and even respecting rules, any power of rules must be surrendered. The quality of sonic attacks is even lower than the normal rules. Although it is powerful and can deter Xuanping, but in the face of the annihilation rule, the suppressive power of the upper rule is fully reflected. Are you here to destroy everything? Xuanhuan unexpectedly calmed down. Qin Yang frowned, and finally realized something was wrong. Taking a deep breath, his whole body was shocked. The spirit is instantly clear, the power of annihilation swims through the whole body, and the sequelae of the sonic attack are immediately eliminated. As soon as it was eliminated, Mr. Qiqiao's words like a machine gun were heard in his ears. Qin Yang, you must stop talking about those rotten things. This guy is going to kill you. Killed me? Qin Yang asked suspiciously, why? Also, what nonsense did I say? Mr. Qiqiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, you recovered? Immediately, quickly repeated everything just now. Looking at a joke? Pity? Qin Yang frowned and looked at Xuanhuan. Suddenly, he found that there was a big drum beside Xuanhuan. In the eyes, dark golden lines flowed. This turned out to be a war drum made of Kuei ox hide. Thinking of the man rhino drum in his Chanquan ring, this Xuanhuan battle drum simply killed the man rhino drum by 10,000 grades in seconds. There are 2 Kuei oxen in the world. Qin Yang looked at all this in disbelief. Xuanhuan roared in a deep voice, the Lord of Destruction, is he also thinking about this drum? The reason why I came here is not for this drum. Although Qin Yang was very interested in the Xuanhuan drum, he was not too interested. At his level, with such combat power, the effect of this kind of drum is actually not great. But if the two armies are at war, as soon as this drum comes out, all existences with lower realms can be instantly killed. The point is, this thing is a large-scale indiscriminate attack. In Qin Yang's eyes, the disadvantages naturally outweigh the advantages. Why did you come here? Xuanhuan asked. Qin Yang thought for a while, then smiled. Xuanping doesn't want you to be alone, and neither do I. What do you mean? Xuanhuan was puzzled. Qin Yang said, it's very simple, you either join one side or die. The majestic Lord of Destruction wants to gather his subordinates? Xuanhuan laughed loudly, if you want to subdue me, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. However, we can cooperate. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan quietly, then at the big drum beside Xuanhuan, and said, you seem to be more like the Lord of Destruction than I am. Xuanhuan said, I can help you destroy the world. Qin Yang shook his head, and said, no need, moreover, I can't cooperate with you. A dangerous existence like you has to surrender or die. There is no third choice. What? Qin Yang, you really want to subdue him? Mr. Qiqiao was stunned. Qin Yang naturally had his own plans, and said via voice transmission, I am the majestic Lord of Destruction, the pinnacle of the 5 realms. I can't do everything myself, right? Naturally, my subordinates should do small things. The corner of Mr. Qiqiao's mouth twitched, a small matter, how can there be such a small matter? Then, let's fight. Xuanhuan yelled, if I die in battle, I can still rest in peace. The appearance of the Lord of Destruction will definitely fulfill my expectations. If you die in battle, the Lord of Destruction, it's just a joke. I'd rather die than surrender? Qin Yang chuckled and said, okay, then I will fulfill you. Moo. There was a loud noise. At such a short distance, coupled with the amplification of a war drum, the sound wave was like a tornado, directly penetrating the sky. The aftermath also resounded thousands of miles, and the big monsters who hadn't had time to escape were hit hard one after another. It seems that I have to play the piano to the cow today. Qin Yang sat cross-legged, and a chain with colorful strings appeared between his knees. It is listening to the piano. With a sound of zhing, the sonic tornado was directly scattered. Immediately afterwards, the sky and the earth changed color, and the sea was mysterious and turbulent. Fortunately, the battle was fought in Zhu Kuanping's belly. If it was in the sky world would be torn apart and people would be devastated after this confrontation. In the endless Dead Sea, there are no living creatures except Xuanhuan. This battle made even the great demons of the 5 realms dare not get close. So, there is someone who can fight against Xuanhuan? And it's also a sonic attack? The sound of the zither is so clear, but the meaning of killing is not weak at all. 6th-level world, when did such a strong person appear? Thousands of miles away, in the territories of other Overlord-level monsters, all the monsters are panicked. Fortunately, Xuanhuan has been in the endless Dead Sea, otherwise, I don't know how many big monsters will be implicated. In the endless sea of clouds, the sound can still be heard, and Xuanping suddenly opened his eyes in the heavenly palace of the Sea of Clouds. That kid did this? Xuanping couldn't believe that the Lord of Destruction still had such a powerful ability. The sound of the piano seems familiar. It's Ling Daoqin. Qin Yang came to save me, you just wait to die. He won't let you go. In a cage, a little fox held. He clenched his fist and swung it vigorously at Xuanping. Beside the cage, the explosive rhino fell on the ground, expressing its submission. Beside him was Lin Xiaotong's suspicious eyes. You also recognize Qin Yang? Lin Xiaotong looked at the little fox. Tao Xiaoyao said proudly, of course. In terms of seniority, I am Qin Yang's grandparent. Nonsense. Stop dating me, don't try to take advantage of me. Lin Xiaotong immediately became angry. Who are you, who is related to you? Tao Xiaoyao replied directly. I am Qin Yang's wife. You say you are his grandparents, are you taking advantage of me? Lin Xiaotong scolded coquettishly. Tao Xiaoyao said disdainfully, ma'am? Only Sister Lu is the only one who is legitimate. Even if Qin Yang remarries, she will be in the next row. Tao Xiaoyao clapped her fingers, as if she was counting, and then said, even if there are 3, 4 more in line, it won't be your turn. Lin Xiaotong stared at Tao Xiaoyao with an unkind expression, and said, you don't think you count yourself in, do you? How can there be? There is no such thing. Tao Xiaoyao suddenly became weak. If you want to marry Qin Yang, you have to pass my test first. Lin Xiaotong said. Who are you, why do you have the final say? Brother Qin Yang is infatuated with Sister Lu, he only loves Sister Lu, you have no chance. Whether there is a chance is not up to you. The two quarreled directly across the cage. In the Sea of Clouds' heavenly palace, it suddenly became a vegetable market. Xuanping looked at Lin Xiaotong and Tao Xiaoyao with a dark face, and then at the explosive rhinoceros lying on the ground trembling in front of him, with veins throbbing on his forehead. He asked in a deep voice, can you tell me what's going on? Perhaps. Explosive Rhino was sweating all over his body, his back was soaked, and he said in fear, maybe they are all the wives of the Lord of Destruction? Impossible. Tao Xiaoyao directly retorted. Nonsense. Lin Xiaotong was even more angry. The two women once again looked at each other with a strong sense of gunpowder, and there seemed to be intense sparks in their eyes. Let me out, I want her to taste the power. My 9-tailed sky fox is not a vegetarian. Tao Xiaoyao said angrily. Let her out. I'm going to send the Protoss Tianyi Star Master, so I'm afraid that a fox will fail? Lin Xiaotang also said. Chapter 937 Alliance Conference. Send God Clan. Heavenly Star Lord. Kuanping took a deep look at Lin Xiaotang. This little girl thought she was weird from the moment she appeared, but now she declared herself to be a member of the God Clan. The God Clan, what kind of clan is it? Could it be the race of the destroyed star field? He also looked at the little peach demon in the cage. The blood of the nine-tailed sky fox was indeed strong, but unfortunately, he was too young. In the future, giving her time would definitely be a serious problem, but now, it's nothing to worry about. Interesting. Kuanping laughed. No matter what, the little fox and Lin Xiaotang are related to Qin Yang. The Lord of Destruction is really here to save people? Of course Kuanping would not let Tao Xiaoyao go, and even asked his subordinates to move another cage and put Lin Xiaotang in it too. Lin Xiaotang didn't feel that she was in danger at all, and was still arguing with Tao Xiaoyao. Noisy! Kuanping yelled angrily, his head almost splitting open. This was simply more of a headache for him than Kuanyo's sonic attack. Tao Xiaoyao and Lin Xiaotang just paused for a moment, then ignored him directly. Kuanping was furious and wanted to slap the two girls to death, but after thinking about it, he still forcibly suppressed his killing intent. However, the explosive rhinoceros did not have such good luck. Kuanping was about to use Baoyan rhinoceros to spread fire, but Baoyan rhinoceros knew that his life was hanging by a thread, so he hurriedly said, I am the confidant of the Lord of Destruction. I am his most capable subordinate. You can't kill me. Kuanping snorted coldly and said, a trusted friend? Are you the most capable? Explosive rhinoceros trembled all over, pointed to the two cages next to it, and said, the Lord of Destruction has so many wives, so it's not surprising that he has subordinates. Kuanping froze for a moment, what he said seemed to make sense. Still, it's a good thing. If the Lord of Destruction is alone, it means that no one can restrain him. And now? Kuanping laughed, looked at Lin Xiaotang and Tao Xiaoyao, who were still arguing, and was not so angry anymore. The more they quarreled, the more they represented that they were not afraid. Why not? They believed that Qin Yang would definitely come. The Lord of Destruction, if I can use it. Kuanping thought to himself, his eyes flickering. 3 days later, Baiguayan. Baiguayan is the territory of ghost skeletons and generals. The whole abyss is bottomless. No monster can come out of it alive. If there is a big monster who dares to step in, it is afraid that it will turn into a bone monster soldier and become the subordinate of the ghost skeleton demon general in a short time. Next to Baiguayan, a high platform of bones was built. The Heaven-slaying Alliance was held here. Anyone who wants to leave the submarine prison will come to participate in the event. Even if they don't join the Tutian Alliance, and don't become the subordinates of the major overlord-level existences, they will still choose a temporary alliance. It's been 3 days, and the battle in the endless Dead Sea hasn't stopped yet. Who is fighting Kuanyo? Kuanyo's voice seems to be a little weaker. My God, that piano sound seems to be getting louder and louder. Who is so holy that he can fight against Kuanyo without losing the wind? If this continues, Kuanyo will lose sooner or later. The big monsters whispered, feeling uneasy in their hearts. Kuanyo was originally the biggest variable in the 6th level world, but now it seems that there is an even bigger threat. And this threat is the existence that is still fighting Kuanyo at this very moment. The 6-armed monkey has arrived. With a shout, the first overlord-level monster is here. Immediately afterwards, there were repeated orders. The 9-headed dragon is here. Greedy monster arrives. The big monster is here. When the name of the big monster, Chonggue, was heard, all the big monsters were silent. Oh my God, the big monster, worm and ghost are here too. Ghosts and demons are so generous that they even want to unite with the big demons, insects, and ghosts. All the Overlord-level big monsters were taken aback for a moment. They hadn't received this news beforehand. The six-armed monkey got up straight away, and shouted angrily, "When do we need to join forces with this big monster?" Nine-headed dragon also sneered, and said, "Ghost skeleton demon general, why don't you explain to everyone? Or do you only think about yourself? After all, your subordinates are all skeletons, and you cannot be overwhelmed by big monsters, insects and ghosts. Parasitic. No threat, so just ignore it? The ghost skeleton will be wearing armor, and under the invisible armor is a crystal white bone. However, the ghost skull demon general is only one-armed. Even with only one arm, the major overlord-level monsters still dare not underestimate them. Everyone is joking, the big monster, worm, and ghost contributed a lot to this alliance. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to get the movement of Yunhai Tiangong. Gakumo Jiang said with a sinister smile. In the eyes, there are two clusters of blood-red will-o'-the-wisps. No one could notice that the ghost skeleton demon general at this time was different from the past. Under the armor, there are not only crystal-clear bones. On the white bones, there is blood surging, as if it can be fleshy and white bones. This is the blood demon general. Blood demon general and ghost skeleton demon general can be combined. After the combination, the combat power naturally doubled. Oh? Is it possible that this big monster has a way of not being discovered by others? The greedy giant monster's eyes flashed. Every word of this remark is heartbreaking. There is no need to provoke any more, just this one sentence makes the overlord-level existence who is afraid of big monsters, insects, and ghosts look cold. The big demon, worm and ghost has the ability to make all living beings hate and fear. But at any rate, its avatar can be sensed by monsters, so it doesn't have much defense. Now, since the big monster, worm, and ghost can get the news from Yunhai Tiangong and monitor Kuanping's movements, doesn't that mean that the weakness of the big monster, worm, and ghost's avatar no longer exists? Can't even Kuanping notice it? Today is the Discussion Alliance conference, not a crusade against me. If you don't welcome me like that, then I'll leave. The big demon, Chonggue sneered, and turned to leave. Wait a minute. General Gakumo stopped him, and said to the overlord-level monsters, everyone, don't worry, the big monsters, worms, and ghosts just created, underlings in a special way. This underlings don't have the ability to split and parasite, so they won't. It was found to be the clone of the great monster, insect ghost. Having said that, the overlord-level monster heaved a sigh of relief. The six-armed monkey laughed, and said, could it be the son of this big monster? The king of war spider who has taken refuge in Kuanping. The eyes of the big demon and insect turned cold, looked over, and said, I didn't expect that your hands are not only many, but also quite long. The six-armed monkey was not afraid at all, and said, I'm laughing. If there are no problems, let's start the meeting. General Gakumo said, before that, I will announce 2 pieces of news. First, Qin Yang, the Lord of Destruction, has come to the 6th level world. Secondly, Qin Yang possesses the peak combat power of the 5 realms, and he fought fiercely with that Kuan Yo for 3 days and 3 nights, and the one who has not yet won is Qin Yang. There was a shock up and down the high bone platform. All the monsters were shocked immediately. On the high platform, the giant greedy monster looked playfully at the 6-armed monkey, the ghost skeleton general, and the big monster, insect ghost, and laughed again and again. Qin Yang? I seem to have heard this kid's name several times. The giant greedy monster said. Chapter 938, 3 Crazies. Since you dare to come, then you don't have to go, the 6-armed monkey said harshly. The greedy monster teased, your heir seems to have been beheaded by Qin Yang. I remember that you used supernatural powers to help, but you returned in vain? The bloodthirsty ghost-faced monkey summoned a bloody hand in its belly to kill Qin Yang. And that bloody hand is called Shintong Heartclaw. Under this claw, the jade mantis fell immediately. But in the end, Qin Yang was not killed. The bloody hand that was summoned was the hand of the six-armed monkey. The six-armed monkey snorted coldly, and said, "There are so many barriers, it's naturally difficult to exert strength. This time, let's see if I can take off its heart." The greedy monster licked his lips, looked at the big monster, and said with a smile, "Your avatar seems to be about to sneak out," and even broke through the defense line of the dragon guards. It seems that it was stopped by Qin Yang, right? The big monster Chonggui's face was gloomy. This Qin Yang did more than that. The greedy monster seemed to be afraid of chaos in the world, and seemed to like to read jokes. He looked at the ghost and skeleton demon general again, and said, "How did I hear that your arm was taken away by Qin Yang?" On the skull of the ghost general, the will-o'-the-wisp blazed fiercely, and said sinisterly, "If you really despise him, maybe you will also fall into his hands." Underestimate? The giant greedy monster shook his head and said, "I'm afraid you are the only ones who really dare to underestimate the Lord of Destruction." The giant greedy monster stood up and said, "These days, monsters from all walks of life have been entering this submarine prison from the outside world, and they have brought a lot of information. The dragon clan, headed by the dragon god, used the 10,000 dragons to destroy the sky, and was captured by Qin Yang. Annihilation in one fell swoop. That's why we sit here to discuss Tutian and return." The greedy giant squinted his eyes, and said slowly, "Even if we encounter the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, who can survive safely? Let alone counterattack and slaughter with a backhand." All the big monsters were in an uproar, and under the high platform, many big monsters were already pale. "This Lord of Destruction is too terrifying. What on earth do you want to do? Do you want to seek refuge with the Lord of Destruction?" Gikumo said coldly. "Take refuge?" The giant greedy monster smiled and said, "You and I are not ordinary monsters. Even if we wanted to take refuge, he would not accept it. It seems that you really didn't study the information well." "Oh? You seem to know something?" the six-armed monkey asked. The greedy giant opened his mouth and said, "Among the information, Qin Yang, the Lord of Destruction, rebuilt the order of the firmament world. He did not destroy the world, but instead made the firmament world flourish. Do you want to say that the Lord of Destruction is still a kind person?" Nine-headed dragon asked. The giant greedy monster greedily looked at the monster under the high bone platform, and said, "The Lord of Destruction did come to the sixth world to destroy. But it is a selective destruction. For us, the blood dead in hand after all, even if we put aside the grievances between the firmament world and the firmament world in the past, based on our ability alone, the Lord of Destruction will not let us go. Because we will destroy the firmament world he rebuilt." As soon as the voice changed, the greedy monster continued, "But for ordinary monsters, they don't pose much threat, and they don't have much blood debt. Of course, he will let them go." Having said that, under the high platform of bones, some big monsters loosened their expressions. The greedy monster said again, "Think about Xuanhuan. This guy never gathers his subordinates, and even protects the big monster who has never met in the territory. Although he is a calamity beast, so far, except for the aftermath of the 3-day war, did not cause any murder, nor did it cause any damage to the firmament world." Gikumo interrupted Xinxing and said, "What do you want to say?" The greedy giant laughed and said, "What I want to say is that if you can slaughter the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation headed by the dragon god alone, how can the Lord of Destruction not be able to kill Xuanhuan? You can fight Xuanhuan for 3 days, and you can use the same method. Sonic attack without losing the wind. First of all, it proves that Xuanhuan can't hurt the Lord of Destruction at all. And the reason why he has fought so far proves that the Lord of Destruction is not bloodthirsty. Maybe he just wants to gather Xuanhuan. And Xuanhuan, you and I both know the nature of a cow. It is impossible for him to surrender, so there is a great battle. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of more big monsters loosened under the high bone stage. After all, they are also 5-level monsters. Although their combat power is not comparable to that of the Overlord level, they must be giants in the sky world. Joining the Tutian alliance, among these Overlord existences, such as ghost skeleton generals, six-armed monkeys, etc., which one is the good one? From the analysis of the greedy monster, it seems that the Lord of Destruction is more reliable. There was a cold light in the eyes of the six-armed monkey. You seem to be shaking the morale of the army? What good does it do you? The giant greedy monster glanced around, drooling from the corners of its mouth, sucking. The greedy giant smiled, and said, I don't want to shake the morale of the army, I just want to help you weed out some weak-minded people. As soon as the words fell, all the Overlord-level existences were shocked. Nine-headed dragon shouted angrily, How dare you! The giant greedy monster directly turned into its main body, a terrifying monster whose head was bigger than its body, with a big mouth that seemed to be able to swallow even the sky. The greedy giant monster with gluttonous blood directly opened its mouth and bit down. Those big monsters with shaky expressions were suddenly terrified, unable to break free at all, and were swallowed by them in one gulp. The large number makes all the big monsters terrified. Even the major Overlord-level monsters have changed their colors. The reason why the nine-headed dragon was furious was because he had the most subordinates, and this greedy. The greedy monster first stared at his subordinates. Roar. With a loud roar, the nine-headed dragon also turned into its own body, an existence that could compete with the ancestor of Yamada no Orochi, and its 9 heads were fierce. Stop! Gikumojiang shouted loudly, his body instantly grew bigger, and the glistening skeleton opened its armor, revealing strands of unformed flesh and blood on the skeleton. The powerful breath suppressed the audience. The six-armed monkey's eyes tightened. What happened to this ghost general? It seems that the strength has improved to a higher level. We are discussing to unite, to defeat Kuimping together, and to return to the sky world. It's not about letting you kill each other here. General Gakumo said, coldly. The giant greedy monster reformed into a human form, and looked at the ghost skeleton demon general with apprehension. The flesh and blood on the ghost skeleton general's body aroused his interest. I'm just helping you weed out some black sheep, why are you so nervous? After finishing speaking, he also looked at the nine-headed dragon. The nine-headed dragon clenched its teeth and said angrily, I won't let this matter go. But now, let me spare you. It's up to you. The giant greedy monster didn't care. In his opinion, it is more important not to eat anything. At any rate, the scene returned to calm, and all the subordinates of the big demon were trembling. In the 6-layer world, there are a total of 3 lunatics. First, the big demon Xuanhuan. Second, the big demon, insect and ghost. The third is this greedy monster. These 3 overlords have never played their cards according to common sense. And act without taboo, never disregarding the consequences. The big demon Xuanhuan never gathers his subordinates. Although the territory is large, anyone who dares to approach the endless Dead Sea, no matter who it is in danger of life at any time. The big demon, Chonggue, only parasitizes his subordinates as clones. He doesn't need subordinates, he only needs clones. And this greedy giant monster, anyone who takes refuge in it will be devoured by it. It is a miracle in itself that these 3 big monsters can appear at the Tutian Alliance's meeting at the same time. I don't care about the grievances between you, but now, we need to be unanimous to the outside world. General Gakumo said. In comparison, Ghost Skull will be much better. At least, Gakumo will still reason with you. Chapter 939 Subduing Xuanhuan. In the endless Dead Sea, the waves are rough and the waves are crisscrossing. Qin Yang took a deep breath, with a look of exhaustion on his face. This battle is so exhausting. Xuanhuan was not relaxed either. On the contrary, Xuanhuan had a sluggish look. He really didn't expect that the Lord of Destruction would be so tyrannical. The listening piano in his hand can even compete with the war drum in his hand. You broke my strings 18 times, I have to say, you are very strong. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said. If it wasn't for the fact that the listening piano was condensed by his own divine power, if it was purely a magic weapon, Qin Yang wouldn't have so many spare strings. Xuanhuan took a deep look at Qin Yang and said, why don't you use your power to annihilate the rules? Qin Yang chuckled and said, if I use it, you're probably dead already. His face became serious. Qin Yang said slowly, are you convinced? There is only death in battle. Xuanhuan said with a sonorous voice, even if I die in battle, I am relieved. If you exist in the world, it will be destroyed sooner or later. What a shit domain master, she won't live long. Qin Yang was taken aback, and said, the domain master? Are you talking about the incarnation of the domain master? Xuanhuan's one-eyed blood eyes looked at the battle drum in his hand in grief, and stretched out his hand to stroke it gently. The war drum seemed to sense something, trembled slightly, and made a mournful drum sound. The one I love is to take the body as the way. I don't hesitate to die, and turn it into a drum of war. Help her to conquer the world. A heavy and desolate voice spread. Qin Yang took a deep breath. It turned out that it was because of Xuanhuan guching again. This is a story of using it and then ruthlessly discarding it. Instead, because of fear, fearing that the war drum would fall into the hands of others, it was directly sunk into the endless dead sea of the submarine prison. But Xuanhuan Guqing did not expect that there is still a Xuanhuan in the world. After seeing this Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan Guqing regretted it. If 2 Xuanhuan were separately refined into 2 war drums, this Yin Yang war drum would inspire and kill at the same time, and it would be invincible. It's a pity that Xuanhuan hated the fate of this side of the war drum, so it can no longer be used. He can only put this Xuanhuan into the submarine prison, and he will never be able to stand up again. Xuanhuan did not join the Tutian alliance, because he knew that his enemy was the incarnation of the domain master and an invincible existence. At least, he couldn't beat it. He also didn't join the Xuanping forces, because he also knew in his heart that what Xuanping did was to integrate the origin of the ancestor Xuanping, promote to the spiritual realm, leave the sky star field, and go to a wider starry sky. No one will become an enemy of the domain master's incarnation for him, no one. He can only taste the hatred alone, and stay in the endless dead sea for the rest of his life. This is the reason why you don't want to surrender? This is the reason why you can rest in peace even if you die in battle? Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan with some regret. Qin Yang said, what if I could kill Xuanhuan Guqing for you? Xuanhuan sneered, help me? You are helping yourself. The incarnation of the domain owner doesn't believe in anyone, she only believes in herself. She regards everything as a dog, and in her eyes, all living things are of no use value. The difference. Of course, if she knew of your existence, she would definitely find ways to kill you. Naturally, you won't be caught without a fight. Don't you want to see her die with your own eyes? Qin Yang said with a smile, maybe, I can't beat her either? Xuanhuan was stunned. If the Lord of Destruction is not the opponent of the Domain Lord's incarnation, then... Qin Yang hurriedly said, look, now you have a reason to submit to me, right? Only I can compete with the incarnation of the Domain Lord. Only by submitting to me can you avenge your revenge. Xuanhuan was silent. Qin Yang said, of course, you can still insist on joining forces and cooperate with me on an equal footing. Let's see if I will agree. Why can't we join forces? Xuanhuan asked. His lover died in vain, he had already seen through the world and was unwilling to surrender to anyone. The incarnation of the Domain Lord is like this, so it is hard to guarantee that the Lord of Destruction is not the same person. Qin Yang snorted coldly, Calamity Beast, what do you think? Xuanhuan was stunned. The Lord of Destruction was afraid of his own power? Could it be that the Lord of Destruction still wants to protect something? Xuanhuan couldn't understand such a Lord of Destruction. Qin Yang looked in a certain direction and said, the Tutian alliance should be progressing smoothly. I don't have time to waste time with you. Give me an accurate answer now. Do you want to die? Qin Yang's eyes became cold and ruthless. As long as this Xuanhuan persists, then what will be greeted is Qin Yang's lore. Xuanhuan did not respond directly. Qin Yang nodded, okay. Stretching out his hand to hold it empty, a sword of annihilation gathered in his hand. He held a sword flower in his hand, and on the tip of the sword, the obliterated line dragged out a long line. Drag the knife to chop. The longer the time, the stronger the attack. Coupled with the annihilating supercharge, the power of this sword is definitely not something that the tired Xuanhuan can resist. I am willing to surrender. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and said. Oh? Qin Yang's voice appeared so close. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. The Lord of Destruction really has the ability to kill himself. It's not empty talk. So since this is the case, wouldn't it be very interesting to kill the incarnation of the Domain Master, to avenge this great revenge? Possible? How do you kill the incarnation of the Domain Master? Xuanhuan asked. Qin Yang laughed out loud. Xuanhuan's expression changed, and he said, could it be that you human race are playing tricks on me? Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan quietly, without saying a word. Xuanhuan was furious, and his face was extremely ugly. Since I surrender, I will not regret it. I hope you will not let me down. Anyway, even if you don't kill the incarnation of the Domain Lord, the incarnation of the Domain Lord will not let you go. Qin Yang shook his head lightly, and said, that's not what I'm laughing at. What I'm laughing at is that I've already done what I promised you. What? Have you seen the incarnation of the Domain Master? Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Qin Yang was setting up formations in the air, and within a short while, the gate of the dead world opened with a bang. The endless dead energy makes the whole endless dead sea even more worthy of its name. Xuanhuan thought he was hallucinating. In this world, is there a way to open the portal to the underworld? This time, the door spirit no longer dared to obstruct Qin Yang, and the ghost messenger also appeared in a hurry and listened to his orders. Putting aside Qin Yang's identity as the Lord of Destruction, Qin Yang has an emissary in his hands. With this token, there is a justifiable passport. Moreover, the level of authority is equal to that of ghosts, second only to Hades. Of course, when Qin Yang was in the fourth realm, the gods of the underworld were frightened and obedient, let alone Qin Yang, who is now in the fifth realm. Regardless of whether there is an order or not, the god of the underworld has an attitude. That is, Qin Yang is the boss. Do you have any orders? The ghost messenger stammered. Qin Yang was taken aback. Huh? Aren't you the one who punted the boat? Yes. The ghost messenger nodded repeatedly. Xuanhuan was even more stunned in shock, with one bloody eye staring wide open. Like the bloody 16th moon. The ghost messenger also saw the Xuanhuan through the gate of the dead realm, and even trembled all over. Could it be that Xuanhuan? Chapter 940 Convinced. He. The ghost messenger stuttered and couldn't speak. What happened to him? Qin Yang frowned. He can't come in. The ghost messenger finally choked out a complete sentence. Why? Qin Yang asked. The ghost messenger thought that Qin Yang was going to send the enemy in again, directly disintegrating his body and imprisoning his spirit, so he hurriedly explained, even if this guy's body disintegrates, his spirit is still extremely powerful. After a roar, I can't control this soul-breaking bell. Qin Yang looked at the waist of this ghost messenger. It seemed that each ghost messenger had a different magic weapon. But the general function is similar. I didn't intend to kill him, I just wanted him to meet his old enemy. Qin Yang said. Who? Xuanhuan Guqing. Mentioning this name, the ghost messenger took a deep breath and said, no. But, you can use the soul search mirror to reveal images. Xuanhuan Guqing was imprisoned in the Jiuyou Great Hall, and the underworld god personally suppressed it. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan and said, you should recognize Xuanhuan Guqing, right? I recognize it even when it turns into ashes. Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. At the same time, I still can't be sure, is everything that happened in front of me really real? This obedient servant who looks like a servant is really a ghost. Qin Yang looked at the ghost messenger and said, then use your soul-searching mirror. At the same time, Qin Yang also knew why the underworld sent this ghost messenger to work in Lijian. This soul-searching mirror seems to be specially designed to help me. The ghost messenger took out a mirror, and after chanting something, he said in a low voice, show. In the 9 Netherworld Temple, the figures of Underworld God and Xuanhuan Guqing appeared in the mirror. The whole hall is like a torture cage, with mysterious chains locking Xuanhuan Guqing in the hall. She seems to be talking about something with Hades. With the ability of the soul-searching mirror, Mingxin and Xuanhuan Guqing also felt it, because the 9 Nether Temple also showed a mirror with the images of Guichai, Qin Yang and Xuanhuan on it. It's you? Xuanhuan Guqing was not surprised when she saw Qin Yang. She knew that Qin Yang must be worried and would definitely check his situation. But after seeing Xuanhuan, it was a bit unexpected. She originally thought that the next time we meet, it will be. Anyway, it will definitely not be like this. The incarnation of the Domain Master, I finally see you. Xuanhuan's eyes were red, as if he was about to bleed. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other, that's all. Xuanhuan turned into a big man in human form, with a shrunken war drum on his back, and was about to rush in directly. Qin Yang stretched out his hand. Since Xuanhuan agreed to submit to Qin Yang, he would naturally not disobey him, but the hatred in his chest was so deep that he couldn't bear it, so he restrained himself as much as possible, and lowered his voice and growled, why stop me? What you promised was to kill the Domain Master incarnate, not capture her. Of course. Qin Yang said, Xuanhuan Guqing at this time has long since lost the power of the Domain Lord's incarnation, and in the underworld, she has no body, only a soul. If you want to kill her, you can do it at any time. Then why not now? Xuanhuan asked. Good question. Qin Yang said, because after killing her, a second incarnation of the Domain Lord will be born. As long as all the creatures in the Sky Star Field are immortal, the incarnation of the Domain Lord will never disappear. Do you want to kill Xuanhuan Guqing, or do you want to completely kill the Domain Master incarnation? After being silent for a while, Xuanhuan said, I understand, I will help you kill them all. Qin Yang was full of black lines, and interrupted, I didn't mean that, don't worry, I have a way to kill the Domain Master's incarnation completely, but not now. Let you see, I just want you to rest assured, I promise you things can be done. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and knelt down directly, I would like to recognize you as Lord. The ghost guard gasped again and again, the Lord of Destruction really deserved to be the Lord of Destruction, even an existence like Xuanhuan could subdue him. But to his surprise, Qin Yang refused. Surrender is enough, and you are still free. Of course Qin Yang knew the difference between the two, but Qin Yang's original intention was to limit Xuanhuan and let him control his own power. Such a strong person, once surrendered, will never disobey. Before Qin Yang intentionally caused a misunderstanding, Xuanhuan had no intention of rebelling, let alone now. The cold hatred in Xuanhuan's heart seemed to have changed, and an unknown emotion and feeling came to his heart. Well, really exciting. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang with a smile, and said, I shouldn't have spared your life after the Temple of the Gods. Want to kill me completely? Do you think you can really do what you want? Mingshen's face tightened, and he quickly lowered his head. Fortunately, Qin Yang did not notice any slight changes in him. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face, and he said, "Treasure the present time, you don't have much time left." Telling the ghost guard to put away the ability of the soul-searching mirror, Qin Yang was about to close the gate of the dead world, and seemed to think of something, looked at the ghost guard, and said, "Aren't you stuttering?" "No. No. No." The ghost guard swallowed. Qin Yang was speechless for a moment. Could this guy be scared? With such strength, what's wrong with stuttering even when nervous? After closing the gate of the dead world, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. With deep eyes, he smiled and said, "Now. It's time to go to Yunhai Tiangong. That Kuanping also invited me to drink." Kuei turned into a burly man with an expressionless face. He has completely convinced Qin Yang in his heart. The war drum behind him was also shaking slightly, as if he was communicating with Kuei. Following behind Qin Yang was like a bodyguard. Mr. Chichao appeared and watched this scene in amazement. Everything was recorded by him, which will be an extremely rare experience in history. "You need to be promoted." Mr. Chichao hesitated to speak. Of course, Qin Yang told him that all he needs to do to advance to the realm level is to kill people. Qin Yang also knew what Mr. Chichao wanted to say. With such a large amount of experience, it is obviously more beneficial to kill. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "It's enough for the Tutian alliance." Mr. Chichao nodded in understanding. Qin Yang said again, "Don't think too much, I'll tell you a little more." "What?" Qin Yang said, "When I am promoted to the divine spirit realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything at will." Mr. Chichao's heart trembled, and he immediately understood everything. Today's sky star field simply cannot withstand the power of the divine spirit realm. The star field is regressing, and all the strong cannot be promoted to the spiritual realm. But Qin Yang is not in this list. It seems that you really want to completely kill the incarnation of the domain master. Mr. Chichao's glasses glowed brightly. This will be the most important stroke in the history of the entire firmament star field. As a magic weapon for recording history, Mr. Chichao was extremely excited. "Of course," Qin Yang said firmly. Kuei listened quietly, feeling more and more puzzled about Qin Yang. Is this really the Lord of Destruction? No matter what, your choice is really right. Chapter 941, Who to save first is a problem. Sea of Cloud's heavenly palace, in the magnificent hall, was unable to live peacefully for days and nights. On weekdays, except for Kuanping, no one dared to speak loudly in the main hall, but the quarrel still continued at this time. Even though Kuanping had plans in mind, his patience was almost reaching its limit. He even wanted to take a look at Tao Xiaoyao and Lin Xiaotong's heads. What was in their heads? The memory of the God Emperor is extraordinary. If nothing goes wrong, Kuanping feels that in the past 3 days, the words these two girls quarreled with have not been repeated. The explosive rhinoceros was still wet and drenched in cold sweat. Didn't do it at all. For the past 3 days, he has been on tenterhooks, afraid that Kuanping, who is pinching the center of his eyebrows, will not be able to bear it. "You two ants, stop arguing." Baoyan Rhinoceros felt as if he was stepping on a steel wire, and there was a bottomless abyss below, the kind that would die if he fell. And this steel wire may break at any time. The sound of the zither stopped for a while, and the Kueox stopped roaring. Kuanping's eyes seemed to pass through layers of white clouds, thinking in his heart, what will be the result of this battle? At this moment, Kuanping's eyes shrank suddenly, and he stood up abruptly. The explosive rhino almost fainted from fright, and even Tao Xiaoyao and Lin Xiaotang stopped. Kuanping frowned as the two women stopped arguing. He thought that these two girls really didn't know how to be afraid. If he had known this, he would have. Sigh. Enduring 3 days of bombing in vain was even more difficult than fighting Xuanhuan. The explosive rhino's heart rose to his throat. Xuanping finally couldn't help it. Will he kill himself too? However, he soon felt relieved. The ups and downs in his mood made him collapse on the ground. In the main hall, the figures of Qin Yang and Xuanhuan appeared directly. Your Yunhai Tiangong is not bad. Qin Yang looked around enthusiastically. Xuanping stared deeply at Qin Yang. The Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace was within his domain, and others would lose their way if they entered the Cloud Sea. The monsters of the 5 realms couldn't find this heavenly palace at all. Even if it is a monster of the Overlord level, it will take a lot of time to find it here. But Qin Yang found the heavenly palace just as soon as he stepped into the Sea of Clouds. This also means that Xuanping has nothing to hide in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang! Help me! Tao Xiaoyao shouted in surprise. Qin Yang opened his mouth wide. Shouldn't it be Tao Piano? Why are you such a hardworking child? Qin Yang couldn't help his forehead. Qin Yang! Save me first! Lin Xiaotang also shouted. Eh! Qin Yang's mouth twitched, and he looked at the explosive rhino lying on the ground. What's going on? Why was she also locked up? Before the explosive rhinoceros had time to explain, Qin Yang's mind suddenly froze. This is not an attack like a sound wave, but... Qin Yang has to save me first. Tao Xiaoyao said angrily. Why? If you want to save me, you have to save me first. Lin Xiaotang said with his waist in his arms. I'm his relative, I'm his grandparents. If you don't save your own people first, why should you save an outsider like you? Tao Xiaoyao retorted. Who is the outsider? You are the outsider. They are relatives. Are they connected by blood? Lin Xiaotang said. Do you have one? Although there is no, it is better to have. I am his wife. This? Qin Yang looked dumbfounded, and his mind was instantly turned into a pot of mud. Explosive Rhinoceros said weakly, that's how Lin Xiaotang was locked up. Qin Yang took a deep breath and approached Lin Xiaotang's cage first. Just as she was about to reach out her hand, Tao Xiaoyao glared at her viciously, her cheeks bulging with anger. Lin Xiaotang was moved and looked at Qin Yang infatuatedly. But at this moment, Tao Xiaoyao said, if you dare to save her first, be careful. I will tell Sister Lu that you are half-hearted. Hey! You hardworking child, what's wrong with learning? Have you learned to sew? Qin Yang walked over, intending to release Tao Xiaoyao first. Lin Xiaotang immediately became unhappy, and said, if you don't save me first, I'll tell Lu Mingyu that you've been in chaos and abandoned. Start, beginning in chaos and finally abandoning? Qin Yang seemed to be frozen. Tao Xiaoyao took the opportunity to make up the knife. Okay Qin Yang, you really have an affair with her. If you want me to keep a secret, then save me first. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and his face twitched. Why keep a secret? There's no need to keep it a secret at all. The tradition of my Protoss predestined me not to marry him. Lin Xiaotang said. Tao Xiaoyao directly replied, there are many people who don't want to marry because of him. How old are you? It's not like you don't want to marry because of him. What did you say? Say it again. You won't listen to it again? The hall was suddenly in chaos again. Xuanping gritted his teeth, stared at Qin Yang, and said, you'd better shut them up. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, do you think I have that ability? Xuanping looked at the big man with a drum on his back next to Qin Yang, and felt that something was wrong. It was a little familiar, and as soon as his eyes swept over, he froze. You are... Xuanhuan. Xuanping almost gritted the words between his teeth. He thought about several possibilities, but he never thought that Xuanhuan would follow Qin Yang. He will be subdued by Qin Yang. At this moment, the quarrel between the two women seemed to be inaudible, and there was only one thought in his mind: how did Qin Yang do it? How can that be? Qin Yang frowned. Animation? Nothing. Xuanhuan said. Oh. Qin Yang nodded. Xuanping was speechless for a while. Is this a question of whether there is hatred or not? The sixth floor of the submarine prison, the overlord-level existence in this world, was subdued just like that? Isn't the biggest problem? Even if Xuanping went there in person, the best result would be a loss for both sides. Glancing at the two cages, Xuanping directly dismissed his previous thoughts. Such an existence cannot be threatened. With a wave of his hand, he directly disarmed the two magic weapons in the cage. Now, Qin Yang didn't have to think about who to save first. Qin Yang subdued Xuanhuan, which really frightened Xuanping. Qin Yang naturally also discovered this clue, and smiled without saying a word. After the two women were released, they directly pulled Qin Yang's arms from left to right. Although they didn't continue to quarrel, they still wanted to pull Qin Yang closer to them in anger. Stop making trouble. It's making trouble. I'll let Mingyu take care of you. Qin Yang feigned anger. Tao Xiaoyao suddenly pouted, her face full of grievances. Lin Xiaotang stopped tossing around, hummed softly, and turned his head away. The Sea of Clouds' heavenly palace fell silent for a moment. Quiet needle drop can be heard. A feeling suddenly appeared in everyone's heart, as if the sky and the earth were clear, as if the clouds and mists were lifted to see the blue sky. The thoroughness in the soul is so refreshing. Chapter 942, How do you know so much? Qin Yang, why did you come to this submarine prison? Tao Xiaoyao looked at Qin Yang and asked. Xuanping was expressionless, staring at the ground in the hall, but his ears moved slightly. Qin Yang subdued Xuanhuan, disrupting all thoughts in Xuanping's mind. Xuanping was also very curious about what Qin Yang was here for. Qin Yang heard this, and said angrily, You still have time to take care of me. I haven't asked you yet. What are you doing here? Bring Xuanping to help my monster clan. Tao Xiaoyao said it directly and sincerely. Xuanping snorted softly, showing disdain, and did not speak. Why are you wooing Xuanping? Why don't you woo me? Qin Yang asked, in surprise. Tao Xiaoyao said, My sister said that the human race is unreliable, and most of them are incompetent. The demon world is ready to move and may attack at any time. Beiyuan is also in chaos now. If the demon race attacks at this time, the sky will be destroyed. The world is bound to be irresistible, and you just fought against the Dragon Clan, and the entire central province has also reorganized order, so I'm afraid you won't be able to stand the war at this time. Qin Yang had black lines all over his face, and said, Your sister has thought carefully, but why did she send you here? Because I know about submarine prisons. Tao Xiaoyao said. You understand? Qin Yang's mouth twitched. You just took back the Dharma image that was suppressed in the third world. That's better than my sister who hasn't been to the submarine prison. Tao Xiaoyao said proudly. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, Why didn't Su Meixiang come? After all, this place is very dangerous. Tao Xiaoyao said without any concealment, the chaos in Beiyuan is because of Sister Meixiang. Minghu rebelled, provoked Sister Meixiang, and ordered the bloodbath of Beiyuan. After that, Sister Meixiang will continue to order the attack on Zhongzhou. Come to stop it, but it will make Sister Meixiang become insane again and disappear. Qin Yang was stunned, and looked at Tao Xiaoyao quietly. This honest kid really talks about everything. But it happened that there was too much to say, and it was not easy to digest for a while. Who is Su Meixiang to you? Lin Xiaotang asked suddenly. Xuanping also took a peek over. This Su Meixiang is the demon god emperor in the demon god palace. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, I'm an old friend of the patriarch of the Qin family. Actually, it should be called a lover. Mr. Qiqiao manifested his figure, so gossip, how could he be missing? Pushing his glasses, he immediately became the focus of the entire hall, and Mr. Qiqiao said, "The Emperor Qin." Qin Yang whispered directly beside him, as if he was talking to himself, but Mr. Qiqiao stopped abruptly. "I seem to understand why the dragon god imprisoned you," Qin Yang said lightly. Mr. Qiqiao dare not say it, but Tao Xiaoyao is not afraid. This matter is not a secret to Tao Xiaoyao. Tao Xiaoyao took over the conversation and said, "Emperor Qin fell in love with Sister Meixiang. Later, for the sake of the stability of the sky world, he wanted to go to the demon realm. Before he left, he was attacked by the god emperor. Sister Meixiang's temperament changed drastically, and she lost her mind." Speaking of this, Tao Xiaoyao also said, "By the way, the first dean of the Sky Academy stood up for Emperor Qin and fought with Emperor Tianqian for 3 days and 3 nights. It is rumored in the mainland that there is no winner. In fact, both sides were seriously injured, and the heavenly god emperor recovered with the heaven-mending stone. But the Sky Emperor seems to have fallen." Going off topic, Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses and reminded him softly. "Ah." Tao Xiaoyao came to her senses, and continued, "Before Emperor Qin died, he asked Sister Meixiang not to take revenge. It is because of this that Sister Meixiang fell into a deadlock and became insane. It seems, one body with 2 souls, heart demons proliferate." After finishing speaking, Tao Xiaoyao said again, "Just like me, I also have 1 body and 2 souls." Ahem. Mr. Qiqiao coughed lightly, and said, "There were more than these things that happened back then. Before Emperor Qin died, he asked Su Meixiang to promise him not to take revenge. Because Emperor Qin had already discovered the secret of Emperor Tianqian at that time, and thought that only the dragon god, no one is the opponent of Emperor Tianqian. But Su Meixiang did not agree, but only promised not to attack Zhongzhou for 1,000 years. Even so, every 100 years will launch a wave of monsters. It seems to be a demonstration, but in fact it is secretly looking for Qin Emperor's descendants." Speaking of this, Mr. Qiqiao couldn't help it, glanced at Qin Yang carefully, and continued, "And Su Meixiang has always ordered that once the descendants of the Qin family show up, they will immediately wash the sky with blood. It's just that Su Meixiang is too infatuated with Emperor Qin, and was schemed by Emperor Tianqian. The body and the appearance of the law have directly become 2 extremes, and this is also the reason for insanity." Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. "Isn't this the same as schizophrenia?" Seeing that Qin Yang also began to listen, Mr. Qiqiao smiled, and then said, "So there are always 2 voices in the demon temple. The 12 noble demon gods don't know which one to listen to." Headed by Bai Long, however, they insisted on killing everyone, even the descendants of the Qin family. They believed that Su Meixiang was killed by the Qin family after all. Qin Yang took a deep breath. No wonder Bai Long was so hostile towards him. As for those headed by Jinwu, they firmly believe in Su Meixiang's feelings for Emperor Qin. They believe that the descendants of the Qin family should end everything. It wasn't until Qin Yang's strength shocked the entire sky world that the Bai Long faction gradually changed. But Mr. Qiqiao changed his voice and said, "Minghu has been restless. When Su Meixiang was plotted against by the heavenly god emperor, she had the idea of replacing her. Minghu is the strongest existence among the 12 demon gods, and is not weaker than the golden crow and white dragon. He believed that the demon temple would be destroyed by Su Meixiang sooner or later, but the other demon gods were always loyal to Su Meixiang. The Huanyao Palace of the 3 major dark forces in the mainland was originally a conspiracy by Minghu, but Tao Pianal saw through it. With the support of Bai Long and Jinwu, Tao Pianal became the master of the Huanyao Palace. The reason why the Huanyao Palace remains neutral is to cooperate with the Sky Academy and stabilize the relationship between the human race and the demon race. Second, it is also to suppress Minghu's ambitions. Qin Yang asked, but isn't Bai Long also supporting the war? Mr. Qiqiao smiled, looked at Tao Xiaoyao, and said, because Tao Pianlai promised Bai Long that if the descendants of the Qin family really die, Wanyao Palace will be the first sharp knife to stab Zhongzhou. Everything has come to the surface, and the firm's protection of Qin Yang is also protecting thousands of living beings. Qin Yang sighed deeply. In fact, he already understood many things. For example, why does Tao Pianl always say that the Qin family owes her and Su Meixiong? It's not right. Qin Yang said suddenly. What's wrong? Mr. Qiqiao asked suspiciously. I only relay history, but never falsify history. These are all true. Qin Yang stroked his chin and walked around Mr. Qiqiao. Mr. Qiqiao gently pushed the lens, and the light on the lens covered his eyes. Even Qin Yang didn't see it, his gaze was slightly fixed. How do you know so much? Many things happened, and you seem to have been trapped in the secret realm of Qinling Mountains at that time, right? And the body of the magic weapon is so broken that you can't even change form. Chapter 943, Just kidding. I've been imprisoned by the Dragon Clan for a while, of course I won't do nothing. Among the Dragon Clan, there are quite a lot of information. Mr. Qiqiao said. You actually stole the information of the Dragon Clan? Tao Xiaoyao was surprised. Mr. Qiqiao said with a smile, what's the matter? In order to preserve the integrity of history, these are my duties as a magic weapon of surveillance. Qin Yang waved his hand lightly and said, don't change the subject. Qin Yang took a deep look at Mr. Qiqiao, and said, are you talking about the duty of monitoring the magic weapon? What kind of magic weapon is to monitor the entire history? Besides, you are just the monitoring magic weapon in the demon hunting ground in the secret realm of Qinling Mountains. That's all. What does history have to do with you? Of course it is related, and it is related to all living beings, all living beings. Mr. Qiqiao said. Qin Yang pointed to Mr. Qiqiao, looked at Tao Xiaoyao, and said, look, something is wrong? Tao Xiaoyao was confused, but she nodded cooperatively, yes, there is a problem. Mr. Qiqiao pursed his lips and fell silent. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang's words made him feel as though he had crossed a catastrophe. It's just that he's keen on gossip, but he has made himself so great. It's really. Qin Yang suddenly laughed. Mr. Qiqiao is a magic weapon, if not for it, his whole body would definitely be soaked in cold sweat at this moment. Qin Yang patted Mr. Qiqiao on the shoulder, and said, don't worry, I won't forget that you saved my life in the fighting monster hunting ground. I was just joking with you. I see you are nervous. This joke can't be played casually. After all, I have recognized you as the master and your magic weapon. Mr. Qiqiao said. But why can't I see your thoughts? Qin Yang asked. Kuenping frowned, and looked at Mr. Qiqiao, even he could see that there was something wrong with this magic weapon. Because I'm not an ordinary magic weapon. Mr. Qiqiao said so, and just now Matsushida's heart was raised again. Since you know so much, you should know something about the machine door that day? What's the matter with the Tianyan magic? Qin Yang asked. Tao Xiaoyao's eyes lit up immediately, and said, yes, Tianyan divine art. Isn't it the prophecy of the Tianjin, that the descendants of the Qin family will definitely stand out in the tide of monsters? Tianjin is not among the forces in the mainland, but everyone knows it, and everyone knows it. Almost everyone agreed in their hearts that the Tianji Gate was extremely mysterious. It stands to reason that such a power should be feared, and it should be the #1 power in the world. But everyone thinks that there is no threat from the Tianji Gate. They even take it for granted that the successor of the Tianji sect is extremely mysterious, but not many people have the idea of the successor of the Tianji sect. The only time he was targeted was when Shuqing's family sect was destroyed. The Blood Skull secretly controlled it, and was later destroyed by the palm of the heavenly god emperor. Although that palm was aimed at Qin Yang, it seemed that the heavenly god emperor had only struck this one time in the millennium. The identity of the descendants of the Qin family seems to be not so well founded. However, people can't fault it. Blood Skull wants to kill Qinga, and everyone knows the grievances between him and Qin Yang. The heavenly god emperor beheaded the Qin emperor thousands of years ago, and the enmity is justified. However, it was the sect with the inheritance of Tianjin that was wiped out. This is a very contradictory question, and this question is like everyone unintentionally ignoring the end of the divine calendar 10,000 years ago. I'm just a magic weapon. How could I know about such a mysterious sect like Tianjin? Moreover, there is no record of Tianjin. Mr. Qiqiao said calmly. I really don't know? Qin Yang probed like a joke. Mr. Qiqiao pondered, and said, if you are really interested, I can tell you everything I know. Oh? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Mr. Qiqiao said, Tianjin doesn't want to see the people in the world burn to death, and the Tianyan magic can only predict the disaster of the world's destruction. However, since you appeared, the Tianyan magic may fail. Why? Because the Tianyan magic can't see through you. Mr. Qiqiao said, everything related to you, the Tianyan magic, will be invalid. At present, Qinga is the only living successor of the Tianji sect. Qin Yang nodded, and said, it should be, the current Qinga seems to be moving bricks in my empty island. Qinga was helping Qin Yang build the Sky Island, and his experience of sneaking into the shadows also made it difficult for him to return to the Sky Academy. However, how do you know these things? Qin Yang asked after changing his voice. Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses and said, of course Qinga told me. Really? Qin Yang continued to ask. Mr. Qiqiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, it seems that I have to tell you my true identity. In the hall, there was a sudden silence. Even Kuanping was engrossed. Tianjin, he also has an impression of this sect, but he can't tell what kind of impression it is. But what Kuanping can be sure of is that this impression is obtained from memory inheritance. This is Zhu Kuanping's memory inheritance. My real identity is. Mr. Qiqiao feigned hesitation, and said, the magic weapon of Tianjin. TCH. I thought it was a surprise. The big secret. Tao Xiaoyao pouted, obviously dissatisfied with the words. Qinga is still the descendant of the Tianji sect. What's so special about you as a magic weapon of the Tianji sect? Lin Xiaotang was also speechless immediately, as expected of a magic weapon who is keen on gossip. Just saying anything can make people excited like something. Qin Yang frowned and looked at the people in the hall. Not only Tao Xiaoyao and Lin Xiaotang, but even Kuanping and the silent Kuan Yo seemed to believe it directly. Qin Yang originally guessed in his mind that Mr. Qiqiao must be related to Tianjin. However, he didn't expect Mr. Qiqiao to say that directly. It seems very deliberate. In Qin Yang's eyes, dark golden lines flowed. No one knew what he was thinking, not even Mr. Qiqiao. Believe it as soon as you say it, believe it without any doubt. I'm afraid that at this moment, I'm the only one who still doesn't believe it. Why does this feel so similar? Qin Yang rubbed his chin. Compared to magic weapon transformation, you seem to prefer to use your own magic weapon ability to generate projections? Qin Yang suddenly said a nonsensical remark, which made everyone confused. On the lens of Mr. Qiqiao's eyes, the light changed, and he said, after all, the main body stays in your Qiankuan ring, so it is safe. Qin Yang patted Mr. Qiqiao on the shoulder again, and said, but why did your projection deliberately condense into a solid entity? Mr. Qiqiao tensed up, looked at Qin Yang, and said, I won't harm you. After speaking, he added, and everything you care about. Look at you, you're nervous again, why, can't you take a joke? Qin Yang grinned. Chapter 944 Eat. Qin Yang, I'm hungry. Tao Xiaoyao looked at Qin Yang aggrievedly. The topic changed suddenly, and Kuanping also recovered from the memory inheritance search, and said with a smile, "It's because I didn't take good care of it. After all, I told Qin Yang to drink." Take care of? You put him in a cage when you meet him, isn't it too late? I want to eat your cooking. Tao Xiaoyao looked at Qin Yang expectantly. Qin Yang was speechless, and said, "At least he is at the level of a god emperor. Look at Xuanhuan, he probably doesn't even remember the last time he ate." Xuanhuan was silent. How could he be in the mood to eat? Qin Yang can cook? Lin Xiaotang looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Humph. Qin Yang is the #1 chef in Liberty City. Tao Xiaoyao said proudly. Lin Xiaotang looked Qin Yang up and down. Qin Yang smiled modestly, "That's Ding Sanhua. But you beat him in cooking. It's just a fluke." In the end, Qin Yang still failed to escape the fate of the cook. 2 hours later, the fragrance filled the air in the sea of clouds' heavenly palace. Even Kuanping, who had always been disdainful, twitched his index finger. The great demon of the 5 realms made the ingredients. Qin Yang only spent half an hour cooking, and the remaining hour and a half was spent looking for ingredients. Killing 5-level monsters so quickly didn't even cause a sensation. This strength once again made Kuanping look at him with admiration. "Since you want to subdue monsters, one of the overlords of the 6th-level world is very greedy, named Greedy Monster." Kuanping tentatively said without leaving a trace, "With your cooking skills, it is enough to make it submit. There is no shortage of food around me." Qin Yang replied casually. In the main hall, an extremely huge round table was already filled with delicacies. No one thought that Qin Yang would dare to cook in Kuanping's hall, just because of Tao Xiaoyao's coquettish behavior. There is a posture of waiting to talk about everything after eating. Greedy giant monster is not an ordinary foodie, Kuanping said. But Qin Yang didn't pay attention. "Eccentric. Why do you only feed me raw? These days, my tongue is almost numb." The panda sat down beside Tao Xiaoyao, and stretched out its claws to grab the roasted monster's legs. Qin Yang glared at him, and the panda withdrew his hand angrily. "Humph. Tun Tian beast?" Kuanping narrowed his eyes. Even Xuanhuan froze. The stronger the monster, the more it knows that there is a sky beyond the sky. Although the panda only has 3 realms, if it grows up. Kuanping finally understood why Qin Yang dismissed the greedy monster. First of all, the greedy monster can forget everything in the face of delicious food, and will not listen to Qin Yang at all. Even if he surrendered, if he dared to stop him from eating, he would immediately rebel. Before he could react from the appearance of the swallowing beast, a mouse suddenly appeared on the panda's shoulder. "Have you seen the treasure-hunting mouse in the 3 realms of the God Emperor? This kind of monster, which is impossible to advance to the God King realm, is already at the level of the God Emperor of the 3 realms." The whole body also changed from its original whiteness to crystal clear, giving it a somewhat holy feeling. The treasure-hunting mouse can be described as a glorious lintel, and it has created a new history for his lineage. 3-realm treasure hunter, this perception ability. Kuanping narrowed his eyes. If it is an exploration in the void, the treasure hunter can even perceive an elixir in a distant world in a place that his divine sense can't detect. Qin Yang may not know the value of treasure-hunting mice, but Kuanping does. It is said that it is a panacea that can perceive the distant world, but it actually means that the treasure-hunting mouse can travel in the endless void, which is farther than the distance that any God Emperor 5 realms can perceive. Moreover, it is a world that can perceive resources. "Don't be dazed, sit down." Qin Yang made a gesture of invitation. In fact, everyone is already in place. Even Mr. Qiqiao found a seat. The magic weapon also needs to eat. Qin Yang glanced at Mr. Qiqiao. Mr. Qiqiao shook his head and said, "You don't know about this. What I eat is not the taste, but the energy contained in the ingredients." Speaking of this, Mr. Qiqiao did not forget to praise Qin Yang, saying, "Such a cooking skill, and the ingredients are so top-notch, the dishes cooked, even if they are magic weapons, they will be upgraded." Violence. Swallowing Sky Beast pouted. Qin Yang chuckled, looked at Xuanhuan, and said, "Aren't you used to sitting and eating?" Xuanhuan was taken aback, looked at Qin Yang in surprise, and said, "I too." After speaking, he shook his head, and said, "I surrender to you, there is no reason to sit at the same table with the Lord." After hearing this, Qin Yang kicked the panda. "Look at him. I'm still your master." The panda is very fat. When he kicked it up, his foot almost sank in. When he flicked it suddenly, he didn't feel any force at all. "Don't wait for you to eat first, hurry up," Panda urged again and again. Qin Yang laughed, looked at Xuanhuan, and said, "Look, he doesn't care, what do you care about?" Xuanhuan put down the war drum behind his back, and stretched out his hand to rub it lightly. Qin Yang glanced at it and sighed. If it is dead, there is still a glimmer of hope that it can be resurrected, but the other Xuanhuan is transformed into a war drum, so it cannot be considered dead. Xuanping looked at Qin Yang incredulously. Is this really the Lord of Destruction? Looking at the table of delicacies, Xuanping swallowed secretly. Why is everything different from what I imagined? But before he understood what Qin Yang wanted to do, he didn't dare to eat it. Originally, he wanted to use Qin Yang, but Xuanhuan's surrender startled him. Then, Mr. Qiqiao, the mysterious magic weapon of Tianjin, made Xuanping even more unable to see through Qin Yang. Secretly testing whether Qin Yang intends to subdue the greedy giant monster, but Qin Yang has no such intentions at all. He glanced at the swallowing heaven beast. Aside from other things, once he started eating, if he didn't express his opinion, he might not even be able to eat the leftovers. In a short period of time, Xuanping's mind kept changing, but he couldn't figure it out. However, attitudes have changed. At first, of course Xuanping wanted to kill Qin Yang. Then, he wanted Qin Yang to use him. Now, cooperation? There is Xuanhuan submitting, there is Swallowing Beast recognizing the Lord. This powerful lineup is not weaker than himself at all. You don't seem to want to kill me? Xuanping asked suddenly. Qin Yang shrugged, neither saying to kill, nor saying not to kill. Could it be that you also want me to surrender? Xuanping asked clearly. Qin Yang looked at Xuanping indifferently, and said, "As you wish." Why? Xuanping was puzzled. What do you want to ask? Qin Yang asked, "You seem to have a lot of questions? Ask one by one? Why don't you kill me now?" Xuanping asked. Qin Yang looked at Yending Tiangong and said with a smile, "For now, you haven't threatened yet." Then when do you think I will be threatened? Xuanping continued to ask. After you devoured the entire 6th level world. Qin Yang said lightly. After devouring the 6th level world, Xuanping will inevitably integrate the original source of power of Zhu Xuanping. Even if he does not advance to the realm of the gods, he is still a half-step god. No matter what Xuanping's future plans are, the declining firmament star field cannot escape the fate of being swallowed by it. Chapter 945 I Need a Thug. Divine Spirit Realm, that is a realm that even Zhu Xuanping may not have reached. If Xuanping swallowed the sky star field, Xuanping would naturally surpass his ancestors. What will happen to you if I don't surrender? Xuanping narrowed his eyes. In the hall, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Xuanhuan turned his head and looked over expressionlessly, as if he might make a move at any time. Tao Xiaoyao and Lin Xiaotang put aside their grievances temporarily. They were both a little nervous and held hands together. On the other hand, Mr. Qiqiao, the surrounding images reflected on the glasses, seemed to be ready to record everything. As for the pandas and treasure-hunting mice, they are just like normal people, facing a table of delicacies, eager to see through. I will kill you. Qin Yang said softly. In the hall, it became even more depressing. Kuanping's heart tightened. If it was before, he would definitely be furious. However, Qin Yang fought against Xuanhuan with rhythm for 3 days, and he still did not lose the wind. Kuanping would never ignore this point, let alone dare to ignore it. All the swallowing beasts recognized Qin Yang as the master, and the mysterious Tianjin magic weapon recognizes Qin Yang as the master. Qin Yang is equally mysterious and powerful in Kuanping's heart. It was so mysterious that he would never know everything unless Qin Yang said it himself. So strong that he will never be able to defeat Qin Yang. I don't understand why you want to subdue me. Kuanping asked. Qin Yang turned his eyes to the corner of the hall, that explosive rhino who dared not speak. Qin Yang said, after I came to the 6th level world, I changed my mind. What idea? Kuanping asked. Qin Yang laughed, but the smile made Kuanping shudder. I didn't expect that there are so many 5 realms in this 6th level world. Qin Yang said. But when he said this, Kuanping was even more puzzled. So many 5 realms? What do you mean? Qin Yang blinked, and said, because the Tutian alliance assembled by the ghosts and demons is enough for me to advance to the spirit realm. Spirit realm. Kuanping's whole body tensed up suddenly, and his pupils trembled violently. Even Xuanhuan's eyes widened, a single blood-red eye, and its pupils also shrank tightly. How to be promoted? Kuanping asked in a deep voice. As soon as the word divine spiritual realm came out, Kuanping's attention was entirely on it. A table of peerless delicacies seemed not so delicious anymore. Just kill it. Qin Yang said lightly. Kuanping's heart suddenly stopped, and then it was pounding. Doesn't the meaning of these words mean that if there are not so many 5-level monsters in the 6th level world, wouldn't he be sure to die? A person who can fight against Xuanhuan with rhythm is even better. If he really uses the power to annihilate the rules, how can he be his opponent? Similarly, it is absolutely impossible for Xuanhuan to survive and be subdued by Qin Yang. Since you can advance to the divine spirit realm, why subdue me? Kuanping's voice trembled a little. At the same time, I was extremely thankful, fortunately, that I didn't directly tear myself apart with Qin Yang. If he really dared to attack Tao Xiaoyao and Lin Xiaotang and kill them, there would be no room for change. Even monsters that recognize their masters can eat at the same table, which shows Qin Yang's character. Not to mention Tao Xiaoyao and Lin Xiaotang, Kuanping even knew that even if he killed the mouse, Qin Yang would never let him go. Qin Yang sighed and said, I can't help it, I need a thug. You are already in the divine spirit realm, what kind of thugs do you need? Isn't everything wiped out with a wave of your hand? Kuanping asked. But in the next moment, Kuanping knew that he had asked a question that shouldn't be asked. It is really the stereotype brought about by the name Lord of Destruction, which is too deep. The Sky Star field is backwards, and there are at most 5 peaks. Just like secret realms of different levels, if a master-level secret realm enters, the secret realm will not be able to bear it and will collapse directly. Qin Yang said slowly, although I can fully gather my strength, I can't make a move. Between the words, Kuanping had a better understanding of Qin Yang's strength. Being able to gather power to such an extent means that the control over power is unimaginable. Kuanping would be ashamed of himself with just a little bit of control. Of course, Kuanping knew that Qin Yang would not lie, let alone lie. Qin Yang said he could, so he definitely could. Since there are at most 5 realms in the Sky Star field, why do you want to be promoted to the spirit realm? Kuanping asked. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, if you miss such a good opportunity, you don't know when you'll get it. What's more? Qin Yang glanced at Xuanhuan, and then said, if I really want to completely kill the incarnation of the Domain Master, then I must advance to the spirit realm and the sky star domain. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan was immediately moved. He could see that Qin Yang didn't have much expectation of being promoted to the divine spirit realm. There was even a sense of turmoil in the words. Obviously, Qin Yang was very troubled by being unable to make a move after being promoted to the divine spirit realm. There was also Mr. Qiqiao, who also had a violent reaction. However, he hid it well. So, I need thugs to help me solve some problems, Qin Yang said. Lin Xiaotang suddenly interjected, I can send the power of the Protoss to help you. Qin Yang looked at Lin Xiaotang and said, perhaps you really need the help of your Protoss. Your battleship is of the spirit class, right? Lin Xiaotang nodded happily and said, that's right. If you were in that battleship, you wouldn't have to work so hard to gather your strength. Until now, Lin Xiaotang finally found a place to help Qin Yang. Tao Xiaoyao at the side was naturally dissatisfied, her cheeks puffed up. Besides me, who else do you want to subdue? Xuanping asked suddenly after being silent for a long time. With you, there is no need for others, Qin Yang said. For some reason, Xuanping felt complacent in his heart. Then he thought, no, this idea is very dangerous. Doesn't this mean that subconsciously, he already has the idea of surrendering to Qin Yang? Hurry up to get rid of this unreasonable thought, but Xuanping then asked, then why did you subdue Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan on the side, although he has been expressionless and silent, but he is also very concerned about this issue. Qin Yang said directly, I'm going to the demon realm next, and there must be an army in the demon realm. Wouldn't it be nice to throw Xuanhuan into their army? Everyone was stunned, and even Xuanping couldn't react for a while. Calamity beasts can indeed do this, but they can do more than that. I don't know whether others believe in Xuanping, but he himself doesn't believe it. A smile flashed across Mr. Qiqiao's face. Of course he knew what Qin Yang was thinking. Qin Yang's idea is actually very simple. As long as there is no heinous blood in your hands, you don't have to kill them. This Xuanhuan has been sealing himself in the endless sea of death since, not to mention the blood feud with the sky world, and he has no hatred with the hegemons of all parties in the 6th level world. Cuckoo. Tao Xiaoyao's stomach groaned in disbelief. Touch. The panda couldn't bear it anymore, and slammed the table violently, roaring dissatisfiedly, it's going to be cold if you eat or not. Chapter 946 Subduing Xuanping. Xuanping looked at the swallowing beast, and then at Qin Yang. If everything could be false, but the unintentional behavior of the swallowing beast is the most real. Qin Yang really treats the people around him like family members. A little peach demon just said that he was hungry, so Qin Yang could hunt down the big monster and cook a delicious meal. This is the Lord of Destruction, the God Emperor of the 5 realms. I have one last question, Xuanping said. You ask. Qin Yang looked at Xuanping with interest. To be honest, Qin Yang didn't intend to subdue Xuanping. After all, this guy's bloodline can be described as extremely strong, inheriting the ancestor Xuanping. It is impossible to surrender easily. Since you killed a great monster of the 5 realms, you can be promoted to the gods. After you are promoted to the realm of the gods, what will you do with the remaining monsters? Xuanping asked. Qin Yang replied directly, let them go, anyway, they can't leave these 6 worlds. But I want to devour the 6-layer world, Xuanping said. Qin Yang laughed, and said meaningfully, you have guarded the exit of the 6th level world, but in fact, you have already regarded them as food. Xuanping suddenly felt thirsty, and sure enough he couldn't hide anything. After discovering that Qin Yang didn't have much murderous intent or hostility, Xuanping also said, I don't actually have to swallow all the monsters. They can still live as before. But there is a prerequisite for this, that is, those overlord-level monsters are waiting to die. From the current point of view, those overlord-level monsters can compete with Xuanping. Even after Kuanping devoured it secretly, the power was divided and it was impossible to condense all of them into combat power. Among all the Overlord-level monsters, Kuanping was probably already the weakest. Your power is very strange, it can melt the sky. Qin Yang said softly, if my empty island enters the void, there will be just a piece of sky missing. Qin Yang saw that Kuanping had a little intention of submitting, so he said so immediately. Don't worry, my sky island is huge. Qin Yang added, glanced at Lin Xiaotang, and said, it's bigger than the Spirit-class battleship she sent the Protoss. Lin Xiaotang pouted, but did not refute. After all, this is the truth. Kuanping's expression struggled, he could transform the sky, and he was still the sky of Qin Yang's Sky Island base, which already showed that Qin Yang valued him very much. He also looked at the treasure-hunting mouse next to the sky-swallowing beast, who was drooling over the delicious food on the table. Qin Yang even cared about a mouse, let alone himself? I am also willing to surrender. Kuanping made up his mind. After finishing speaking, he looked proudly at Xuanhuan. The word also made him feel that he had retained enough dignity. At the same time, Kuanping naturally believed that he was more important than Xuanhuan and had a higher status. However, Xuanhuan didn't feel anything about it, and didn't even think about it at all. Suck. The treasure-hunting mouse sucked. As if there was a chain reaction, the panda's saliva burst directly, and it couldn't be stopped. I'm hungry. Tao Shiya's face was full of grievances. I didn't say I wouldn't let you eat it, but you all endured it. Qin Yang smiled angrily. Nonsense, you clearly stopped me. Panda was dissatisfied. Treasure Hunter also testified at the side, nodding repeatedly. The panda went on to say, you still stared at me. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he said, are you ashamed to say it? You're about to start, how much food is left on this table? Besides, how many treasures of heaven and earth have you devoured? What is the number? I'm not the only one to eat. Panda retorted weakly. The laughter and friendly conversation made Kuanping feel a little unbelievable, as if everything was so unreal. Since there are so many delicacies, why not have some good wine? Panda said with his eyes wide open. Kuanping immediately opened his mouth and said, for this meal, I will serve Qin Yang as Xuanhuan and I. Of course there is good wine, and it is enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuanping's expression became complicated. In front of the swallowing beast, there is no such thing as enough. Nonsense, Qin Yang clearly did this for me. Tao Xiao protested loudly. The demonstrators looked at Lin Xiaotang. Lin Xiaotang turned his head away, naturally refusing to answer the question. Kuanping laughed, this feeling seems to be home? Although Xuanhuan guards the Dead Sea alone, Kuanping is also lonely in the Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace. Although there are many subordinates, it may be like this, but none of them. Just about to get the wine, the panda glanced over and said, TCH, who wants to drink your wine? You'd better not take out the wine. Kuanping looked embarrassed, but immediately understood. With a wave of Qin Yang's hand, wine jars appeared beside the table. Opening one of the small altars, the intoxicating fragrance excited Kuanping all over. This is larkspur? Qin Yang gave a thumbs up and praised, you are knowledgeable. Kuanping's face was flushed, and he didn't know if the wine was too good or something, but he was already 3 points drunk when he smelled it. He even has larkspur, and his wine is simply rubbish. Okay, you secretly sealed up all the wine. The panda was very dissatisfied. Qin Yang fan. Rolling his eyes, he said, nonsense, is it possible that every time you drink, you have to take it from the pool? Besides, after adding various elixir, as long as it does not affect the year, the excess wine can be directly sealed and stored. That's definitely not all. Panda said. Treasure Hunter nodded again and again. Of course not all. Panda and Treasure Mouse were overjoyed for a while, and then they were thrown cold water. What? Isn't it enough? Qin Yang showed a threatening look. Seeing that Qin Yang was about to take back a few jars, the panda quickly laughed and said, "Enough, enough." Qin Yang weighed a small jar in his hand, and said, "Except for this small jar, you share the others." "It's not fair." Tao Xiaoyao was full of displeasure. Qin Yang said with a smile, "This wine is too strong, drink too much." "You can't drink much, and Lin Xiaotang, she can drink at most." "When it comes to drinking, how does it compare with Kuanping, Kuanyo, and Tian Tian Beast?" "What a joke. I can drink. I don't get drunk after just one drink." Lin Xiaotang said unwillingly. Qin Yang immediately poured a cup and handed it over. Lin Xiaotang took it and drank it down. As a result, she really didn't get drunk after a glass, but poured it down and fell unconscious. It's a pity that she didn't taste a single bite of such a table of delicacies. Although it's not many, it's not too many. Panda's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he was about to grab a few big altars. Since Kuanping knew it was Bailing, how could he be left behind? Under the strength of the God Emperor of the Five Realms, the pandas snatched away, but he was embarrassed to not finish snatching them on purpose. In the main hall, it was as graceful as a fairyland. If the greedy monster finds out about the delicacies and nectar, it will surely burst into tears. After a while of robbing, the panda set its sights on the last big altar. Just as he was about to reach out, the big altar disappeared. "You." The panda stared directly at Kuanping. Kuanping sipped his drink gracefully, and when he saw the panda glaring at him, he was not angry and gestured towards Qin Yang. The panda suddenly lost its temper. "You can only eat meat if you have a thick skin," Qin Yang said with a smile. Kuei said in a loud voice, "I don't need to eat or drink." Qin Yang patted the wine jar, and said, "This wine repairs the foundation, it is the best in the world. If you don't want to run out of fuel, it's time to mend it." The war drum also made a sound, and seemed to be persuading. Kuei looked relaxed and took over the wine jar. Qin Yang could avenge him, and the knot in his heart was gradually untied, and he immediately raised his head and drank like a cow. No, he seems to be a cow. Chapter 947, Battle King Spider. Satisfied with food and drink, Tao Xiaoyao turned into a little fox with a flushed face, and snuggled into Qin Yang's arms to take a nap. If Lin Xiaotang saw it, there would be another quarrel. However, Lin Xiaotang hadn't woken up at this time, and this kind of divine wine was not something ordinary people could drink. My original plan was to let the forces under my command drag me down. Kuanping chatted with Qin Yang, and said, "Even if I can't hold it back, the ghosts, skeletons, and generals will not be able to find my real body. It doesn't matter if you can find your real body or not, as long as you can leave this submarine prison, that's enough for them." Qin Yang laughed. "Although I have already begun to integrate the 6 worlds, and the combat power cannot be gathered, it is not so easy for them to break the sky," Kuanping said proudly. Qin Yang shook his head slightly, and said, "You are thinking too simply. The establishment of the Tutian Alliance is completely aimed at you. This means that your movements have been known to them by ghosts and skeletons. Naturally, they will also know, this sky with endless sea of clouds has changed. It is not as strong as Zhu Kuanping, they only need to try it, and they will understand. Being in the 5th realm, my ability is not so easy to break," Kuanping said. After finishing speaking, he cast a glance at Qin Yang. For Qin Yang, this was easy, but for the ghosts, skeletons, and generals, it was difficult. As long as Kuanping doesn't show up, knowing that the sky in this sea of clouds has changed, so what? Qin Yang pondered, and said, "How do you think their fighting power is?" Kuanping thought for a while and said, "Besides me and Kuei, there are 5 overlords in this 6th level world. They are the six-armed monkey, the nine-headed dragon, the greedy monster, the big monster, and the ghost skeleton general. Speaking of this, Xuanhuan laughed contemptuously, as if he was still drunk, and said slightly drunk, "It's not that I look down on them. If it's really a one-on-one death battle, maybe they can confront me. But if I don't show up, let them do whatever they want. Attack, today, they can't break through. With me guarding the exit, they don't even want to go out." After hiccuping, Xuanhuan continued, "Because, with this exit, I can move freely in my domain." Xuanhuan had already planned to start merging the six-layer world here. Qin Yang said with a smile, "What if someone among them has a higher combat power?" Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment, and said, "This is impossible. Even if you advance to the next level, you will still be in the combat power of the fifth realm. Just like the existence of these overlords, there are many overlords. Everyone is in the fifth realm. If these overlord-level strengths go up a level, nothing will change." Qin Yang shook his head lightly, and said, "I'm not talking about this kind of further advancement, but something similar to." Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and Xuanhuan also looked over. To make Qin Yang say that, could it be half-step god? Qin Yang said, slowly. Xuanhuan sobered up instantly, and said, "This is impossible. If there is such an opportunity, why didn't they? A half-step god can be said to be in the five realms, but it is completely above the five realms." Xuanhuan suspected that Qin Yang's combat power might be a half-step god. Because Qin Yang's combat power is really too strong. Xuanhuan knew that if he wanted to be promoted to a half-step god, he had to integrate the original power of Zhu Xuanhuan. However, even so, he has experienced such a long time, and he has not been able to achieve it so far. A few other overlords emerged in his mind, and Xuanhuan couldn't imagine which one would be able to be promoted to a half-step god. Maybe they didn't think it was necessary before, or they didn't have the opportunity. Qin Yang said. "Who wants to be promoted to a half-step god?" Xuanhuan asked, "How to be promoted?" Qin Yang replied, "Ghost and Demon General." As for how to be promoted, just combine with the Blood Demon General. Speaking of this, Qin Yang said again, "I even suspect that the two of them were originally one. It is very likely that the body of a certain god spirit realm has fallen, and the blood and bones have been separated, and they have become two strong men." "How did you know?" Xuanhuan still didn't believe it. "If this is the case, then this ghost and skeleton will hide too deeply." Qin Yang said with a smile, "The Blood Demon General was forced in by me. There is also the Ghost Skeleton Demon General, his arm has become a magic weapon." "That divine bone?" Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Qin Yang nodded. Xuanhuan stood up and paced around. If this was the case, the combat power of this ghost general would soar. No wonder he dared to form the Heaven Slayer Alliance. Even if the Tian-2-Tian Alliance is not formed, and other overlord levels are not united, the Ghost and Skeleton Demon General alone is enough to break the sky. "Don't worry, am I not coming?" Qin Yang smiled slightly. Xuanhuan felt relieved, thankfully he surrendered to Qin Yang, otherwise, even if he was not an enemy of Qin Yang, he would very likely fall into the hands of this general. "Lord Xuanhuan, the Tutian Alliance, A subordinate of the monster beast entered the Yunhai Tiangong, and he was shocked when he saw the scene in the hall. This is a young man with a gloomy face, and when his eyes see Qin Yang, their pupils shrink even more. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and introduced, "This is a powerful general under my command, and also a sub-hegemony level existence. Battle King Spider." Qin Yang looked at the young man, playfully, his eyes seemed to penetrate the body of Xuanhuan Spider, seeing all the details of it. "What's the matter?" Xuanhuan asked. Xuanhuan Zhu lowered his head, deliberately avoiding Qin Yang's gaze, and said, "The Tutian Alliance has already launched an army, and it will attack soon." "So fast?" Xuanhuan immediately believed Qin Yang's words. If the ghosts and skeletons have no ability, how can they suppress other overlords? After thinking about it in his heart, Xuanhuan said, let all the big monsters retreat into the endless sea of clouds, and don't confront them head-on for now. The King of War Spider led the order to retreat, eyes full of doubts. What happened in this hall? Why did you still eat it? Before leaving, he glanced at Qin Yang, but found that Qin Yang was still looking at him. The back tightened, like a glow on the back, and the pace became faster. You seem to be very interested in my subordinate? Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang and asked. It's a bit strange. Qin Yang nodded. Xuanhuan laughed. Do you know who his mother is? Who? Qin Yang asked. Big monster, worm and ghost. Xuanhuan said. What? Qin Yang frowned. The big demon, worm and ghost, only have the mother body and clone. How could they have offspring? Even if there is, it is also a clone. But looking at the King of War Spider just now, it was clear that it was not parasitized by the big monster. Xuanhuan explained, you don't have to doubt his identity, and it is impossible for him to be sent by the big monster. On the contrary, his hatred for the big monster is deeper than anyone else. He wants to kill the big monster more than anyone else. Monster, bug, ghost. The mother body of the big demon, worm, and ghost is the ancestor spider, right? Qin Yang asked. You know all this? Xuanhuan was shocked. Even he didn't know that the mother body of the big demon worm ghost was the ancestor spider. How did Qin Yang know? Chapter 948 Acting According to Plan. Qin Yang explained, this kind of monster is indeed rare. The ancestor spider is not a race of monsters. It is the strongest among monsters like the King of War Spider, which has transformed. Therefore, the ancestor spider, his descendants are still the King of War Spiders. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang said with a smile, sure enough, these overlord-level big monsters should not be underestimated. Even if there are no big monsters, insects and ghosts, the mother of the War King Spider can probably transform into an ancestor spider. How is the combat power? Xuanhuan is most concerned about this right now. First, there is a ghost, skeleton, and general, and now the big monster, worm, and ghost have the ancestor spider as their mother. Originally, the great demon, worm and ghost was the overlord that Xuanhuan despised the most, thinking that he only had human sea tactics. But now it seems that this is not the case. What do you think? Qin Yang didn't answer directly, but asked rhetorically. Xuanhuan thought for a while, and said, compared with the next overlord-level spider under my command, the War King Spider still has room to grow. When it grows up, it is enough to be the overlord level. If it changes again. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said, also a half-step god? Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Xuanhuan's complexion became complicated. Why did half-step gods spring up like bamboo shoots after rain as soon as Qin Yang appeared? He was also a little heavy in his heart. Originally he had the chance to win. Although the Tutian alliance disrupted his plan, he still felt that he would be the final winner. But now it seems that I am completely in a passive and dangerous situation. If it wasn't for Qin Yang, he wouldn't know how he would have died in the future. If that's the case, wouldn't the big monster, worm and ghost be? Xuanhuan didn't dare to continue. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, the big monster is very sinister. He knows his situation and is the public enemy of all living beings, so he has been hiding. If he reveals his strength, I am afraid that the target of the Tutian alliance it will be him. Are you suspicious of the King of War Spider? Xuanhuan guessed, looking at Qin Yang's expression. Qin Yang asked back, shouldn't you be suspicious? Xuanhuan said, but he is not the clone of the big monster, Chongguei. Qin Yang said, how long has the big monster, worm, ghost been here? Xuanhuan was taken aback. Qin Yang continued, look at the age of the Xuanhuan spider. Xuanhuan felt a chill in his heart, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. Qin Yang glanced at Xuanhuan, and said, "Don't tell me that the exit of the sixth world is guarded by the War King Spider." Xuanhuan nodded with a stiff face. "Really, he is my most powerful subordinate after all. His strength is at the overlord level, and among the 5 realms, except for those overlords, his combat power is very strong." Qin Yang laughed, and said, "You may not even be able to guard this exit, but you trust this King of War Spider so much." Xuanhuan was a little embarrassed. "I can move the exit at will." Qin Yang rolled his eyes, his pupils lit up, and said with a smile, "Well, take me to see the exit first, I will seal it, and then." "What? Isn't this?" "No problem." In the sea of clouds, the clouds are like empty islands. Above one of the clouds, a light gate stands here. The Spider King of War felt uneasy. Qin Yang, the Lord of Destruction, did not fight Xuanhuan, but instead had a chat with him. This is incredible information. As soon as the Quanquan ring in his hand lit up, a bug appeared in his hand. It is the avatar of the big demon, worm and ghost. This Battle King Spider is indeed the clone of the great monster, insect ghost, but it is a bit special. Without the ability to inherit the ability of the big monster, the ghost, the aura of the clone of the big monster, the ghost, is extremely weak. The blood is strong enough to cover up this aura. Since he doesn't have the ability of the big monster, worm ghost, if he wants to contact the big monster, worm ghost, he will naturally need a clone. And this avatar is the bug in his hand. After passing the message and marking the location of the exit, the King of War Spider put away the clone of the bug. As long as the bug is not exposed, no one will find out that he is also a clone. Not long after putting away the bugs, Xuanhuan and Qin Yang instantly appeared behind him. The playful smile on Qin Yang's face became more intense, but his eyes turned to Xuanhuan. Coming in from the outside world, they are sent randomly. But if you go out from here, you only reach the East China Sea. It is similar to Kanglin's secret realm. "Master Xuanhuan, why are you here?" Zhang Wangzhu's heart skipped a beat. Was it discovered? He opened his mouth and said, "Are you going to move this exit?" Xuanhuan said, "No, Mr. Qin Yang wanted to see the exit, so I led the way." He said he was leading the way, but in fact, it was Qin Yang who brought Xuanhuan here. This endless sea of clouds is naturally hidden, but it can't stop Qin Yang's investigation at all. Qin Yang even used the ability of the Tianmen seal, and the two of them were directly teleported here. Zhang Wangzhu heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at Qin Yang curiously. His heart trembled again, and he thought to himself, Xuanhuan actually calls this Qin Yang your lord? This? Qin Yang waved his hands again and again, and directly set up a formation in the air, setting up a door-sealing formation. It seems that the intensity is not high, but the degree of mystery makes Xuanhuan speechless. This is Qin Yang's enhanced version of the door seal formation. The stronger the array. Only by special means can this gate be opened. After clapping his hands, Qin Yang said, "Okay, we will proceed according to the plan." Plan? What plan? War King Spider asked. Qin Yang glanced over, and Zhang Wangzhu panicked. Qin Yang opened his mouth, and said, "Although I set up a door-sealing array, this light door is too conspicuous." The volley formation began again, and a concealed formation was completed. In an instant, the exit of the light door disappeared without a trace. If you don't perceive it carefully, you won't be able to find this exit at all. The formation technique is so strong. Zhang Wangzhu stared at the empty space in front of him. Such a large light gate was directly hidden? I stretched out my hand and touched it lightly. The light door is still there. With the empty formation and the sea of clouds, if they want to find an exit, it will be tantamount to nonsense. Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang nodded, glanced at Zhang Wangzhu, and with a movement of divine sense, the two figures disappeared immediately. In the Sea of Clouds' heavenly palace, Kuanping asked curiously, "Why didn't your lord tell him directly that we are going to hide this light gate directly on the edge of the cliff?" Qin Yang chuckled, and said, "Telling him directly will make him suspicious. If someone from the Tutian Alliance accidentally finds out, then they will definitely believe it." "Is this ceiling formation really as magical as the adults said?" Kuanping was puzzled. Qin Yang smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, they can't get out." Kuanping nodded, urging his own strength, and the exit of the 6th-level world was directly transferred to the edge of the endless Sea of Clouds, where the cliff was. Sure enough. In the Sea of Clouds, Xuanhuan's spider's heart skipped a beat, and the exit that he could vaguely sense just now was gone. Could it be that I've been suspected? Xuanhuan Spider thought to himself. Chapter 949, The Exit Appears. The mighty army of the Tutian Alliance has reached the edge of the Sea of Clouds. One step forward is the cliff. Once we enter the Sea of Clouds, all actions will be captured by Kuanping's eyes. We will be passive. Gikumo Jiang looked at the Sea of Clouds and said in a deep voice. "I found his Yunhai Tiangong, and I swallowed it in one gulp," said the giant greedy monster. The 9-headed dragon snorted coldly, and said, "Since it's so easy, why bother to form the heaven-slaying alliance? Why don't you just swallow that Kuanping in one gulp?" The greedy monster said sinisterly, "It's not impossible." Okay, the enemy is at hand, so stop arguing," General Gikumo said. The big demon, Chonggue, stared at this Sea of Clouds, his eyes flickering with strange light. The big demon Chonggue said, "Kuang Yo has surrendered to the Lord of Destruction, and he and Kuanping seem to be walking together, not like they are hostile." In the eyes of Ghost Skull Demon General, Will-o'-the-Wisps danced, they actually united? This Lord of Destruction has always been treacherous, and he is not an ordinary cultivator. However, joining Kuanping and subduing Kuang Yo shows that he is not sure. In the first battle, we will win. Not only Kuanping, but also the Lord of Destruction will definitely die. As for the Kuang Yo, he will regret that he surrendered to the Lord of Destruction. Originally, everyone was a little afraid of the Lord of Destruction, especially after knowing that Kuang Yo surrendered. But after hearing what Gikumo said, he immediately felt relieved. 9-headed dragon said, "Our main purpose is to leave this prison. As for your enmity with the Lord of Destruction, it has nothing to do with us." The ghost fire in Gikumo's eyes seemed to be brighter red. "Kuanping hindered us from returning to the sky, and now he is walking with the Lord of Destruction. Do you still want to say that this has nothing to do with you?" The 6-armed monkey echoed, "Apart from the Lord of Destruction, there are only 2 overlords on their side. On our side, there are 5. 9-headed dragon, do you think that you are the only one who has no enmity with the Lord of Destruction? Will I let you go?" The 9-headed dragon was silent and did not reply. The 6-armed monkey, the big monster, the ghost, and the ghost skeleton general are sure to kill Qin Yang. The greedy monster will not give up any chance to devour it, and he also covets this Lord of Destruction. However, since the Lord of Destruction dared to come, he would definitely not be as uncertain as General Gikumo said. If it is possible not to fight, it is naturally better not to fight. I just got the news again that the Lord of Destruction has tampered with the exit and closed the door to seal the formation. The big demon Chonggue said. The door is sealed? Hee. The ghost general said disdainfully, Kuanping can't stop us, let alone a mere formation. The big demon Chonggue added, there is also the concealment formation. Gikumo will choke immediately. In this endless sea of clouds, how easy is it to find an exit? What's more, it was under Kuanping's control. The exit that was hard to find in the first place, now with the hidden empty formation. Gikumo said in a deep voice, Boy Qin Yang wants to delay us here. We all know that Kuanping wants to fuse the 6 worlds, and Qin Yang must want to wait until the Kuanping fusion is complete before fighting. The big monster, worm ghost, and greedy giant monster, with disdain on their faces, regard Qin Yang and Kuanping like clowns. The 9-headed dragon and the 6-armed monkey were worried. Why do you care so much? When I swallow this sea of clouds, everything will naturally be exposed. The giant greedy monster said so, without waiting for the consent of other overlords. It turned into its own body, and directly sucked it in. A terrifying giant beast with a head bigger than its body, with a mouth that seems to be able to swallow itself. The greedy giant monster with gluttonous blood, his favorite thing is just one word, eat. The sea of clouds rolled up a huge vortex and fell into the mouth of the greedy giant monster. It won't be long before the entire sea of clouds will be eaten up by the greedy monster. The 9-headed dragon and the 6-armed demon monkey became worried, and the ghost skeleton demon general and the great demon insect ghost all looked sideways. In the past, the major overlords checked and balanced each other. The main target is the big monster, insect ghost, and this greedy giant monster. If the big monster, worm, and ghost are allowed to develop clones unscrupulously, the 6th-level world will gradually be ruled by it. And this greedy monster aimed at him, just to prevent him from devouring it unscrupulously. He can really eat up this world. Now, the battle is imminent, and everyone is full of confidence in leaving the 6th-level world, so the restrictions of the greedy giant monster are naturally not counted. The reason why I am worried is that I am afraid that this greedy monster will increase its strength. After all, this is a lunatic who will ignore everything as long as there is food. And for him, anything can be eaten. The greedy monster was extremely happy, and he didn't care about anything else. Anyway, he was feasting now. Seeing his aura gradually getting stronger, 9-headed dragon shouted directly, "Shut up!" Hic! The greedy monster hiccuped, still wanting more. His eyes were sharp and his eyes were cold. Why stop me? In just a moment, the sea of clouds on the edge of the cliff faded a lot. This change, which can be detected by the naked eye, is enough to show the devouring ability of this greedy monster. 9-headed dragon said, "The exit has appeared." Everyone was surprised for a while. The overlords such as the ghosts and skeletons looked at the sea of clouds, and there was a secret place. After the clouds in the sea of clouds faded, it was faintly revealed. Out weird. The Lord of Destruction is nothing more than that. The big demon Chongue snorted and said, "My child is really suspected, but he would never have thought that he would use the concealment formation to hide the exit, and then let Kuanping open the exit. Transferred here, but I didn't expect that there are greedy monsters on our side." The 6-armed monkey also laughed and said, "Qin Yang is really smart. He thought we would rush into the sea of clouds like headless flies. But he never thought that this is simply sending us away for nothing." Gikumo darkened his voice and said, "Beware of fraud." The 9-headed dragon was the happiest when traces appeared at the exit, and immediately said, "How can there be fraud? All of this is reasonable. Although the concealment array arranged by Qin Yang is strong, it is not easy for us to see through it. It's not difficult. What's more, there was a sea of clouds to cover it, but now the sea of clouds has been swallowed up a lot, so it's only natural for it to appear. Could it be that Qin Yang can calculate everything? If this is the case, then Qin Yang is not pretending to be smart, but is frighteningly smart." General Gikumo said, "He must know that he is invincible, so he deliberately put the exit here. The purpose is to weaken our combat power." The 9-headed dragon immediately retorted, "It's too far-fetched for you to say that. Although the Tutian Alliance wanted to kill Kuanping, why did they kill Kuanping? Isn't it for getting out? Now the exit is here, what else do we have? Why keep fighting?" After finishing speaking, he punched out immediately, aiming to directly smash all the formations that exited. Gikumo's will-o'-the-wisp danced in his eyes, and his murderous intent disappeared in a flash. The giant greedy monster smiled slightly, and fixed its eyes on the 9-headed dragon. Chapter 950, So You Are the Weakest. The nine-headed dragon shattered the concealment formation with one punch, and the exit light gate was completely revealed. The big monsters of the Alliance have complex expressions, and the opportunity to lead the 6th-level world is just around the corner. This punch of the nine-headed dragon shattered the concealment formation, but the door seal formation remained motionless. Xianhuan's line of the formation disappeared in a flash, and this punch didn't even shake the door to seal the formation. Gikumo didn't make a move, and the greedy monster also looked at the exit light door in doubt. How could it be? The nine-headed dragon was also unbelievable, and attacked again. It was extremely embarrassing for him to lose face in front of almost all the big monsters of the 6th-level world in the Tutian Alliance. Another punch, already exerting all his strength. Boom! With a loud shock, the entire sea of clouds seemed to boil. The clouds were broken, like spider webs. Even the light gate trembled a little, but the gate seal became more solid. I've been fooled. The General Gikumo's tone couldn't be described as angry or happy, and he continued, "This Qin Yang really has some skills, nine-headed dragon. It seems that you want to go out, but it's not possible for the time being." The nine-headed dragon's face was extremely gloomy. Of course, he was aware of the murderous aura of the ghost skeleton demon general and the greedy giant monster's covetousness towards him. Now he has not been able to break the door seal, which means that he has to continue to act with the Tutian Alliance. It's a pity. The giant greedy monster said softly. Who knew what he said was a pity? Was it because the exit was so close but he couldn't get out, or he couldn't take the opportunity to attack the nine-headed dragon? The Lord of Destruction is Chiguoguo's provocation. The six-armed monkey said furiously, "This unknown is slapping us in the face and putting the exit in front of us, so we have nothing to do?" In the Tutian Alliance, all the big monsters were furious. "Nine-headed dragon, you seem to be abandoning the Tutian Alliance just now?" The greedy monster said in a strange manner, not wanting to let go of this opportunity. Gikumo will interrupt. "It's useless to talk, now we should put everything aside and kill Kuanping and Qin Yang." TCH. The greedy monster had no choice but to give up. The nine-headed dragon breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Since the son of the big monster, Chongguo, Xuanhuan is lurking beside Kuanping, let him guide us to directly enter the Yunhai Tiangong. As long as I find Kuanping, I will naturally use the Yunhai stone tablet to kill him. It's repression." After finishing speaking, he added, "Even if I blasted the formation just now, the Yunhai steel will still be left to you." Gikumo said indifferently, "Of course we believe you." After finishing speaking, he looked at the six-armed monkey and said, "When the nine-headed dragon suppresses Kuanping, please kill him. As for Qin Yang and Kuanyo, leave them to us." The six-armed monkey nodded. The big demon, Chongguo, contacted the King of War Spider to obtain its location. Above the cliff, in the sky. Qin Yang led Kuanping to hide himself, watching all this quietly. With the nine-headed dragon's 2 punches just now, this exit is safe. Qin Yang said, "It's just a pity that they couldn't mess up their own positions. The ghost and skeleton demon general is worthy of being a general of the demon clan. Good hand." Kuanping was speechless again and again. Qin Yang has such a strong combat power, but still has such deep calculations. If such an existence is an enemy, it is simply a nightmare. Don't be afraid of the strong man's ability, but be afraid of the strong man's resourcefulness. The strength is crushed, and the method to break it can still be found, but the IQ is crushed, how can it be broken? It's just that Kuanping's face was a little stiff at this time, because he heard the words Yunhai steel. I was thinking in my heart, these overlord-level existences were really prepared. But it seemed to feel the gaze of a gaze. Turning his head, he happened to find that Qin Yang was looking at him. His eyes were full of disgust. Kuanping was a little speechless. "Why, what's wrong?" Qin Yang said indifferently, "Ghost and Demon General are merging with Blood Demon General, and their strength has been greatly increased. The big monster, worm and ghost have always been hiding their secrets, and this greedy monster seems to have underestimated him. The six-armed demon monkey has supernatural powers, nine-headed dragon and Zhenhai steel. What do you want to say? Kuan-Ping suddenly felt a little uneasy. What I want to say is. Qin Yang sighed, among all the overlord-level existences, you are the weakest. Of course Kuan-Ping was not convinced, and said, impossible, I am not the weakest. Qin Yang shrugged, and said, I thought you were not. Kuan-Ping said, not to mention anything else, the big monster Kuan Yo is definitely not as good as me. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, and said, the big demon Kuan Yo is more than himself, and the war drum behind his back is equivalent to another Kuan Yo. The two phases are superimposed, and the Yin and Yang war drums encourage and kill at the same time. How can it be inferior to you? Kuan-Ping was so choked that he couldn't speak. If someone else said it, he would definitely teach him a lesson, but Qin Yang, he definitely couldn't beat him. Strength and weakness cannot be regarded as the same. If it is really a comparison of combat power, I may be inferior, but if I want to protect myself, no one will hurt me. Kuan-Ping still insisted. Turning clouds into nothingness is Kuan-Ping's greatest confidence. Qin Yang said directly, what about the Zhenhai steel? Kuan-Ping blushed and opened his mouth to speak, but he was powerless to refute. Being restrained by the Zhenhai stone tablet, it is difficult for you to use your supernatural power of turning clouds into nothing. The six-armed monkey. His supernatural powers are enough to deal a fatal blow to you. According to their plan, as long as the King of War Spider sends a message to the big monster, Chongguei, and the army sets foot on your Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace, as long as you dare to show your face, you will be instantly killed. Qin Yang analyzed it. With such a level of strength, it is not easy to tell the winner. But among the strong who have reached such a realm, which one is weak? Once it was launched ruthlessly, it was instantly killed in a careless manner, and the battle ended so quickly that it was even unbelievable. Spike, of course, exists, and the possibility is very high. However, if you can't kill in seconds, a fierce battle is essential. There is only one chance. Kuan-Ping felt terrified and sweated profusely. Although he was not convinced, he certainly knew what Qin Yang said was right. If he hadn't surrendered to Qin Yang, everything would have been exactly the same as Qin Yang's analysis. Everyone else has entered his Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace, so how could he not show up? Kuan-Ping didn't know that the nine-headed dragon had already obtained the Zhenhai steel. This magic weapon has always been in the endless Dead Sea. If you want to blame, you can only blame Kuan Yo. You can't even look at a stone tablet. Kuan-Ping said. Qin Yang had brought Kuan-Ping back to Yunhai Tiangong, and Kuan-Ping's voice resounded in the whole hall. Kuan Yo looked over suspiciously, but said nothing. Qin Yang said with a smile, at that time, Kuan Yo was the kind of person who cared about magic weapons? If the strength was weak, he would have been instantly killed by him. An overlord like the nine-headed dragon just went to steal a stone tablet, so Kuan Yo naturally didn't bother to talk to him. The King of War Spider came over respectfully, and said, Master Kuan-Ping, how should we fight? Kuan-Ping said, let them enter the Sea of Clouds, and then fight with them. The plan mentioned before. Kuan-Ping was being suffocated and said angrily, don't ask what you shouldn't. Get lost. A ruthless look flashed in Xuanhuan Spider's eyes, but on the surface he still retreated respectfully, yes. Chapter 951. Zhan Wangzhu directly left the Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace. Inside the Heavenly Palace, he couldn't guarantee that Qin Yang would not discover his petty actions. Qin Yang always gave him a sense of mystery and terror, as if he saw everything clearly. When it came to the plan, Kuan-Ping asked, my lord said before that putting this exit in front of them is only the first step. If they can kill each other, that's fine. If they can't, then go to the second step. This is the first step. What's the second step? Qin Yang laughed and said, of course it's to sow discord. How to provoke? Planting and framing. How to frame it? Qin Yang looked at Kuanping. Kuanping thought for a while, but still looked blank. Qin Yang said, if I kill the 9-headed dragon, I will leave the body in the sea of clouds. If the greedy monster sees it, can it hold back? Kuanping's eyes lit up, and he said, of course I can't help it. After speaking, he gave a thumbs up. This trick is absolutely perfect. Especially, Kuanping has just seen that the giant greedy monster has revealed its intention to eat the 9-headed dragon. Actually, I originally planned to kill the 6-armed monkey. Qin Yang sighed. Why did you choose the 6-armed monkey? Kuanping asked. Qin Yang explained, the 6-armed monkey is not powerful in itself, but its heart claws are too annoying. If I sneak attack, the 6-armed monkey can't use its heart claws at all, so I can kill it. The movement is still small, and it is not easy to be noticed. In the Sea of Clouds, there seems to be a natural cover. Even if the Overlord-level monsters come in, it is impossible to probe very far. What's more, this Sea of Clouds has long been a part of Kuanping. Even if Kuanping is unable to supervise every inch of the Sea of Clouds, it can still be used to restrict intruders. Qin Yang went on to say, in this way, there will be chaos among them, and they will be wary of each other. For the rest, I just need to assassinate at will, and they will definitely increase their suspicion of each other. Kuanping swallowed, sneak attack, assassination. Kuanping finally knew why the ghost skeleton demon general and the big monster shoot ghost had such killing intent towards Qin Yang. This is no ordinary strongman at all. With the existence of the Peak of the 5 Realms, who would want to go out to sneak attack and assassinate others? Isn't this very embarrassing for the powerhouses of the 5 Realms? But Qin Yang not only wanted to sneak attack and assassinate, but also used alienation tactics. Qin Yang didn't realize that Kuanping was more afraid of him, and continued, nowadays, there is a gap between the 9-headed dragon and the greedy monster, and the status of the 9-headed dragon is entirely because of a stone tablet of Xuanhuan. Therefore, he is the best target. They have no shortage of combat power. Qin Yang added. This Xuanhuan steel is the key to killing Kuanping. Even if he can't kill with one blow, as long as there is the Xuanhuan steel, Kuanping will be under the control of others. Seeing the weird expressions on the faces of Kuanping and Kuanyo, Qin Yang said, I know what you guys want to say. But, is it important to save face or the result? Of course it's the result. Kuanyo said. Kuanping also nodded, agreeing. But the dignity of the Peak of the 5 Realms. Beyond this, there are more important things. Qin Yang said. What is it? Kuanping asked. Efficiency. Qin Yang said quietly, if we go to war directly, even if I succeed in sneak attack and assassination first, they will definitely be vigilant. At that time it will be difficult to handle. Although Qin Yang was able to destroy the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, in essence, the dragon god himself was only in the 4 realms. With the blessing of the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation, although it is stronger than the 5 realms, Qin Yang also has a powerful formation to counter it. The dragon god who activated the 10,000 dragons extinguishing heaven formation could not defeat Qin Yang, but he could defeat the Overlord-level monsters in the 6th level world. However, that's only for a dominant monster. If several Overlord-level monsters join forces to defend against a foreign enemy like Qin Yang, the result is not what Qin Yang wants to see. What's more, after Qin Yang peeped those overlords, he also discovered that it was not only the strength of the big monsters, insects, and generals that exceeded predictions. Even that greedy giant monster is not simple. That's why I despise Kuanping, saying that Kuanping is the weakest. If these 3 overlords united together, Qin Yang would not have time to waste time with them. I want to kill them, but I want to kill them as quickly as possible. Qin Yang said, I don't want to waste my time on these mortal monsters. Kuanping's heart tightened, and he was glad again that he did not insist on being Qin Yang's enemy. The more we got in touch, the more terrifying Qin Yang became. That's right. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan and said, can you gather your own sonic attacks? Xuanhuan looked bewildered. Kuanping said with a smile, you let the calamity beasts gather and attack, maybe he never thought about it. Qin Yang understood, that's right, how could the calamity beast restrain his attack? I can try. Xuanhuan said. Although the sea of clouds can hinder their investigation, but with your cooperation, it can make them blind directly. Even if the King of War Spider tipped them off and let them know where the heavenly palace is, they might not be able to find it in a short time. Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan tried constantly, but to no avail. Qin Yang couldn't stand it anymore, and after sweeping his eyes, he said directly, well, I'll teach you. Kuanping was immediately dumbfounded, and Xuanhuan was also very surprised. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly, called out the listening piano, and said, listen. Qin Yang stroked the piano lightly. The sound entered Xuanhuan's ears. But Kuanping's eyes widened instead. Qin Yang just played the piano, but there was no sound. Any power can be derived and displayed in the form of supernatural powers, and I will teach you a trick now. Qin Yang moved his fingers together and gently played the piano. The sound of the zither came into Xuanhuan's ears, like a magic formula. Xuanhuan's blood-red one eye stared round, looking at Qin Yang in disbelief. This is simply the most complete rhythmic attack, not only can bind the sound waves, but also can greatly increase it. If he learns it, his combat power will directly increase. If he gathered all his strength together and fought against Qin Yang that day, he might not be defeated. Of course, it is impossible to lose in a battle with Qin Yang, who only uses rhythm to attack. Kuanping looked at Xuanhuan jealously, why is this guy so lucky? Study hard. After you learn it, your combat power will not be so limited. Qin Yang didn't want to keep Xuanhuan hidden all the time. If he couldn't learn how to control his power, it would only be a display. Otherwise, 1,000 enemies will be injured, and 800 will be damaged by oneself. The enemy has not been killed, but all of our own people have died. Let Xuanhuan slowly comprehend it by himself. Qin Yang looked at Kuanping. What, so what? Kuanping seemed very afraid of Qin Yang's eyes. Qin Yang shook his head and sighed, you really don't know anything about the power of rules. What do you mean? Kuanping asked weakly. How could such a strong rule force be restrained by the Zhenhai steel? Kuanping retorted speechlessly. Suddenly he thought of something, and looked at Qin Yang with hope, could it be? Qin Yang nodded with a smile, and said, for the sake of your surrender to me, I might as well give you some pointers. Chapter 952, Misty Truth. Your supernatural power of rules is Huayun. Although it is a rare rule, it belongs to the water system. The reason why you were restrained by the Zhenhai steel is because you didn't make a breakthrough. Qin Yang said, slowly. Just a few words convinced Kuanping. How, to break through? Kuanping asked. Qin Yang glanced at Kuanping and said, before you want to break through, you must first truly understand your own rule power. Kuanping said, how can I not understand my own strength? Qin Yang pointed to the messy tables in the hall, and said, come on, try it. Kuanping understood, and with a thought, the whole table turned into clouds. This move, if it is an ordinary God Emperor, will definitely shout, wonderful. It is not that simple to turn different substances into clouds and dissipate into nothing. Kuanping said proudly, not to mention the table and plate, even if it is a big monster in the 4 realms of the God Emperor, I can make it turn into clouds. Qin Yang smiled slightly and said, yes, you also demonstrated it to me at that time. Kuanping's face froze suddenly. It wasn't. Qin Yang said, now I'm changing that table back. Ah? Kuanping was taken aback. Change back. Qin Yang nodded. This? Kuanping was a little embarrassed. It's just changing the table back, can't that be done? Qin Yang asked. Kuanping was puzzled, and said, why did you change it back? Qin Yang laughed, and said, look, this is the problem. So, tell me now, what exactly is Huayun? Have you really mastered Huayun's power? At first, Kuanping didn't think about it, but when he looked at the sea of clouds outside the hall, he was suddenly shocked. The clouds disappear, the clouds rise and fall. There is no trace when it dissipates, and it is silent when it condenses. It seems to have thought of something, but it is as unpredictable as a cloud. I myself can transform into a cloud and then change back. Kuanping said. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, isn't this nonsense? Could it be that you will disappear after you turn into a cloud? Isn't this the same as suicide? Qin Yang continued to point out, the reason why the Zhenhai steel can restrain you is, because you only know the essence of the cloud. You don't know the true meaning of the cloud. Standing up and pacing slowly, Qin Yang said, the essence of the so-called cloud is still water. Even if you transform into a cloud, there are still traces to follow. Therefore, the Zhenhai steel can suppress you, making your body heavy and greatly reducing your strength. You can turn everything into a cloud and make it dissipate. But you can't make the dissipated everything recondense like a cloud. So you still say that you really have the power to turn clouds? Even if there are only Huayun rules, you have only mastered half of them. Kuanping's eyes widened, and a terrifying wave arose in his heart. A door seemed to open in front of him, and he could discover a new world at any moment. The overlord of the 5 realms naturally has strong comprehension skills. Qin Yang just gave some pointers and led away, and then he could follow this way. Qin Yang quietly stared at Kuanping to comprehend for himself, and after a long time, Kuanping was ecstatic. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Kuanping directly realized that he was at the overlord level anyway, and his bloodline was even stronger. Even without Qin Yang, he would realize this sooner or later. But Qin Yang's appearance accelerated the process for him. Kuanping kept trying in the hall, and gradually he had mastered it. This was originally his own power, but he never thought of using it like this. It is also very fast and easy to master. Kuanping melted an empty wine jar into a cloud and disappeared, and then recondensed. He opened his mouth and asked, although it can be recondensed, there are many restrictions. First, it can only be effective on dead objects. Secondly, if it dissipates for too long, it still cannot be condensed. Qin Yang nodded, and said, as your understanding of the rules deepens, and as your strength improves, the restrictions will naturally be broken through slowly. Kuanping looked at Qin Yang gratefully, and said excitedly, now I feel like I have become a real creator, as if I have controlled the power to create something out of nothing. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and said, creating something out of nothing? Is there an essential difference? Kuanping shook his head and said, even so, they are very similar on some levels. Kuanping was overjoyed. Although it was only a little bit of time to comprehend, it had already greatly increased his combat power. And he always felt that he had reached the end of his cultivation, but he never thought that this was just a bottleneck. Breaking through the bottleneck, there will be a broader sky. Almost familiar? Qin Yang asked suddenly. Kuanping nodded and said, well, I have basically mastered all the power of Huayun now. After speaking, he hurriedly said modestly, of course, I still need to continue to master it. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth slightly raised, and said, but even so, you still cannot escape the fate of being restrained by the Zhenhai steel. Kuanping was dumbfounded immediately, frowned and thought about it, it was really so. These should be something you can comprehend by yourself, not for me to point out. This is just the nature of the cloud. Quality only. Qin Yang sighed, and said, what I want to point you to is Yun's true intention. Kuanping suddenly became embarrassed, and couldn't hold back his old face. Even so, he was still excited and asked for advice, the true meaning of that cloud. Just letting myself see through the essence of the cloud will greatly increase the combat power, if the true meaning of the cloud. What is Yun's true meaning? Kuanping asked curiously. Qin Yang pondered and said, this will be the key to whether you can break through. Kuanping held his breath for fear of missing every word Qin Yang said. The original meaning of the cloud is the misty true meaning. Piao Miao's true meaning? Kuanping thought that Qin Yang could make himself enlightened with just a few words, but after saying the Piao Miao's true meaning, he was at a loss. What is misty true meaning? Kuanping asked with some embarrassment. He was embarrassed to say that he didn't understand at all, and he had no clue at all. Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, how should I tell you? Rubbing his chin, Qin Yang said slowly, do you know how I control the rules of annihilation? Kuanping was taken aback for a moment, and said, isn't it born with it? Beside the main hall, Kuan-Yo also temporarily stopped. The Lord of Destruction is talking about the source of his own power. If you miss it, you will be at a loss. It's very simple, ice and fire. Qin Yang said. This? Kuanping and Kuan-Yo looked at each other in blank dismay. Monster beasts like them who have Xion's blood and have lived for many years, actually listened with a dazed expression. In memory inheritance, there is no such thing. Qin Yang said slowly, this is to break through the self and break the rules. I can only say that if you, Huayun, break through, you will be similar to me. It is ice and fire that have transformed into the rules of annihilation. Kuanping's face turned red with excitement. Could this be the real reason why Qin Yang took a fancy to him? Chapter 953, An Opportunity. Kuanping couldn't even believe that he had such great potential. In the inheritance of memory, Zhu Kuanping left behind the inheritance of power, but even Zhu Kuanping only felt this ethereal true meaning a little bit, and felt that it seemed to exist, but it didn't seem to exist. But Qin Yang directly confirmed that Zhu Kuanping's feelings are true. It exists. Kuanping's heart beats faster, if he can comprehend the true meaning of what Qin Yang said, and change the rules of Huayun. Wouldn't that directly surpass Zhu Kuanping? My lord, how did your power change at that time? Kuanping asked humbly, with a more respectful attitude. Qin Yang thought for a while, and said, if you want to learn from it, it is impossible. Even if you are a practitioner of ice and fire, if I teach him hand in hand, he may not be able to succeed. After a pause, Qin Yang said, however, since you are curious, let me tell you. Of course, I'm sure it won't help you. Qin Yang recounted the process of his inadvertent fusion of ice and fire. Even Kuanping and Kuan-Yo were shocked when they heard this process. This is simply death without life. There is simply no way out. However, Qin Yang survived, his strength transformed into a rule of annihilation. This process is naturally really useless to Kuanping. But at this time, Kuanping looked at Kuan-Yo with a strange expression, and Kuan-Yo also looked at Kuanping with the same puzzled eyes. The two looked at each other with three eyes. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Qin Yang asked. Kuanping shook his head quickly, and Kuan-Yo also lowered his head. Although they didn't make a statement, both of them had doubts in their hearts, that is, it seems that the Lord of Destruction should not have been born in this way. After careful consideration, Qin Yang became the Lord of Destruction, but it was more like an accident. And Qin Yang himself has always believed that it was indeed an accident that he controlled the rules of annihilation. Mr. Qiqiao has been watching silently, with a bored look on his face, but when he heard Qin Yang talk about the transformation of his own rules, Mr. Qiqiao slightly pushed his glasses, obviously very interested in Qin Yang's experience. Are you distracted? Qin Yang stared at Kuanping. No. No. Of course Kunping denied it. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you comprehending or distracted? Do you think I can't tell?" Kunping panicked, and said weakly, "I really have no clue. If this rule is so easy to break through, it won't be so powerful." Qin Yang said, "Theoretically, any kind of rule can be broken through, but the same is not easy." And what? Kunping asked. Qin Yang glanced at Kunping and said, "And they are all dangerous." By deliberately biting down on the word very, Kunping also directly understood that this kind of breakthrough was a desperate attempt. If successful, the strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. If you fail, you can only die. If Qin Yang had failed before, he would have been completely wiped out by the clash of ice and fire. And if he fails, he will really turn into a cloud and disappear completely. Perhaps you can wait until you have integrated Zhu Kunping's source of power and completely inherited the inheritance, before considering it, Qin Yang suggested. Kunping also nodded thoughtfully. For him now, the ethereal true meaning that Qin Yang said seems to be separated from him by a world. And it is a world that cannot be seen or touched at all. I am afraid that at the very least, he can obtain the full power of Zhu Kunping, and only with Zhu Kunping's complete understanding can he continue to explore. Although it is temporarily useless, Kunping has already increased his strength before, and more powerful strength is still waiting for him. This is not just about improving strength and promoting half-step gods. If he really merged with the source of Zhu Kunping's power, and really controlled the true meaning of Qin Yang's words, Kunping was sure in his heart that he would surpass Zhu Kunping. This will be his opportunity to advance to the divine spirit realm. Digest and digest, get ready to go. Qin Yang said. Let's go? Kunping was taken aback. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. Before he could say anything, Kunping came to his senses, and said embarrassingly, okay. Under Qin Yang's guidance, Kunping's heart is full of the illusory true meaning. I almost forgot, now the 5 overlords want to attack and kill me. After improving his strength, although there is no essential change, Kunping has actually become stronger. The Sea of Clouds' heavenly palace is also more secretive than before. The entire endless Sea of Clouds is also more difficult to detect than before. The feeling of disappearing once you enter the cloud is even more elusive. Have you noticed that this Sea of Clouds seems a little different? Among the clouds, the 9-headed dragon asked the 6-armed monkey beside him. Greedy giant monsters, big monsters, insects, and ghosts, naturally no one wants to get close to them. The Ghost Skeleton General and the Blood Demon General are at the juncture of fusion, so naturally they don't want to act together with other big monsters. The 6-armed monkey snorted, and said, Isn't the Sea of Clouds originally like this? Are you afraid? Am I afraid? Are you kidding me? 9-headed dragon said disdainfully. The 6-armed monkey is very meaningful. Looking at the 9-headed dragon, he said, Did you really want to leave alone before? 9-headed dragon said directly, Whether I want to leave or not, I can't change the status quo. The status quo is that the Ghost Skeleton Demon General and the greedy giant monster have already killed you. The 6-armed monkey said. 9-headed dragon was silent. After a long time, the 9-headed dragon said, Even if you want to kill Qin Yang, can't you kill him outside? Why do you have to kill him in this 6th-level world? The Ghost Skeleton Demon General and the greedy monster don't want me to leave, don't you? Don't you think it's weird? You never thought about leaving first, if you also attacked the door sealing array at that time. The 6-armed monkey was taken aback for a moment, then its heart tightened. He really never thought that if he also had the idea of leaving the 6th-level world first, then, he would be in the same situation as the 9-headed dragon. Not only the two of them, but also the big demon and worm ghost. The 9-headed dragon looked at the 6-armed monkey contemptuously, and said, The big monster, worm and ghost, have been hiding for too long. The six-armed monkey was shocked. In this way, ghosts, skeletons, demon generals, greedy giant monsters, and big monsters, insects, and ghosts all have reasons not to let anyone go. The six-armed monkey did not expect that the most despised nine-headed dragon in the Overlord class would have such a keen mind. Originally, the nine-headed dragon became the Overlord only when its strength reached its peak. In terms of the power of rules, it is actually looked down upon by other overlords. The nine-headed dragon smiled and said, "That's you, you are at the mercy of others, and you don't even know it when you're someone else's pawn." Humph. The six-armed monkey snorted angrily, and said, "Stop bluffing me. In the sixth-level world, we have always kept our waters in check. Now we have created the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, which has intensified our cooperation with each other. You or just my own situation is worrying, so I want to drag me into the water." The six-armed monkey looked at the nine-headed dragon and said, "If you hadn't had the Xuanhuan steel, I would have joined hands with you to try to kill Xuanping in an instant. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted with you either." Nine-headed dragon was also angry, saying, "You think I need your help? Kill Xuanping, I alone will be enough. Since this is the case, there is nothing to say, so let's fight each other." The six-armed monkey said. The two overlord monsters broke up unhappy. They each lead their subordinates into the sea of clouds. Chapter 954. Of course the persimmons must be softened. The nine-headed dragon parted ways with the six-armed monkey angrily. He really couldn't figure it out. Everyone said that monkeys are good monkeys. The six-armed demon monkey is the ancestor of monkeys. How could they be as stupid as a roe deer? From now on, the six-armed monkey will be called the six-armed roe deer. Nine-headed dragon cursed in a low voice. "My lord, even without the help of the six-armed demon monkey, as long as we find the location of the Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace, Xuanping will definitely be no match for your lord," the subordinates flattered. It's just a pity that although the Xuanhuan spider passed the location, it is elusive in this sea of clouds. Even if there is a general location, it is difficult to find it for a while. Nine-headed dragon said with a frown. In the sea of clouds, not only is everything gone without a trace, but under Xuanping's deliberate effort, there are also many suspected existences of Tiangong. Only when you get close, you will find that it is just an illusion. In this way, it is even more difficult to find Tiangong. On the other side, the subordinates of the six-armed monkey said worriedly, "My lord, Xuanping's ability may not be good for you. The six-armed demon monkey possesses transcendent supernatural powers and claws. As long as the opponent has a physical body, he will definitely be hit, and the power is extremely powerful." Within the same level, he dared to say that he could take out the heart of the big monster, insect and ghost. Of course, the big demon, worm and ghost are not afraid of having their heart taken away. But Xuanping is different. As long as he is restrained with the Xuanhuan stone tablet, and then uses the heart claw, Xuanping will die if he is hit. However, without the cooperation of the nine-headed dragon and the help of the Xuanhuan steel, the heart claw would only be able to catch the clouds, without any effect. The eyes of the six-armed monkey flickered, and said, "Of course I know this, but killing Xuanping right now is a certainty. I have to plan for the future." "My lord means." The six-armed monkey said, "How could I not know what the nine-headed dragon said before? And his greatest use is the Xuanhuan steel." This. The subordinate still didn't understand. The six-armed demon monkey sneered and said, "Poor thing, the nine-headed dragon is about to die, but he doesn't know it yet." That's right, he doesn't know the giant greedy monster, and he doesn't know that once the giant greedy monster has a mind, it will do whatever it takes, at all costs. I just want to confirm one thing, that is, whether the big monsters, insect ghosts, ghost skeletons, and generals, and the greedy monster really want to keep everyone. And this nine-headed dragon is the chess piece, my chess piece. The six-armed monkey proudly said, "If we found the Yunhai Tiangong and Xuanping, If the Zhenhai steel is used by the nine-headed dragon to deal with Kuanping, then I am too worried. If the subordinate asked, the steel of Zhenhai belongs to the nine-headed dragon, if he didn't take it out, who else could it be? The six-armed monkey said, it can still be a greedy monster. How is this possible? The subordinate asked. The six-armed monkey just glanced over, his eyes seemed to say, why do I have such a stupid subordinate like you? The subordinates also reacted, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Doesn't this mean that the giant greedy monster is very likely to kill the nine-headed dragon before fighting Kuanping? In this way, the one who took out the Zhenhai stone tablet to deal with Kuanping, who else but the greedy giant monster? If the giant greedy monster really took out the Zhenhai steel, then the subordinates began to panic. The six-armed monkey is naturally not afraid, but they are afraid. In the face of overlord-level monsters, they can only be reduced to food. The six-armed demon monkey said, don't worry, I will naturally protect you. It's hard to say anything else, that greedy monster may not be my opponent. The only thing he needs to be afraid of are ghosts, skeletons, and generals. Because ghosts and skeletons have no heart. However, the origin of the ghost skull general is not a secret. It's the demon general. It can also be seen from the various traces before that, in comparison, ghosts and skeletons will be more willing to subdue others, not big monsters, insects, and ghosts who only know how to parasitize, let alone greedy monsters who only know how to eat. Big deal, surrender is. It's better than being dead. The six-armed monkey led his army into the sea of clouds, searching for traces of Tiangong. Above their heads, among the clouds, Qin Yang, Kuanping, and Kuanyo watched all this quietly. Sure enough, everyone is as good as a monkey. Qin Yang said with a smile, of course, this six-armed monkey is a monkey. This is an excellent opportunity. Kuanping said. The five overlords are full of confidence. Until now, he only regarded Kuanping as the biggest enemy, and completely ignored Qin Yang. The name of the Lord of Destruction only reminded them of Qin Yang. They always felt that killing Qin Yang was easy. But they don't know that the Kuanping they are afraid of is not enough for Qin Yang to despise. Let's go directly to intercept and kill the nine-headed dragon. Kuanping couldn't help but said. These overlords exist, and if they are really twisted together, it will be really difficult to deal with. It is the best policy to take the opportunity to cut off one of the fingers and break them one by one. Kuanping couldn't help admiring Qin Yang. Killing must be done, but don't be too reckless. Qin Yang said. If you don't make any plans and go straight there, if you don't lose the nine-headed dragon in a second, then it will be fun. The movement of the battle will definitely attract other overlords, and then they will face the problem of being besieged. In the sea of clouds, there are many underlings of the nine-headed dragon. Spread out and look for the heavenly palace. The distance is a little farther away, and they can't perceive each other. The mystery of the sea of clouds made all the monsters more and more nervous. The nine-headed dragon was a little confused. Why didn't Kuanping send his men to attack? In the sea of clouds, it is completely Kuanping's home field, and Kuanping can completely turn this sea of clouds into a sure hell. Are you looking for me? A voice came, and a cloud condensed into a figure. It was Kuanping. The nine-headed dragon laughed, and said, I never expected that you would dare to show up. Smiling and laughing, he couldn't laugh anymore. Without him, he thought of irritating questions. The nine-headed dragon said with a gloomy face, why, you found me first, and you think it's best for me to deal with it? Huh? You're quite smart. Kuanping praised, nodded, and said, that's right, of course you should pick the soft persimmons. The nine-headed dragon took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Okay, I'll let you see today, who is the soft persimmon. Zhenhai steel. The nine-headed dragon let out a low growl, and a quaint stone tablet suddenly appeared with a majestic aura. The ancient and prehistoric aura made the whole space suddenly sink. The steel is good at facing the wind, and it instantly turns into a Mount Tai, pressing it down. It seemed that Kuanping was going to be smashed to death directly. Kuanping's heart sank. This stone tablet restrained himself too much. Turn into clouds and leave no trace. Kuanping's figure turned into clouds, like mist, about to disappear. No wonder you dare to show your face. It turns out that your strength has improved. It's a pity that you just found me. Nine-headed dragon said. The Zhenhai steel crashed down, and the cloud and mist that Kuanping transformed into solidified instantly, and was directly suppressed out of his body. I actually underestimated you. Why are you so powerful? Kuanping looked at the nine-headed dragon in disbelief. The nine-headed dragon laughed loudly and said, Do you think I'm really useless? How do you think I became the overlord? But, for the sake of your dying, let me tell you, you know why my power is so far away. Do you surpass other overlords? Pfft. Kuanping vomited blood from the Zhenhai steel, but he was not afraid, and asked, Why? Nine-headed dragon snorted coldly, and said, My power of rules is mediocre. Everyone despises me, but my power is 9 times the sum of ordinary god emperors. Chapter 955, Did you forget something? 9 times the sum. Kuanping's pupils shrank. This is for him, not just him. In the eyes of all the 6-level monsters, even the weak overlord level is so hidden. This is equivalent to 9 peak 5 realms. Ha ha ha, the 6-armed monkey thought I had to rely on him, but it didn't know that under the suppression of absolute power, any supernatural powers are all bullshit. Nine-headed dragon was proud. The subordinates were even more overjoyed, thankful that they followed such an overlord. I didn't expect that you have such power, but you still keep pretending. Kuanping sighed. He seemed to finally understand why Qin Yang looked at him so disgusted. Disguise? Nine-headed dragon laughed out loud. You have the Xion's bloodline inheritance, and you are also the Kuanping bloodline. You are in the 6th-level world, just like you are in the mother's womb. And what about us? The nine-headed dragon roared angrily. You don't even know the cruelty of living here. You were born with an endless sea of clouds, and with this natural defense, you have never been threatened since birth. The nine-headed dragon took a deep breath, and continued, Do you think that the ghost, the big monster, and the greedy giant monster are so easy to get along with? It's just that they haven't been given a chance. Once a slight flaw is revealed, even the 6-armed monster monkeys can take the opportunity to assassinate. Speaking of this, the nine-headed dragon became even more angry, and said, Why did you put the exit in front of us, but still didn't let me leave? You joined forces with the Lord of Destruction, but let you fall sooner. The nine-headed dragon looked at Kuanping with pity, and said, Originally, you can live for a while. Speaking of this, the voice of the nine-headed dragon stopped abruptly, and his heart trembled. Where is the Lord of Destruction? There's a lot of resentment. Qin Yang revealed his figure with a smile. The nine-headed dragon looked at Qin Yang warily, and when he saw Qin Yang for the first time, his expression became solemn. There was an invisible danger on Qin Yang's body, and this danger made his heart beat violently. Qin Yang said lightly, You seem to be very curious. Why did I put the exit in front of you? Why? Nine-headed dragon asked in a deep voice. His eyes wandered, as if he was thinking about countermeasures. The Zhenhai steel can restrain Kuanping, but it cannot restrain the Lord of Destruction. Do you want to notify other Overlord-level monsters? Qin Yang pointed to the top of his head, and said, Because Kuanping has gradually merged with him this day. You can easily suppress him, but in fact most of his power is used for fusion, and he can't use all his power to fight. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, Similarly, because of Kuanping's fusion, the strength of the 6th-level world and the world boundary wall here in the endless sea of clouds has decreased. You have 9 times the power of the peak of the ordinary 5 realms. If it weren't for the characteristics of the Sea of Clouds, in fact, you can feel the weakness here. As long as you burst out with a full blow, you can easily break the sky and leave the sixth world. Nine-headed dragon's eyes widened, and the Sea of Clouds hindered his perception, so he couldn't find it at all. If this is the case, isn't the exit in front of him deliberately attracting attention? To directly break the world boundary wall, the nine-headed dragon has long had this idea and tried it. If he could know that the strength of the boundary wall here was weakened, he would definitely leave without saying a word, and just break through the sky. The peak of the 5 realms is the realm of breaking the sky. What's more, he has 9 times the power of the sum. Why did you tell me this? The nine-headed dragon looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and said, "Could it be that you really dare not be my enemy? Are you going to let me go on purpose?" Qin Yang laughed out loud. The nine-headed dragon looked ugly, and said, "Why are you laughing?" Qin Yang shook his head lightly, and said, "Just like you faced the suppressed Xuanhuan, you thought he would die, so you told him your own details. I did the same." After Qin Yang finished speaking, he blinked his eyes, with an expression that if you are not stupid, you should understand. Nine-headed dragon clenched its fist violently, gritted its teeth and said, "It seems that you think you will be able to kill me?" "Of course." Qin Yang nodded. The nine-headed dragon shouted loudly, and said, "Then let me see what kind of power the Lord of Destruction possesses." 9 dragons, divine fist. With a punch, the Dharma appeared, and 9 huge heads roared again and again. "Don't talk about 9 heads, even if it's 9 dragons, I'm not afraid." Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, he stretched out his hand bluffly, and shook it violently. Seizing the fist of the sky. Within 100 miles around, 9-headed dragon's subordinates suddenly collapsed to the ground. Their power was plundered in an instant. Not only them, but even the 9-headed dragon felt weak for a while, with a terrifying loss of power. However, he was not afraid, and he swung his fist firmly. This is a pain for Xuanhuan, who was already suppressed, but Qin Yang still used such supernatural powers, and even his power was plundered for most of it. However, this also strengthened the power of Qin Yang's heaven-seizing fist. Boom! The clouds were shattered, and 100 miles around formed a vacuum. The sum of 9 times is only the 5 realms of the God Emperor. Qin Yang said with a disdainful smile. The 9-headed dragon was shocked. The Lord of Destruction is so strong? The force of the countershock even shook his body, and he was almost injured by the countershock. However, fortunately, the vacuum of 100 miles around made the 9-headed dragon certain that the world boundary wall is indeed weak in this Sea of Clouds. Just now, the fist clashed, and the space was still faintly shattered. Pfft! Xuanhuan spat out a mouthful of blood again, his face like gold paper. This endless Sea of Clouds has long been fused by him and has become his domain. When the space collapses, he will also be finished. The 9-headed dragon laughed, looked at Qin Yang, and said, "I really underestimated you, everyone underestimated you. But I don't want to continue playing with you, so farewell." After finishing speaking, he looked at the severely injured Xuanhuan and said, "If you are smart, put away your domain. Otherwise, I will pierce through this endless Sea of Clouds, and you will die suddenly." "Impossible. I won't let you go," Xuanhuan said. "If the domain is closed, the entire endless Sea of Clouds will disappear, and the 6th-level world will directly lack half of the sky. The whole world would fall apart. It is not unacceptable for Xuanhuan to let these big monsters go. However, the disintegration of the 6th-level world will also mean that Zhu Xuanhuan's source of power will inevitably disappear into the void. If Xuanhuan wants to find fusion again, it will be even more difficult. Then die." 9-headed dragon clenched his fist again and looked at Qin Yang. Bombarding the Sea of Clouds with one punch, it would be better to continue fighting with Qin Yang. "This time, I want to show you my true strength," 9-headed dragon said. Qin Yang spread out his hands, he didn't care, he held the Annihilation Excalibur in his hand, and set up a posture, looking at the nine-headed dragon as if he was looking at a dead person, and said, "It's a pity that a giant, but he died so unwillingly." Nine-headed dragon's eyelids twitched. "I still want to say that you died so badly. Tsk tisk. Qin Yang shook his head lightly, and said, "I'm going to die anyway, why don't I remind you?" "What?" Nine-headed dragon's heart jumped. "Think about it carefully, have you forgotten something?" Qin Yang asked. The nine-headed dragon really became suspicious, but before he had time to think about it, a loud roar suddenly came from his ear. Moo. Chapter 956. Xuanhuan. The nine-headed dragon will never forget this voice. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was over. With the blessing of the war drum, coupled with Qin Yang's guidance, Xuanhuan's roar fully exerted the full power of the Yin Yang war drum. Although the nine-headed dragon is powerful, possessing 9 times the power of the peaks of the 5 realms, it is used to guard against Qin Yang. Defense against sonic attacks is not defense against ordinary attacks. A sonic attack is even more difficult to defend than a soul attack. If it is not deliberate, it must be tricked. Ah! The nine-headed dragon was originally gathered up, ready to unleash a true all-out blow, but at this moment, its strength collapsed, and its ears and nose were bleeding. Annihilating Supercharge. Qin Yang, holding the Annihilation Excalibur, instantly drew a black line through the nine-headed dragon. The nine-headed dragon hadn't even revealed its 9 heads, but it was just transformed into a magical form, and was beheaded by Qin Yang with a sword. I cannot be reconciled. Nine-headed dragon, die. Wielding the Annihilation Excalibur, Qin Yang turned around, looked at the huge body that turned into the body after death. Qin Yang sighed, and said, "Let me tell you, you will die very unwillingly." "I am so serious, but you are so serious." "I'm kidding, alas." Without the control of the nine-headed dragon, the Zhenhai steel returned to the appearance of an ordinary steel, and Xuanping also gained freedom from the suppression, and directly put away the Zhenhai steel. Looking at Qin Yang, a look of horror gradually appeared in his eyes. Every word Qin Yang said was to kill the nine-headed dragon. Even if it seems to be mocking the nine-headed dragon in the end, the arrogance that seems to be winning, its purpose is to distract the nine-headed dragon. Fortunately, such a terrifying existence is not an enemy. Xuanping sighed again in his heart. "Take it out." Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved it towards Xuanping. "Ah? What?" Xuanping didn't react for a while. Qin Yang said, "When you integrate these 6 worlds, you will inevitably integrate Zhu Xuanping's source of power. At that time, comprehend the true meaning of Misty is what you should do. Moreover, after comprehending the true meaning of Misty, the Zhenhai steel is useless to you. What, do you still want to keep it as a souvenir?" Xuanping was a little embarrassed. It was everyone's instinct to collect such magic weapons. Of course, Xuanping happily handed over the Zhenhai steel, but he asked curiously, "This Zhenhai steel is of no use to you, sir?" Qin Yang took the steel and said, "Of course it's useless, and I didn't say I would use it." Immediately, Qin Yang threw the steel to Xuanhuan, who came out of the clouds. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment. Xuanping was extremely jealous, but he also knew that with the existence of war drums and the Zhenhai steel, Xuanhuan's combat power would be greatly increased. "This is too expensive," Xuanhuan said. "Before, I was immersed in grief and hatred, and I didn't care about the magic weapon. But Qin Yang can avenge himself," and his mind gradually came out of the haze. How could the Zhenhai steel, which even Xuanping could suppress at this time, be an ordinary magic weapon? "Since you want to be my thug in the future, if your strength is not enough, you will lose my people," Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan embarrassedly accepted the Zhenhai steel. The clouds and mist of the endless sea of clouds gradually shrouded densely. Within 100 miles, it turned into a vacuum before, and the subordinates of the nine-headed dragon were naturally shocked to death. And 100 miles away, there is only a big monster who feels that there is some movement here. The endless sea of clouds, the natural barrier, is not empty. Next, it's up to you. Qin Yang gestured to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan nodded, and beat the war drum with the newly obtained Shanghai steel. The bundled sound waves, under Qin Yang's guidance, were accurately transmitted to a certain direction, to the ears of a certain big monster. Thousands of miles away, the greedy monster explored alone. His gaze was always fixed on a certain direction, where was the team of nine-headed dragons. He felt the movement before and thought of the characteristics of the sea of clouds, which made him look weird. Strange, the six-armed monkey and the nine-headed dragon are separated. Could it be that the nine-headed dragon met Xuanping as soon as they separated? The greedy monster thought in his heart. At this moment, a bull roar came from his ear. Xuanhuan. The greedy monster's eyes flashed brightly. Yes, Xuanping and Xuanhuan are with the Lord of Destruction. Such a sound wave and such a long distance can make my blood flow, and Xuanhuan will definitely use it. Do your best. This is a good opportunity. The greedy monster drooled, his figure flashed, and he searched for the source of the sound waves. Thousands of miles away, in the blink of an eye. Just as Qin Yang took Xuanping and Xuanhuan to hide, the greedy monster arrived. It's really greedy, it came so fast. Qin Yang said via voice transmission. Qin Yang, who possessed the clairvoyance of the heavens, thought that the greedy monster would hesitate for a while. The giant greedy monster looked at the huge body of the nine-headed dragon floating in the clouds in horror, and couldn't believe his eyes. The Lord of Destruction. Xuanhuan. Xuanping. After thinking about it, the greedy monster also felt reasonable. The assassination by the three powerful men was clearly a sneak attack, and he could only blame himself for the death of the nine-headed dragon. I've always felt that your strength shouldn't be as weak as it appears, with such a strong physique. The greedy monster doesn't know that the nine-headed dragon has 9 times the combined strength. But he knew that the nine-headed dragon was not that simple. Such a physique can make me a real feast. Without thinking about it, the greedy giant opened its mouth and swallowed the body of the nine-headed dragon. Licking the corner of his mouth, the greedy monster was extremely satisfied. My lord? My lord? A shout came from the subordinates of nine-headed dragon. Previously, all the subordinates dispersed, but when they wanted to send a message, they found that they had lost contact with the army. After searching all the way, I should have found the team led by Lord Nine-Headed Dragon, but just happened to find. Greedy monster. You actually ate our nine-headed dragon. A monster looked at the greedy monster in horror. The greedy monster snorted, and said, "It's a waste to keep the corpse, it's better to make it cheaper for me. Since the Tutian alliance has been established, you still dare to kill my lord, and the ghosts and skeletons will not let you go." The monster turned and ran away. I didn't kill it. After the giant greedy monster finished speaking, his face darkened. Why should I explain to you rubbish? Immediately opened his mouth, and swallowed again. But the greedy monster didn't expect that after eating one, there would be another, and after eating another, there would be another. After all, there is still a fish that slipped through the net. A moment later, the greedy giant monster was surrounded. Gikumo's will-o'-the-wisps danced in his eyes, obviously very angry. The big monster, Chonggue, also looked at the greedy monster with a bad expression. The six-armed monkey's heart tightened. He didn't expect that his guess would actually become a reality. This greedy monster really has no scruples. What was even more unexpected was that the nine-headed dragon was defeated so quickly. For the subordinates of the nine-headed dragon, the giant greedy monster was too lazy to explain, but with such a posture, he had to defend himself. Nine-headed dragon, I really didn't kill it. The greedy monster said. However, who would believe the words of the greedy monster? Chapter 957, Who is the fisherman? This matter. Gikumo General pondered, and said, let's not mention it for now. Hand over the Xinhai steel first. Leaving aside one for now, the six-armed monkey felt cold. Could it be that these three guys are really in the same breath? Maybe next, it will be my turn? The six-armed monkey thought to himself, is this using the banner of the Tiantu Alliance to secretly get rid of dissidents? Obviously, the six-armed demon monkey regards the big monster, insect ghost, ghost skeleton general, and greedy giant monster as a camp. Such a big matter was in front of him, but he just ignored it for the time being. The six-armed monkey didn't know, the ghost and skeleton demon general just didn't want to regenerate. Ghost skeleton and nine-headed dragon are neither relatives nor relatives. Do they want to avenge nine-headed dragon? And Gikumo didn't expect that he just paid more attention to the present, but was misunderstood by the six-armed monkey. I said, I didn't kill the nine-headed dragon. Where is the Xinhai steel, how do I know? Greedy monster said. Several overlords surrounded themselves, and the greedy monster had to pay attention. The big demon Chongue sneered and said, you said that you didn't kill if you didn't kill? This matter is obvious. Don't think that if you don't hand over the Xinhai steel, the death of the nine-headed dragon has nothing to do with you. We are all smart people, don't let us go waste of time. And the big demon Chongue said coldly, for us, there is no need for evidence for everything. The giant greedy monster's heart tightened. It has been more than a day or two since the big monster and worm ghost wanted to parasitically copy itself, and its own ability just restrained the big monster, worm ghost. This big demon worm ghost wants to take this opportunity to attack himself. Several overlord-level monsters have their own plans and scheming. All the monsters who watched were terrified. Now that we are completely exposed to Kuimping's surveillance, it is really unwise to fight with each other. Gikumo looked at the greedy monster and said, I will say it again, hand over the Xinhai steel, the death of the nine-headed dragon, nobody cares. The big demon, Chongue, looked at the general, and said, you don't even care? What if someone dies next? Gikumo will be silent, of course he has thought about this, as long as he controls the Xinhai stone tablet in his own hands, who will live and die? The six-armed monkey watched all this quietly, wondering in his heart, could it be that he was worrying too much? Or is this all intentional acting for oneself? Turning his eyes, the six-armed monkey said loudly, greedy monster, hand over the Xinhai steel. This Xinhai steel will not save your life, it will only kill you. Gikumo and the big demon Chongue looked at the six-armed monkey in surprise. The sharpness in the six-armed monkey's words directly pierced through this layer of window paper. The tense atmosphere suddenly became dangerous. The giant greedy monster stared fiercely at the six-armed monkey, and said, so, you believe that I killed the nine-headed dragon? The six-armed demon monkey glanced at the big demon, Chongue, and said, we no longer need evidence for our actions. Gikumo's will-o'-the-wisp danced in his eyes. He wanted to calm down as much as possible at this time, but he didn't expect the six-armed monkey to jump out, making the scene gradually uncontrollable. The greedy giant licked his lips, and said ferociously, after eating the nine-headed dragon, I have not finished my righteousness. It seems that I am going to taste the monkey brain? The six-armed demon monkey was not afraid at all, and said directly, you have all seen that this greedy giant monster is so greedy. The enemy is in front of him, but he still attacks his own people. It was like this at the Heaven Slaughtering Conference before, and now it is no longer covered up. The big demon worm laughed, this situation is really interesting. Gikumo was a little sullen, but he heard the sound transmission from the six-armed monkey to him. If you heard me right, this six-armed monkey wants to surrender to himself? Gikumo will know that with his own strength, he cannot make the six-armed monkey submit willingly. After thinking about it, General Gakumo understood that the six-armed monkey just didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the nine-headed dragon. Gakumo will naturally be delighted to have such a powerful subordinate. That being the case, Gakumo lightly danced the will-o'-the-wisps in his eyes, exuding a murderous aura from his body. The ability of the six-armed monkey does not pose any threat to him. But it is essential to kill Kuanping. With the six-armed monkey, it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. This giant greedy monster is always a disaster, if we just get rid of it. As long as there is the Zhenhai stone tablet, there will be no shortage of greedy giant monster. To put it bluntly, Gakumo will set up the Tutian alliance to win over all overlord-level monsters, but they just don't want these guys to stay out of the matter and stab them in the back at critical moments. If it is killed, it will be over once and for all, so there is no need to worry about it. The giant greedy monster took a deep breath, and of course he felt the killing intent from the ghost skeleton and general. The big monster, insect ghost, seemed to have nothing to do with him, and wanted to watch the show. However, he was not sure when facing ghosts, skeletons, and demon generals, and the six-armed monkey also showed its murderous intent. If I didn't know that Kuainyo did it, I would even suspect that you killed the nine-headed dragon. The greedy monster said. Mentioning Kuainyo, Guiku Emojong's heart skipped a beat. Of course, this does not rule out that Kuanping and Kuainyo teamed up to successfully assassinate in the Sea of Clouds. Kuanping, who controls the Sea of Clouds, can naturally do it easily. Stop talking nonsense, the nine-headed dragon's subordinates saw it with their own eyes, and you killed them. And you ate the nine-headed dragon's body. The six-armed demon monkey was aggressive. So, you are determined to kill me? The greedy giant laughed and said, why do you have to act so much? If you want to do it, then do it. At worst, let Kuanping reap the benefits of the fisherman. Kill you, and get back the steel. This is no loss to us. On the contrary, you exist, but we must always be on guard against you. The six-armed monkey bared its fangs, and the three-headed and six-armed figure on its back was terrifying. Slow down. General Gakumo stopped the six-armed monkey. General Gakumo said in a deep voice, there are indeed many doubts about this matter, so we must guard against it. It goes without saying that Kuainyo is just a lunatic. Can Kuanping have such scheming? How can there be any doubts? The six-armed monkey said. Kill the greedy giant monster and submit to the ghost skeleton general, so the big monster, insect and ghost don't need to be afraid. Then kill Kuanping, everything was well calculated. What if it's the Lord of Destruction? Gakumo will ask. The six-armed monkey said disdainfully, the Lord of Destruction? It's just a human race. Human races are cunning, but at least they are already at the peak of the 5 realms. You should know the human race best, ghost skeleton demon generals. Their hypocrisy is better than insidiousness. If he didn't have the strength, he would have fled long ago. If he had the strength, why wouldn't he jump out and shout? Qin Yang, it's different. General Gakumo said calmly. The blood demon general had already told him everything about Qin Yang, and the main point was that this Qin Yang had no demeanor of a strong man. And as insidious, as vile. What's even more frightening is that the Gorfiend general even suspects that Qin Yang deliberately forced him into the submarine prison to make peace with the ghost skeleton general. Chapter 958. I think they are talking bad about me. Qin Yang said via voice transmission. Kuainyo and Kuanping looked at each other and nodded secretly. These overlord-level monsters have already started sound transmission with their spiritual thoughts, obviously to guard against Kuanping. Should we wait for them to attack before killing them? Kuanping asked. Qin Yang shook his head and said, they may not be able to do it, all of them are scheming, unless it involves their own lives, otherwise they will definitely not do it. Sowing dissension depends on who the other party is. There are still a few good people who can live in the 6th level world until now. It was the 6-armed monkey who felt the crisis and wanted to try its best to break the situation. Then we. Xuanhuan frowned. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, if they really fight, it will be bad for me." Ah? Xuanhuan was puzzled. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised, and he said, "If I want to advance to the divine spirit realm, these big monsters must die by my hands." Xuanhuan understood immediately, and continued to pay attention to this side. The 6-armed monkey sent a voice transmission to the ghost general, saying, "It is the best opportunity to kill him at this time. The big monster, worm and ghost will definitely not stop him. If these two big monsters get together, after leaving the 6th floor prison, they will definitely be a hidden danger to our unification of the sky. No, the big monsters, insects and ghosts are the same as the greedy giant monsters. They can't be anyone's allies. They won't even let go of their own subordinates, so how can they join hands?" Gikumo General immediately denied. If Gorefiend hadn't come, Gikumo wouldn't have thought so much. But the Gorefiend described Qin Yang as very scary, so that the ghosts and skeletons had to guard against it. Another point is that the 6-armed monkey and the giant greedy monster have made it clear that they want to kill each other. If the giant greedy monster is not killed, the situation will be balanced. The 6-armed monkey and the greedy giant check and balance each other, which is the situation that the ghost skeleton will most want to see. If the giant greedy monster is killed now, not to mention whether the Lord of Destruction will take the opportunity to become a fisherman, will the 6-armed monkey surrender to itself as it is now when it is no longer in danger of life? "Give them some food, it's too ink-stained," Qin Yang said to Xuanhuan. With a movement of divine sense, the three of them were teleported to a distance. Xuanhuan mobilized his supernatural powers again and let out a soft roar. The besieged greedy monster narrowed its eyes and said, "Hee hee, you still don't believe me? You still want to take the opportunity to kill me?" Xuanhuan is doing the same thing now, and continues to carry out assassinations. "Why don't you say that those monsters who are being slaughtered now, the beast also died in my hands?" The 6-armed monkey looked at the ghost general suspiciously. The ghost skeleton demon general is asking the big demon Chonggui through sound transmission. The big demon Chonggui shook his head and said, "I didn't hear that." "Didn't hear it?" The greedy monster took a deep breath and said, "That's right, since that's the case, there's nothing else to say." The 6-armed monkey was overjoyed and laughed loudly. "It seems that you want to take the initiative?" He was worried that he would not be able to make a move, and the greedy monster's posture of attacking first was playing into his hands. "You can't run away. If you hand over the Zhenhai steel now, maybe you can," the 6-armed monkey said. The greedy monster doesn't have the Zhenhai steel at all, so how can he hand it over? Immediately sneered and said, "Humph, do you think you can really trap and kill me? I want to take a good look at how unwilling you are to die after being defeated by the Lord of Destruction. Don't worry, I will collect your corpses for you. You seem to be very confident in the face of our cooperation, and..." The 6-armed monkey was about to attack. The greedy monster smiled and opened his mouth. "You guys are too confident." The endless clouds were spit out, and until now, everyone knew that this greedy monster can not only eat. This is simply an anecdote. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe that what was eaten by the greedy monster can still be spit out from his mouth. At this time, what the greedy giant spit out was the sea of clouds that he ate earlier. Such a huge sea of clouds, condensed in such a small place, made the concentration of the whole audience thick to the point of terror. Even the 6-armed monkey has become blind and can't see its fingers. The sea of clouds already has a restrictive effect, and I'm afraid even Xuanhuan doesn't know it, so the sea of clouds can still be used in this way. Damn, let him escape. The 6-armed monkey was very unwilling. General Gikumo said, "He didn't escape, he must have been spying secretly from a distance." What if he sneaks up on us? The six-armed monkey asked. Gakumo said, if we find Xuanping and he doesn't help him in the battle, then no matter what he thinks, he must die. After finishing speaking, he looked at the big demon, Chonggue, and said, what's your opinion? The big demon, Chonggue, chuckled, and said, of course I don't have any opinions. The army was ordered to continue exploring. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, and it would not take long to find the Yunhai Tiangong. The six-armed monkey originally planned to act together with General Gakumo, but General Gakumo said, since you suspect the giant monster of greed, why not? Are you asking me to be the bait? The six-armed monkey's heart tightened. General Gakumo said, don't worry, he won't be able to kill you for a while. Although we are separated temporarily, we promise to contact you once in a certain period of time. As long as you. If there is a situation, I will arrive immediately. Having said that, the six-armed monkey was relieved. General Gakumo said, if he really killed the nine-headed dragon, he will definitely not miss this opportunity. Anyway, he also knows, and we have already suspected him. Among the sea of clouds, Qin Yang sighed and said, did you see it? Xuanping nodded and said, I see, the six-armed monkey is on the order. This is our chance. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, I mean, did you see that move of the greedy monster? Ah? Xuanping was taken aback, not knowing why. Qin Yang said speechlessly, look at him, that Yunhai is looking at you. The real master of Yunhai is not as good as someone eating and vomiting. Xuanping blushed suddenly. Quickly changed the subject and said, when are we going to do it? If this goes on, they will soon find the location of the heavenly palace. Qin Yang looked at Xuanping strangely, and said, you can even move the light door of the exit, so can't this Yunhai Tiangong be moved? Xuanping said, it's not easy to move, this Yunhai Tiangong is a little different, like. Before finishing speaking, Xuanping was stunned, and looked at Qin Yang in blank dismay. Why is it different? Qin Yang frowned. It's just too strenuous to move. It's dark under the lights? No way. Xuanping became excited, while Qin Yang pinched his eyebrows helplessly. How long have you been looking for the source of Zhu Xuanping's power? Qin Yang looked at Xuanping like a pig demon. Xuanping blushed, feeling extremely embarrassed, I can't remember, it never stopped anyway.